In a fantasy world, Xuan becomes the young emperor of the northern domains, Su family, and the holy son of the eastern wildernesses, the Yin sacred land. With a terrifying background and monstrous talent, he initially thought his life would proceed in a simple and unremarkable way. But what Xuan didn't expect was that at the age of 18, his system awakened. The first task issued by the system was to get married. Moreover, the system even designated his marriage partner. That person was the saintess of the Nine Heavens Tai Ching Palace, Leng Ruoli. In order to obtain the system's generous rewards and achieve eternal enlightenment, Xuan resolved to forcefully marry Leng Ruoli. What? She doesn't agree? Do you know the significance of the Su family in the northern domain? With the support of his family and his own efforts, Xuan fulfilled his wish and married Leng Ruoli. Ding! On the first day of marriage, reward, chaos divine demon body. Ding! On the second day of marriage, reward, 6 paths of reincarnation fist. Ding! On the 5th day of marriage, reward, ancient celestial emperor scripture. Invincibility begins with marriage. I am Leng Ruoli, the reincarnation of a female emperor from the immortal realm. I originally planned to cultivate normally and return to the pinnacle to avenge my past life. But unexpectedly, I was proposed by a guy named Xuan. As a female emperor, how could I possibly marry? However, the force behind Xuan is substantial, and directly rejecting him would affect my own power. Therefore, I proposed a competition, but unexpectedly, I ended up getting involved myself. But so what? As a female emperor, I will not yield. Gradually, I discovered something was off about Xuan. A terrifying physique, boundless supernatural powers, and rapidly ascending cultivation. Chapter 1. In a fantasy world, the system asked me to get married. Let's store this for a moment. Northern Domain, Su family, Xiener. You said you want to marry the saintess of the Nine Heavens Tai Ching Palace? In the main hall, a man with sword-like brows and starry eyes stared incredulously at the young man before him. It was clear that he never expected his son to suddenly make such a request. Father, is that not possible? In the hall, the young man stood tall, clad in white as snow, untainted by dust. His face was as if sculpted, perfect and flawless. Yet at this moment, a faint disappointment appeared on his face. The young man was Xuan, the young emperor of the Imperial Su family. At the same time, he was also a genuine transmigrator, having crossed over into this world for 18 years. Upon crossing over, Xuan realized that this world was different from his previous life. It was a true fantasy world that in this world, strength is respected, and the fist is everything. Here, the strong can pluck stars and moons, move mountains and fill seas, soar through the skies, and burrow through the earth. The weak are trampled, their lives as insignificant as grass, akin to ants. This is an extremely cruel world. But fortunately, Xuan not only comes from a noble background as the son of the current head of the Imperial Su family, but his talent is also exceptionally outstanding, having awakened the supreme bone at birth and receiving strong cultivation support from the Su family. Chapter 2. A Proposal. After realizing what was happening, Leng Ruoli was dumbfounded, standing there in a daze. Even with her experience as a female emperor, she was taken aback in that moment, caught off guard. In her memory, it seemed that she had no marriage agreements with anyone in this life, right? The Imperial family, Su family. Leng Ruoli frowned, searching her mind for memories. She discovered that she had only met the young emperor of the Su family once in a secret realm. Other than that, there was no connection whatsoever to S.O. The one proposing to her was that young emperor of the Su family. Take me to the main hall. Leng Ruoli frowned and spoke coldly. Want to propose to her? Young emperor of the Su family. Who do you think you are? She, Leng Ruoli, the reincarnated female emperor. How could she possibly accept an early marriage? She wanted to see what kind of power the Su family truly had. In the main hall of the Nine Heavens Tai Ching Palace. Head of the Su family. You say you want our generation's saintess Leng Ruoli to marry your young emperor? The head of the Nine Heavens Tai Ching Palace, Lin Wan, was somewhat bewildered, her beautiful eyes wide open as she looked at the few representatives from the Su family. Indeed, my son Xuan has fallen in love with your saintess Leng Ruoli at first sight in the Dantian secret realm and has reached the point of sleepless nights. Chapter 3. You win. I marry you. You lose. We part ways. The palace master, Lin Wan, took a gentle sip of tea and, after organizing her thoughts, ultimately handed the decision-making power over to Leng Ruoli. Leng Ruoli remained silent, turning her gaze towards Xuan. Two pairs of eyes met in midair. Just now. Leng Ruoli could only see Su Xian's profile. Now that she could truly see him, it was as if a light had suddenly shone before her. He was a young man, tall and standing, dressed in white as snow, untainted by dust. His handsome face was like that of a sculpture, perfect and flawless. Although he was young, he exuded a faint air of confidence. Not aggressive, nor overly restrained, it felt very natural. Leng Ruoli understood that this was a quality only someone truly confident in themselves could possess. Yet, did the young man before her truly deserve such confidence? So, you want to marry me? The next moment, Leng Ruoli's faint voice echoed throughout the great hall. Yes. Su Xian looked at Leng Ruoli and gently nodded in response. He wanted to marry me is not impossible, unless... Leng Ruoli spoke lightly, but her voice suddenly paused. What? How could you marry me? Su Xian's lips curled into a smile as he asked. Chapter 4. You lost. Tomorrow we marry with a loud shout from Su Xian. A beam of divine light shot out instantly. The divine light, like divine punishment, was filled with terrifying energy, seemingly capable of annihilating all things in the world. A horror that was hard to describe. Upon seeing Su Xian make his move, the divine light erupting, Leng Ruoli instantly lost her calm, her beautiful eyes narrowing suddenly. The supreme bone, she knew, was a rank within the top 20 of the 3,000 physiques. She was also aware of the supreme bone's treasure technique. The heavenly calamity light, a divine light that descended from the heavens, punishing on behalf of heaven, was incredibly terrifying. But hadn't the complete supreme bone treasure technique long since vanished from the world? What was going on with Su Xian now? Boom! In an instant, at the center of the palace, magical power surged wildly, boundless. The clash between the phoenix fire and the heavenly calamity light nearly shattered space itself. The result came quickly. In the arena, one figure stood still, towering like a pine. The other figure was sent flying backward, crashing hard into the back. The one who remained still was naturally Su Xian. The one who flew backward was Leng Ruoli. I actually lost? In midair, Leng Ruoli wore an expression of disbelief. How could she lose to someone of the same age? After stabilizing herself, Leng Ruoli's eyes, like autumn waters, widened in shock, unable to believe that she had indeed lost. Chapter 5. The wedding day. At this moment, Lin Wan resembled a mother facing her daughter's marriage. She felt somewhat helpless, reluctant, and sad. In fact, she was nearly playing the role of Leng Ruoli's mother. After all, Leng Ruoli was an abandoned baby she had picked up 18 years ago while traveling the world. It was she who raised Leng Ruoli, taught her how to be a person, taught her how to cultivate, taught her how to relieve stress. Palace Master, I'm fine. It's just marriage. I can still come back. Besides, this time I really lost the bet, and am willing to accept the outcome. Although Leng Ruoli had awakened the memories of her past life as an empress, under such circumstances, she still felt an indescribable flutter in her heart. This feeling was something the previous Leng Ruoli had never experienced. The previous Leng Ruoli was also born an orphan, but she was far less fortunate than this life. Instead, she had suffered countless hardships and trials before finally embarking on an invincible path that pushed everything aside. Therefore, the previous Leng Ruoli had almost no emotions. No matter who it was, she always wore a cold expression, as if keeping people at a distance. In the face of enemies, she showed no mercy, using various cruel means just to eliminate them. Chapter 6. Disrupting the wedding? Ha, good, really good. The daughter-in-law chosen by Xianer is quite nice. Su Yantian looked at Leng Ruoli's figure in the center of the hall, a warm, kind, and gentle smile appearing on his face. At this moment, Leng Ruoli was clad in a wedding dress that resembled the flowing clouds at dusk. It was covered with extremely soft and thin crimson silk, cinched at the waist with a phoenix belt. It perfectly outlined her exquisite figure. As she moved slowly, her skirt swayed gently with the breeze, breathtakingly beautiful. At this moment, Leng Ruoli truly radiated unmatched elegance. Although the pearl-adorned phoenix crown and the veil obscured her face, the ethereal and transcendent aura she exuded could not be concealed, still emanating a visual shock. The young emperor of the Su family and the holy maiden of the Nine Heavens Taijing Palace stood together, looking as if they had walked out of a painting, simply a match made in heaven. Yes, the two were like the immortal couples in stories, making people envious. Naturally, this was a time filled with praises. I didn't expect that I really invested myself in this. Beneath the veil, Leng Ruoli bit her red lips. glancing sideways at Su Xian, her expression somewhat complicated. Chapter 7. Killing the heaven-defying body. That is to say, our contest is not just about winning or losing, but also about life and death. Su Xian's tone was indifferent. The entire hall instantly fell silent, not a sound to be heard. At this moment, everyone's minds buzzed blank. They couldn't immediately react to Su Xian's words. What the heck? Has the young emperor of the Su family gone mad? He actually wants to play a life-and-death game. If this contest really takes place, the entire northern region might soon descend into chaos. I actually admire the character of the Su family's young emperor. A disagreement leads to a life-and-death battle. Ha ha ha. Life and death are insignificant. If you're not satisfied, then let's fight. Various forces widen their eyes, staring unblinkingly at Su Xian in the arena. Shock, amazement, and heart palpitations intertwined in many emotions. Ha ha ha. Good job, Xianer. Since the opponent doesn't distinguish between big and small kings, let them see the might of our Su family. Su Yuntian suddenly burst into hearty laughter. Su family head, don't you think your words are a bit out of line? An elder from the Taichu Holy Land spoke in a deep voice. Su Yuntian's words were clearly mocking their Taichu Holy Land. Chapter 8. Wedding night in the Taichu Holy Land. The remaining elders widened their eyes and loudly questioned Su Xian. Feeling displeased at being questioned, Su Xian frowned slightly and spoke to Su Yuntian. Dad, can we kill them? They're annoying. Boom! Just as Su Xian's voice sounded, a terrifying palm print suddenly crashed down on the few members of the Taichu Holy Land. In an instant, their bodies were shattered by the terrifying power, turning into a mist of blood that dispersed with the wind, vanishing into the world. The people present no longer dared to speak. The Su family was too arrogant, too tyrannical. Everyone, today's matter is laughable. Now, my son's wedding will continue. Su Yunqian's face was solemn as he cupped his fists towards the representatives of the major forces present. This caused everyone to panic instantly, and they all expressed their stance. Saint Yuntian, we all witnessed today's events, and all the problems lie with the primordial sacred land. It was their holy son who first proposed a challenge, then agreed to a life-and-death duel. But during the duel, he played dirty and used forbidden techniques to try to kill the young emperor. Thankfully, the young emperor is powerful, so he didn't suffer a loss. In short, today's matter, right or wrong, is in our hearts. Chapter 9. Chaos Divine Demon Body. 6 Paths Reincarnation Fist. Huh? Immortal Harmony Powder? Divine Dragon Pill? Hearing these 2 newbie rewards, Su Xian was bewildered. Is it the meaning I think it is? Connecting it to the system prompt, Su Xian realized that it indeed seemed to be. Claim. As Su Xian silently chanted in his heart, the entire room was suddenly enveloped by a crimson aura. And in Su Xian's hand, a crystal-clear pill appeared, radiating a faint treasure light. What's happening? Why do I feel a bit hot? Leng Ruoli's face turned even redder, almost dripping with water. At this moment, Leng Ruoli's beautiful eyes sparkled with a mesmerizing color. Truly a disaster for the country and the people, turning everyone upside down. As time passed, Leng Ruoli had already torn her clothes, and her clear eyes held a hint of desire. In an instant, a large expanse of snow white appeared, stunningly beautiful, like a dream. You used drugs on me. Leng Ruoli glared at Su Xian with her beautiful eyes, her tone icy. Leng Ruoli was caught in a state between desire and reason. Her whole body was invaded by an indescribable feeling. It was hard to describe and somewhat uncomfortable. Chapter 10. Did my wife run away? Su Xian got up, walked out of the door, and into his spacious courtyard, taking a deep breath. Suddenly, Su Xian felt the spiritual energy in his body running rapidly in a circle. Wow, breathing truly makes one stronger. Su Xian was shocked, feeling somewhat unbelievable. It is known that the speed of spiritual energy running represents the speed of cultivation, which is also the talent for cultivation. In the past, it took several breaths for the spiritual energy to run one round. Yet even so, he was still considered one of the most talented in the northern region of this generation. And now 1 breath is 1 round. What kind of talent is this? If this cultivation speed were made public, it would probably cause a huge uproar in the entire northern region and even the entire Daoxian realm. However, Su Xian quickly discovered that although his cultivation speed was fast, the Chaos Divine Demon Body required more spiritual power for each breakthrough. So if calculated, the speed of his breakthroughs would likely still be similar to before. Xianer, you seem to be in good spirits? Just as Su Xian was immersed in this rapid, strengthening state, a deep voice suddenly rang out behind him. Dad. Chapter 11. The 18 Ancestors of the Su Family. The Su family was large, like a sacred land, divided into several branches. Without a doubt, Su Xian was the strongest branch. But there were also many gifted individuals in the other branches. For example, below, Su Mo was a prodigy from one of the Su family's branches. He awakened a physique ranked in the top 100 of the 3,000 physiques, the lightning physique. When launching an attack, he was as fast as lightning, elusive and extraordinary. At this moment, Su Mo was glaring sullenly at the figure swiftly passing through the sky. His eyes flashed with dissatisfaction, unwillingness, and hatred. He came from a branch and believed his talent was not inferior to Su Xian's. It was just that he did not have the same resources as Su Xian. Therefore, he had not yet broken through to the dragon transformation realm. If he were given the same resources as Su Xian, he would surely reach the same height as Su Xian, even surpass Su Xian. Therefore, in his heart, he had always been unconvinced by Su Xian. Su Xian is nothing much. If I were given the same resources, I would not be inferior to him. Su Mo said softly. Su Mo, what are you talking about? What do you mean not inferior? A beautiful girl beside Su Mo asked in confusion. The girl was named Su Linger, also from the Su family's branch. Her talent was not particularly good, but not bad either. Chapter 12. I will be that first. Throughout history, no one has truly walked this path. The words of the 18 ancestors struck Su Xian's heart like a divine thunder. No one has been able to do it. Can I be the first? Should he really switch to cultivating the Holy Scripture? But doesn't that mean he has to start over? What's wrong? Are you having regrets? The 18 ancestors spoke. Su Xian fell silent, lowering his head, his gaze deep in thought about his path. After a while, Su Xian finally raised his head, staring directly at the 18 ancestors. No, I have no regrets. I believe I can walk this path. This path no one has walked before. Then I will be that first. I am the strongest. Without relying on external things, I can still reach the peak. Su Xian's words were firm, carrying an undeniable dominance. If the original Su Xian had learned that the path he was taking had not been walked by his predecessors, he would likely have chosen to give up. But the current Su Xian, he is a man with a system. In this vast world, what cannot be done? Huh, this kid, how did he suddenly seem like a different person, even more confident than before? I heard this kid suddenly got the complete treasure technique of the Supreme Bone. Could it be that he obtained some great opportunity? Chapter 13. Entering the Six Paths, Reincarnation Fist. Boom! Suddenly, a heavenly thunder, like a python, descended forcefully, ruthlessly striking down at the primordial sacred master. There was no time to evade. In an instant, the primordial sacred master was directly obliterated. Do you still dare to call someone in front of me? Have I allowed it? With a wave of the 18 ancestors' dust, he spoke coldly. At the same time, the oppressive force had reached its peak. Thud, thud, thud. In the primordial great hall, the sound of knees hitting the ground rang out continuously, densely packed and orderly. The elders of the primordial sacred land all knelt down. Senior, we were just speaking recklessly. However, this was all arranged by the sacred master in advance. Please forgive us. One elder shouted loudly. Hee, since that's the case, you can clarify it yourself with the old geezers in the sacred land. If you can't clarify it, let them come to the Su family to find me. My name is Su Xuanji. Su Xuanji. 3,000 years ago, a powerful figure who had never been defeated in the Daoxian realm. He is still alive. Upon hearing the name Su Xuanji, all the elders present were stunned, feeling their minds go blank, completely losing their ability to think. What a joke. Chapter 14. Return to the Dian Holy Land. Don't run away. Just wait for a few years, and Su Xian, that Imperial son, will be nothing. Trust me, I won't be weaker than him. Lingia, I am a lightning body. Are you sure you can outrun me? Why not just yield to me? Once I become successful in the future, I can take you along to soar into the clouds. The man behind was bare-chested and kept shouting, his tone extremely arrogant. Get lost. You're so disgusting. Can you just die already? In front, Su Linger had tears glistening in her eyes, streaming down her face. She never dreamed that Su Mo, who came from the same lineage, would turn out to be such a beast. Instead of focusing on cultivation, developed ill intentions towards her. What was even more infuriating was that she had no ability to resist. Whoa, is there no great hero riding a rainbow cloud to suddenly jump out and save me? As she saw Su Mo, who had activated the lightning body, getting closer, Su Ling'er felt a sense of despair. Reality is not a fairy tale. Where would a great hero come from? In her despair, Su Ling'er thought that even if she were to die, she could not let this beast Su Mo succeed. Under the bright daylight, to do such beastly things is one thing, but bringing me into it, how do you want to die? Chapter 15. The Two Great Holy Lands. Sword Pavilion showing off. A month ago, Su Xian left the Holy Land to train in the Cave Heaven Secret Realm. It has been a full month now. Su Xian rode the 9 Nether Dark Sparrow and continued to sweep into the Holy Land. Instantly, he attracted the attention of countless disciples below. Wow, who is that? Such an impressive presence. It seems to be the Holy Son of the Holy Land. What? Is it that Holy Son who is often absent from the Holy Land, like a dragon that cannot be seen? That's right, this flawless face should be him. Oh my, now that you mention it, I can truly see the Holy Son's appearance. I must say, he is really handsome. With such an aura, I would believe it if you said he was an immortal descended to earth. Hearing the discussions about him below, Su Xian had long since gotten used to it. He did not linger and directly swept towards the Dian Hall. Upon entering the Dian Hall, Su Xian instantly felt countless gazes focusing on him. To this, Su Xian showed no significant change in expression and walked straight into the main hall. Holy Master, I have returned. Su Xian entered the palace and gently bowed to the man sitting in a high position. Upon hearing Su Xian's voice, the man suddenly opened his eyes and appeared in front of Su Xian in a flash. Chapter 16. An Omen. The Chaos Seed Green Lotus. In the forbidden zone of the Holy Land, within an ice coffin made of 10,000-year-old ice, a stunningly beautiful woman opened her eyes. If there were any Holy Land disciples present, they would be shocked to the core, for this woman looked almost identical to the founder of the Dian Holy Land. A divine light burst forth, and scenes of Su Xian's cultivation appeared in the woman's eyes. Good boy, he turned out to be a chaos divine demon body. I never expected such a figure to emerge among the descendants of our Holy Land. In an instant, the woman smiled like a flower, taking away some of the colors of the world. However, what you don't know is that this kind of cultivation will attract the attention of some old geezers. The woman lay back, her jade hand slightly raised. Instantly, a beam of light shot out from the forbidden zone and rushed to Su Xian's Holy Sun Hall, transforming into a barrier that isolated the entire Holy Sun Hall from the outside world. Unfortunately, my current state is too poor. If I could, I would really want to call this boy over. With the chaos chi, I could recover faster. Su Xian, who was immersed in cultivation, naturally did not know any of this. Moreover, even if Su Xian knew, he would probably find it hard to understand. Chapter 17. The Nine Peaks Grand Competition begins. As the sun rose, the first rays of sunlight shone down. Zong, zong, zong. Massive bell sounds rang out, and the entire Dian Holy Land officially opened a curtain for the Nine Peaks Grand Competition. The Nine Peaks Grand Competition, the Holy Land opens. All who wish to observe the Nine Peaks Grand Competition, please enter. Before them, the majestic holy mountains extended for tens of thousands of miles. Emerging from the swirling clouds and mist, shrouded in divine light, rich in spiritual energy, it displayed the grandeur of the Holy Land. In the next second, countless rainbow lights surged in like locusts crossing the land. In the blink of an eye, the entrance of the Dian Holy Land was filled with figures. The Dian Holy Master stood at the entrance of the Holy Land, smiling as he spoke. Everyone, please enter. In an instant, the visitors from various forces transformed into streams of light, following the Dian Holy Master to the site of the Nine Peaks Grand Competition. Wow, it's so spectacular. This trip was definitely worth it. I can see where the peers of the Holy Land have reached. A young disciple from a small force exclaimed in admiration. Little ones, watch carefully and learn something. A big shot from a powerful force instructed his disciples behind him. Strange, why is there no arena? Without an arena, how are we supposed to see the competition? Someone questioned. Hee, this is the Holy Land. Do you think it's as shabby as your forces? Of course. They have treasures to construct a space for them to battle in, and then project it out. Chapter 18. Suppressing the number one of the Nine Peaks Grand Competition. You two are the champions of this year's Nine Peaks Grand Competition. Su Xian spoke dan. His voice as clear as snow. Yes. For some unknown reason, the two of them cursed Su Xian behind his back without restraint. But when faced with Su Xian, they became somewhat timid. Holy Son, please give us guidance. Since there were no words, Lin Yu simply clasped his fists and spoke. As soon as his words fell, he suddenly charged at Xuan. 7-kill fist. This was Lin Yu's innate divine ability from the 7-kill tyrant body, filled with murderous aura and formidable power. Transforming dragons, 3 changes, decent talent, but that S about it. Xuan spoke lightly, his tone resembling that of an elder commenting on a junior. In the next second, Xuan also threw out a punch. In an instant, a stunning fist light burst forth, piercing through everything, ready to shatter space. In a daze, it seemed as if a figure stood tall on the ancient battlefield, with a pair of fists suppressing everything, crushing all races. One punch after another. That astonishing fist light annihilated everything. The terrifying fist radiance continuously shone, penetrating countless star rivers. Boom! The 2 fists collided, and the space trembled violently. The onlookers were dumbfounded, marveling at the strength of the 2. Chapter 19. Battle against the 3 top forces of the Eastern Wilderness silence. A silence akin to death. In an instant, the entire space seemed to freeze, with not a single sound remaining. Everyone felt their minds go blank, completely unable to think. A prodigy from Zhongzhou, the transformation of the 5 dragons, was directly obliterated before Xuan, without even a chance to fight back. This was truly astonishing. Hiss. After a while, some people gradually reacted, unable to help but gasp in shock. The great Yin Holy Sun is actually this strong? I've never heard of it before. According to rumors, he was barely in the top 10 of the Eastern Wasteland as prodigy rankings. One of the lowest among the top prodigies of the Eastern Wasteland, right? How would he be this powerful? Many people expressed similar sentiments. It turns out that what the Holy Sun displayed earlier was not just a show of strength, but a true ocean of power. Below the stage, Lin Yu and Sun Hao were extremely surprised. A prodigy from Zhongzhou, the transformation of the 5 dragons, was wiped out by Xuan with a single move, yet they were still alive. This was not just a show of strength. Just now, that ray of light seemed to be the complete treasure art of the Supreme Bone, the Celestial Calamity Light. But was it he that already thought to be lost to the world? Chapter 20. Suppressing 3 top prodigies, renowned in the Eastern Wasteland. Boom! The aftermath of the battle spread wildly, tearing apart the space. Such a battle scene was too spectacular, making some older cultivators feel a sense of emotion. Truly, the waves of the Yangtze River push the waves ahead, while the previous waves die on the beach. As the aftermath dissipated, the result of the great battle became apparent. The only one still standing was a single person. That person, dressed in white, stood tall like snow. It was Xuan. Looking at the 3 people lying before him, barely breathing, Xuan's lips curled into a smile. Not enough. Better go back and practice some more before coming again. Puffed, puffed, puffed. Xuan's words were undoubtedly like striking at the heart, causing the 3 to involuntarily spurt out a mouthful of blood. Holy Sun, Holy Maiden, unrivaled. Immediately, the forces behind the 3 grew anxious, and someone rushed up to support their bodies. The great Yin Holy Sun, now that the outcome is decided, we truly are outmatched. Let us just call it a day. The leaders of the 2 holy lands and the master of the sword pavilion stepped forward and spoke to Xuan. They were very angry in their hearts, but could not express it. It was indeed their disciples who were outmatched. They could not blame Xuan. Chapter 21. The Ancient Heavenly Emperor's Sutra. Leng Ruoli didn't care about anything else, but this phenomenon was equivalent to being directly promoted to being an emperor. Does Xuan really have such talent? Has he made such a big breakthrough in such a short time? Next time we meet, will I still not be able to defeat him? Thinking of this, Leng Ruoli's delicate body trembled slightly, biting her red lips, a trace of worry appearing on her flawless face. However, Leng Ruoli had once been the empress of the immortal realm. Her mental fortitude was quite strong, and she quickly adjusted. It's just a promotion to becoming an emperor. In my previous life, I was far stronger than any emperor, almost transcending. Next time we meet, Xuan will definitely not be my opponent. Leng Ruoli told herself this in her heart. Ruoli, actually, Xuan is quite good, handsome, from a good family. With high talent, he has a good choice for a partner. Perhaps you really could try to accept him. Lin Wan gently said as she held Leng Ruoli's hand. In her view, Xuan was indeed quite good. With his handsome appearance, top-notch family background, and monstrous talent, everything about him was top tier. Chapter 22. The Great Yin Ancestor? Inside the forbidden zone, within the ice coffin, the woman opened her eyes. A flash of brilliance crossed her gaze. The next moment, the scene of Xuan cultivating appeared before her eyes. In the image, a man in white sat cross-legged. Behind him, a chaotic blue lotus swayed, exuding chaotic energy. Above his head, a cluster of golden runes intertwined and flowed. The entire state looked truly extraordinary. Is this the Emperor's phenomenon of the chaotic seed, blue lotus? And that mysterious scripture, even I have never seen it before. What kind of inheritance has this kid obtained? The woman was shocked. Even in her era, she had never seen such a prodigy emerge. The chaotic divine demon body, combined with the chaotic seed, blue lotus? Isn't this exactly the person I've been searching for? No, even if I exhaust my power, I must guide him to come to the forbidden zone. A trace of determination flashed in the woman's eyes. Twisting her jade fingers with a slight movement, a ray of holy light shot out, heading towards a holy sun palace where Xuan was. Instantly, it enveloped the entire holy sun palace, concealing Xuan's aura. Just now, I seem to sense something unusual. Chapter 23. Help me live another life. Hearing the voice, Xuan's heart stirred slightly. A woman who became an emperor with a sword. He really wanted to meet such an extraordinary person. Following the guidance of the voice, Xuan quickly arrived at a hidden location within the forbidden zone. Here, the heavenly light was dim, and it was very tranquil. Staying here felt like being in a secluded valley. Vaguely, Xuan could sense a chill pervading the air. Upon feeling that chill, Xuan shivered all over. This is the place indicated by the voice. It doesn't seem special at all. Taking a few steps forward, he saw a forest of ancient sword steels. All of them contained the insights and inheritance of the great Yin ancestor regarding the sword path. Xuan was astonished. He saw the inheritance of the great Yin 9 swords. The great Yin 9 swords, unknown in grade, obscure and difficult to understand, with extreme killing intent. For 1,000 years, only he, Xuan, barely entered the door. Xuan originally thought it was due to his inadequate talent in the sword path, which made it difficult for him to continue cultivating. But after seeing these insights today, Xuan suddenly realized the so-called Great Yin 9 swords, the heavenly transformation of 4 nines, one escapes among people. Yet the divine ability left by the ancestor only has 4 nines, missing that one. According to records, that one was something the ancestor could not find himself. Chapter 24. After success, 10 stocks of immortal medicine. The chaotic energy you emit while cultivating, combined with the chaotic seed blue lotus, can gradually restore my physical body. To a certain extent, I can then use the immortal medicine to live out a second life. Therefore, I need you to come here to cultivate for half an hour every day. Huh? My chaotic divine demon body, combined with the chaotic seed blue lotus, actually has such effects? However, according to what the ancestor said, this seems to have no bad consequences for me at all. It only costs a little time. After success, I will give you 10 stocks of immortal medicine. Deal. Xuan answered very decisively. Immortal medicine is nothing to him. As a disciple of the great Yin Holy Land, helping the ancestor is something he should do. All right. Very well. Let's start from today. According to my estimation, it will take at most half a year to complete. Xuan, I will protect you then. Upon hearing this, Xuan's eyes instantly sparkled with brilliance. The great master of Dian protecting the path? That's quite good. Xuan was moved. Master, may I ask, how far have you come in your journey? Earlier, I was shocked by the inheritance of the 9 swords of Dian on the sword monument. Chapter 25. 20 lines of source sword intent. All are secret words. Xuan woke up and immediately possessed the strongest talent that every sword cultivator dreams of. This made Xuan feel a bit excited. With a clear sword heart, can I not try to continue the cultivation of the 9 swords of Dian? Xuan thought to himself. The previous Xuan had some talent in the sword path, but not much. Therefore, cultivating the 9 swords of Dian was not a good choice for him. But now, Xuan possessed the strongest talent of a sword cultivator. Would cultivating the sword path be much easier now? Xuan quickly returned to the sacred area as restricted zone. The restricted zone's sword monument held the great master of Dian's understanding of the sword path, which could help Xuan cultivate. Xuan, you came so early today? As soon as Xuan appeared at yesterday's sword monument, the great master of Dian's gentle voice rang out. Master, I want to practice the sword, so I came early. Oh, I thought you were here to help me restore my physical body. The great master of Dian sighed softly, her tone seeming to carry a hint of melancholy. Master, don't worry, I'll come to you for cultivation after I finish practicing. Xuan said with a smile. You men are all like this. Always like to paint a big picture for women. Chapter 26. The Supreme Secret Realm opens, Eastern Wilderness talents gather. On this day, Xuan still came to the Sacred Secret Realm to comprehend the source sword intent. After a day, Xuan comprehended a full 40 lines of source sword intent. In a wave of his hand unleashed terrifying, immeasurable sword light. Those of the same realm could be suppressed with a flip of his hand. In the evening, after half an hour of cultivation, Xuan looked towards the great master of Dian. Master, I will be going out for training tomorrow and may not return. It shouldn't have any impact on you, right? No worries, in these 3 days, with your help, my state has recovered a bit, though not much, it's enough. You go ahead and showcase the prestige of Dian to the outside world. The great master of Dian spoke gently. She had no doubt that Xuan could crush any peer. Immediately, Xuan returned to his sacred sun peak. He directly rested, conserving energy and preparing for tomorrow's secret realm journey. The next day, Xuan opened his eyes. Ding! 8th day of marriage. Reward. Anomaly. Immortal king descends to the 9 heavens. In an instant, a magnificent landscape surged behind Xuan. An immortal king sat high in the 9 heavens, surrounded by hazy, celestial light, exuding unparalleled elegance, suppressing the ages. Another type of emperor anomaly. Not only could it accelerate cultivation speed, but its flair was also extraordinary. Chapter 27. Xuan appears, shocking numerous talents. He, sacred son of the Purple Mansion, holy maiden of shaking light, inheritor of the Sword Pavilion. Have you truly been suppressed by the sacred son of Dian? As soon as the 3 appeared in this space, the sacred son of the reverse sky from the Jietian sect directly asked. Instantly, all the talents present focused their gazes on the 3. It should be noted that while the Eastern Wilderness talents have rotations, they are mostly fixed for a long time. Now, if the rumors about the sacred son of Dian are true, that would break the long-standing balance. Roar! Suddenly, in the boundless great wilderness forest, a thunderous roar suddenly erupted. Instantly, all the talents' bodies trembled violently, startled by that sudden roar. Without a doubt, the roar came from the depths of the great wilderness forest where ancient remnants lay. This roar was the fury of a pure-blooded being. The great wilderness forest was shrouded in gray mist, filled with gray haze. A strange, mysterious, and deep aura lingered in the air. And in the deepest part of the forest, a supreme aura clearly radiated. That was the Supreme Secret Realm. The Supreme Secret Realm is a legacy left by a supreme being, and the opportunities within it are undeniably attractive. The Supreme Secret Realm is located at the deepest part of the Great Wilderness Forest. Charge. Chapter 28. Leng Ruoli arrives. Seeing Xuan's terrifying methods. All the Eastern Wilderness talents present were shocked and exclaimed in awe. Wow, is this the strength of the sacred son of Dian? To casually kill a late-stage ancient remnant with a sword energy? To crush a late-stage ancient remnant? What level of strength has he reached? It's probably unimaginable. When did his sword path become so terrifying? That sword energy formed with a casual wave seemed to carry the source sword intent. The young sword emperor of the Sword Pavilion looked incredulous. It's one thing for the sacred son of Dian to be strong in other aspects. But how could he be so terrifying in the sword path as well? That sword just now, he certainly couldn't replicate it. The Supreme Secret Realm is indeed in the depths of this forest, that is for sure. Suddenly, a gentle voice echoed in the space. Following that, a figure in white descended from the sky. Hiss! In an instant, the space froze again. However, this time it was not due to shock, but rather a daze. So perfect to the point of being unreal. What kind of woman is that? Dressed in a white long skirt, with 3,000 strands of hair cascading down to her waist. Her features are sculpted, exquisite and flawless, deserving to be called the most perfect artwork in the world. Chapter 29. Husband will protect you. Dear wife, just follow me. Husband will protect you. Just as Leng Ruoli fell into a daze. Xuan's voice suddenly rang in her ears. Who needs your protection? Leng Ruoli glared at Xuan, her aura bursting forth. And a divine phoenix formed from divine fire instantly flew out. Boom! The divine phoenix's might was terrifying, instantly annihilating an ancient remnant. Leng Ruoli looked at Xuan with pride. "See, this is my strength." Xuan shook his head and unleashed a series of world-shattering punches. Instantly, the space shattered, and the mountains and rivers lost their light. Several ancient remnants fell to the ground with a loud crash. For Xuan, dealing with these beings posed no pressure at all. Hiss! A few talents noticed Xuan's side and saw several ancient remnants being instantly killed by Xuan. All of them couldn't help but gasp in shock. Xuan's methods were astonishing, leaving several talents feeling their scalps tingle. They needed to use all their strength and means to deal with a single ancient remnant. Meanwhile, Xuan crushed them effortlessly. Is this really human? A few talents couldn't help but think about what would happen if that punch had landed on them. This doesn't feel right. Suddenly, a chill surged through me, and cold sweat began to trickle down my back. Chapter 30. Suppressing the Nine-Headed Lion. Hiss! Instantly, all the talented individuals present gasped in shock. An ancient species that could obliterate the pinnacle of the dragon transformation. What kind of killing power is that? Is the great Yin Saint really going against the heavens? In this era of great conflict, with the great Yin Saint around, are we destined to be mere decorations? Many talents express their sentiments. At this moment, near the supreme secret realm, the dragon maiden of the ancestor dragon nest, the nine-headed lion, and swallowing sky sparrow lineage all rushed over. These three races are the strongest in the great wilderness forest. With the supreme secret realm opening, they had long been waiting, determined to seize it. Upon sensing the sudden appearance of these beings, the atmosphere outside the supreme secret realm tightened. Soon, powerful figures gathered outside the supreme secret realm. Human talents. You may leave. The opportunities in the supreme secret realm are destined to have nothing to do with you. A proud voice rang out. From that direction, golden divine light illuminated the heavens, and a majestic golden lion stepped through the air, shaking the sky. Most notably, it had 9 heads, its blood and energy rolling like an ocean, incredibly surging. In an instant, the 9-headed lion, all 9 heads, let out a roar simultaneously, resembling the sound of thunder from the 9 heavens, its aura terrifying to the extreme. Chapter 31. Roasting the Swallowing Sky Sparrow. Hearing Xuan's words, the swallowing sky sparrow's face turned extremely dark, its eyes blood red. Seeking death. The swallowing sky sparrow was furious, unwilling to have its authority provoked by a human. Hey, swallowing sky sparrow, don't. The dragon maiden attempted to intervene, but was directly ignored by the swallowing sky sparrow. In the next moment, the swallowing sky sparrow flapped its wings and lunged at Xuan. In the air, countless feathers transformed into sharp arrows, piercing through the void and fiercely attacking Xuan. At this moment, all the talented individuals from the eastern wilderness focused their gazes on Xuan, eager to see how he would deal with this powerful swallowing sky sparrow. Most of them held a spectator's attitude. Among them, Lin Di, the number 1 talent of the eastern wilderness, along with the holy sons of the 2 major sects, Butian and Jietian, were somewhat gloating. They couldn't wait for Xuan to battle the swallowing sky sparrow, hoping for a mutually destructive outcome. At that time, they would have everything. Leng Ruoli looked at Xuan's back, her brows furrowed. In her opinion, Xuan was a bit too fond of showing off. Does this guy really enjoy putting on a show? Doesn't he understand that a gentleman shouldn't stand beneath a dangerous wall? Leng Ruoli murmured softly. Wait, why am I concerned about this guy, Xuan? He took my first kiss, took my body. This guy is simply a beast. I should hate him to death. Chapter 32. Entering the Supreme Secret Realm. Startled by the terrifying aura emanating from Xuan, the dragon maiden quickly spoke up. All right, then you take me to find treasures later. If the results satisfy me, I'll let you go. If not, Xuan grinned wickedly at the dragon maiden. This expression genuinely frightened her, causing her delicate body to tremble, enveloped in fear. At that moment, from the earlier fissure in the ground, an anomaly emerged. Gray mist rolling and light swirling. Instantly, all the talented individuals from the eastern wilderness brightened their eyes. The Supreme Secret Realm has opened. The Supreme Secret Realm has finally opened. Suddenly, all the cultivators became incredibly alert. The Supreme Secret Realm is filled with opportunities, if one can obtain them. It would save at least decades of detours. This temptation plunged all cultivators into a frenzy, incredibly excited. No one wanted to miss such an opportunity. Xuan gazed toward the fissure in the ground, only to see a void. Let's go. Enter the supreme secret realm. On the other side, Lindi Dao Yi, and Song, and other top talents from the Eastern Wilderness could not wait to enter the secret realm. Other cultivators, seeing this, immediately urged their magical powers, turning into streams of light and rushing in. Chapter 33. Everyone wants to compete for the immortal medicine. Dragon Maiden, tell me directly, what is the most precious treasure in the supreme secret realm? Xuan looked at the Dragon Maiden, only to see her seemingly scared by the terrifying sight before her. Her face extremely pale. Hearing Xuan's voice, the Dragon Maiden finally regained her senses. My lord, according to our ancestors, there seem to be a few immortal medicines in the secret realm, known as the divine phoenix fruit. That should be the most precious treasure in the entire supreme secret realm. Xuan's eyes sparkled with excitement. Immortal medicine, capable of resurrecting the dead and restoring flesh to bones, is indeed incredibly precious. After taking the immortal medicine given by the great Yin ancestor last time, I broke through 3 small realms. If I can get another one, wouldn't I directly break into the powerful realm? Take me directly to find the divine phoenix fruit. Xuan commanded. In his heart, he seemed to understand why Leng Ruoli had come to the Eastern Wilderness Supreme Secret Realm. What she was looking for should be the divine phoenix fruit. After all, the flame she used was called the divine phoenix fire, wasn't it? Thus, Xuan even figured out Leng Ruoli's physique. Immortal body, 9 heavens divine phoenix body, ranked 3rd among the 3,000 physiques. Such a physique, like the chaotic divine demon body, is incredibly rare in 10,000 years. Becoming an emperor is simply too easy for such a physique. Chapter 34. Leng Ruoli versus Lindi. The deepest part of the secret realm is a huge, enclosed space. Within it, chilling winds howl, gray mist fills the air, shrouded in an incredibly strange aura. Amidst the gloom, extraordinary lights began to shine. At the same time, doubt rhythm permeated the area. That is the aura released by the immortal medicine. Is this the deepest part of the secret realm? Lindi led several talents to arrive at the deepest part of the secret realm first. Seeing no one around, Lindi's face revealed excitement. In that case, the immortal medicine will belong to him, expanding his divine sense to cover the entire space. Lindi quickly sensed the strands of Tao rhythm shrouded in gray mist. Among them, there lies the immortal medicine. Ha ha ha. The immortal medicine is mine. With the immortal medicine, I will still be the top talent of the Eastern Wilderness. Lindi laughed heartily, his voice filled with excitement. Does this guy Lindi dare to be so arrogant? Does he really think that being the number 1 in the Eastern Wilderness for a day means he can be number 1 forever? Outside, Dao, Ian, and Song quietly watched everything. The two had long coveted the position of number 1 in the Eastern Wilderness. Now that they had the opportunity, they had no intention of letting Lindi off. Chapter 35. Daring to ambush my wife. Do you really not know how to write the word death? At this moment, even the remnant soul of the Emperor in Lindi's mind was stunned. Now he is manipulating this body, not only rich in battle experience, but also has his cultivation raised to the level of a great being. Yet, under such circumstances, he still faces defeat? How is that possible? Once, he was a terrifying existence that suppressed an era. Now, he is actually being outmatched by a little girl. Could it be that this girl is also a reincarnation of a great emperor? You seem unable to suppress me. Leng Ruoli's red lips parted slightly, her jade hands twirled. Suddenly, another crimson attack was unleashed. In the space, runes intertwined, and magical power surged wildly. No, it can't be. How could I be defeated? The Lin Emperor's eyes were about to burst with anger, utterly unable to accept that he would be suppressed by a little girl. In an instant, the Lin Emperor activated his profound skills. Instantly, a gigantic golden hand gathered in the void, shimmering with golden light that was blinding. Boom! Yet, he was still no match for Leng Ruoli and was suppressed by her. Whoosh! A red light flashed. In an instant, it erased the Lin Emperor's vitality. Hiss! In that moment, the entire space fell into silence, and not a single sound emerged. Chapter 36. The Supreme Corpse Awakens? Is a Supreme Corpse really emerging? Some were astonished and terrified. That's it. Even if the Supreme's corpse has only a fraction of its cultivation left, it can easily annihilate us. The young talents felt a sense of despair. They risked falling to come to the Supreme's secret realm, hoping to seize an opportunity. But now, Not only would they miss their chance, they might even lose their lives. What to do? I don't want to die. Even if I can't shine in this great world, I don't want to fall here. A young talent sighed, filled with despair. It's okay. I feel we still have hope. Look at the great Yin, Holy Sun ahead. He remains so calm. He probably already has a solution in mind. That's reasonable. The great Yin, Holy Sun not only possesses a supreme bone, being a born supreme, but he has also manifested two great emperor phenomena. His talent is unparalleled, and his strength is unfathomable. Perhaps he truly has a way. Some young talents had already placed their hopes on Xuan. After all, they had seen Xuan's strength. It was a clear gap above their level, almost on par with the elders of the previous generation. Chapter 37. The couple joins forces. Ruoli? Seeing Leng Ruoli's appearance, Xuan was slightly taken aback and smiled. Saying what? Worried about me? Haha, stop flattering yourself. Leng Ruoli rolled her eyes at Xuan. If this supreme demon corpse doesn't die, none of us will leave here today. I am doing this purely for myself. Leng Ruoli added coldly. My wife is right. Xuan said shamelessly. For a moment, everyone fell silent. Boom! At that moment, the space trembled violently again. The killing intent of the supreme demon corpse completely spread out, sweeping through the heavens and the earth. Instantly, everyone used their divine abilities to defend themselves. You all must stay here today. No one is allowed to leave. The supreme demon corpse spoke coldly. At this moment, the aura of the supreme demon corpse had reached an extreme. His aura has probably reached the mid-stage of a great being. Can the great Yin Holy Sun withstand it? The purple mansion Holy Sun's face showed concern. What? Are you still worried about him? The sword pavilion's successor mocked. Haha, fool. If the great Yin Holy Sun dies, then none of us will leave today. We will all perish here. Chapter 38. The chaotic divine demon body. Suppressing the supreme demon corpse. Upon seeing Xuan reveal his physique, everyone was stunned, their mouths agape, speechless. This physique, transforming into chaos and evolving into 3,000 worlds. Could it be the legendary chaotic divine demon body that hasn't appeared for several epochs? The young emperor of the Jiang family, Jiang Wujia, widened his eyes, his scalp tingling from shock. He had seen this physique in the ancient scriptures of the Jiang family. It was the first among 3,000 physiques, incredibly terrifying. If it does not fall, the future is unimaginable. What kind of emperor status is merely its starting point? And its end point, no one can know. What? The chaotic divine demon body. Isn't that the terrifying physique ranked first among the 3,000 physiques? Jiang Wujia, are you saying that the physique revealed by the great Yin Holy Sun is that legendary physique? If nothing unexpected happens, it should be the might of this physique, along with such rich, chaotic energy, is overwhelming. Holy crap, it really is the chaotic divine demon body. This supreme physique hasn't appeared for many epochs, so long that people have forgotten its existence. Hearing Jiang Wujia's confirmation, the other young talents were even more shocked. Chapter 39. A glimpse into Xuan's future. Turning away from the masses, accompanying the Tao alone. Just as the supreme demon corpse completely vanished, the gray mist in the entire supreme secret realm seemed to dissipate instantly by more than half. Clearly, this supreme demon corpse was the source of the gray mist. Without the eerie gray mist enveloping it, the entire space was fully revealed. It was a vast space resembling a secret chamber. The walls of the space were engraved with dense, obscure runes. In the center of the space, a pitch-black coffin lay firmly. This was the place where the supreme demon corpse had crawled out. On the other side of the coffin, several immortal herbs were emitting a faint treasure glow and a subtle fragrance. Those are the immortal herbs? There are as many as 3. One should know that such treasures are extremely rare, not only in the eastern wilderness, but throughout the entire Dao Xian realm. I want to compete, a young talent shouted, swiftly rushing towards the immortal herbs. The temptation of the immortal herbs was simply too great, enough to make him take risks. What qualifications do you have to compete? Boom! A sword light flashed. That young talent had already become a corpse. Xuan's figure flickered, and in an instant, he held the immortal herbs in his hands. A teasing smile on his face as he looked at the remaining young talents, a cold voice emerging. Chapter 40. News of the secret realm spreads, shocking all sides. Outside the supreme secret realm, under an ancient tree, Xuan and Leng Ruoli stood facing each other, the atmosphere somewhat oppressive and stagnant. In the presence of others, Xuan could act more freely. But now, he felt somewhat at a loss for words, unsure of what to say. He felt a bit guilty towards Leng Ruoli. In order to awaken the system, he had done that to her that day. What do you want to say? Leng Ruoli's voice was indifferent as she spoke. Although Xuan had helped her in the secret realm, but she is not an ordinary worldly woman. She is the reincarnation of a supreme empress. So how could she be easily moved? Of course, this is also related to Leng Ruoli's experiences in her previous life. In her past life, Leng Ruoli endured countless setbacks and hardships before she forged her own invincible path. During that difficult period, she had long seen through everything. Therefore, her heart is as cold as eternal ice, difficult to melt. I want to ask, how have you been lately? Xuan truly did not know what to say, and an awkward question slipped out. Pretty good. After dropping that sentence, Leng Ruoli transformed into a red light and floated away. She did not want to entangle herself too much with Xuan. Chapter 41. Breakthrough to Great Power, Law of Heaven and Earth. The setting sun cast its rays over the peaks of the Dayan, sacred land, painting it into a golden world, stunningly beautiful. Suddenly, in the distance, a figure in white slowly approached, stepping through the void, exuding an almost ethereal quality. Wow, the Holy Sun has returned. This aura. The Holy Sun seems to have become even more terrifying. Damn! The Chaos Seed Green Lotus. The immortal king descends from the 9 heavens. How terrifying is the Holy Sun now? It is said that during this opening of the Supreme Secret Realm, many top talents have fallen. Thankfully, the Holy Sun is safe. The Holy Sun's fortune is like the ocean, destined by heaven. How could anything happen to him? Ooh, the Holy Sun is truly too handsome. I want to bear him a child. I must say, Xuan's popularity in the Dayan sacred land is indeed very high now. Amidst the cheers, Xuan maintained his usual expression and headed straight for the Holy Master's hall. Holy Master, I'm back. Upon entering the hall, Xuan immediately saw the Holy Master and called out, Xuan, you've returned. Seeing Xuan, the Holy Master immediately broke into a smile and swiftly appeared beside him. Chapter 42, the last one. Master, I'm back. Standing before the towering, broken sword steels, Xuan softly called out. The next moment, space shattered, and a phantom appeared before Xuan, clad in green, with a graceful figure and unparalleled beauty. It was indeed the Dayan ancestor. Xuan, you returned in just one day, quite efficient. The Dayan ancestor's face blossomed with a radiant smile. For a moment, it seemed as if the world had lost some of its color. From here, Xuan could tell how extraordinary the young Dayan ancestor was. Master, actually, I returned yesterday. Xuan awkwardly scratched his head and said softly, Then why didn't you come see me? Slacking off? The Dayan ancestor's expression changed instantly, her eyes widening as she stared at Xuan. Master, I was too tired yesterday and didn't want to practice. Xuan said directly. He could see at a glance that the ancestor was just joking with him. I can understand. From today on, practice diligently. The Dayan ancestor's voice returned to a gentle tone. Xuan nodded. Master, I plan to finish the remaining 9 sources of sword intent today. Go ahead. Your sword heart is clear, and your talent in the sword path is extremely high. This one be difficult for you. Chapter 43. The Old Man of Heavenly Secrets predicts Xuan. Done. Ding. 10th day of marriage. Reward. Divine Elephant Suppression Prison Technique. Using Qi to guide the spirit, with the spirit becoming form. Every move possesses the power of a giant elephant. A human body is composed of 840 million microparticles. If Xuan awakens his potential, each tiny particle is the power of a giant elephant. When fully awakened, comparable to a divine elephant, turning rivers and seas, roaring down stars, plucking the moon and swallowing the sun, all in a single thought. Ding. 11th day of marriage. Reward. True dragon blood. Ding. 12th day of marriage. Reward. Walking character secret. To the extreme of movement, possessing the fastest speed in the world, leaping to the 9 heavens, descending into the 9 underworlds. Anywhere in the world can be reached. When practiced to perfection, can touch the realm of time. Time flew by rapidly. In the blink of an eye, 3 days had passed. During these 3 days, Xuan received abundant system rewards. Not only did he obtain body refinement techniques that he desperately needed, but also extremely precious items for body refinement, true dragon blood. Furthermore, on the third day, Su Xian also acquired the ancient 9 secrets, the walking character secret. These rewards further enhanced Su Xian's strength. In the forbidden area of the sacred land, Su Xian stood up, his skin radiating brilliant golden light, interwoven with runes. Chapter 44. Who dares to question our young emperor? For a moment, various voices echoed in the eastern wilderness region, most of which expressed pity for Su Xian. After all, in a secret realm where people were killed, it simply indicated the slain's lack of strength. In reality, very few people would genuinely investigate who was responsible for the killings. However, it was unexpected that this time the 2 major sects and the Taishan sect would join forces to launch an attack. Such a grand spectacle attracted many forces to the Dayan sacred land. They wanted to watch the drama and see how this dispute would ultimately resolve. Yaoguang's sacred land. Holy Master, I used a secret method to glimpse Su Xian's future. He is a supreme existence, far surpassing the emperor, the flawless Yaoguang saintess. Radiating brilliant sacred light, earnestly spoke to the Yaoguang Holy Master. What? You saw Su Xian's future with a secret method? How is that possible? It is said that the old man of heavenly secrets calculated his own death just to predict Su Xian. The Yaoguang Holy Master was somewhat skeptical. Holy Master, I received a transmission in my childhood that can offset some backlash, so it's not a big deal, the Yaoguang saintess said softly, her tone filled with determination. So, what you said is true. Chapter 45. 3 major forces come to demand justice. Su Xian's words were calm, resonating in the hall, causing the space to feel somewhat solidified. For a moment, the entire hall was enveloped in a heavy, oppressive atmosphere. This is impossible. Su Xian, the sacred land will never give up on you. At worst, we'll die together. The Dayan Holy Master spoke with a firm tone. Yes, Holy Son, you are the most gifted person in our sacred land in 10,000 years. How can we possibly give up on you? Moreover, Holy Son, if we abandon you at this time, how will the people of the world view us? Holy Son, no need to say more. At worst, we will die together with you. The elders of the Dayan sacred land also spoke up. They had previously looked down on Su Xian, believing he was only here for the Holy Son, completely violating the rules. But recent events had made them completely surrender to Su Xian as the Holy Son. There was absolutely no way they would abandon him. Thank you, elders. Su Xian was moved, his eyes slightly reddening, but he quickly adjusted himself. Disciples of the sacred land, you may fight with all your might. The sacred land will never compromise. Suddenly, a voice full of dominance rang throughout the entire Dayan sacred land. Chapter 46. That's right, I killed him. So what? Just then, an angry voice thundered through the void. A light that seemed capable of shattering everything arrived in an instant. In the blink of an eye, the elder who had attacked was directly obliterated by the light. A peak expert utterly erased. In the void, the Lord of the sacred land, elders, a group of disciples. And Su Xian appeared there. It was evident that the light just now was the work of Su Xian, having broken through to peak power. The might of Su Xian's heavenly calamity light had also received a significant boost, easily capable of erasing a peak expert. Hiss! Among the 3 major forces. Many elders and some young prodigies were stunned by Su Xian's actions. Everyone couldn't help but gasp, their eyes filled with disbelief. Su Xian, a junior who appeared so young, was actually able to annihilate a peak expert elder. What level is this? Is he treating the eastern wilderness geniuses like fish to fry? This kind of strength, it's him. He must have killed the Holy Son. An elder from the Repairing Heavens sect spoke coldly. With such strength, no wonder he could kill an Ait Song. But killing people requires paying with one's life. Today, you will definitely not survive. The leader of the Cutting Heavens sect, Song He, had a cold gaze, his tone grim, wishing he could swallow Su Xian alive. Chapter 47. Instantly killing the Repairing Heavens sect's prodigy, Yao Guang makes a statement. With the arrival of various forces from the eastern wilderness, the entire space became lively, filled with endless noise. Seeing the scene, the 3 major forces and the Dayan Holy Lord, among others, were somewhat bewildered. Why did everyone arrive all at once? However, this did not affect the events that followed. Su Xian strolled through the void, standing opposite a disciple of the Repairing Heavens sect. In the air, a strong smell of gunpowder began to spread, the tension palpable. In the void, Su Xian's face was flawless, his white robe billowing. Behind him, the chaotic green lotus swayed. Magnificent mountains and rivers floated, and the immortal king sat high in the heavens. Ethereal immortal light enveloped Su Xian's body, making him appear almost like a true deity. Wow! Is this really the legendary Holy Son of the Yin? Two types of emperor manifestations, so terrifying. Is this the ruthless person who killed the top 3 geniuses of the Eastern Wilderness in the Supreme Secret Realm? He doesn't seem like a bloodthirsty person at all, even somewhat cultured. Boo-hoo, so handsome. If only he could be my partner on the path. Possessing 2 types of emperor manifestations, showing off was incredibly easy for Su Xian. Just revealing a bit of his aura instantly won the hearts of countless girls. Chapter 48. The Arrival of the Su Family. Yao Guang Holy Master. What do you mean by this? The leader of the Repairing Heavens sect looked at Yao Guang Holy Master, his expression dark, his tone cold. At this moment, a thought emerged in his mind. Has Yao Guang Holy Master's mind gone awry? How could he choose to support a in Holy Land instead of them? Leader of the Repairing Heavens sect, who I support in the Yao Guang Holy Land, is my business. What does it have to do with you? Do I need to seek your approval for the actions of my Holy Land? Yao Guang Holy Master spoke, his voice equally cold. Since he had already made his stance clear, there was no turning back. Yao Guang Holy Master subconsciously glanced at Su Xian from the Yin Holy Land, secretly thinking, Holy Son of Yin, this time, my Yao Guang Holy Land has placed a big bet on you. I hope you 1T let us down. Since the Yao Guang Holy Land insists on this, then don't blame us. The expression of the leader of the Repairing Heavens sect, Tian Yi, completely darkened, his cold voice echoing throughout the space. Even if the Yao Guang Holy Land wants to help the Yin Holy Land, so what? With 2 major divine sects on their side, plus a Tai Xian gate, do they really fear them? Chapter 49. The Might of Su Xian. The Arrival of Leng Ruoli. Boom! The 3 characters rang out like thunder in the ears of everyone present, like a bolt from the blue. Who exactly is Su Xian? Some were confused and asked the elders of their forces. Su Xian, a figure who emerged from the northern region 3,000 years ago, undefeated as he traversed the Daoxian realm. Upon learning the identity of the elder, everyone present was shocked. 3,000 years ago, undefeated in the Daoxian. What kind of terrifying past is that? Having forged an undefeated legend 3,000 years ago, what kind of height has he reached now? It is truly unimaginable. How? Now that you know my identity, do you still have anything to say? An invisible sense of oppression enveloped the entire world, causing the people of the 2 major divine sects and the Tai Xian gate to lower their heads. At this moment, no one dared to utter a word. No one dared. A strong sense of fear filled the minds of the 3 major forces of the Repairing Heavens sect, causing cold sweat to trickle down their backs, their faces paling. Senior Xuan, we were reckless this time. Can we let it go? We will no longer pursue Su Xian's responsibility. Chapter 50. The Supreme Elder of the Repairing Heavens sect? Slapped to death. At this moment, Su Xian finally separated from Leng Ruoli, looking towards the direction of the Su family, a slight ripple rising in his heart. Just now, those domineering words undoubtedly came from the 18th ancestor of the Su family, which made Su Xian's heart ignite with excitement. With the sound of the 18th ancestor, the entire space suddenly fell into a dead silence. For a time, no one dared to speak. In the world, there was a profound silence. Senior Xuan, do you really want to do this? The leader of the Repairing Heavens sect spoke with a dark expression. Even if the Su family has such a figure, our 2 major divine sects in the Eastern Wilderness and the Tai Xian Gate also possess unfathomable depth. Are you sure you want to go to war? The leader of the Repairing Heavens sect's voice was low, carrying a hint of threat. Yes, he wanted to take a gamble, betting that the other side had even a hint of hesitation. As long as there was a bit of doubt, what he said could make the opponent retreat. However, unfortunately, he bet wrong. Boom! A golden palm print descended like a Mount Huashan, crashing down. Instantly, the body of the leader of the Repairing Heavens sect was directly shattered. The leader of the Repairing Heavens sect was slain. Instantly, many people gasped. Chapter 51. The 3 major forces all annihilated. The name of the Su family shakes the universe. Looking at the departing figure of the ancestor of the Su family, many people had shining eyes. Thus, the 2 top forces of the Eastern Wilderness, the Repairing Heavens and Cutting Heaven, were about to vanish from the Eastern Wilderness. As for the Tai Xian Gate, that would be even easier. In short, from now on, the pattern of the Eastern Wilderness was truly going to change. Shinner, are you all right? Su Yantian appeared beside Su Xian, smiling as he asked. Shinner, we arrived just in time, didn't we? Jiang Yu also arrived beside Su Xian. Dad, Mom, I'm Fine. That group of old dogs hasn't laid a hand on me yet, and you guys came. Su Xuan grinned. He had to admit that with the Su family behind him, he felt somewhat assured. It's good that you're fine, good that you're fine. Once the news reached the northern region, we rushed over. I was just afraid my precious son would be bullied, Jiang Yu murmured. Hearing this, Su Xian's heart stirred slightly. Ruoli, how about you? How have you been lately? No one dares to bully you, right? Jiang Yu turned her gaze to Leng Ruoli. Mom, I'm Fine. Receiving the sudden concern, Leng Ruoli seemed a bit shy, a faint blush appearing on her delicate face. Chapter 52. The Secret of the Character Zhe. This is my world. The sunset was blood red. The dying sun hung obliquely. In the Dian Palace, the Dian Saint Lord and the elders, Yaoguang Saint Lord, Yaoguang Saint Maiden, and numerous cultivators from the Su family sat on either side, each face beaming with smiles, the atmosphere quite harmonious. Seniors, Master Su, everyone, thank you for rescuing Dian. The Dian Saint Lord clasped his fists toward the assembled cultivators and said seriously, No need, Dian Saint Lord. My Yao Guang has actually always wanted to befriend Dian, but I just never found the right opportunity. You see, today we just happened to find it. Yao Guang's Saint Lord also clasped his fists and smiled. You're being too modest, Dian Saint Lord. My Su family's young emperor has been recognized as a saint child in the Dian sacred land, thanks to the Saint Lord's appreciation. Moreover, Shinner often talks about how well he has been treated in the sacred land, which reassures us greatly. Thus, our two great forces should indeed be proper allies. Su Yantian said with a smile. Ha ha, this kid Su Xian, I've been watching him since he was young. His talent is extremely high, and he's smart enough to compete for a destiny in this world. Therefore, since Su Xian entered the sacred land, I appointed him as a saint child and cultivated him vigorously. Fortunately, Su Xian hasn't disappointed me and has reached the height he is at now. Chapter 53. The Bronze Immortal Palace appears. The Golden Era unfolds. On this day, after half a day of cultivation, Su Xian initially grasped the secret of the character Zhe and left the forbidden area, transforming into a rainbow light that swept toward the Saint Lord's hall. What does the Saint Lord want with me? Su Xian murmured to himself. Saint Lord, what do you want from me? Upon entering the hall, Su Xian directly asked. Su Xian, I have two pieces of news for you, one good and one bad. Which do you want to hear first? The Dian Saint Lord smiled mysteriously at Su Xian and spoke. Su Xian was slightly taken aback. One good news and one bad news. Why was the Saint Lord doing this? Then let's hear the good news first, Su Xian said with a faint smile. The good news is that there have been anomalies in the Eastern Wilderness, and the Bronze Palace has reappeared in the world, with immortal opportunities emerging. What? The Bronze Immortal Palace? Immortal opportunities? Su Xian was shocked, staring at the Dian Saint Lord and tentatively asking. He knew about the Bronze Immortal Palace. It had only appeared a few times in ancient history, its origins mysterious, and no one knew where it came from. It was said to contain opportunities for immortality and great fortune. And the bad news? After learning the good news, Su Xian indeed felt a tinge of excitement and asked with a smile. The bad news is... Chapter 54. Heroes rise, stars shine brightly. In the Eastern Wilderness, in a forbidden area, an old man, staggering with dim eyes filled with the vicissitudes of time, wrapped in a black robe, slowly walked through the darkness. After walking for an unknown amount of time, the old man arrived at the deepest part of the forbidden area, in front of an ancient divine source that was extremely crystalline and emitted a faint glow. Surrounding the ancient divine source were countless spirit stones, and the entire space was filled with spiritual energy. As the old man formed seals with his hands, the spiritual energy began to enter that divine source at a visible speed, orderly. Before long, crack, the divine source shattered directly. One young man slowly opened his eyes, his breath steady yet somewhat chilling. He wore a black and gold robe, his figure tall, with golden hair cascading down his shoulders, shimmering like dancing golden flames. When the young man's vision cleared and he saw the person in front of him, his body involuntarily trembled, and his voice shook. Father, what year is it tonight? My son, the great era has arrived. The Bronze Immortal Palace reappears. You can compete for a lifetime of immortal opportunities. After saying this, the old man's aura completely ceased, and his life force vanished. Father! The young man knelt on the ground, looking up at the sky and roaring. After sealing myself for 10,000 years, the martial emperor, swear, in this life, I will reach the pinnacle. I will prove my path to become an emperor and seize that lifetime of immortal opportunities. Chapter 55. The Barbaric Desert. In a remote area of the east, above a vast desert, an immensely large and magnificent bronze palace manifested in the void, standing like an ancient divine mountain, towering into the sky. This scene left countless cultivators in the desert wide-eyed, their breath halted, their scalps tingling with shock. That resplendent bronze palace, ancient beyond measure, exuded a wild aura, its surface covered in verdigris with patches of rust, as if it had endured countless years of erosion and baptism. The bronze palace stood majestically in the sky, as if it had materialized out of ancient history. Truly extraordinary. What is that? What a shocking sight. That is one of the 7 strange legends of the Eastern Wilderness, the Bronze Immortal Palace. It is said to contain opportunities for immortality. I never expected it to appear in the barbaric desert. It's truly unbelievable. This is a tremendous opportunity that countless heroes will flock to. Yes, however, although this opportunity is great, one must have the life to seize it. Throughout history, countless unparalleled heroes and young supremes have entered the Bronze Immortal Palace, only to fall within and never come out. I dare not get close. I must leave. Chapter 56. The Buddha's son battles the golden-winged Rock King. At this moment, upon hearing the identity of his opponent, the golden-winged Rock King's face instantly darkened. The Little Western Heaven is the most hated force of the Golden Rock clan. In the distant ancient years, one of the ancestors of the Golden Rock clan was converted by a Buddha emperor from the Little Western Heaven and became a mount. That was an indelible shame for the Golden Rock clan. Now, this monk who seemed quite unserious wanted to convert him into a mount? How could that be possible? It was simply seeking death. Convert me? You think you're worthy? The golden-winged Rock King snorted coldly and with a gentle flap of his wings. Countless sharp sword energies shot directly into the sky and violently attacked Fa High. The sword energies filled the sky. Each one was capable of destroying the heavens and earth. Extremely terrifying and heart-pounding. Ultimately, there is too much malice. You need to be converted. Fa High sighed lightly, his whole body shining with Buddhist light, with a phantom of an ancient Buddha appearing behind him, making one involuntarily feel a desire to worship. Is this the strength of the Little Western Heaven's successor? The Buddhist son? Among the many heroes, someone sighed softly, stirring up a huge wave in their heart. The overall strength of the Western regions is far inferior to that of the Eastern Wasteland, yet the emergence of a remarkable figure like the Buddha child is truly terrifying. Chapter 57. Crushing Long Out Yin. The appearance of 2 prodigies caused the golden-winged Peng King to be momentarily stunned. He had a feeling that the strength of these 2 was on par with his own, especially that young man, whose terrifying vitality was like a blazing sun, incredibly hot. What kind of physique is he? Ancestral dragon, do you wish to be enlightened by me? A voice suddenly echoed through the heavens and the earth, causing the space to momentarily freeze. The speaker was Fa Hai. At that moment, Fa Hai's eyes shone with golden light. The previously wayward, golden-winged Peng King was unwilling to accept his enlightenment, and the ancestral dragon, which contained a trace of true dragon blood, was fully qualified to become his mount. Seeking death? For a moment, Long Out Yin was somewhat taken aback. When he finally reacted, he let out a cold shout. As the strongest prodigy of the ancestral dragon lineage, this bald monk actually wanted him to be his mount? Wasn't this pure nonsense? It was as despicable as that guy who bullied his sister. Watch me suppress you. Fa Hai, looking excited, made another move. A golden handprint that covered the sky suddenly condensed in midair and then crashed down toward the opponent. Naturally, Long Out Yin was unwilling to show weakness and reached out with his hand. Chapter 58. Leng Ruoli appears. How is this possible? I actually lost. It was clear that the one who flew backward and crashed to the ground was Long Out Yin. Reflecting on the earlier collision, it felt as if he was facing a divine mountain. Even using all his strength, he couldn't shake it at all. That feeling terrified him and left him breathless. Hiss, the great Yin Saint's son is truly too strong, someone murmured dreamily. I am the most outstanding prodigy of the ancestral dragon nest in 1,000 years. possessing the blood of the Emperor Dragon. How could I lose? I don't believe it. Long Outyin was about to rise. Boom! Suddenly, a foot came down, directly stomping Long Outyin into a large pit. What about the wager? Xuan spoke coldly, a mocking smile on his face. You want to fight me? What qualifications do you have? Wasn't this just a casual crushing? What wager? I don't know. Xuan smiled. Boom! With a strong kick, Long Outyin's entire body sank into the ground. Then, Xuan reached out, and a spatial ring appeared directly in his hand. Since you don't acknowledge it, then everything belongs to me, Xuan said with a smile. Poof! Long Outyin directly spat out a mouthful of blood. His Dao heart damaged. Chapter 59. Will sister be angry? Xuan? Seeing this familiar face, Leng Ruoli felt a ripple in her heart, filled with a hint of surprise. In fact, Leng Ruoli knew that with such an opportunity, there was a 99% chance Xuan would come. But upon seeing Xuan, she still felt a bit delighted. It seemed she had developed a strange affection for him. Boom! Just then, the heavens and the earth trembled violently. The next moment, a sacred radiance shone, illuminating the world. Instantly, everyone became excited, their expressions animated and hard to contain, even their eyes filled with fervor. This radiance undoubtedly signified that the Bronze Immortal Palace was truly about to open. In an instant, everyone looked toward the grand palace floating in the sky. The entire Bronze Immortal Palace appeared ancient and mysterious, seeming extremely unfathomable, eerie yet alluring. The Bronze Immortal Palace was opening, containing immortal opportunities. Time to fight for it. Whoa! This Bronze Immortal Palace looks too sinister. It gives a sense of heart palpitations. Forget it. I don't want to take any more risks. It is rumored that although there are immortal opportunities in the Bronze Immortal Palace, it is equally sinister. It has appeared several times, and many prodigies have fallen within, leaving people regretful. Chapter 60. Entering the Bronze Immortal Palace. The great Yin Saint Sun has already entered the Immortal Palace, and we should go in too. The Purple Mansion Saint Sun, the Sword Pavilion Heir, and several other Eastern Wasteland prodigies also rushed toward the Grand Palace in the void. The Sacred Maiden of Shaking Light frowned slightly and followed the steps of several prodigies. Immortal opportunities, here I come. The Martial Emperor's eyes shone with golden light as he stepped into the void. Fahai and the golden-winged Peng King followed. Immortal opportunities, immortal opportunities. Long Outyin must obtain the immortal opportunities. Bronze Immortal Palace, here I come. Long Outyin let out a long roar to the sky and hurriedly followed. Sigh, too dangerous. I think I'll go back. Outside the Bronze Immortal Palace, many cultivators sighed heavily, choosing to give up. Originally, they still had a glimmer of hope for the ethereal immortal opportunities. But after seeing the true prodigies competing with them, that glimmer of hope was directly snuffed out. True prodigies were simply not on the same level as them. Faced with such existences, they had no chance of victory whatsoever. Indeed, in this great era of competition, no matter how we struggle, we ultimately just become a backdrop. It's better to return and live a stable life. Chapter Hotvone Kiitik Folk. Boom! Over at the golden-winged Peng King. Facing the bones, he was quite at ease. He could easily respond, raising his hand to shatter the bones. Boom! Long Outyin too. Facing the bones, he felt no pressure, easily resolving them and moving deeper into the Bronze Immortal Palace. Just after finishing off the bones, Long Outyin looked relaxed, feeling no pressure at all. Was this so-called perilous Bronze Immortal Palace only at this level? Immortal opportunities, here I come. That so-called Great Yin Saint Sun. Just wait for me. If this Bronze Immortal Palace only has this level of danger, then I, this little monk, will certainly claim the immortal opportunities. However, speaking of which, I wonder how my reserve mount and followers are doing. Once I obtain the immortal opportunities and leave this hellish place, I can enlighten countless fated individuals in the mortal realm. Just as Fahai, who had just obliterated a skeleton, smiled and looked toward the depths of the palace. Softly muttering to himself, his tone carried a hint of disdain, which seemed somewhat unbefitting of his status. The Martial Emperor was even more so, striking with overwhelming force, crushing everything in his path. Chapter 62. Dare to ask heaven, is there an immortal? With a barrier formed by chaotic energy to resist the chaotic fog, Xuan and Leng Ruoli quickly entered the core area of the Bronze Immortal Palace. Suddenly, Xuan's eyes narrowed. On the wall of the palace ahead, there were several crooked, big characters. The large characters are blood red, seemingly formed from vermilion, or perhaps from bloodstains, filled with an overwhelming aura of malice that sweeps across the entire space. Dare to ask the heavens, is there an immortal? Boom! When these 8 large characters were recited, Xuan immediately felt a tremor from the depths of his soul. It was too shocking. From these 8 characters, Xuan seemed to see a supreme existence kneeling here, its body stained with blood, hoarsely roaring towards the heavens. Dare to ask the heavens, is there an immortal? Who is it? How could there be such a spirit? Xuan looked to the other side. There, indeed, was a skeleton kneeling. Xuan approached and discovered that this was a supreme being, very likely a great emperor. This skeleton had been here for countless years, yet still radiated a dominating aura that enveloped everything. It was astonishing. Becoming an immortal is the obsession of countless extraordinary talents. Was he also here to seek immortality? Chapter 63. Mysterious Old Man, stopping here. Finally, they reached the depths of the bronze immortal palace. At that moment, a sudden voice abruptly echoed in this space. It was Fa Hai and the others. They had also arrived here. Along the way, Fa Hai had never given up on the idea of taking Leng Ruoli and the golden winged rock as his mounts. However, he could not completely overcome Leng Ruoli and the golden winged rock, so he could only temporarily hide his thoughts. As soon as they entered this space, they saw Xuan and the others, and their pupils involuntarily constricted. They originally thought their speed was fast enough, but unexpectedly, Xuan and the others were much faster than them. Dare to ask the heavens, is there an immortal? What a shocking 8 characters. Such impactful 8 characters were quickly noticed by the others, causing them to gasp in awe, feeling a tingling sensation on their scalps. Who left this? A great emperor? The golden winged rock's eyes sparkled with golden light. Yes, it should be. Only an extraordinary great emperor would pose such a question. Behind Fa Hai, the phantom of an ancient Buddha emitted a faint Buddhist light, and he slowly spoke. Chapter 64. Xuan takes action, suppressing the old man under the old man's strike. The group of extraordinary talents felt a sense of despair, knowing they could not withstand it. Attack! The golden winged rock, Leng Ruoli, and Fa Hai all shouted, urging their powers to attack that enormous handprint. At this moment, they had to cooperate. Only by cooperating could there be a glimmer of hope. Otherwise, they would only fall here. They were unwilling to accept that. The martial emperor also took action, urging the ancient sacred body, his blood surging, and with a wave of his hand, he thrust out a palm that shook the heavens and earth. Xuan's gaze slightly focused, and with a wave of his sleeve, divine elephant suppressing prison technique, billions of divine energies surged forth. Cold Raw's brows furrowed slightly, and a gigantic fire phoenix formed from the flames of the 9 heavens. Divine phoenix charged straight towards the sky. In an instant, the space was filled with intertwined runes. Surging magical power, divine force enveloping, and endless divine light blooming brilliantly. Boom! A massive explosion sounded. The enormous shockwave seemed to want to overturn the space, forming a tremendous hurricane, forcing the extraordinary talents of the eastern wilderness to hastily urge their powers to defend. Otherwise, they feared they would be directly swept away by the terrifying aftermath of the battle. As the aftermath dissipated, the result of the battle emerged. The golden winged rock, Leng Ruoli, and Fa Hai all staggered back a few steps. Chapter 65. The Yin-Yang Life and Death Gate. Everyone followed Xuan forward, but soon stopped in their tracks, because ahead, an inexplicable portal appeared. The portal displayed a pattern of the Yin-Yang Taiji, half Yin and half Yang, intersecting Yin and Yang, life and death coexisting. What is this? Xuan halted his steps. The others looked at the door, also confused, not understanding its significance. This portal emitted a faint treasure-gray light, incredibly mysterious. This is the Yin-Yang Life and Death Gate. Half Yin and half Yang, each occupying half of life and death. As everyone was puzzled, a voice like heavenly music suddenly echoed in the space. It was Cold Ruoli. Everyone looked at Cold Ruoli, their eyes filled with confusion. How does this woman know about the things in the Bronze Immortal Palace? The Bronze Immortal Palace is one of the 7 great mysterious legends of the East. Most of the extraordinary talents who entered have perished within, and those who survived did not speak about it at all. This led to the world knowing very little about the Bronze Immortal Palace. So, how did this woman beside Su Xian learn about the Bronze Immortal Palace? Who exactly is she? Who are you? What is your identity? Fai stared at cold Ruoli, speaking coldly. Chapter 66. The Mother Chi of all things. What is going on? Have we all been bewitched by that voice? It seems that the corpses on the ground are the cultivators from history who came here. Looking at the corpses everywhere, everyone couldn't help but take a deep breath. A desolate aura hit them. Becoming an immortal. They sacrificed their lives for immortality. Is it really worth it? The corpses piled up like a mountain. An entire space was filled with a thick resentment, lingering. At this moment, the previous portal that emitted immortal light had disappeared, replaced by a blood-red wall covered in copper rust. A bright red character for immortal on the wallpaper emitted overwhelming resentment, giving a sense of ominousness and eeriness. Su Xian could tell at a glance that this immortal was not a good thing. If touched, one might instantly perish. The Bronze Immortal Palace truly deserves to be one of the 7 great mysterious legends of the East, filled with anomalies. A careless step could lead to a point of no return, Su Xian thought to himself, cackling. Just then, a little girl's laughter suddenly rang in everyone's ears. Chapter 67. The Mother Chi of all things. Ding. Everyone wants to compete. Covered by the chaotic divine light, Su Xian lifted his head and looked towards the space above. The previous Mother Chi of all things emanated from there, pressing down on everyone. So, could there be something there? Suddenly, Xuan gaze froze. In the void, a large cauldron was towering. The Mother Chi of all things. Ding. Cold Ruoli's beautiful eyes focused, surprised, and said, in her memory, that 1's legacy indeed was the Mother Chi of all things. Ding. Could it be this one? If it is, this is a treasure that would attract countless old immortals in the immortal realm to fight for. This is the aura of an emperor. Could it be that the large cauldron is an emperor weapon? Long Ao Tian's expression shook, and a storm surged in his heart. The aura of an emperor. No doubt, emperor weapon. The golden-winged little Peng King was also nearly mad. His eyes turned red. Imperial weapons. Those are things that only the absolute top emperors can forge. They're the most precious treasures of the emperors. It's hard to find even one in the entire Daoxian realm. The power of imperial weapons goes without saying. Just the name alone can shock the world. Enough to make a force prosperous and flourishing for thousands of years. Is this what they call a celestial fate? Does this imperial weapon contain the secrets of becoming an immortal? Chapter 68. Crushing the 3 great prodigies. Su Xian, I will fight alongside you. At that moment, a gentle voice suddenly resonated in the space. It was this voice that made Su Xian's expression freeze, and he looked at the beautiful figure beside him. A brilliant smile appearing on his face. My wife, she really still loves me. Leng Ruoli rolled her eyes at Su Xian, but she did not bicker with him. Instead, she released her complete aura, pressing down on the 3 martial emperors. Leng Ruoli didn't even know why she was doing this. But in her heart, she just didn't want to see Su Xian being bullied by others. Su Xian must be suppressed. My wife actually... There is no need for you to deal with these 3 little karami. Su Xian's calm voice echoed in the space. Such a calm voice instantly darkened the faces of the 3. The martial emperor, Long Outhian, and the golden-winged little Peng King, all of whom were filled with discontent. All 3 were top prodigies, enough to be called the strongest in an era that was not particularly brilliant. But at this moment, they were referred to by Su Xian as little karami. How could they endure this? Dragons soaring for miles, golden Peng spreading its wings, martial arts shaking the universe. The 3 top prodigies attacked Su Xian together. In an instant, the space was filled with terrifying powers, runes intertwined, and magical forces surged, capable of destroying the heavens and the earth. Chapter 69. Not for becoming an immortal, just to wait for your return in the mortal realm. Suddenly, a melodious voice rang in Su Xian and Ruoli's ears, light and airy, almost imperceptible. Boom! Hearing this, Leng Ruoli's heart jolted. Yes, it must be. Although Leng Ruoli had no connection with that empress, she had heard her story. She had no talent, was an ordinary body, and came from a humble background, having a brother she depended on. The bond between the siblings was very deep, but they also suffered various trials and tribulations in the world. One day, an immortal descended to the mortal realm. He took her brother, saying he would cultivate him into a great practitioner. Shortly after, the immortal returned. but her brother was nowhere to be found. All that was left for the Empress was a cold corpse. It was after that the Empress's heart died completely, disappointed in the world, and she created her own demonic arts. It was after that the Empress embarked on an invincible path against the world. In the end, she succeeded, crushing countless practitioners, becoming the strongest. The story of the Empress was very inspiring, and for a time, it even brought strength to Leng Ruoli. But then, why did she feel that the little girl's voice sounded familiar? What on earth was going on? Chapter 70. Major forces surrounding and hunting. At this moment, outside the Bronze Immortal Palace, it had already been occupied by people from various major forces. In the vast desert, it was a dark mass, densely packed. All were powerful figures from various major forces. There were elders from the Purple Mansion Sacred Land, elders from the Yaoqi Sacred Land, elders from the Sword Pavilion, as well as strong figures from the Golden Pung clan and the Ancestor Dragon lineage, and even a few monks from the Western region's Little Western Heaven. Numerous forces had gathered here. The wild desert was enveloped by an invisible pressure, as if the space had solidified, exuding an endless, oppressive aura. The people from the various major forces all had grim expressions, staring at each other, their expressions very serious. In the air, there was a smell of gunpowder, unconsciously spreading. This atmosphere signified that the major forces were ready to go to war at any moment. The reason for the arrival of the various major forces was unanimous. It was the fall of their respective forces' prodigies. The Purple Mansion's Sacred Son, the Sword Pavilion Heir, the Yao Guang Saintess, the Golden-Winged Little Pung King, Long Out Yin, and Fa Hai. Many prodigies have fallen, their life tablets shattered, enraging the forces behind them. They immediately sent practitioners to the Bronze Immortal Palace in the wild desert to find out who had attacked them. Who dared to kill the prodigies of my clan? Chapter 71. Battling the Three Great Elders. The Yin Sacred Son. I want to ask, how did the Saintess of Yao Guang Sacred Land fall? An elder from Yao Guang's Sacred Land looked solemnly at Xuan and asked. At this moment, all the forces present focused their attention on Xuan. The Yao Guang Saintess was not killed by me. Rather, she fell in the Immortal Palace due to insufficient cultivation. Xuan looked at the elder from Yao Guang Sacred Land and spoke calmly. If Xuan killed someone, he would admit it. But if he didn't, he would naturally not acknowledge it. Is that so? The elder from Yao Guang Sacred Land's expression changed slightly, and a hint of wavering appeared in his heart. Since the Yin Sacred Son said so, can Yao Guang Sacred Land directly leave? After all, Yao Guang Sacred Land did not want to offend a Yin Sacred Land, nor did they want to offend the Su family that stood behind Xuan. The Yin Sacred Son. What about my Purple Mansion Sacred Son? How did my Sword Pavilion Heir fall? How did my Jiang family's little emperor fall? The forces from the Eastern Wilderness all asked in the same manner. None of them were killed by me. The only ones I personally killed in the Immortal Palace were that dragon from the Ancestor Dragon Nest, that bird from the Golden Pung clan, a bald monk, and an ancient sacred body. The rest had nothing to do with me. Chapter 72. Husband and wife join forces again to break through the three major forces. Hiss! The practitioners present all gasped. Too astonishing, unimaginable. A powerful being could actually stand equally against three elders. How is this possible? Looking across the entire history of cultivation, one would certainly not find a second figure as formidable. Could it be that he can even reverse slay the elders? Unintentionally, this terrifying thought appeared in the minds of the practitioners. Upon realizing this, a chill rushed straight to the top of the heads of the practitioners. Even they were shocked by such a thought. They knew that if Xuan did not die today, he would surely bring about terrifying revenge in the future. Kid, you are very strong, but in front of our three elders, you have no advantage. We can outlast you. The three elders of the three major forces spoke in deep voices. I'm just standing here. You can try and see who can outlast whom. Xuan's expression was calm, his tone indifferent as he spoke. The owner of the secret of the character Z, Xuan, can infinitely and quickly recover his own vitality and mana, making it impossible for him to exhaust them. Therefore, unless he is instantly erased, it is simply impossible to wear him out. The battle continues. The heavens and earth change color, and the sun and moon lose their light. Explosions like the sound of Prajna thunder erupt one after another, echoing throughout the great desert, shaking the sky. Chapter 73. The Arrival of the Su Family. The three major forces need not exist. The great master of De Yin suddenly arrived in front of Xuan, anxiously circling around him. Upon discovering that Xuan was unharmed, he finally let out a sigh of relief. Xuan, are you all right? The great master of De Yin looked at Xuan. I heard that the major forces of the Eastern Wilderness are heading towards the bronze immortal palace in the desolate desert, and I thought something must have happened to you, so I rushed over immediately. Xuan smiled slightly and replied nonchalantly, Master, I'm fine. It's just that their geniuses have fallen. You killed them? The great master of De Yin's eyes lit up, seemingly a bit excited. He had no doubt about Xuan's ability to cause trouble. It would be no surprise if he did anything. No, I didn't kill the geniuses of the Eastern Wilderness. I only killed some unfamiliar ones. Like the descendants of the ancestral dragon lineage, the golden-winged rock tribe, and the successors of the Little Western Heaven, Xuan said in a calm tone, as if narrating a perfectly ordinary matter. What? The ancestral dragon lineage? The golden-winged rock tribe? The Little Western Heaven? The three major forces are all extremely powerful entities. Their successors are absolutely among the top in the central continent, especially the Little Western Heaven, which has not seen a genius emerge for countless years. This time, one actually got killed by you. Chapter 74. The Secret of the Character Bing. Manipulating Imperial Weapons. In the evening, while countless disciples of the sacred land were diligently cultivating, a graceful figure in white suddenly appeared on the horizon. The appearance of this figure immediately attracted countless gazes and caused countless screams. Without a doubt, this figure was Xuan. Xuan was enveloped in chaotic divine light, appearing incredibly mysterious and exuding a transcendent aura, almost like a fallen immortal. Wow, the Holy Sun is back. So handsome. Hiss. The Holy Sun really returned alive from the bronze immortal palace, one of the 7 strange places of the Eastern Wilderness. Ha! I've already heard that the Holy Sun crushed countless top geniuses and even killed the elders of major forces, returning in a powerful manner. Yes, I also heard that the ancestral dragon lineage and the golden-winged rock tribe have been completely annihilated, and even much of the inheritance of the Little Western Heaven has been severed. Surely, they provoked our Holy Sun. Hiss! The ancestral dragon lineage and the golden-winged rock tribe are extremely strong forces, not weaker than our De Yin sacred land, and they were directly annihilated. And the Little Western Heaven, with its endless inheritance, has had more than half of it cut off. Terrifying, truly terrifying. Chapter 75. Central Continent Genius. Coming to challenge? Ding. On the 17th day of marriage, reward of 30 years of cultivation. Ding. On the 18th day of marriage, reward of the Thunder Emperor's secret technique. Thunder Emperor's secret technique. Cultivating to the extreme, mastering thunder punishment, acting as heaven's law, is the highest inheritance of the Thunder Tao, with limitless potential. Ding. On the 19th day of marriage, reward of the yin-yang life and death diagram. In the blink of an eye, 3 days passed. During these 3 days, Xuan received system rewards and entered the realm of kings. Moreover, Xuan gained a new divine ability, the Thunder Emperor's secret technique. The Thunder Emperor's secret technique is an unparalleled divine ability. In an instant, divine thunder descends, acting as heaven's law, judging the world. On this day, Xuan stepped out from the forbidden area. The Holy Master sent a voice transmission, stating that a powerful genius from the central continent had emerged, traveling the world undefeated. He has pushed through and defeated many top forces successors. Now he has arrived at the foot of the De Yin sacred land, specifically requesting to challenge Xuan. This news made Xuan's expression turn somewhat unpleasant as he slowly walked out from the forbidden area. He wanted to see who was coming to challenge him. At the De Yin sacred land, the square was currently in an uproar. Boom! A loud sound. A figure was directly sent flying, crashing heavily to the ground. Chapter 76. Crushing Ji Wu Dao. You injured someone from our sacred land, and think you can leave so easily? At that moment, a calm voice suddenly echoed in the void. The voice was not loud and not particularly special, but it immediately sent countless De Yin disciples into a frenzy. It's the Holy Sun. The Holy Sun has arrived. Ha ha! Kid, don't run. Our Holy Sun has come. The Holy Sun has finally come. Instantly, the entire square erupted into a huge uproar. Xuan has now become the hope of the De Yin sacred land, and also the faith in the hearts of countless De Yin disciples. As long as Xuan is alive, the faith will not perish. As long as Xuan is here, No one dares to claim to be a genius in the Yin sacred land. Such commotion made Ji Wudao slightly stunned, looking towards the void. There, a figure in white stood tall. Suddenly, Wudao's pupils constricted. He was completely shocked. Behind that figure in white, chaotic green lotuses evolved into 3,000 worlds. A magnificent landscape floated. The immortal king sat high in the 9 heavens. The yin-yang life and death diagram manifested. Endless hazy immortal light enveloped his entire being, making that figure in white appear extraordinarily ethereal, transcendent, like a fallen immortal. 4 types of emperor manifestations. You are the Yin Holy Sun. Chapter 77. 7 days of check-in. The sword of extermination, the character Do's secret, and the heavy eyes. I only used less than 10% of my strength. Central continent geniuses are nothing more than this. A calm voice echoed in the space. It was Xuan speaking. Less than 10% of your strength is impossible. Absolutely impossible. You can't be that strong. Ji Wudao's eyes widened, completely unable to believe what Xuan was saying. In that instant, Ji Wudao's invincible heart began to waver. He saw Ji Wudao get up from the ground, his clothes tattered, hair disheveled, looking disheveled. He had never seen a genius like Xuan, nor faced such a young powerhouse, feeling somewhat reclusive from the shock. Believe it or not, in front of me, you are like an ant. A single finger can crush you, Xuan said coldly. In fact, Xuan was speaking the truth. For Xuan, who had already broken through to the king level, dealing with a peer cultivator was completely an easy task, requiring no effort at all. Xuan's words felt like sharp blades, deeply piercing Ji Wudao's heart. It made Ji Wudao feel a sudden tightening in his chest. An indescribable emotion surged up, filled with frustration, collapse, and madness. Chapter 78. The Recovery of the De Yin Ancestor. I protect the path for you. Master, today you should be able to fully recover, right? Xuan looked at the beautiful figure before him and asked softly. It seems that he has been in the forbidden area for almost 10 whole days. Yes, I have absorbed enough chaotic energy. The day of recovery is today. The great master of the Yin smiled and said, this little guy, Xuan, has really helped her a lot. Master, you promised me. Xuan's eyes flashed with a hint of cunning as he spoke softly. All along, he has been drooling over that immortal medicine. 10 plants of immortal medicine? The great master of the Yin chuckled and shot Xuan a glare. Would a master deceive you, little guy? Am I that kind of person? Saying this, the great master of the Yin waved her sleeve. Instantly, ripples appeared in the void, bursting forth with brilliant rays of light. As the light faded, 10 plants of immortal medicine unexpectedly appeared before Xuan. Looking at the 10 plants of immortal medicine manifesting before him, Xuan's lips curled slightly, and an uncontrollable radiant smile appeared on his face. Immortal medicine. There may not be even a few plants found in the entire Dao Xian world. And now, there are actually 10 right in front of him. Chapter 79. The Celestial Ancient appears. The Emperor's path opens a genius battle. Xuan's expression was unchanged. Is this good news? What does the genius battle have to do with him? Those so-called geniuses placed before him are not worth mentioning, not even a fart. I haven't finished speaking yet. Da Yin smiled, feeling no discomfort at Xuan's arrogance, and continued. The reward for the top 100 in this genius battle is the qualification to enter the Celestial Ancient World. The Celestial Ancient World? A flash of brilliance suddenly appeared in Xuan's dark, deep eyes. It was clear that he was interested. Master, could you elaborate for me? Xuan spoke. He had some understanding of the Celestial Ancient World, but not much. The Celestial Ancient World is an independent space outside the 3,000 worlds, an ancient divine land. It is filled with endless ancient monsters, and even the offspring of quasi-emperors are sealed within, as well as many ancient races and primordial beings. Moreover, the Celestial Ancient World is a place full of various opportunities and treasures, including holy weapons, holy medicines, divine abilities, and even Imperial weapons, immortal medicines, and the legendary 10 fiends techniques. In short, whatever you want, you may find it there. Chapter 80. Returning to the Northern Domain. Meeting family with the opening of the Celestial Ancient World, the Central Continent will hold a genius battle, and the news quickly spread to every corner of the Daoxian world. Soon, the entire Daoxian world was in an uproar. Thus, from the Eastern Wilderness, Northern Domain, Southern Barbarians, and Western regions countless heirs of various forces hurried to the central continent. Meanwhile, in the central continent, those true heirs of large forces also emerged from their seclusion, radiating overwhelming fighting spirit, eager to compete with the heavens. The young prodigies had waited too long for this day, and now it finally arrived. They could not be more excited. The central continent's heavenly demon palace. A forbidden area. I've waited too long for this day, the opening of the celestial ancient world, the genius battle. This day has finally come. My journey into the world begins with the genius battle. I will take first place to ease my nerves. In the forbidden area, a young figure stood tall, surrounded by endless demonic energy. His deep, dark eyes were filled with an incredibly rich demonic aura radiating outwards. A true great demon, just from the overwhelming murderous aura. One could tell that he had surely stained his hands with the blood of many beings. There is no doubt that this is an extremely powerful prodigy, aiming to dominate the world upon emerging. Chapter 81. Finding Leng Ruoli. Heading to the central continent 9 Heavens Ta Ching Palace, the main hall. Ruoli. The genius battle in the Daoxian world is starting. Do you want to go? The palace master, Leng Ruoli, gently asked Leng Ruoli. Leng Ruoli had already broken through to the king level, her snow-like skin enveloped in a faint celestial light, resembling an otherworldly fairy, exuding an aura of purity and transcendence. I want to go. My goal is the great Tao. I cannot miss this opportunity. Leng Ruoli replied. The opening of the Celestial Valley world brings countless opportunities, and the genius battle is the ticket to the secret realm of the Celestial Ancient. She cannot give it up. All right, then you should go. Speaking of which, my 9 Heavens Ta Ching Palace has been inherited for 1,000 years, and no one has truly achieved any ranking in the genius battle of the 100 rivers and seas. Leng Ruoli smiled bitterly. The genius battle gathers the top prodigies of the entire Daoxian world, and any one of them would dominate the younger generation in the northern domain. In the past, although the 9 Heavens Ta Ching Palace had many spots, no cultivator dared to go, fearing they would never return, directly perishing in the genius battle. However, now, the 9 Heavens Ta Ching Palace has produced an unprecedented prodigy who has broken through to the king level at such a young age, leaving her peers far behind. Chapter 82. The 3 Trials of the Celestial God Academy. The Celestial God Academy, located in the central region of the central continent, covers a vast area. As a long-established academy, its disciples are spread throughout the Daoxian world, truly a garden of peach and plum. With such connections, ordinary forces do not dare to provoke the Celestial God Academy. Even the top forces in the central continent show considerable respect to the Celestial God Academy. At this moment, the Celestial God Academy is bustling with activity. The genius battle is about to be held at the Celestial God Academy, which is an extremely grand event. In front of the Academy's gate, several young men and women were chatting and laughing. They were all disciples of the Celestial God Academy, responsible for welcoming the prodigies coming to participate in the genius competition. The genius battle is starting. Soon, all the top prodigies of the Daoxian world will arrive, right? Yes, as the venue for the genius battle, our Celestial God Academy will soon become lively. With the genius battle starting, our Celestial God Academy should have a chance to take the lead this time, right? After saying this, everyone's gaze turned to a figure ahead. It was a graceful figure, dressed in a black and white robe, with one black and one white eye, surrounded by intertwining runes, with an extraordinary aura. Chapter 83. The Principal of the Celestial God Academy, Qifeng. Upon seeing this, the surrounding prodigies couldn't help but gasp in shock, feeling a chill rise in their hearts. Is the pressure from just the 35th level of the heavenly ladder so terrifying? It actually crushed that young man into blood. Now, the prodigies began to feel nervous. At this moment, they realized that the 3 trials of the Celestial God Academy were not as simple as they had imagined. On the contrary, they were extremely difficult. Let alone reaching the top, it is already quite good for an average prodigy to reach the 40th level, and the requirement to enter the next trial actually reached 50 levels. What does this represent? It signifies that in the first round of the genius battle, countless prodigies will be eliminated right from the start. Upon seeing the young man being crushed into blood, a sense of fear arose in the hearts of the other prodigies, and for a long while, no one dared to step forward to continue the challenge. Gentlemen, if you choose to give up, you may leave now. At this moment, an incredibly grand voice echoed through the heavens and the earth. It was a deep voice, not old, but full of vigor. Suddenly, a tall figure emerged from the void. Chapter 84. Rivers converging into the sea. Prodigies gather exclamations rang out, signaling the arrival of one prodigy after another. These prodigies were proud and unwilling to arrive early, wanting to enjoy the praise of countless cultivators at this moment. As expected, their appearance indeed caused a great sensation. After all, they were the top prodigies of the central continent, the new stars of the Daoxian realm, far exceeding their peers from the eastern wilderness and northern regions. At this moment, a sudden surge of overwhelming demonic energy surged from the horizon. A figure completely shrouded in demonic energy slowly descended from the void. This was a tall, upright young man. His cultivation was as deep as the ocean, making it impossible for numerous prodigies to see through him, terrifying to a point that ordinary prodigies could hardly reach. Who is this? What a terrifying aura! Someone exclaimed. It was unclear. This person had never appeared in the central continent before, but his aura was truly horrifying, an unimaginable prodigy. Could this terrifying demonic energy belong to a hidden prodigy of the Demon Temple? Is the Demon Temple that incredibly mysterious, bloodthirsty Demon Temple? Instantly, everyone felt a sense of dread towards the suddenly appearing figure. Chapter 85. Taimozi Lin Tian Chi Feng sighed in his heart and then said, "Gentlemen, the genius battle has begun. Please proceed in an orderly manner according to the process." Chi Feng's voice was grand, carrying a natural sense of authority that shook countless cultivators. "Dean Chi, we understand." All the cultivators present responded loudly to Chi Feng. Since the first place of the prodigy list cannot compete for now, why not compare the results of the first round of the genius battle? Taimozi looked at Lin Tian and said. He deliberately emphasized the words first place of the prodigy list, clearly laced with sarcasm and disdain. However, Lin Tian looked deeply at the other party and replied calmly. After his words fell, the two of them directly disappeared from their original spot, transforming into streaks of light as they rushed towards the three trials in the Heavenly God Academy. Seeing this, numerous cultivators followed suit, eager to see who would emerge victorious in the contest between the two. Both were peerless prodigies. One was the first on the Central Continent's prodigy list, while the other was likely the heir of the Demon Temple. Naturally, other cultivators were happy to be mere spectators in their duel. The auras of the two were very strong, far surpassing their peers, as they slowly descended beneath the heavenly ladder. The terrifying aura stirred up two whirlwinds, causing the cultivators who were originally lining up below to clear a path for the two. Chapter 86. Xuan and Leng Ruoli arrive. In the first round of the Genius Battle, the last trial is the Dragon Gate Leap. The three characters Dragon Gate Leap are clearly derived from the idiom fish leaping over the Dragon Gate. The rules are equally simple. A portal appears in the void. Crossing it is called leaping the Dragon Gate. However, the meaning of this leap is certainly not limited to this. Beneath the massive portal radiating the brilliance of the Tao, there lies a vast space. Within the space, there's a deep pool. If one possesses eye techniques, they can see the several hidden dragon-like creatures within. Indeed, the dragon in the fish leaping over the Dragon Gate refers to these dragon-like creatures. Underneath the unfathomable green pool, countless dragon-like creatures are lurking. When cultivators approach, they will all leap out at once and devour them. This is also the most dangerous trial among the three trials of the Heavenly God Academy. A moment of carelessness may lead to being devoured by the dragons. This Dragon Gate leap is truly too perilous. Many cultivators have already perished within it, one cultivator lamented. Yes, this Dragon Gate leap is like an insurmountable chasm for us. However, I wonder what it will be like for prodigies of Lin Tian and their level. Under everyone's watch, Taimozi and Lin Tian both appeared on one side of the deep pool, their eyes shining with golden light, brimming with spirit, ready to leap the Dragon Gate. Chapter 87. Three great prodigies ascend the heavenly ladder wait. I think I know who these two are. Suddenly, a cultivator in the crowd spoke up. Who are they? Upon hearing this, other cultivators immediately inquired, their tones filled with curiosity, if nothing unexpected. This man should be from the eastern wilderness, the holy son of a holy land in the eastern wilderness, and also the heir of the Su family from the northern region, possessing the chaotic divine demon body, crushing all other prodigies from the eastern wilderness. He just recently emerged safely from the bronze immortal palace, the cultivator explained. He had been keeping an eye on various news from the Daoxian realm, so he quickly identified Xuan. As for that woman, she should be his partner, the cultivator added. Hiss, now that you mention it, I remember. Isn't that the prodigy who recently made waves in the Daoxian realm? His companion, Su Xuanji, is still alive and has advanced further, annihilating several major forces in one fell swoop. What? A chaotic divine demon body. Isn't that an unparalleled physique that is hard to find for many eras? Does he really possess it? Saying this person not only has a monstrous talent, but also such a deep background. Chapter 88, Reaching the Summit. Creating history. Upon reaching level 80, the pressure from the heavenly ladder suddenly changed, instantly increasing several times compared to before. The terrifying pressure felt like a divine mountain pressing down, almost suffocating. Hiss. At level 80, even the inheritor of the immortal palace couldn't help but gasp, gritting his teeth, his features already somewhat contorted. This is my limit. I can no longer take a step forward. Level 80 is 5 levels higher than the previous Lin Tian and the guy from the Demon Temple. That should be enough, right? The inheritor of the immortal palace's eyes shone with immortal light, his spirit soaring, muttering to himself. But in the next second, his expression suddenly changed, becoming extremely serious, entirely different from his previous exuberance. Wherever he looked, the two figures were still rising. Moreover, these two seemed to still not feel much pressure, their steps light and easy, as if walking on flat ground. What is going on with these two? Are they monsters? The inheritor of the immortal palace was dumbfounded. At this moment, countless gazes turned towards Xuan and Leng Ruoli, and exclamations erupted throughout the heavens and the earth. Those two are so strong, they're still continuing. Isn't level 80 their limit? What the heck? Is this how you play? The man possesses the chaos divine demon body and has manifested 4 great Imperial visions. It's understandable that he is strong, but why is that woman so formidable as well? Chapter 89. Xuan makes a move, shattering the ancient bell. Before long, the cultivators present began to break through their realms. After breaking through, the way they looked at Xuan and Leng Ruoli changed, now filled with respect. It was precisely because of Xuan and Leng Ruoli that they could enjoy this opportunity to break through. Both Xuan and Leng Ruoli, situated the 99th level of the heavenly ladder, felt the profound Tao rhythm even more deeply. In an instant, they felt as if they were in a sea of spiritual energy. With each breath, boundless spiritual energy surged into their bodies. Finally, boom, both of them broke through. This commotion made many outstanding talents outside the academy eager to enter and see what was happening inside. However, they ultimately did not enter, as the academy was already packed with people. Inside the academy, whether in the sky or on the ground, it was filled with people, truly a sea of humanity. After a while, the overwhelming Tao rhythm gradually dissipated into the world. Everyone's gaze focused on Xuan and Leng Ruoli, who appeared expressionless and leaped down from the top of the heavenly ladder. The next moment, they landed steadily on the ground. Then, the two directly headed towards the second challenge, the Ancient Bell. Chapter 90, Killing the Flood Dragon. At this moment, countless cultivators stared wide-eyed, utterly shocked, their faces filled with disbelief. For them, making the Ancient Bell ring was as difficult as ascending to the heavens, yet Xuan had shattered it with a single punch. This ancient bell contained a marvelous formation. To break it, one would at least need to be a saint. Yet that kid named Xuan had shattered it just like that. How could this be possible? Could it be that he already possessed saint-level combat power? Qifeng was completely stunned. The ancient bell being shattered like this had never happened in the span of 10,000 years. And now, it had truly occurred right before his eyes. Looking at the ancient bell that had been smashed to pieces on the ground, Xuan's face suddenly darkened. Wasn't it said that this ancient bell was indestructible? How could it shatter as soon as he made a move? This can't be blamed on him, right? Xuan scratched his head, feeling a bit awkward, and looked at Qifeng in the void, a voice ringing out. Dean, I didn't do it on purpose. With Xuan's voice, the thoughts of countless cultivators present were pulled back. Chapter 91. Refining the Heart in the Mortal World. Oh no, I forgot this kid's strength was too great, and he killed my flood dragon. Qifeng slapped his forehead, feeling very frustrated. At this time, Xuan had also directly leaped over the dragon gate. Xuan looked at Qifeng's expression and noticed something was off, realizing he had used too much strength again. But he couldn't really blame himself. It was just a casual punch. He didn't expect this flood dragon to be so weak, unable to withstand a single blow. Dean, I still say I didn't do it on purpose. Do you believe me? Qi Feng, other cultivators. In the end, Qi Feng did not trouble Xuan. It was just a matter of replacing a batch of flood dragons. Compared to befriending Xuan, it was nothing. The first round continued, and the remaining talents continued to face their trials. This was a lengthy process, taking at least another 2 days. After all, there were a full 1,000,000 cultivators participating in the genius battle in the entire Daoxian realm. Although not all of them might have arrived, there were definitely hundreds of thousands. At this time, Xuan and the others who had passed the first round gained their freedom, with no restrictions, allowing them to leave the Heavenly God Academy and travel around Zhongzhou. Chapter 92. Visitors from a G family? Candied Hawthorn. 1 coin for a skewer of candied hawthorn. Come and take a look. If it's not sweet, you don't pay. Sugar figurines. Sugar figurines. All shapes of sugar figurines. Come on, come on. Morning glow flowers. Morning glow flowers. Eternal youth. Unchanging beauty, leaving behind the most beautiful years. On the bustling and lively street, various calls filled the air. Even Xuan did not expect that in the central area of Zhongzhou, such a prosperous place would have such a strong market atmosphere. Listening to the continuous sounds of vendors and smelling the aroma of various delicious foods made Xuan's heart flutter. This environment felt reminiscent of his past life. Leng Ruoli felt the same. In such an environment, her heart also stirred slightly, filled with countless emotions. In her previous life, she had been in a similar environment as a child. However, she was much more destitute back then. She still remembered the time when she stole a skewer of candied hawthorn because of her greed for food, only to be chased and beaten by the vendor. Hey, Ruoli, do you want one? Just as a hint of bitterness rose in Leng Ruoli's heart, a voice suddenly echoed in the space. Chapter 93. The second round of the genius battle, slaying the demon race. Boom! The man felt his scalp tingle, a sense of death instantly enveloping his body. According to the news, wasn't Xuan still in the process of awakening his chaos divine demon body? How could he possess the ultimate killing power of the Zhongtong, heavy pupil? Whoosh! The man changed his form, leaving behind an afterimage, and without hesitation, fled backward. Xuan remained expressionless, watching the man leave. Just as the man was about to step into the void, boom, a beam of destructive light suddenly shot out, sweeping through the heavens and the earth. The man felt his body pierce through, his eyes dimming, and he collapsed with a loud crash. His vitality vanished in an instant. Then, a dark flame ignited on his body, quickly reducing him to nothing. This was the power of the Zhongtong, heavy pupil. Xuan, you actually have Zhongtong, heavy pupil too? Leng Ruoli was shocked. Even she felt a sense of disbelief at this moment. Supreme bone, chaos divine demon body, Zhongtong, heavy pupil. 3 supreme physiques combined. How many secrets was Xuan hiding? To this, Xuan merely smiled slightly. Ruoli, as your husband, isn't it reasonable to be a bit stronger? Leng Ruoli, whether it's reasonable or not, Leng Ruoli didn't know. She only knew. Chapter 94. Xuan displays his might, shocking everyone. Qi Feng's voice echoed in the void, heard by every cultivator. Instantly, the noise indeed diminished significantly. Upon reflection, Qi Feng's words were not without reason. This genius battle was meant to select talents to enter the immortal ancient world and compete with the top talents of the 3,000 realms. If the selection criteria were too low, wouldn't that mean everyone could go? Even if I go, with my own strength not enough, in the world of the immortal ancient, wouldn't I still fall and be trampled like an ant? Therefore, strict selection criteria are not necessarily a bad thing. Moreover, as Qi Feng said, if you can't afford to play, then don't play. I want to participate in the second round of the genius battle. After a moment of silence, a cultivator suddenly shouted. With that voice, others also expressed their opinions. I want to participate too. Me too. So what if I fall? It's better than living a meaningless life. In the end, out of 100,000 cultivators, no more than 100 chose to withdraw. The rest all wanted to participate in the second round of the genius battle. The Shumi realm will last for 1 day, and after 1 day, it will collapse, and you will come out for scoring and ranking. The Shumi realm is open. Everyone, please enter. Chapter 95, second round, talents compete. All characters secret. Thunder Empress Treasure Technique. Divine Elephant Suppression Technique. 6 paths, Reincarnation Fist. just as the cultivators were astonished. Xuan had already unleashed several divine powers and treasure techniques, with brilliant light tearing through the void, illuminating the world, terrifying beyond measure. Countless blood rains continued to fall from the void, endless. Countless cultivators gasped at the sight. Terrifying, it was truly terrifying. The divine powers displayed by Xuan were shocking. They couldn't help but have a hypothetical thought in their minds. If these divine powers fell upon them, what would happen? The result was that any divine power displayed by Xuan was enough to easily erase them. At this moment, everyone realized that the young man standing among the demon race was a truly invincible prodigy. No one could rival him. So strong. This young man, named Xuan, was like a divine mountain, unfathomable and difficult to surpass. So terrifying, I have never seen such a powerful prodigy in these years. It made me feel a sense of despair, afraid to compete with him. Many cultivators whispered like they were in a dream, truly shocked, staring blankly. Chapter 96, Third Round. The curtain raises before long. The demon race in the Shumi realm was completely cleared out, not a single one left. At this moment, there was still less than half a day left before the Shumi realm closed. This completely exceeded Qi Feng's expectations. So many demon beings. Qi Feng originally thought that even if the prodigies were strong, it would still take at least a day to kill all the demons. What he didn't expect was that Xuan's appearance broke his expectations, and his efficiency was simply too high. Really, am I powerful? Xuan flashed and appeared beside Leng Ruoli, smiling as he spoke. Leng Ruoli's face darkened, and she didn't answer. However, in her heart, she had to admit that Xuan was indeed powerful. At this moment, many cultivators sat cross-legged, operating their spiritual energy to recover their state, preparing for the upcoming third round of the genius battle. Some cultivators were watching Xuan. They were too curious about such an unparalleled prodigy and wanted to see what kind of existence he truly was. Half a day later, the surviving cultivators in the Shumi realm transformed into rainbow lights and rushed out of the Shumi realm. Breathing the air outside, many cultivators breathed a sigh of relief. Chapter 97, Third Round, the arena match begins. At this moment, in the void, Qi Feng, the president of the Heavenly God Academy, slowly spoke. Everyone, being able to enter the third round of the genius battle means you are the top prodigies of the Daoxian realm. But to enter the immortal ancient world and compete with prodigies from other realms, it is still far from enough. Therefore, the third round of this genius battle is to select the best of the best. To choose 100 representatives from the Daoxian realm to go to the immortal ancient world and compete with various prodigies. The immortal ancient world, I believe you have heard of it, has countless opportunities. As for whether you can seize this opportunity, it depends on your own fortune. As for the rules of the third round, it will be an arena match. Soon, you will enter the Shumi realm, where there are 100 arenas. You can compete with each other, and after half a day, the prodigies remaining on the arenas will be the top 100, representing the Daoxian realm to go to the immortal ancient world. As for the specific ranking of the top 100, it'll be based on the results of your arena matches. The more victories, the higher the rank. The more defeats, the lower the rank. This is easy to understand. Do you all understand? Qi Feng's voice was grand, echoing through the heavens and the earth, causing the void to tremble. Chapter 98, Xuan versus Lin Tian. A playful smile appeared on Xuan's face, and the next moment, he directly disappeared from the arena. Xuan left the arena. He's going to start challenging. Some cultivators noticed Xuan's movements and exclaimed. In their view, Xuan was a freak. After witnessing Xuan's terrifying strength yesterday, no one dared to confront him today. Xuan's strength was too terrifying. With just one move, he could probably wipe them out. At this moment, even the cultivators outside, watching Xuan, began to get excited. Xuan is finally going to make a move. In an instant, Xuan appeared on an arena. The defender on this arena was a bald monk, clearly from the Little Western Heaven. Hadn't the inheritance of Little Western Heaven been mostly exterminated by my Su family? Why are these monks not staying in the western region to chant sutras, but still coming to participate in the genius battle? Xuan muttered to himself. You are Xuan? Seeing the figure that suddenly appeared on the arena, the monk from Little Western Heaven panicked instantly. Xuan, the one who had destroyed their Buddhist son. The Su family behind him had severed most of Little Western Heaven's inheritance. Chapter 99, Suppressing Everything. This is a world of one person. At this moment, Lin Tian was like a dead dog, no longer having an ounce of the previous vigor, but was extremely disheveled. From now on, the title of the first prodigy of the central continent will be mine. Su Xian's voice was flat, but it clearly rang out in the void. It fell into the ears of every cultivator, like a thunderclap, striking heavily on their hearts. Before everyone could react, they only heard bang. Su Xian kicked Lin Tian out. Hiss! In an instant, whether inside or outside the Shumi realm, all cultivators who witnessed this scene couldn't help but gasp. Too shocking. That was Lin Tian, the number one on the Central Continent's prodigy list, yet he was crushed by Su Xian like a dog. Originally thought it would be a world-shaking battle between the two, but unexpectedly, they weren't even on the same level. Such a gap made countless cultivators show a look of fear. Just how terrifying is that young man? Outside the Dao Xian realm, the people of the Feathered Ascension dynasty were completely dumbfounded. Their holy son possessed the ascended sacred body, inherited from the ancestors, and should have been invincible, able to crush everything. How could he be so overwhelmed? Was this really not a dream? Chapter 100 Announcement. Su Xian reaches the top. A crushing defeat. In the third round of the genius battle, more than 9,000 cultivators entered the Shumi realm. However, only about 5,000 managed to survive, with nearly half falling in the Shumi realm. This alone was enough to showcase the brutality of this competition. Therefore, some forces were quite happy to see their own prodigies come out alive, even though they did not make it into the top 100. At the very least, their prodigies had not perished, and their legacies remained. Finally, it ended with the top 100 being announced, so satisfying. Alas, so close. Just a little bit more. How could someone have stolen the ranking? I wonder what the rankings will be this time. It's over. Didn't even make it into the top 100. Time to go raise spirit pigs. Regarding the final results, the prodigies had mixed feelings. Some were joyful while others were worried. But more of them felt relieved. The Shumi realm was truly perilous, especially with a big demon like Su Xian, who would directly annihilate anyone he encountered. Looking at the figure in white in the void, countless cultivators swore they never wanted to see that guy again in their lives. Ruoli, how high do you think you can rank? Su Xian gently asked Leng Ruoli. Throughout the Shumi realm, Su Xian had been focused on the arena battles and had not paid much attention to Leng Ruoli. Chapter 101. The genius battle concludes. Reactions from all sides in the void. 100 figures captured the attention of countless cultivators. These 100 cultivators were the top prodigies of the entire Dao Xian realm, representing the hope for the rise of the Dao Xian realm and the individuals most likely to attain the Dao and become emperors or even immortals in the future. As they gazed at the 100 prodigies, the countless cultivators present felt awe and admiration. Among the 100 cultivators, the weakest was at the peak of the great power level, which made many older cultivators sigh in admiration, truly worthy of the golden age, with prodigies rising at an unprecedented speed. Everyone, you have entered the top 100 of the genius battle and have gained the qualification to enter the ancient immortal world. You are worthy of praise in our Dao Xian realm. Suddenly, Qi Feng's tone shifted, instantly making all the cultivators present perk up. But what? The dangers in the ancient immortal world you are aware of, right? The prodigies compete, and the ancient immortals vie for supremacy with a 9 in 10 chance of death. If you want to withdraw, you may do so at any time. However, if you choose to enter the ancient immortal world and do not wish to withdraw, see you at the Heavenly God Academy in 3 days. Qi Feng's voice resonated in the void, reaching every cultivator's ears, moving countless cultivators. Indeed, there were great opportunities in the ancient immortal world, but also unimaginable dangers. Chapter 102. 3 days later, the ancient immortal world opens. Gathering of heavenly gods in the Heavenly God Academy. In an ancient and quiet attic, Qi Feng, Su Xian, Leng Ruoli, the inheritors of the immortal palace. The heavenly demon child, Lin Tian, Zhao Heng, the Azure Dragon King, the Sun Holy Sun, and the Moon Holy Maiden were all present. At this moment, the atmosphere in the space was not as tense as before. Everyone wore faint smiles, and there was a warm sense of harmony. Qi Feng smiled as he looked at the prodigies present and slowly spoke. Everyone, your presence here signifies a fact. You are the most outstanding prodigies of the Dao Xian realm. Qi Feng's demeanor was warm, and his words felt like a spring breeze. The prodigies smiled and nodded slightly in acknowledgement. I called you all here today to share a few heartfelt words with you. Qi Feng continued, his tone becoming serious. Director, Please speak. Zhao Hong, as a disciple of the academy, was the first to respond. Director, go ahead. We are all listening, the other prodigies chimed in. At this moment, all the cultivators' gazes turned towards Qi Feng. In 3 days, you will enter the ancient immortal world. I don't care about others, but I hope you can set aside your prejudices and help each other as much as you can in the ancient immortal world. Chapter 103. The Reincarnation Realm. The Reincarnation Realm is one of the top-tier realms among the 3,000 realms, one of the 10 ancient realms. There may even be surviving emperors within the realm, with deep foundations that are hard to imagine. However, Xuan thought to himself that it was just a trip to the Reincarnation Sea, and it probably wouldn't be a problem. It took them half a day to enter the Reincarnation Realm through the teleportation array within the Daoxian Realm and arrive at the region where the Reincarnation Sea was located. The Reincarnation Sea is located in the center of the Reincarnation Realm, surrounded by an endless desert, showing no signs of life, extremely desolate, and rarely visited by people. Xuan and Leng Ruoli appeared like oddities above the desert, heading towards the central area. Who are you? What are you doing here? Just as the two were about to reach the center of the desert, a stern voice suddenly echoed through the void. Huh? This voice made Xuan and Leng Ruoli stop in their tracks, hovering in the void and looking ahead. There several figures stood tall, exuding overwhelming killing intent that shot straight into the sky, appearing extremely extraordinary. This is a forbidden area. Cultivators are not allowed to approach. Don't you know that? Chapter 104. The Heavenly Blue Bull Python, the Ancient River Whale. Just then, an eerie sound seemed to emanate from the space. Huh? Xuan and Leng Ruoli both instantly perked up, directing their gaze toward a certain area in the green state. There seemed something was rapidly moving towards them. What is that? Xuan conjured a holy sword in his hand, his expression serious. Hiss, hiss, hiss. The sound grew closer, causing the ancient trees to sway slightly. The dim environment added a touch of eeriness to the atmosphere. Boom! Suddenly, an ancient tree crashed down. The next moment, a massive black shadow shot out from the large oasis. Only then did Xuan and Leng Ruoli see what kind of creature it was. It was a gigantic being with the head of a bull and the body of a python, its eerie green eyes seemingly harboring demonic entities, exuding a terrifying aura that swept across the heavens and earth. The Heavenly Blue Bull Python. Xuan had heard of the Heavenly Blue Bull Python, which had appeared in the Daoxian realm before, known to be an extremely terrifying ancient fierce beast. The lineage of the Heavenly Blue Bull Python was very close to dragons, possessing a significant amount of true dragon blood, with a massive body and formidable physical strength. Chapter 105. The Reincarnation Palace. After dealing with the ancient river whale, Xuan and Leng Ruoli continued to dive deeper into the Reincarnation Sea. As the two descended, numerous sea creatures appeared, wanting to obstruct Xuan and Leng Ruoli, but they were quickly dealt with by the two. This process consumed quite a bit of energy. Fortunately, Xuan had the character secret, and Leng Ruoli had means from her past life to quickly recover her vitality. As they went deeper, the distance from the sea surface grew, and the pressure from the seawater became increasingly great, eventually reaching a level that even a Zoom-level expert could hardly bear. However, both of their physiques were incredibly strong, enabling them to withstand that pressure. Therefore, the two remained exceptionally relaxed throughout their time in the sea. Are we almost at the bottom? After an unknown amount of time, Xuan saw a faint celestial light and murmured. Soon, Leng Ruoli replied. The Reincarnation Hall. That's the legacy left by the Reincarnation Immortal King. But does it really still exist? Leng Ruoli thought to herself, gazing at the approaching seabed, a sense of inexplicable seriousness appearing on her face. The legacy of the Immortal King is a tremendous opportunity, but also carries unimaginable dangers. If it weren't for Xuan's desire to come, Leng Ruoli probably wouldn't have recklessly searched for it here. Chapter 106. Cycle of Rebirth. Could it be that the key of reincarnation is just the key to open this door? Xuan became excited and a key appeared in his hand. Approaching the large door, Xuan inserted the key into the rusty keyhole and gently turned it. Click! The door actually opened. Xuan, where did you get this key? Leng Ruoli was stunned, staring at Xuan in disbelief. Could it be that Xuan is related to the Reincarnation Immortal King? Thinking this, Leng Ruoli felt it was somewhat possible. After all, how could an ordinary cultivator become this strong? I found in the main hall earlier. Xuan casually replied after glancing at Leng Ruoli. He certainly couldn't tell Leng Ruoli that he had a system, right? Leng Ruoli's beautiful brows furrowed, and her eyes stared at Xuan. Clearly, she did not believe Xuan's words. However, she did not press further. Everyone has their own secrets, no exceptions. The two continued deeper. Behind the door was a secret chamber. The chamber was large, filled with bones, and an eerie, mysterious aura permeated the air. When the two saw the central position of the chamber, their eyes suddenly froze. There was something resembling a black hole, floating in the void. Chapter 107. 6 Paths of Rebirth Technique. Unfortunately, until the end of her life, the girl did not wait for the young man to return. Passing away in the passage of time, turning into a heap of yellow earth. After leaving the girl, the young man embarked on the path to immortality, battling across the heavens, spending endless years to reach the pinnacle, stepping onto the absolute peak, and becoming the only one in the world. He eventually realized his dream and became a heavenly emperor of unparalleled elegance and unmatched strength. Only then did the heavenly emperor remember the girl he met in his youth. He returned to the place in his memories, desperately trying to find the girl. But in the end, all he found was the girl's grave. The young man still seemed spirited, having become an invincible existence, his demeanor unmatched, even more dazzling than the stars. He still looked so young, but the girl in his memories had long turned to dust, buried in the passage of time. In the scene, the heavenly emperor knelt before the grave, crying helplessly. That was the cry of a heavenly emperor. The heavenly emperor was invincible for a lifetime, suppressing all races, yet there would still be moments when he felt powerless. Remembering the vows of his youth, the heavenly emperor slapped himself a few times, tears rolling down his eyes, regret flooding his heart, causing immense pain. Chapter 108. The Ancient Immortal World opens. Within the Dao Xian realm. North region, Su family. The ancient immortal world has truly opened. Xianer hasn't returned these days. He must be heading to the ancient immortal world, right? I don't ask for him to dominate. Just hope he returns safely. Su Yintian murmured while gazing at the sky. Yes, competing for supremacy isn't that important. We just hope Xianer can come back safely. Jiang Yu added. There are far too many prodigies in the 3,000 realms, dazzling like stars, each one so brilliant. Therefore, the two didn't expect Su Xian to truly dominate an era, only hoping he could return safely to reunite with family. Ha ha ha! The ancient immortal world has opened. This generation. My Su family has Su Xian. Destiny must be with my Su family. In the ancestral hall, Su Xuanji said. He has always had high hopes for Su Xian and is fully confident in him. East Wilderness, Dian Holy Land. The ancient immortal world has opened. Su Xian should be heading there too, right? That kid hasn't returned. Could he have won first place in the Dao Xian realm's genius battle, causing him to become arrogant? I wonder if that kid can return alive after going to the ancient immortal world. If he can return alive, his strength will likely improve even further, and by then, he will perform even better on the path to becoming an emperor. Who knows, perhaps my Dian Holy Land will truly produce an extraordinary figure this generation. Chapter 109. Meeting the prodigy of Dao Xian. Again, prodigies entering the ancient immortal world from different spatial immortal lotuses will be randomly teleported to different areas. Some unfortunate prodigies are directly sent to certain deadly zones, falling immediately upon arrival. There are also many prodigies who are lucky enough to land in some treasure lands and gain great opportunities right from start. The 98 prodigies from the Dao Xian realm were teleported together to a rather mediocre area, neither particularly dangerous nor filled with great opportunities. Where is this? Why is there no life? A prodigy curiously surveyed the surrounding environment, only to see a desolate landscape. Our luck doesn't seem great. We must have been sent to a remote place. There is not much opportunity here. We need to move towards a place of opportunity. Zhao Heng spoke up. He was the strongest prodigy of this generation from the Heavenly God Academy, having grown up there and read various classic texts. So he had a certain understanding of the ancient immortal world. Then let us set off. Qi Chong said we should stick together, which is quite good since the ancient immortal world is incredibly dangerous, the Taiyin Saintess said with a smile. This ancient immortal world is different from the Dao Xian realm, containing prodigies from the entire 3,000 realms, which cannot be underestimated. Chapter 110. Dao Xian encounters enemies Lin Tian lost. This made the prodigies from the Dao Xian realm all narrow their eyes in disbelief. It should be noted that Lin Tian was previously the top prodigy on the Central Continent's prodigy list and had been impressive for quite some time. His strength was well recognized by all the prodigies in the Daoxian realm. Yet, he lost his first battle in the ancient immortal world, suppressed by an unknown young man. The feathered transformation holy body? Average strength. Go back and train some more. This generation, you have no qualifications to compete for destiny. The man in the blue robe said, looking up at the sky at a 45-degree angle, standing with his hands behind his back, speaking in a tone that was extremely pretentious. I don't know what you're trying to show off about. I haven't seen you being much stronger than me. Lin Tian was furious, snorting coldly, his aura fully unleashed as he charged forward. The young man, seeing this, hurriedly employed his divine abilities and engaged Lin Tian in battle. Bang, bang, bang. Loud noises echoed through the space, shaking the heavens and the earth. After 3 exchanges, Lin Tian was sent flying with a loud thud, crashing heavily against the cliff, embedding himself into it and unable to move. You really think you're something just because I was playing with you earlier? The young man in the blue robe sneered, a mocking smile appearing on his face as he stared at the group of geniuses from the Daoxian realm. Chapter 111. Xuan takes action. Is it going to end just as we enter the immortal ancient world? Is our path to seeking the Tao going to stop here? A genius sighed, his eyes dimming. I'm not willing. Another genius cried out, howling at the sky to vent his frustration. But there was nothing they could do. The immortal ancient world was this cruel. The strong thrive, while the weak perish. The strong will emerge, pushing through everything and reaching the pinnacle, while the weak may inadvertently lose their lives in foreign lands, turning to dust, unknown to anyone. What are we waiting for? Attack! The man in the blue robe shouted to the group of cultivators behind him, no longer choosing to fight the successor of the immortal palace one-on-one. The cultivators behind him became excited upon hearing his call. They had long been itching for a fight. Among the geniuses from the Daoxian realm, there were still some good-looking female cultivators. When the men finished their fight, the women could be left behind for some relaxation. The next moment, the geniuses from both realms clashed directly. Bang, bang, bang. In an instant, the sounds of earth-shattering collisions filled the void, echoing between the cliffs. This battle was undoubtedly fierce, a clash between the top geniuses of both realms. Chapter 112. Immortal Ancient Divine Lake. As expected of Xuan, the pressure is still so strong. Perhaps he can really push through everything and reach the pinnacle. A cultivator from the Daoxian realm laughed heartily. At this moment, Xuan had already made his move. He merely raised his right hand slightly and made a gentle slice. Whoosh! Instantly, an endless sword light was unleashed, slicing through the heavens and the earth like a fine thread, penetrating the bodies of all cultivators from the same realm as the young man in the blue robe. In just 1 second, all the geniuses of that realm fell. This was the complete Yin 9 swords, the true, supreme swordsmanship. Hiss! Upon witnessing this scene, all the geniuses from the Daoxian realm couldn't help but gasp in shock. Terrifying, it was truly terrifying. Xuan's methods were simply unimaginable. That was sword light. Unexpectedly, Xuan could also wield swordsmanship, and it was so fearsome. What a realm that was. Even among the great sword immortals of my clan, I had never seen anything like it. Swordsmanship connecting with the divine, I really don't know how Xuan cultivated to such a terrifying level. Does Xuan have such profound attainments in swordsmanship? The successor of the immortal palace was stunned, his eyes flashing with a strange light. Xuan was like an abyss. No one knew where his bottom lay. Unfathomable. Chapter 113. 3 great races of the immortal ancient divine lake. Thunder Realm Geniuses. In the core area of the immortal ancient divine lake, a group of impressive youths stood at the entrance to the core area. These youths were quite terrifying. Their blood aura like dragons, akin to a great sun. It was clear at a glance that they were top geniuses from major realms. Who are you? You don't have the qualifications to enter the core area of the immortal ancient divine lake. At the entrance to the core area, 3 powerful beings blocked the path of this group. Among these 3 beings, one had 3 eyes, with a third eye emanating a subtle Tao rhythm, quite extraordinary. Another had dragon horns with a face like jade, yet a sinister aura surrounded him. The last was a mermaid, flawless in appearance, with skin as white as snow, crystal-like. But her eyes hung like a blood moon, exuding a suffocating, forbidden aura. These 3 beings were astonishing in origin, clearly from three of the four great races of the immortal ancient: the Heavenly Eye clan, the White Dragon clan, and the Mermaid clan. The immortal ancient world has a long history, having existed since ancient times, and the ancient races within it are also of mysterious origin with long-standing traditions. Their geniuses are equally terrifying, even surpassing those from the outside world. The Heavenly Eye clan, the White Dragon clan, and the Mermaid clan, as one of the four great races of the immortal ancient divine lake, are certainly not to be underestimated. Chapter 114, Immortal Ancient Divine Lake. Core area: is this the core area of the immortal ancient divine lake? As the geniuses from the Thunder Realm were in a state of panic, a young voice suddenly echoed in this space. Following that, a figure appeared. This figure had a face like a crown of jade, standing tall like a green pine, dressed in white, exuding an ethereal aura like a celestial being. His eyes were filled with chaos, as if evolving the 3,000 worlds. This person was undoubtedly Xuan. As soon as Xuan arrived in this space, he saw several devastating attacks coming toward him. Xuan's gaze slightly narrowed as he slowly raised his hand and delivered a punch. Boom! In an instant, the space trembled violently, the universe overturned, and the sun and moon lost their light. The terrifying punch light seemed to obliterate the 6 paths and shatter the cycle of reincarnation. Bang! 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 The might of the battle formed several massive hurricanes that lifted the waters of the immortal ancient divine lake, shooting up into the sky. As the terrifying aftermath dissipated, the result left all the Thunder Realm geniuses dumbfounded. The space fell into silence, not a sound to be heard. The 3 beings from the immortal ancient races, who had previously easily crushed the strongest geniuses of the Thunder Realm, had been sent flying. With one punch, Xuan defeated 3 beings from the immortal ancient races. Hiss! Xuan's terror shocked all the Thunder Realm geniuses, making them gasp in astonishment. Chapter 115, Strongly Suppressing Everything. The battle ahead was too spectacular. Divine lights filled the sky, various divine abilities blossomed. The lake water churned and surged upward, shaking the heavens and the earth. This was a true great battle. However, Xuan remained indifferent, quietly standing in place, expressionless as he watched the battle ahead. The beings in front were strong, but Xuan was confident that as long as he took action, he could easily suppress them. This was a belief destined to be invincible, and Xuan had long possessed it. Xuan watched quietly, uninterested in participating in this conflict. At this moment, the geniuses from both realms were engaged in a fierce battle with the beings of the immortal ancient races. Xuan was thinking if he could take advantage of the situation later. These beings from the immortal ancient races were exceptionally terrifying, not only possessing strong bloodlines, but also having ever-changing magical powers, naturally holding an advantage over them. There was no way around it. The concentration of spiritual energy in the immortal ancient world far surpassed that of the outside world, and they had lived here for who knows how long, naturally reaching a transformative state from their cultivation. The ancient immortal race is indeed powerful, but we are not to be underestimated. Since we've come, we must seize the opportunity. Ahead, the pride of both worlds are becoming increasingly alarmed as they fight. The ancient immortal race is extraordinary. If this continues, they will surely lose. Chapter 116, The Chi Tide, The Great Battle. Now, all the resources in the core area of the Divine Lake in the ancient immortal world belong to us. Xuan looked back at the pride of the Daoxian realm and said with a smile. Xuan's gaze was calm, but when he swept over them, the hearts of the Daoxian pride trembled, and their bodies couldn't help but shiver slightly. In an instant, the scene of Xuan annihilating the pride of both worlds and the ancient immortal race appeared clearly in their minds. At this moment, cold sweat actually seeped from the backs of the Daoxian pride. They knew very well that Xuan was not a good person. If they did anything to betray him, he would definitely use the same methods on them and erase them. Thinking of this, the pride of the Daoxian realm didn't even dare to breathe. The pressure from Xuan was simply too strong. Xuan was very satisfied with this effect. He smiled slightly and looked at Leng Ruoli. Wife, did your husband look handsome just now? Leng Ruoli had a string of black lines on her forehead. Although she had to admit that Xuan was very handsome, she still gave him a big eye roll. This guy is always so unserious. Next, they just had to wait for the Chi Tide. Chapter 117, The Undying Spirit Mountain. Xuan was already accustomed to the astonishment of everyone. He stretched out a hand and gently waved it in the void. Suddenly, swish, 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 infinite sword light shot out, and in an instant, groups of Pride fell. What a terrifying sword path. He is a devil. One of the Pride members, seeing his friend instantly killed by Xuan, was startled and shouted loudly. No, something's off. That guy's strength far exceeds ours. A cultivator exclaimed with wide eyes, terrified. Since entering the ancient immortal world, they had not encountered a terrifying existence like Xuan, who was ahead of all the Pride. And at this moment, they had met him. Facing such an existence, they truly felt a strong sense of suffocation. Regarding Xuan, they only felt their scalps go numb and couldn't muster even a bit of fighting spirit. Everyone, since you are here, there's no need to leave. A cold voice like thunder erupted in the void. It was Xuan speaking. His voice was extremely indifferent, sending chills down their spines. Who exactly are you? A cultivator shouted, wanting to know Xuan's identity. Such a terrifying existence shouldn't he be nameless in the 3,000 realms. Chapter 118. The Undying Spirit Mountain opens. Pride competes. Boom. Suddenly, the space trembled violently, and within the Undying Spirit Mountain, a vast sea of death energy surged out like a tide, enveloping the heavens and the earth. In an instant, this endless space seemed to darken a few shades. The sunlight vanished, and the sun and moon lost their light. At this moment, all the Pride members became excited. The Undying Spirit Mountain, it has truly opened. The opportunities within are about to appear. Ha ha! Fighting for opportunities, seizing fortunes, pushing through the ancient immortals, dominating the Imperial path. Everything has finally come. Undying Spirit Mountain, I have waited for you for a long time. In an instant, all the Pride members were in an uproar. Every being was extremely excited, looking towards the direction of the Undying Spirit Mountain, unable to suppress their emotions. The great contest, the Pride competition, every opportunity is enough to change the rankings among the Pride. Therefore, the appearance of opportunities will inevitably lead to fierce competition. Above the Undying Spirit Mountain, a beam of light suddenly shot up at lightning speed, as if to recreate the heavens and the earth. As the light faded, the Undying Spirit Mountain actually manifested a path out of thin air, spreading to this gathering place of Pride. The Undying Spirit Mountain is actively welcoming the Pride. In an instant, all the Pride members turned red-eyed, rushing to step onto the path, eager to compete for the opportunities within the Undying Spirit Mountain. Chapter 119. Arriving at the Undying Spirit Mountain, instantly killing the 9 nether beasts. As for the other Pride members, they had already left this space and were observing from distance. This battle was too terrifying, far beyond their level to touch. Gazing at the battle from afar, Pride members from various realms expressed their amazement. The ancient immortal race is so powerful, those 3 Pride members can actually fight back against them. It's truly terrifying. The aura unleashed by the 3 ancient immortal beings could kill me. Yet those 3 Pride members could actually confront them head-on. Is this the gap between Pride members? This was a shocking battle, even rare among the respected realms. It was unclear how much time had passed, but the terrifying aftermath of the battle had shattered this mountain range. Ancient trees collapsed, and the void shattered. Yet the battle continued, showing no signs of stopping. The vitality of the ancient immortal race was too strong, and there was no sign of exhaustion. It was not a good strategy to fight against them. The strongest Pride member of the Chaos Realm, Emperor E, had a gloomy expression and muttered to himself. It wasn't he that Emperor E was completely unable to deal with the 9 nether beast, but he also had to consider the upcoming Undying Spirit Mountain. If he exhausted his strength here, he would likely fall at a disadvantage in the subsequent competition for opportunities. Chapter 120. Entering the Undying Spirit Mountain, the land of opportunities and fortunes. Damn, that young man merely glanced, and the terrifying 9 nether beast was directly killed? My God, is this the terror of the dual pupil? Even the strongest Pride member of my realm couldn't handle the 9 nether beast. Yet that young man annihilated it directly. Even with dual pupils, it shouldn't be this terrifying, right? In an instant, all the Pride members were shocked, staring blankly, emitting sounds of surprise like a dream. Xuan's terror had far exceeded their understanding. How is this even possible? Who exactly are you? The strongest Pride member of the Chaos Realm, Emperor E, stared at Xuan in disbelief. He had never heard of such a terrifying dual pupil cultivator emerging from the 3,000 realms. Just an ant. Xuan glanced at Emperor Yi, not wanting to bother with him, and after leaving a cold remark, he directly rushed towards the remaining two ancient immortal beings. Under the gaze of all the cultivators, a holy sword appeared in Xuan's hand, casually slashing down. Instantly, infinite sword light obliterated everything. Even the heavens and earth lost their color. Boom! The terrifying sword light, carrying boundless killing intent, instantly annihilated the remaining skeletal dragon and the undying sky-devouring python. Chapter 121. In the depths of the undying spirit mountain, the celestial immortal tree. In the deepest part of the undying spirit mountain, the Tao rhyme permeated the air, and spiritual energy was abundant, making it an excellent cultivation place. Under Xuan's perception, there were at least 3 undying herbs auras blooming ahead. Xuan even sensed a trace of Imperial might. An Imperial weapon. Xuan was taken aback. Could it be that there was an Imperial weapon hidden within the undying spirit mountain? No wonder this was the immortal ancient world. The opportunities were truly abundant. Before long, Xuan led a group of talented individuals from the Daoxian realm deep into the undying spirit mountain. Suddenly, Xuan is shot. Ahead, there stood a towering ancient tree. The tree radiated dazzling immortal light, with a mysterious aura permeating the air. Upon closer inspection, he found that the immortal tree bore 5 fruits, resembling 5 stars, emanating brilliant treasure light, surrounded by colorful clouds. To Xuan's astonishment, the fruits on the immortal tree looked like newborn babies. This reminded him of the ginseng fruit he had seen before. What on earth was this immortal tree? Xuan did not know, but he could clearly sense that the 5 fruits on the immortal tree were indeed the undying elixir. The undying elixir emitted a fragrance that made one feel as if they were floating in the air, enveloping the entire space and causing one's mouth to water. Chapter 122. Erasing the talents of all realms. Obtaining the heavenly immortal tree. The talents of the chaos realm had all fallen. How could this be possible? Who could kill them? After Xuan dealt with the talents of the chaos realm, a sudden voice echoed in the space. Xuan looked over, and it was the talents from the Shura realm who had arrived. At this moment, the talents from the Shura realm stared in shock at the pool of blood on the ground, looking incredulously at Xuan ahead. You actually killed all the talents from the chaos realm. The talents from the Shura realm were all stunned, feeling a tingling sensation on their scalps. Wasn't their Shura realm known for its bloodthirstiness? How could this young man seem even more ruthless than them? You killed the Emperor Yi of the Chaos Realm. Stepping out of the immortal ancient world, you will likely encounter trouble, Shura Z coldly remarked. What a bunch of annoying guys. Is this all you so-called talents from the 10 ancient realms can say? Xuan sneered. In the next second, immense divine energy surged forth, shattering space and sweeping across the heavens and earth. Boom! All the talents from the Shura realm were instantly obliterated, including Shura Z. To Xuan, the identity of any talent was unimportant. Chapter 123. G Family's Imperial Weapon, the Void Mirror, deep within the undying spirit mountain. Just as Xuan and the others stepped into a cave at the deepest part of the undying spirit mountain. Boom! The heavens and earth rumbled. The sound of the great Tao emerged, and the entire undying spirit mountain was instantly enveloped by a strange radiance. Looking ahead, there was a gigantic mirror floating in the void. The mirror was like jade, radiating divine light, resembling a divine object, incredibly extraordinary. Gazing at the mirror in the void, Xuan's heart trembled. The Imperial might emanated from that mirror. In other words, the mirror before him was an Imperial weapon. He never expected that there would truly be Imperial weapons in the immortal ancient world. My heavens! An Imperial weapon that the entire Daoxian realm could hardly find had actually appeared here, right before us. All the talents from the Daoxian realm were astonished, their eyes glowing with fervor. That was an Imperial weapon, capable of making a race thrive for 10,000 years. This mirror seemed to be the weapon of a great emperor from endless ages ago. A surprised voice echoed in the space. The descendant of the immortal palace was examining the mirror in the void, revealing a puzzled expression. Xuan was taken aback. This Imperial weapon, you also know its origin. Unsure, but seemed to be the weapon of that great emperor from our Daoxian realm long ago, called the Void Mirror. Chapter 124. The Siege of the Immortal Ancient Beings. Battle, Saint Venerable. Deep within the undying Spirit Mountain, after exhausting the opportunities within the undying Spirit Mountain, Xuan and Leng Ruoli slowly began to return the way they came. Ruoli, I sense something is off. There seems to be an unusual aura permeating the heavens and earth. Xuan softly spoke to Leng Ruoli. I feel it too. Leng Ruoli looked at Xuan, her red lips parting slightly, a trace of seriousness appearing on her face. That aura was very strong, enveloping the entire heavens and earth, incredibly extraordinary. This aura made both Xuan and Leng Ruoli become cautious as they slowly stepped out of the undying Spirit Mountain. Just as they stepped out, countless auras instantly locked onto them. Xuan and Leng Ruoli's expressions changed slightly as they looked into the void. There were figures of the immortal ancient beings standing tall in the heavens, exuding a heart-stopping aura. The immortal ancient beings were most terrifying for their overwhelming vitality, capable of shattering the heavens and earth. Among the figures of the immortal ancient beings, a monkey instantly caught Xuan's attention. An extraordinary monkey. Xuan's lips curled slightly, a glimmer of different color flashing in his eyes. This monkey looked somewhat comical, but the aura of supreme dominance it exuded was incredibly real. Chapter 125. Defeating the Battle Saint Venerable. Cultivation. In the void, the aftermath of the battle faded away. The result of the battle was revealed. A figure was sent flying, crashing to an unknown distance. Ha ha! I knew the Saint Venerable would definitely win. That outsider talent has already been smashed away so far. Even if they don't die, they'll definitely be severely injured. The immortal ancient being laughed heartily. The result was as he expected. But just as he saw the scene in the arena, his expression instantly changed, his mouth agape, unable to close it at all, because the figure that had been sent flying was not the outsider talent he mentioned, but the Battle Saint Venerable. In an instant, a powerful shockwave struck the hearts of countless immortal ancient beings like a thunderclap. The Battle Saint Venerable, the strongest among the younger generation of the immortal ancient world, had been defeated at the hands of an outsider talent. This result instantly shattered their worldview. According to records from the immortal ancient, it was only 10,000 years ago that a talent could push through the immortal ancient, but they were nowhere near this level. That person merely matched the then strongest of the immortal ancient's younger generation, crushing other outsider talents before leaving. Chapter 126. The Immortal Ancient Arena. Final Trial. On the 33rd day of marriage, reward. Leng's Secret. With the emergence of the Leng's Secret, a supreme being descends, with a wave of their sleeves. In the boundless starry sky, the universe falls silent, the divine prohibitions of all directions, space folds, shaking and killing everything. It's a secret technique of space. On the 34th day of marriage, reward. 50 years of cultivation. On the 35th day of marriage, reward. Grass character, sword technique. Grass character, sword technique. The supreme offensive divine ability of the sword path, when cultivated to the extreme, with a wave of the hand, the heavens and earth. Countless lives, sword light shatters everything. Reborn from destruction, indestructible and unending. Time flew by rapidly, and in the blink of an eye, 3 days had passed. In these 3 days, Xuan obtained the Lin character secret, one of the 9 secrets, as well as the supreme sword technique, the grass character sword art. Through cultivation, Xuan has mastered them all. On this day, deep within the immortal undying mountain, a chaotic divine light swept across the heavens and the earth. And a young man with black hair like a waterfall opened his eyes. The young man's terrifying vitality broke through the 9 heavens, and as he stood up, he resonated with the world, his aura reaching an extraordinary peak, as if an ancient emperor had awakened. This figure was naturally Xuan. His aura radiated outward, revealing that he was at the 9th level of the Venerable Realm, just 1 step away from entering the Sacred Realm and achieving the status of a saint. Chapter 127. All the talented ones gather for the final trial. In the central area of the immortal ancient world, there was a void filled only with endless emptiness, rich spiritual energy, and profound Tao rhythm. It must be said that this was an excellent place for cultivation. The atmosphere was quiet, like a forbidden zone, with no living beings stepping in until this moment. In the next second, the void shattered and figures appeared in this space. Soon, this realm was filled with outstanding talents from various realms. These young prodigies stood in the void, full of vigor, radiating confidence that was dazzling like stars. They sized each other up, with no one willing to yield. Before the immortal ancient arena even began, a strong smell of gunpowder filled the air, making the atmosphere somewhat oppressive. And in the next second, the bodies of the talented ones present all trembled violently, because in the void, an incomparably terrifying aura suddenly appeared. That aura was too frightening. With its arrival, the entire space seemed to be on the verge of collapse, filled with a sense of suffocation. Above the world, a man's figure stood tall, wrapped in a gray robe, his face like jade, exuding a heart-pounding aura. What surprised everyone even more was that behind the man, an emperor's phantom emerged, radiating a faint imperial might, suppressing the world. Chapter 128. The immortal ancient arena appears. On that chaotic avenue, the man's eyes shone with chaotic divine light, and behind him, 5 types of emperor phantoms appeared, making him seem unlike anyone from this ancient history. A woman surrounded by crimson immortal light had a faint divine phoenix mark on her snow-white forehead, her stunning beauty resembling an otherworldly fairy, or a sovereign looking down upon the world. The chaotic divine demon body, double pupils, and 9 heavens divine phoenix body. Who are these two? Why have I never heard of them in the 3,000 realms? Many talented individuals felt their scalps tingle in shock. The chaotic divine demon body, double pupils, and 9 heavens divine phoenix body are among the top 10 supreme physiques in the 3,000 bodies. Such physiques may not be seen even once in several epochs. Yet, they appeared right before the eyes of all the talented ones, especially the man who possessed 2 types of supreme physiques and had cultivated 5 types of emperor phantoms. Truly astonishing. My God, are these really the prodigies of the 3,000 realms? These two are freaks among freaks, especially that man, whose talent is terrifying, unheard of, and unseen. Interesting, truly interesting. In this life, heroes are indeed as numerous as carp crossing the river. Chapter 129. Sword Wuxuang defeats the Emperor's progeny, seeing such a scene. Countless prodigies couldn't help but gasp in shock. The terrifying nature of the gray-robed youth made them exclaim, "No wonder he is the Emperor's progeny." Although his vitality isn't that overwhelming, his true combat power is hard to gauge. Who else wants to come up and fight? The Emperor's progeny spoke confidently, his bold voice echoing through the heavens and the earth. This time, the ordinary prodigies fell completely silent. The Emperor's progeny had an aura that they could not provoke. "I will come to challenge you." However, in the next second, a calm and confident voice rang out. Everyone turned their gaze to the young man who spoke. Sword Wuxuang. It was actually Wuxuang. His sword path is considered divine, and he has long been famous in the 3,000 realms. But I wonder how he compares to the Emperor's progeny? The eyes of the talented ones sparkled with excitement, closely watching the immortal ancient arena. In this moment, even the Ice Snow Fairy and the 9-Crowned King, the most powerful prodigies, became serious, intently observing the situation on the immortal ancient arena. Both of these individuals are formidable opponents. I wonder who will win. The 9-Crowned King's eyes gleamed, but he was somewhat looking forward to the battle between the two. Chapter 130. The Might of the 9-Crowned King. Wow, no wonder he is the 9-Crowned King. His move even made the immortal ancient arena tremble a bit. In response, Sword Wuxuang did not back down at all. He pointed his imperial sword towards the heavens and gently turned it, causing a massive portal to form in the sky. In the next second, the portal collapsed, and a giant sword fell straight down, with terrifying sword energy spreading throughout the world. Sword opens the heavenly gate. This is a super sword technique recorded in ancient history. Among the talented cultivators in the 3,000 realms, some recognized this sword technique and gasped in astonishment. Boom! The immortal light and the giant sword collided in the heavens and the earth. Bang! This clash was like 2 ancient stars colliding uncontrollably, raising endless hurricanes that shattered the heavens and the earth. If it weren't for the fact that there were no other mountains or obstacles around the immortal ancient arena, it would have likely been directly overturned by the terrifying aftermath of this battle. How terrifying! Is this the duel between the 9-Crowned King and the current genius of swordsmanship? It has far exceeded the realm of the younger generation, right? So astounding. This is beyond what I can imagine. Countless prodigies from the 3,000 realms erupted in exclamations, all shocked by the terrifying power of the 9-Crowned King and sword Wu Xuan. Chapter 131. Leng Ruoli battles the nine-crowned king, a woman. Who is she? I don't know. Only that she possesses the nine heavens divine phoenix body and is associated with the previously mentioned man who has the chaotic divine demon body and double pupils. The nine heavens divine phoenix body ranks among the top 10 physiques in the 3,000 bodies, indeed quite terrifying, but in front of the nine-crowned king. It seems inadequate. After all, even the Emperor's progeny and the unparalleled sword Wu Xuan in swordsmanship have been defeated. Look, perhaps a miracle will happen. The appearance of Leng Ruoli immediately sparked discussions among the prodigies of the 3,000 realms. She is a woman of extraordinary talent, with remarkable abilities. This, they do not deny, but her opponent is the nine-crowned king. He is an existence that far surpasses the current talented ones. Even if she possesses the nine heavens divine phoenix body, can she cope? The nine-crowned king is indeed strong, but Ruoli will definitely win. Watching the graceful figure on the arena, Xuan stated confidently, even if the opponent has emerged victorious 9 times invincible, it may still not be enough in front of Leng Ruoli. After all, Xuan has a certain understanding of Leng Ruoli. His extraordinary talent left even him in disbelief. Chapter 132, United Attack. Wow, what kind of divine ability is this? It's truly terrifying. Countless cultivators were shocked. The woman not only possessed immense strength, but also unfathomable abilities, which were astonishing and unheard of. In the heavens and earth, the divine phoenix and the true dragon clashed, with the dragon biting onto the phoenix's tail, continuously spiraling in the air, try to annihilate the phoenix. Just when the celestial prodigies thought the phoenix would ultimately be defeated by the true dragon and was about to perish, a surge of divine fire suddenly erupted from the phoenix's body. In an instant, the overwhelming divine fire rapidly spread, engulfing the entire heavens and earth. The true dragon was instantly reduced to ashes under the burning of the phoenix's fire, dissipating into the void. However, the divine fire of the phoenix charged towards the nine-crowned king without losing its momentum. Boom! In an instant, a tremendous sound echoed in the void, as the nine-crowned king's body was directly knocked off the ancient celestial arena by the phoenix. For a moment, space seemed to freeze, falling into complete silence. Without a single sound, everyone stared dumbfounded at the graceful figure on the ancient celestial arena, losing the ability to think. That woman actually won. She actually defeated the nine-crowned king, who had emerged 9 times and was invincible. Chapter 133. The Elegance of Leng Ruoli. This woman is extraordinary, everyone. Let's attack together. Suddenly, a voice rang out in the heavens and earth. In an instant, over 100 prodigies seemed to be energized, their fighting spirit boiling, and they all launched their attacks. On the ancient celestial arena, various runes intertwined, magical powers surged, and numerous divine abilities and treasures were displayed. A shocking fist light illuminated, shattering the firmament. An unmatched sword light shone, obliterating everything. A colossal palm print that blocked the sun came crashing down, suppressing the void. The combined attack of over 100 prodigies created a momentum that was earth-shattering and terrifying in the extreme. Among these prodigies, the vast majority had reached the mid-stage of the venerable realm, with many even at the late stage. This joint attack was not as simple as mere addition. It could even annihilate a saint. Yet, despite this, Leng Ruoli remained calm, her flawless face showing little change in expression, as if she were an ancient well, undisturbed. She gently raised her hand, and boundless divine phoenix fire instantly spread out, enveloping the heavens and earth, aiming to incinerate the void. Boom! A thunderous roar erupted from the ancient celestial arena, resonating throughout the heavens and earth. Various brilliant lights burst forth, dazzling and blinding, making it difficult for the cultivators below the arena to open their eyes. Chapter 134. Touch my wife and seek death? Hiss. So many prodigies attacking simultaneously just to deal with one woman. This is truly an unprecedented scene. This also indirectly illustrates the terror of that woman. Such a woman has probably never existed in ancient history. Unparalleled elegance, astonishing talent. This is my evaluation of that woman. Countless prodigies beneath the arena sighed in admiration. Given this situation, Ruoli might really be defeated. Xuan furrowed his brows slightly and muttered to himself. However, he was not worried about Leng Ruoli. After all, His wife was the reincarnation of an unimaginable being, with an absolutely abundant array of trump cards. Without further ado, the real battle began on the ancient celestial arena. Rumble. In an instant, various divine abilities and treasures were displayed, endlessly. Thousands of prodigies attacked simultaneously, and the brilliant magical light enveloped the entire heavens and earth. Looking incredibly spectacular, the collision of various divine abilities caused this boundless space to be torn apart and then restored repeatedly. Chaos reigned between the heavens and earth. At the center of the battle, Leng Ruoli stood on the void, her beautiful eyes slightly narrowed, her delicate brows furrowed, yet she appeared remarkably calm and composed. There was an air of confidence emanating unknowingly from her, looking down upon the world. Chapter 135. 10,000 Prodigies. Just to defeat Xuan. What terrifying power! Just what kind of unparalleled punch was that? Hiss, that young man possesses celestial strength. It's truly astonishing. Countless cultivators gasped, looking at Xuan, unable to help but exclaim. How powerful! In a distant place away from the arena, Jian Wushuang, the Ice Snow Fairy, and the Nine Crown King also expressed their astonishment. That punch just now could easily kill a saint, or even a great saint. Such power made them feel a chill run down their backs, just for calling it. Moreover, the few of them had a premonition that this was far from Xuan's true peak combat power. Hiss, thinking of this, even those who were among the top prodigies of the 3,000 realms couldn't help but gasp, feeling a sense of helplessness. Who else wants to fight me? Xuan's calm voice echoed in the void, resonating through the heavens and earth endlessly. The world fell into silence. Not a sound could be heard. No one responded. On the ancient celestial arena, Leng Ruoli had already left, and only Xuan remained standing. Chapter 136. Chaos Divine Demon Body, Suppressing the Universe. In an instant, the ancient celestial arena was filled with countless figures, completely surrounding Xuan. At this moment, the surging battle intent enveloped the entire space, soaring towards the heavens. All the cultivators knew, just as Xuan said, this was their only opportunity. If they missed this chance, the treasures of the ancient celestial realm would have nothing to do with them. Now, this is getting interesting. Scanning the over 10,000 prodigies surrounding him, a faint smile appeared on Xuan's face. However, this smile appeared to the prodigies like the grin of a devil, causing a chill to rise in their hearts. Everyone, this is our only chance. Let us give it our all and fight for our dreams. The Nine Crown King shouted loudly. The next moment, the battle erupted. The prodigies of the 3,000 realms launched their attacks together, unleashing various terrifying techniques. In the void, magical powers surged, and various brilliant lights intertwined. At this moment, it seemed as if the heavens and earth were about to be shattered. Rumble. In an instant, the heavens and earth roared. Interesting, but not too much. To this, Xuan simply responded calmly. Then, Xuan stepped onto the void, his eyes widened. In an instant, two beams of chaos light that could destroy the heavens and earth shot out, sweeping across the entire realm. Chapter 137. Kuanping Treasure Technique. Pre-word secret. At this moment, countless gazes were focused on the tall figure on the ancient celestial arena, with numerous exclamations and praises ringing out. Xuan, he really did it. Looking at Xuan's back, Leng Ruoli's expression was somewhat complex. It was true that she wanted to subdue Xuan, but given the current situation, that's simply impossible. Is there anyone else who wants to challenge me? Xuan's gaze lightly swept over the 3,000 talented individuals present, like an unparalleled king overlooking the world. And he spoke Dandanda. As Xuan's voice echoed, the space that had been bustling just a moment ago instantly returned to silence. Not a single voice responded. Almost all the cultivators lowered their heads. Not to mention answering Xuan, they didn't even have the courage to meet his gaze. Of course, this couldn't be blamed on them for being too timid. It was simply that Xuan's earlier performance was too exaggerated. One person overwhelmed tens of thousands of top talents, including even the children of emperors, Jian Wushuang and the Nine Crown King, among several other unparalleled prodigies. What astonishing talent this was! How could they dare to offend him? Therefore, at this moment, all the cultivators chose to remain silent. Chapter 138. The final trial ends. The ancient immortal tablet. Boom! At that moment, the heavens and earth suddenly shook violently. The next second, a grand voice, like a heavenly sound, rumbled through the void, immense and powerful. 3 days' time has come to an end. The ancient immortal arena is closing. The first of the ancient immortal, leave your name. The mighty heavenly sound, as if coming from the ancient times, echoed through the world, causing all the cultivators to become instantly excited. The ancient immortal arena had concluded. The final trial had come to an end, and the will of the ancient immortal began to speak, allowing that young man to leave his name. Yes, truly leaving a mark in history. From now on, future prodigies entering the ancient immortal will see that young man's name. This is an immense honor. However, alas, our strength is insufficient. We cannot compete with that young man. Countless cultivators sighed, gazing at the young man on the ancient immortal arena, most of them filled with envy and regret. The ancient immortal arena, the final trial of the ancient immortal, concluded just like that, and the opportunities in the land of the ancient immortal's creation were beyond their reach. Sigh. I wonder what kind of opportunities truly lie within that legendary land of the ancient immortal's creation. The child of the emperor sighed, his gaze somewhat dim, completely unlike the spirited demeanor he had when he first entered the ancient immortal world. Chapter 139. Leaving a name in the ancient immortal, transforming into variables. The only one in 10,000 years. My heavens! Those names are all the most astonishing prodigies throughout history, and in the end, they all became emperors. The primordial emperor, the ancient chaos emperor, the celestial empress, the azure emperor, the void emperor. Yes, these are all the supreme beings who emerged from the 3,000 realms over endless ages. Each one invincible in their time, pushing everything aside. How shocking those names are. And in this generation, that young man's name will also be engraved on the ancient immortal tablet, shining alongside those brilliant names, illuminating the way for future generations to admire. Yes, doesn't this mean that the young man's future achievements will not fall beneath those names? This is truly astonishing. Countless cultivators marveled. At that moment, Xuan felt a mysterious and unfathomable power enveloping his body, lifting him towards the ancient immortal tablet in the void. Under the gaze of countless cultivators, Xuan had already appeared before the ancient immortal tablet. At this moment, the world fell into silence, and all the cultivators became solemn. They knew they were witnessing history. Leaving a name, that young man is really going to leave a name. Chapter 140. The land of the ancient immortal's creation. The primordial. The land of the ancient immortal's creation. This is an independent world, with towering ancient trees, the sounds of birds and fragrant flowers, and various magical beings leaping about, resembling a fairyland. Upon entering the spatial gate, Xuan felt a moment of dizziness, and the next second he found himself in this wondrous world, so abundant in spiritual energy. As soon as he entered the land of the ancient immortal's creation, Xuan sensed the difference here. Not only is it beautifully magnificent, unlike the human realm, but it is also filled with an incredibly rich spiritual energy, making it a perfect place for cultivation. This is certainly a good place. No doubt about it. However, Xuan gazed into the distance, peering far and wide, but found nothing particularly different. The land of the ancient immortal's creation is just more abundant in spiritual energy? Xuan questioned. If this is the opportunity of the land of the ancient immortal's creation, then it's quite disappointing, isn't it? Future generations, you are remarkable. I can't see through you at all. Just then, an ethereal and melodious voice suddenly echoed throughout the heavens and earth, resonating in this world. But that voice was so elusive, as if it came from the other end of the river of time, captivating hearts. Who are you? Xuan was slightly startled and asked. Chapter 141. A great change in the future? The source of the Tao. It was unknown how long had passed, but the entire world seemed about to be pierced through. Yet the battle still did not cease. Truly worthy of the primordial, his strength is overwhelming, a challenger never encountered before. At this moment, Xuan's complexion turned pale for the first time, and he used the character's secret to regain some vitality. This kid probably doesn't know that I have already utilized the strength of a sage. However, he is indeed very strong enough to be breathless, thought the primordial. Even after activating the innate sage body, he still couldn't gain an advantage against Xuan. It wasn't that the primordial was shameless. It was just that he had never lost before, and now losing to a contemporary, a little brat from the future, was indeed a bit embarrassing for him. An invincible physique, an endless array of divine abilities and treasures, and looking at his bone age, he seemed to be less than 60 years old. How on earth has this kid cultivated? It's a bit too terrifying, thought the primordial. Enough already. Enough. I've seen enough. Xuan, your performance is sufficient to inherit my legacy. Chapter 142. The name of Xuan shakes the 3,000 realms. Outside, the ancient immortal world. News about what transpired within the ancient immortal world had already spread throughout the 3,000 realms. Soon, a name called Xuan completely swept through the 3,000 realms, overwhelming everything, crushing the top talents of the 3,000 realms, achieving the title of the first of the ancient immortal, leaving his name on the ancient immortal tablet, entering the land of the ancient immortal's creation. All of this was sung by the 3,000 realms. In the Hengyu realm. Fenger, you mean to say, you couldn't even rank in the top 3 in that ancient immortal world? How is that possible? You carry my bloodline, and with all the inheritances I've found for you, it shouldn't be like this, right? In a palace, a tall man with sword-like brows, appearing extremely imposing, stared incredulously at the gray-robed youth below. The man was wrapped in a black robe, and his every move exuded an emperor's might that made the gray-robed youth below seem somewhat restrained. The gray-robed man was indeed the child of the emperor within the ancient immortal world. His real name was Lin Feng, and his father was the Hengyu emperor of the Hengyu realm. Father, it's true. This generation not only has a sword genius wielding an emperor's sword, but also the 9-crowned king, and even a woman with the 9 heavens divine phoenix body. Chapter 143. The Daoxian realm trembles, reactions from all sides. In the Ji family of the central continent. What? Xuan, the first of the ancient immortal? How is this possible? Hearing this news, Ji Chengdao was extremely excited, suddenly sitting up from his chair, furious. Xuan, that was the archenemy of the Ji family. Just 2 days before Xuan entered the immortal ancient realm, Ji Chengdao had sent someone to assassinate Xuan. And now, Xuan had actually reached that level? No. Calm down. Being the number 1 in the immortal ancient realm isn't that significant. Didn't the ancestors of the Ji family, the Void Emperor, also dominate the immortal ancient realm and achieve the number 1 position? Right. No need to panic. Being the number 1 in the immortal ancient realm is nothing. When Xuan returns, I will still have ways to kill him. Ji Chengdao said with a dark face. Speaking of which, the Ji family was also a superpower in the endless years past. However, after the Void Emperor left and several generations of successors fell in the immortal ancient realm, all of this caused the Ji family's power to gradually decline, leading to the current situation. Nevertheless, despite this, the Ji family still had considerable foundation, more than enough to deal with the Xuan. The day Xuan returns to the Daoxian realm will be his death day. Ji Chengdao muttered gloomily. East Wilderness, Dian's sacred land. Chapter 144. Experts from all realms arriving at Daoxian to seek Xuan. A genius who emerged from the Daoxian realm suppressed the talents of the 3,000 realms, becoming number 1. This news excited the entire 3,000 realms, making countless cultivators ecstatic and unable to contain themselves. Xuan's deeds ignited their passion for cultivation. If they persisted, the nameless would eventually have their day of fame. For a time, the entire Daoxian realm became lively. This excitement lasted for 3 days. 3 days later, on this day, the sky of the Daoxian realm suddenly changed. Several cloud boats slowly approached above the Daoxian realm, carrying an overwhelming might. The cloud boats were covered with terrifying formations, crossing the boundary and invading the realm of Daoxian. On those cloud boats, figures with strong auras stood like divine swords, exuding a powerful sense of oppression that made one's heart tremble. What is going on? Some cultivators from a central region of the Daoxian realm noticed the anomaly in the sky and exclaimed, "What the hell? Are these outsiders?" The entry of several cloud boats into the realm was indeed a spectacular sight. However, any cultivator with a normal mind could easily realize that something was clearly wrong. Chapter 145. Ji Chengdao as a dog? My lord, the Ji family has a grudge against Xuan. As the saying goes, the enemy of my enemy is my friend. I, a useless person, do not have the qualifications to be your friend. But I am willing to be your dog, and can lead you to find the forces behind Xuan. Suddenly, a voice rang out in the heavens and earth. In an instant, All the cultivators in the Dao Xian realm were stunned. Who is this traitor? Although Su Xian had no kindness towards them, he was still a genius of the Dao Xian realm. Even if it didn't help, they shouldn't kick someone when they're down, right? Moreover, how could this speaker completely lose their dignity for the sake of survival, willingly becoming a dog? For a moment, all the cultivators present turned their gazes towards the source of that voice. When they saw the speaker, many cultivators were taken aback. Isn't that Ji Qingdao, the head of the Ji family? Ji Qingdao, for the sake of survival, have you really lost all your dignity? You actually casually offer to be a dog for an outsider? An elder from a certain power scolded Ji Qingdao. Such a person brings disgrace to the Dao Xian realm. What do you understand? I, an old man, am simply someone who knows how to recognize the times. In response, Ji Qingdao was not angry, but glanced at the elder with disdain and said, Chapter 146, The 18 Ancestors Strike. Su Xuanji. Ji Qingdao shouted the name of the 18 ancestors of the Su family, filled with astonishment. Oh, I thought it was someone else. Turns out it's that little kid from the Ji family back in the day. What's wrong? Now you're also a dog for the outsiders. Su Xuanji recognized Ji Qingdao and said mockingly, I still remember that when Su Xuanji was dominating the Dao Xian realm, Ji Qingdao was just a little brat who crawled around in open crotch pants. I didn't expect that after growing up, he would become such a disgraceful person. Ha! Su Xuanji, don't call out anymore. Today, I bring the Lord from the outside world to destroy your Su family. Ji Qingdao shouted, without feeling any wrong in what he did. If I had known you would grow up to be like this, I should have asked your grandfather to kill you back then. Su Xuanji snorted coldly. You are the strongest of the Su family? It seems not enough to look at? A mocking voice rang out, belonging to a woman in a black robe from the Rakshasa realm, the master of the Rakshasa girl. This woman's aura was also extraordinary, being a Saint King level power, enough to dominate the entire Dao Xian realm. Chapter 147. Leng Ruoli appears, forbidden technique. How can you, a quasi-emperor of the 3,000 realms, be so petty, coming to seek justice because the talents of the realm were defeated? Just then, a clear voice suddenly echoed in the heavens and earth. Immediately after, a beautiful figure appeared, her flawless face and graceful posture resembling a fairy stepping out of a painting. Ruoli, Su Yintian and Jiang Yu were surprised, joy appearing on their faces, but it quickly turned to worry. Father, mother. Leng Ruoli stepped forward and instantly reached Su Yintian and Jiang Yu's side. Beaming at the two, Leng Ruoli's smile was very sweet, causing the world to lose its color in an instant. Who are you? Su Xian's little wife? A powerful figure from the Shura realm stepped forward, coldly questioning. That's right. I am Su Xian's wife. Leng Ruoli replied firmly. She is indeed Su Xian's wife, both in identity and substance. Ha ha. Capture this little girl and see what that little brat Su Xian will do. The Shura realm expert coldly said, and the next second, a large hand reached out towards Leng Ruoli. In an instant, an overwhelming killing intent filled the heavens and earth, incredibly terrifying. This Shura realm expert was a great sage, with extraordinary strength. Chapter 148, Die an Ancestor. Ruoli. Jiang Yu reacted quickly, leaping into the air and hugging Leng Ruoli tightly. Ruoli, what's wrong? Jiang Yu shouted in anxiety, calling Leng Ruoli's name. Daughter-in-law, you must not have any accidents. I really didn't expect that such a powerful Saint King could emerge from a small Dao Xian realm. Even in my realm, you could be considered someone significant, but unfortunately, your descendant has provoked someone they shouldn't have. The Chaos Saint Master spoke coldly, every word carrying a chilling aura that made one's heart tremble. As the voice fell, the chaotic energy around the Chaos Saint Master surged, and a ball of chaotic light began to condense, about to strike Su Xuanji and obliterate him. In an instant, an overwhelming imperial might filled the heavens and the earth, making the Su family's cultivators dare not even breathe loudly. At that moment, everyone from the Su family held their breath, staring intently at the Chaos Saint Master, their faces filled with endless worry. The strongest of the Su family was to die. The cold voice of the Chaos Saint Master echoed in the void, and the world fell silent as if it had been frozen. Boom! A tremendous sound, like the collapse of stars. Then a sky full of golden blood mist. Chapter 149, Grandmaster Dian, entering the Chaos realm. Isn't it true? Good, very good. Then I shall begin. Grandmaster Dian smiled and reached out a delicate hand towards the group of foreign powerhouses. Speak. I will say anything. I just ask that you spare my life. Suddenly, a foreign powerhouse could no longer withstand the overwhelming aura of death and shouted loudly. Speak. And if the result satisfies me, perhaps I can really spare your life, Grandmaster Dian said indifferently, looking at the speaking foreign powerhouse. Thank you, my lord, thank you. I come from the reincarnation realm, and these guys are from the chaos realm, the Shura realm, the Rakshasa realm, and the Thunder realm. The foreign powerhouse recounted everything to Grandmaster Dian. Zhang San, you traitor. How dare you betray us? The other foreign powerhouses were dissatisfied and scolded the one who spoke. You don't understand anything. I am merely someone who knows how to recognize the times. This lord is not only beautiful, like a celestial maiden descending to the mortal realm, but her means are also extraordinary. If I could get a chance to be her follower, it would be the fortune I have accumulated over 8 lifetimes. Chapter 150. Grandmaster Dian suppresses 6 quasi-emperors. 6 quasi-emperors struck simultaneously, their might unimaginable, as the shocking divine light traversed the entire realm, shocking countless beings. This is the aura of quasi-emperors. Over there, in the chaos realm, a shocking battle is erupting. Quasi-emperors, in an era without emperors. They are already the absolute peak of the 3,000 realms, usually figures you can't even see, and now they had actually appeared and were erupting into battle. What on earth happened? Why did the chaos realm erupt into war? It's astonishing. Even though there are countless star systems in between, I can still feel the intensity of that battle. What's going on? The battles between the 3,000 realms have never ceased. But it has been endless years since such a terrifying battle erupted. At this moment, many ancient powerhouses from the 3,000 realms were stirred, stepping out of their realms, walking through the boundless starry sky, and looking towards the direction of the chaos realm. It's so astonishing, 6 quasi-emperor level powerhouses are simultaneously attacking a woman. An unparalleled powerhouse exclaimed, astonished by everything happening over there. Meanwhile, some powerhouses were even rushing towards the chaos realm, wanting to witness such a shocking battle in person. Chapter 151. Grandmaster Dian battles the Chaos Emperor. No matter who you are, today, you will not leave the Chaos Realm. Just then, a voice suddenly echoed within the Chaos Realm. Immediately afterwards, the heavens and earth within the Chaos Realm roared, thunder and lightning crackled, and dark clouds rolled. Accompanied by various strange phenomena, a terrifying aura instantly enveloped the entire space. Imperial might. This time, the imperial might that rose in the heavens and earth was different from the previous quasi-emperors. It was a true emperor. Damn! The Emperor of Chaos has actually awakened. The Chaos Emperor, a legendary figure, was invincible during his era, and now he had awakened to battle that woman. Big news. The Chaos Emperor is not dead and has revived. The heavens of the 3,000 realms are about to change. In the starry sky, countless powerhouses were shocked to the core, exclaiming loudly, "The Emperor has emerged. The Imperial battle is about to begin." Such a situation left countless powerhouses in awe. An Imperial battle. That's an Imperial battle. When an emperor is enraged, millions fall, and any emperor possesses terrifying power, capable of easily destroying a star domain. Therefore, each imperial battle among the 3,000 realms would inevitably affect countless realms and alter the patterns of the 3,000 realms. Chapter 152. You are all ants. Even if 10 more of this level of emperors come, it wouldn't be enough for me to fight. Grandmaster Dian said with a faint smile. Damn, this situation is wrong. In a clash, that woman actually has the advantage? What? The Chaos Emperor, who suppressed an era, is actually defeated here. Defeated by that woman? How is that possible? It's unbelievable. What on earth is that woman? When did such a terrifying existence appear in the 3,000 realms? Capable of defeating the Chaos Emperor? Is she, perhaps, the current emperor? But in this era, not to mention emperors, even quasi-emperors have yet to appear. Seeing such a result, the powerhouses of the 3,000 realms were all shocked, their faces filled with disbelief. The Chaos Emperor, even after endless years, was still one of the invincible existences ranked among the top 10 of the 3,000 realms. Even though it is no longer his era, he should still be able to shine brilliantly, yet he was utterly defeated. Inside the Chaos Realm, Grandmaster Dian smiled, took a step forward, and instantly moved to the space where the Chaos Emperor was, gently extending a palm. A vast power instantly shattered endless voids, pressing down towards the Chaos Emperor. Chapter 153. Suppressing the Emperor. I am the protector of Xuan. No matter how many of you come, in my eyes, you are all like ants. My suggestion is to not struggle in vain. Throughout this, Grandmaster Diane's face showed no emotional fluctuations, remaining exceptionally calm. Her words were so chilling that they left countless powerhouses from the 3,000 realms aghast. A woman actually claimed to disregard 4 emperors, dozens of quasi-emperors, and countless sacred kings. What a domineering statement. But isn't that a bit too exaggerated? That woman is indeed extraordinarily imposing, truly like an unparalleled female emperor, commanding the world. No one dares to disobey. The woman can indeed be called peerlessly beautiful, one of a kind, but she is ultimately too arrogant, facing so many terrifying powerhouses. Her outcome will likely not be good. In an instant, the powerhouses of the 3,000 realms were in heated discussions. Some believed in Grandmaster Diane, convinced that she was an unprecedented supreme powerhouse, that no one could rival her, while more doubted, thinking that although Grandmaster Diane was strong alone, facing so many strong opponents simultaneously, there was no way she could have any chance of victory. Boom! Just then, the vast starry sky suddenly shook violently. Chapter 154. Spiritual energy revives. The path of the Emperor opens. 7 days later, from this day on, significant changes occurred in the 3,000 realms. The spiritual energy between heaven and earth suddenly became more abundant, making it more suitable for cultivation. Various hidden realms and opportunities in the 3,000 worlds began to manifest. Even many cultivators who were stuck at a bottleneck unexpectedly found that they had achieved breakthroughs without realizing it. This change was astonishing. Soon, many prominent figures in the 3,000 worlds began to react. The revival of spiritual energy, the awakening of the heavens, and the opening of the Imperial path. In a forbidden area, an elder of a great power suddenly opened his murky eyes and said slowly, in the past. The opening of the Imperial path was always preceded by 2 omens, without exception. One is the opening of the ancient immortal world. The other is the revival of spiritual energy. However, this revival of spiritual energy does not have much effect on those who are already exceptional strong. But for cultivators below the quasi-emperor level, it is of great help. And for young prodigies with extraordinary talent, it brings indescribable benefits. This is the manifestation of the will of the 3,000 worlds, aimed at making this golden era exceptionally brilliant, allowing those who are already extraordinarily gifted to advance further, reach higher realms, and make the competition for the Imperial path in this era even more exciting and magnificent. Chapter 155. Signing in for 10 days. Leaving the ancient immortal world. On the 38th day of marriage, reward of 100 years of cultivation. On the 39th day of marriage, reward of reincarnation immortal bones. On the 40th day of marriage, reward of tranquil white lotus. On the 41st day of marriage, reward of one of the 9 heavenly books, the body book. On the 42nd day of marriage, reward of 100 years of cultivation. On the 43rd day of marriage, reward of the indestructible heavenly skill. Achieved great success in cultivation immortality. On the 44th day of marriage, reward of invulnerability to all methods. Immune to magical power, invulnerable to all methods. On the 45th day of marriage, reward of the indestructible golden body technique. Achieved great success in cultivation, body indestructible, living as long as the heavens. On the 46th day of marriage, reward of 100 years of cultivation. On the 47th day of marriage, reward of one of the 9 secrets. The number secret. The number secret emerges, a day of respect for incantations, breaking the limits of divine power, solving the troubles of thought power, multitasking, transforming into the 3 purity, instant incantation, divine technique combo. This is the secret technique of splitting the body. In the ancient immortal world, in the land of creation, a young man with a radiant physique and hair like a waterfall slowly opened his eyes. Instantly, a chaotic divine light that looked down upon the world swept out, sweeping across the land. The young man was undoubtedly Xuan. After 10 days of cultivation, Xuan not only completely fused with the source of the Tao, achieving the innate holy body Tao fetus, but also obtained various divine abilities and techniques as reward from the system. Chapter 156. Stepping onto the Imperial Path. Leaving the ancient immortal world, Xuan appeared in a vast starry sky. Finally, out of the ancient immortal world, Xuan let out a long breath, feeling incredibly comfortable. Soon, Xuan sensed something was wrong. Why had the spiritual energy of heaven and earth suddenly become so dense? Suddenly, Xuan's gaze sharpened. He saw a long, ancient road crossing the starry sky, extending into the distant universe. It was a road filled with an ancient aura with no end in sight, emanating an unparalleled atmosphere. That was the Imperial Path. Xuan's heart trembled greatly. The Imperial Path had actually been opened. The Imperial Path, a road stained with blood, was also a road that countless prodigies yearned for. The Imperial Path had piles of bones, but also piles of glory, battling various prodigies, spreading the reputation of 100 generations. Looking at that Imperial Path, Xuan's heart became excited. Even his blood felt a bit boiling. That was the will to fight. The fighting spirit within Xuan surged and burned. The Imperial Path was opened, and the true competition of prodigies had begun. Xuan strolled through the starry sky, a radiant smile appearing on his face. The next moment, Xuan directly used the walking secret technique and stepped towards the Imperial Path. Along the way, Xuan's footsteps naturally attracted the attention of many great powers in the 3,000 worlds. Chapter 157. Starry Sky Bandits. Is this the Imperial Path? On the other side, as Xuan just stepped onto the Imperial Path, filled with grandeur, he looked at the scenery before him and couldn't help but express his feelings. The Imperial Path resembled a heavenly road, also like a great avenue, situated among the stars, with 18 Imperial gates extending deep into the starry sky, incredibly spectacular and majestic. Once on the Imperial Path, Xuan saw countless bones strewn about, densely packed across the Imperial Path. Among these bones, some were already weathered, while others were fresh, which was quite horrifying. It can be said that the Imperial Path was a road built from the bones of countless prodigies over endless years. Stepping on this road was like conversing with ancient prodigies. Moreover, if a cultivator with weak will were to step onto this Imperial Path, they might be scared out of their wits. But for Xuan, this scene clearly posed no threat to him. Xuan remained calm and walked straight towards the first gate of the Imperial Path. However, at that moment, the starry sky suddenly trembled. Immediately, 7 saints appeared before Xuan. These 7 saints all wore black masks, looking like bandits. No, not like. Chapter 158. The first gate of the Imperial Path. Leave a name. Have you considered what I said earlier? Xuan directly ignored the anger of the remaining 5, speaking coldly with a detached tone. If it weren't for a guy saying they had an immortal medicine on them, Xuan would have already slapped them away and erased all of them. We, the 7 brothers of the starry sky, have traveled the world for many years and have never suffered such a loss as today. To want to obtain treasures from us. You are simply dreaming. One of the starry sky bandits said coldly. So, what you mean is that you don't intend to give me the treasures. Xuan's face suddenly darkened, and his tone became extremely grim, as if his voice came from hell, haunting and deadly. What do you want? The 5 starry sky bandits felt something was wrong, sensing a chill from Xuan's tone that shot straight to the top of their heads, and quickly retreated a few steps, their faces showing wariness. Hee, since you have chosen your path, I can fulfill you. A bloodthirsty and cruel smile finally appeared on Xuan's face, completely different from the harmless demeanor at first. Step. Xuan stepped closer to the 5 starry sky bandits. An overwhelming sense of oppression spread through the air. Chapter 159. The second gate of the Imperial Path. Slaughtering Immortal's Sword. The second gate of the Imperial Path is the Sword Gate, equally grand, equally majestic, equally imposing. Upon reaching this gate, Xuan finally saw many contemporaneous prodigies. Before him on the Imperial Path, there were countless bones scattered, and many injured prodigies sat cross-legged, recovering their vitality. It seems that this gate is the true test. Looking at the pile of bones ahead, Xuan softly sighed. The phrase "a pile of bones on the Emperor's Road" is not just a saying. Even if you have extraordinary talent, once you step onto this blood-stained Emperor's Road, you can still be crushed to death by stronger geniuses at any moment. I want to see what kind of tricks can be found in the second trial of the Emperor's Road. Although the Emperor's Road is brutal, it is still normal in Su Xian's eyes. What is there to be afraid of? In his time, he is destined to be invincible, and this belief has never faded. After the ancient immortals, this belief reached a peak, making Su Xian fearless of everything. Who is that? Arriving at the second trial of the Emperor's Road now? I don't know, he must be a waste. After all, the first trial is something anyone can pass. I think so too. But this waste seems to have used some strange means to conceal his cultivation. Chapter 160. Subduing the Slaughter Immortal Sword. Double pupils shocking the audience, all of this happened in the blink of an eye, leaving countless cultivators present in a state of shock. Hiss! Countless cultivators gasped, feeling their scalps tingle. Double pupils? How is this possible? The previous man reacted, his eyes widening in disbelief. Double pupils open the heavens. No one has ever been defeated in history. This is an unparalleled physique. The previous man was stunned. The kid he looked down upon turned out to be a double pupil user. My goodness, that little brother is actually a double pupil user. If nothing unexpected happens, he will definitely be an invincible existence. The previous woman was also dumbfounded, staring in shock. But before everyone could fully react, the space fell silent again. An even more shocking event occurred. Under their gaze, Su Xian actually leaped up directly, using secret methods in his hands to reach for that slaughter immortal sword. What the hell? What does a double pupil user want to do? He can't be trying to take that sword for himself, right? My goodness. Are double pupil users that abnormal? Seeing Su Xian's movements, the cultivators present were all stunned. Not to mention whether this action can be realized. Which genius would even have such an idea? Chapter 161. The Burial Emperor's Star. Black Copper Coffin, have you heard? The Black Copper Coffin has appeared in the starry sky, on a planet not far from here, called the Burial Emperor's Star. What? The Black Copper Coffin? ISNT, that one of the legendary 10 unknown mysteries of the starry sky? Yes. It is said that the Black Copper Coffin contains the secrets of becoming immortal or even reaching the highest realm. That is a real great opportunity. That's right. Moreover, I heard that this time the Black Copper Coffin has appeared, the strongest few geniuses will not compete with us. Why is that? As far as I know, the strongest few geniuses have already reached the 12th trial of the Emperor's Road, which is an extremely dangerous trial. Even with their strong talents, it will take them a considerable amount of time to pass. So, you mean to say that we have a chance to compete for the opportunity of the Black Copper Coffin? Exactly. We are super geniuses. In a declining era, we are the kind of existence that can attain the Tao. How can we be content with mediocrity? In my plan, once we obtain the opportunity of the Black Copper Coffin and gain the secrets to becoming immortal, we will rise up. At that time, we will be the strongest geniuses in the world. Chapter 162. Su Xian appears. Mysterious youth Sword Wuxuang and Lin Feng turn their heads. The next moment, their gazes suddenly froze. Not just the two of them. At that moment, everyone was instantaneously petrified in place, dumbfounded, even losing the ability to think. They saw a chaotic Dadao extending from afar into this space, incredibly spectacular. The chaotic Dadao emitted a hazy, chaotic, immortal light, dazzling and exuding a sacred aura. At that moment, the entire world fell silent, and countless geniuses solemnly gazed at that long, chaotic Dadao, as if on a pilgrimage. The next second, all the geniuses' bodies suddenly trembled. On that chaotic Dadao, a figure in white was slowly approaching this space with leisurely steps. Such a spectacular, chaotic Dadao. This kind of presence is simply shocking. Could it be that an ancient great emperor has descended upon the Burial Emperor's Star? A genius exclaimed in surprise. No, that's a very young figure. The vitality is so vigorous. Wait, behind that figure, there are actually 5 great emperor phenomena. Chaos, divine demon body, double pupils. He is Su Xian. Chapter 163. The owner of the empty book. Hiss. The world was silent. All the cultivators were silent, filled with dread as they stared at the figure of the young man in the void. After a moment, the world erupted in an uproar. How is this possible? The powerful peacock Xiaoming Wang is actually no match for that guy. What exactly is his background? How can he be so strong? The geniuses from the Burial Emperor's Star expressed their astonishment and raised questions. That guy is extraordinary. What kind of power does he possess that is so bizarre? In the distance, Lin Feng muttered to himself. The power just now was so strange, it seemed to involve space. In the void, Sword Wuxuang stood with his hands behind his back, looking at the young man's figure from afar. and said in surprise. The spatial technique is neither the Void Sutra of the G family nor the Lin character secret of the Nine Secrets, but that kind of power feels somewhat familiar. Recalling the means of the young man just now, Su Xian's deep eyes blinked slightly, feeling a bit puzzled. Suddenly, a strong light burst forth from Su Xian's eyes. That power, could it be the empty technique, one of the 9 great heavenly books? Su Xian's eyes lit up as he gazed at the young man's figure, and the corners of his mouth curled up slightly. Chapter 164. The Young Man with the Empty Book? Refining. Hand over the inheritance of the empty book, and I will allow you to enter reincarnation. Otherwise, I will erase all traces of your existence in this world. In the world, it was silent. Only Su Xian's voice echoed repeatedly. Hiss. Looking at that arrogant figure in the void, all the geniuses of the Burial Emperor, Star couldn't help but gasp. Su Xian is too strong. Hee, you are indeed very strong, but wanting me to hand over the inheritance of the empty book is absolutely impossible, even if it means death. The young man clutched his neck and shouted loudly at Su Xian. At the same time, the young man was radiating immortal light all over his body, desperately operating secret methods to recover from his injuries. But how could Su Xian give him that opportunity? Raising his hand, a shocking fist light illuminated. Boom! The starry sky shattered, and the universe was turned upside down. A world-shattering punch directly tore through the starry sky and smashed fiercely onto the young man. Ah! In the starry sky, the young man's painful scream echoed. As the fist light faded, the young man's condition fully revealed itself. He was nothing more than a bloodied, disheveled figure, looking extremely disheveled, completely devoid of the previous vigor. Under the gaze of countless cultivators, Su Xian took a step forward. Chapter 165. Obtaining the Empty Book. Celestial Demon Phoenix. Here, I will give you the inheritance of the empty book. Is that not enough? It is unknown how much time passed, but suddenly a hoarse, low roar echoed in the starry sky. The voice was weak and powerless. Obviously, if it had been any later, the young man's primordial spirit would have been completely refined. At this point, Su Xian finally revealed a faint smile and stopped his actions. He reached out and flipped his hand. The primordial chi cauldron was instantly overturned. Inside the cauldron, a faint primordial spirit on the verge of extinction lingered there, already broken and incomplete. Give it to me, you still have a chance to enter reincarnation, Su Xian said calmly. Here, take it. The young man's primordial spirit had been tortured to the point of wishing for death, even more unbearable than the 18 layers of hell. At this moment, he could no longer endure and chose to compromise. As the words fell, the young man's figure and primordial spirit reached out a tender hand, conjuring a light orb out of thin air and throwing it to Su Xian. The inheritance of the empty book, one of the 9 great heavenly books. Some cultivators shouted excitedly, their eyes ablaze. That was the legendary immortal inheritance. How could they not be excited to see such a boundless legacy? Do you also want to be refined by Su Xian? Chapter 166. The Might of the Celestial Demon Phoenix. I have slept on the Burial Emperor's star for countless years, and now I am awakened by the mysterious power in that copper coffin. The opportunity within the copper coffin can only belong to me. You are merely a group of ants. You can leave now. In the starry sky, the celestial demon Phoenix emitted a hoarse voice, filled with coldness and an indescribable chilling aura. As the voice of the celestial demon Phoenix echoed, the ominous winds of the world continued to howl, creating an incredibly oppressive atmosphere. It's too frightening. Forget it. I should just leave. With such a divine bird guarding, the opportunity within that dark copper coffin is destined to have nothing to do with us. Some cultivators were scared off by the celestial demon Phoenix and chose to leave. After all, this celestial demon Phoenix clearly was not a good-natured being. If they left, they might still have a chance to showcase their brilliance on the Emperor's Road. But if they insisted on staying here, they might very well perish. The celestial demon Phoenix is merely a relic from the ancient era. Does it really think it can turn the world upside down? Suddenly, a voice rang out in the heavens and the earth. It was a calm and confident voice, carrying an air of superiority over the world. Chapter 167. Su Xian takes action, ripping apart the celestial demon Phoenix. I already said that with you ants. No matter how many come, it will ultimately be futile. Wanting to shake me is simply a dream. The celestial demon Phoenix's crimson eyes flickered slightly as it coldly spoke, its tone indifferent, filled with disdain for the contemporary geniuses. Just a foolish bird. I truly don't know where you get the qualification to shout. At that moment, a figure appeared in the void, standing opposite the celestial demon phoenix. With the appearance of that figure, the entire world seemed to boil over. That's right. There's also Xuan. He was the invincible being who had once suppressed the entire 3,000 realms with his own strength. With him taking action, why would there be any fear of dealing with a mere celestial demon phoenix? Once Xuan made his move, there was no doubt left. Xuan's emergence instantly made all the geniuses excited. Although on the Emperor's Road, they were competitors with Xuan, here, they had immense faith in him. After all, in the ancient immortal era, Xuan was the uncrowned king, the absolute strongest genius. And here, Xuan had yet to truly reveal his strength. If Xuan took action, he might really be able to slay that bird. Chapter 168. The firmness of the dark copper coffin. On the burial Emperor's star, Xuan's immense Dharma form disappeared. In the void, only a young figure floated, untainted by the world, like a fallen immortal. For a moment, the entire world fell into an unimaginable silence, like a dead, long night. After a while, a cultivator finally reacted and couldn't help but gasp. Xuan had truly ripped apart that terrifying celestial demon phoenix. The celestial demon phoenix was incredibly powerful, mercilessly crushing characters like Jian Wuxuang and Lin Feng. Yet Xuan had so easily subdued it. Just how far had he progressed? Perhaps Xuan had obtained unimaginable great opportunities in the ancient immortal creation land, allowing him to reach this step. In the distance, countless cultivators who had come to the burial Emperor's star looked at the young figure ahead, feeling immense shock. Just how terrifying is Xuan now? Jian Wuxuang gazed at Xuan, a mixture of shock, curiosity, and disappointment swirling in his heart. Jian Wuxuang had originally thought he could fight Xuan now, even defeat him, but he never expected the gap between him and Xuan to widen further. Chapter 169. The grass character sword technique, slashing the copper coffin. For a moment, the space fell silent. No one knew what to do, only staring blankly at the copper coffin. Just then, a sword intent even more terrifying than Jian Wuxuang's earlier presence instantly enveloped the entire world. Feeling that suddenly arising terrifying sword intent, all the geniuses present were stunned. What was this sword intent? The group of geniuses looked in confusion toward the source of the boundless sword intent. There stood Xuan. However, at this moment, Xuan was already holding an Imperial sword, slaying immortals. Holding the slaying immortal sword, Xuan's long black hair danced without wind, resembling an invincible sword immortal who slays gods and demons. Such terrifying sword intent, even deeper than my sword path, seemed to be of the origin level. How is this possible? At this moment, Jian Wuxuang's eyes widened, staring incredulously at the figure of Xuan ahead, completely dumbfounded. Jian Wuxuang had originally thought his sword path was unmatched and invincible, but he didn't expect that there was a freak like Xuan, who not only crushed him in strength, but even surpassed him in his most proud sword path. How had Xuan cultivated? How could someone so young possibly reach such a terrifying height in multiple aspects? Chapter 170. The Reincarnation Immortal Coffin. Under Xuan's pressure, the geniuses all withdrew from the competition for the white jade coffin, quickly leaving. They even came up with numerous absurd reasons for themselves. In the end, only two figures remained in this space, Jian Wuxuang and Lin Feng. Looking at the two still remaining in this space, Xuan raised his eyebrows slightly, and a cold voice emerged. "You two, do you not wish to leave?" As the voice echoed, 3 strands of immortal energy swirled around Xuan. Instantly, Jian Wuxuang and Lin Feng were both stunned, their faces filled with disbelief. In an instant, the bodies of the two extraordinary geniuses actually began to tremble. San Dao Xianqi. How is this possible? Lin Feng was dumbfounded, having lost the ability to think normally. Lin Feng originally thought that with his father's help, he could cultivate a single strand of Xianqi and dominate the crowd, pushing through the Imperial path. But who would have thought that Xuan had already cultivated 3 strands of Xianqi? How could 3 strands of Xianqi even be possible? In the past, even after the Imperial path ended, such a figure had never appeared. Jian Wuxuang was equally stunned, even a bit disbelieving. Chapter 171. The The situation of the Imperial Path, the 12th level of the Imperial Path, the Southern Pass. At this moment, the strongest talents on the Imperial Path had all arrived at this level. The challenge of this level was a 9-story demon tower, and one must pass through all 9 levels to complete it. Just thinking about it makes one aware of the difficulty. At the 7th level of the demon tower, the 9-crowned king was inside. At this moment, the 9-crowned king was disheveled and looked quite disheveled. No longer the spirited figure he was when he first stepped onto the Imperial Path. The guardian of this level of the demon tower was an ancient fierce beast, the Xuan. The Xuan transformed into human form, with a pair of purple horns and wrapped in purple Xuan armor, emanating an incredibly powerful aura. Boom! At this moment, the 9-crowned king was engaged in a fierce battle with the Xuan. Various divine abilities and treasures were continuously releasing brilliant light. The waves generated by their battle were terrifying, almost toppling the entire 7th level of the demon tower. Bang! In a moment of carelessness, the 9-crowned king was directly sent flying by the Xuan, crashing heavily to the ground. Damn it! A mere beast thinks it can defeat me. The 9-crowned king roared, his fighting spirit surging, leaping up again to engage in battle with the Xuan. Chapter 172. Cultivating the 3 Lives Immortal Sutra. Xuan returns to the Imperial Path. 48th day of marriage. Reward of a century of cultivation. 49th day of marriage. Reward of a calming white lotus. 50th day of marriage. Reward of Xuan steps. On the burial Emperor star, a young man with crystal skin and long black hair, like a waterfall, opened his eyes. Standing up, the young man stretched out his hand and gently beckoned. Immediately, 5 strands of Xian Qi appeared, swirling around his body. The young man was Xuan, smiling slightly. The 5 strands of Xian Qi were truly an unexpected joy. 3 days ago, Xuan's consciousness entered a mysterious space. In the mysterious space, there was a phantom that looked exactly like Xuan. Xuan asked the phantom about its identity, but it did not answer him, and instead transmitted a cultivation method to Xuan called the 3 Lives Immortal Sutra. After that, Xuan began to cultivate the 3 Lives Immortal Sutra. In that space, Xuan immersed himself in a wondrous state of cultivation. In that state, any cultivation method or divine ability he practiced became incredibly efficient and rapid. Even in that state, Xuan took 3 full days to grasp the basics of the 3 Lives Immortal Sutra. After mastering the basics, Xuan successfully cultivated 3 strands of Xian Qi. With a thought. Chapter 173. Southern Pass. 9-level Demon Tower. Is this the Southern Pass? It is said to be one of the most difficult levels of the Imperial Path. I want to see just how difficult it is. Xuan stepped onto the chaotic path and descended to the Southern Pass, landing slowly. It's Xuan. He actually arrived at the Southern Pass so quickly. Yes, wasn't he staying on Burial Emperor Star without any news for a long time? He just returned and directly descended at the Southern Pass. This is truly astonishing. Some of the talents who had been to Burial Emperor Star exclaimed upon seeing Xuan's arrival. Xuan had not had any news for 3 full days. This means that during these 3 days, Xuan had been in a blank period. Yet despite this, Xuan still reached the Southern Pass, achieving the level of the top talents of this era. For these discussions, Xuan chose to ignore them and directly entered the Demon Tower of the Southern Pass. Xuan has entered the Demon Tower. I wonder how long it will take him to pass through the Demon Tower. I think it will probably take 3 days, because I heard that the strongest talents on the Imperial Path took a full 3 days to pass through the Demon Tower. 3 days? Then you underestimate Xuan too much. He is not comparable to other talents. Chapter 174. 8th level of the Demon Tower. See God. At this moment, Jian Wushuang and Lin Feng were dumbfounded. The sea god was actually knocked away by a single punch. Who behind them on the Imperial Path has such strength? Could this power belong to Xuan? Suddenly, the figure from Burial Emperor Star appeared in their minds. Turning to look, there was indeed a young figure standing at the entrance of the 8th level of the Demon Tower, dressed in white, ethereal, with a demeanor like jade. His eyes like a secluded pool in the mountains, yet not lacking in an imposing aura. It was indeed Xuan. Who are you? How can you have such terrifying strength? On the ground, the sea god widened his eyes, staring in disbelief at the young figure that had just appeared at the 8th level of the Demon Tower, unable to think clearly. That power just now was absolutely terrifying. Before he could react, he was knocked away by a single punch. See God? You no longer need to guard the demon tower, Xuan shouted, launching another punch. With the addition of the Jia and Do secrets, this punch seemed to shatter the six paths and crush reincarnation. The sea god was first shocked, and as the punch mark drew closer, it turned into despair. Chapter 175, Ninth Level of the Demon Tower. The remnant soul of the Demon Emperor, Dong Huang Tai Yi. Damn it, how can a remnant soul be so powerful? The Nine-Crowned King stood up, covering his chest, quickly recovering his state with his mysterious power. Since my emergence, I have only made others suffer, never endured such humiliation. The eyes of the dark god were dyed red, looking like two fiery red lanterns. Somewhat eerie in this dim environment, a wisp of remnant soul from the primordial era still retained such strength. The youth transformed from the immortal fetus had now become disheveled, completely losing the ethereal demeanor he once had. You three are indeed excellent talents, but this is where you stop. In the dark ninth level of the demon tower, Dong Huang Tai Yi spoke coldly. Stop here? The Nine-Crowned King's features instantly contorted into a grimace. What does my 9 lifetimes of accumulation count for? If I cannot achieve the Tao, my life has no meaning. The dark god said, I was merely a humble mortal, but a wisp of the obsession to become an immortal transformed into an immortal fetus. And now you want me to give up? That is absolutely impossible. The youth transformed from the immortal fetus let out a roar of unwillingness. All three of them were top talents, and it was naturally impossible for them to give up their pursuit of the Tao. Chapter 176, Ruoli, Long Time No See. Boom, boom, boom. At this moment, on the path between the 12th gate of the Imperial Road, Zhennanguan, and the 13th gate, Tongguan, two peerless talents are engaged in a shocking battle in the starry sky. These two extraordinary figures are none other than Leng Ruoli and a mysterious man. Woman, I just want to get to know you. Can't you give me this chance? The mysterious man, stepping on the void, fixed his pitch-black eyes on Leng Ruoli and asked. Although his memories are extremely vague, he has never been so interested in a woman before. I'm not interested in you, nor do I want to get to know you. Leng Ruoli replied expressionlessly, her tone cold, as if she wanted to keep him at a distance. Hee, you're really asking for it. Today, I will make you submit to me. The mysterious man glared, shouting loudly. As soon as he finished speaking, he formed a seal with his hands, and an incomparably terrifying beam of light instantly formed, shooting directly at Leng Ruoli. Seeing this, Leng Ruoli also moved, stepping into the starry sky. Then, she slightly raised a delicate hand. Immediately, boundless divine fire erupted, enveloping the entire starry sky. Chapter 177, Embrace Xuan. When Leng Ruoli turned around and saw that familiar figure, her heart couldn't help but tremble. It was indeed Xuan. He was still so confident, so spirited. Wife, why are your eyes red? Do you miss your husband? Bang. Xuan kicked the man away and slowly walked towards Leng Ruoli, teasing her with a smile. Watching the figure getting closer, Leng Ruoli for the first time did not refute Xuan. During this time, without Xuan by her side, she seemed to be a little unaccustomed to it. Leng Ruoli lightly nodded her head and smiled gently at Xuan, thinking, Huh? Xuan was momentarily stunned. Is this still Leng Ruoli? Ruoli, have you been possessed? Xuan walked closer to Leng Ruoli, staring at her flawless face with a strange expression. Leng Ruoli rolled her eyes at Xuan. What do you think? Ha ha ha. This is the proud and spoiled wife I know. Xuan laughed heartily. Xuan and Leng Ruoli's beautiful eyes deeply gazed at each other. She lightly bit her red lip, seemingly wanting to say something, but ultimately remained silent. Chapter 178, The Last Gate of the Imperial Road, the Ghost Gate. Boom, boom, boom. From this moment on, the Imperial Road completely transformed. Xuan led Leng Ruoli at the forefront, shattering one gate with a single punch, disregarding any guardians or trials with ease. The other talents followed closely behind Xuan, breezing through the gates, taking the express route on the Imperial Road. This scene was like Xuan and Leng Ruoli leading a group of followers, an unprecedented sight on the Imperial Road. If past challengers had seen such a scene, they would have been utterly shocked. The Imperial Road has always been a battlefield for the strong, teeming with bones. How could it be so simple? Thus, a group of talents followed Xuan, and in just half a day, they reached the final gate of the Imperial Road, the Ghost Gate. Zulfast. It only took half a day to get to the last gate of the Imperial Road. The strongest in the past never rushed through this quickly, right? Hee hee. It seems we chose the right person to follow, in Xuan. Upon reaching the Ghost Gate, many talents became incredibly excited. Simultaneously, looking at the figure ahead, they felt awe and a desire to follow him forever. Chapter 179. The Bridge of Helplessness. Meng Pu, that's a bridge. Suddenly, one of the talents shouted, "Bridge? Where? Wow, it really is a bridge. The Bridge of Helplessness." In an instant, a wave of fear enveloped the entire space. Xuan was slightly taken aback and looked ahead. There, it was a sea of crimson. Amidst the bloodlight, a bridge truly appeared out of thin air. It was an ancient blood-stained bridge. Just looking at it made one feel the overwhelming malevolence, surging and sweeping everything. In front of that bridge stood an equally blood-stained ancient monument, inscribed with the words, "Helpless, the Bridge of Helplessness." What a bridge of helplessness. It does have some meaning. Facing such a blood-stained bridge, Xuan felt not a trace of fear in his heart. His face was as calm as an ancient well, not stirring a single ripple. For gods and demons, Xuan did not believe and naturally did not fear. Just some souls that fortuitously lingered in the world without dissipating. Did they really think they could stir up any trouble? As soon as he finished speaking, Xuan directly stepped onto the Bridge of Helplessness with Leng Ruoli. Chapter 180. The Yellow Springs Road, the River of Forgetfulness. Old thing. What if I say I want tea drink? In the silent space, a cold voice rang out. Everyone was stunned. Who had the courage to speak like this to a saint king? Looking at the source of the voice, it was none other than Xuan. Xuan, he actually dared to speak like this to a saint king. Did he want to die? Some talents whispered in disbelief. Although Xuan's methods were powerful enough to crush them, he was now facing a saint king, against a saint king level powerhouse. No matter how accomplished Xuan was, it would be futile, right? After all, the gap between a saint king and a great saint is not something that can be easily bridged. Many people did not believe Xuan could directly confront a saint king. Xuan actually dared to challenge a saint king. How ridiculous. One must know that the gap between a saint king and a great saint is not as simple as a mere realm. In a corner, Chunbei stared at Xuan with a gloomy face, muttering to himself. If anyone among the talents could battle Meng Pu, it could only be him. After all, after recovering his memories, he had directly broken through to the Saint King. In any case, he was ready to watch how Xuan will be slapped to death by Meng Pu. Chapter 181. The Hall of Yama. The old man in black robe. Hee, everyone. Since you have come to Fengdu, why not come in and sit? At that moment, an extremely cold voice suddenly resonated between heaven and earth. With the emergence of this voice, a chilling wind suddenly swept through the space, forming enormous storms in the void, terrifying to behold. In the next second, every blade of wind in the void transformed into a 2-meter-tall white skeleton, carrying a chilling wind, wielding long knives, and letting out ghostly howls as they charged towards Xuan and the other talents. What the heck? What is happening? Haven't we not even entered the palace yet? Someone exclaimed. In an instant, all the top talents unleashed their abilities, attacking the white skeletons in the void. Boom! The combined power of these strongest talents of this generation was indeed extraordinary, quickly shattering all the white skeletons in the void. Bang, bang, bang! The skeletons turned into shattered corpses, falling like giant stones to the ground, stirring up endless dust. After dealing with the skeletal remains, everyone thought they could finally breathe a sigh of relief. But at that moment, a green ghostly flame suddenly ignited in the palace and rushed out at an incredibly fast speed. Chapter 182. The Hall of Yama. The space fell into a dead silence, and all the talents fixed their gaze on the young figure ahead, their faces filled with shock. One punch. Xuan had actually killed the old man in black with just one punch. Let's go. Take a look inside the Hall of Yama. A calm voice rang out, instantly pulling everyone's thoughts back. By the time everyone reacted, Xuan was already holding Leng Ruoli's hand and walking toward the Hall of Yama. Xuan is leaving. We should hurry and follow. This voice reminded everyone, prompting them to quickly catch up with Xuan. Along the way, they realized that Xuan was indeed the true powerhouse. With such a strong ally, it would be foolish not to cling to him. Inside the Hall of Yama, it was a sea of scarlet, the chilling bloodlight illuminating the scene within. Corpses. All were corpses. So many saint-level corpses. Upon seeing the scene inside the Hall of Yama, many talents were taken aback, their expressions rapidly changing. Inside the Hall of Yama, corpses were strewn everywhere, the weakest among them being at the saint level, still emanating a faint glow. Seeing these corpses, the talents were stunned and somewhat shocked. These corpses were all the unparalleled top talents that had perished here over the years. Indeed, the path of the Emperor is paved with bones. Upon witnessing the scene in the Hall of Yama, Xuan couldn't help but sigh. Chapter 183. Fierce Battle with Yama. In the void, ghostly soldiers and generals were densely packed, nearly filling the entire Hall of Yama. The roaring sounds were like a chaotic funeral song, sending all living beings to the afterlife. This was an extremely terrifying sight, causing immense heart palpitations. But at this moment, the talents had no choice but to fight desperately. Boom, boom, boom. Instantly, various runes intertwined in the Hall of Yama, surging with magical power, sweeping across the heavens and earth, dazzling beyond measure. Yama's cultivation was terrifying, but these ghostly soldiers and generals were only at the saint level, making them not too difficult to handle for the talents who had made it this far. Therefore, as time passed, the number of ghostly soldiers and generals sharply decreased. This also gave the talents a glimmer of hope for survival, prompting them to exert themselves even more in displaying their various divine abilities. Among them, Xuan, Leng Ruoli, and the Nine-Crowned King were particularly dominant, instantly wiping out large groups of ghostly soldiers and generals with a single strike. That's enough. Stop struggling. I will send you on your way immediately. Perhaps sensing that the situation was not right, Yama suddenly let out a cold shout, directly attacking, as a blood-red palm print came crashing down towards the talents in the arena. Huh? Feeling the heart-pounding aura of death, all the talents were startled, hurriedly looking up, only to see a massive palm print descending upon them. Chapter 184. Exterminate Yama. Leave the Gate of Ghosts. Seeing his giant hand shattered so easily by Xuan, Yama's pupils suddenly constricted. How is this possible? After all, he was a peak Saint King. However, Yama was clearly not an easy opponent. Unlike the previous Mengpa and the Old Man in Black, Yama's body trembled and directly merged into the void, avoiding Xuan's sword. Spatial secret techniques? Seeing Yama employ such a method, a slight smile appeared on Xuan's face, revealing a hint of bloodthirsty glee. If it's about spatial secret techniques, then I can play along. After all, I not only mastered the Linzi secret, one of the ancient 9 secrets, but also possessed the Kong Shu, one of the 9 great heavenly books. Xuan's eyes narrowed slightly as he formed a seal with his hands. Break! A cold word was uttered. Instantly, the space shattered inch by inch at an incredible speed. Bang! Soon, a figure fell directly from the void, crashing heavily onto the ground and stirring up a cloud of dust. Immediately, all the talents were astonished. Xuan's methods were simply endless and astonishing. You possess the inheritance of the heavenly book. Yama quickly got up, his blood-red eyes wide, staring at Xuan, somewhat incredulous. Chapter 185. The Battlefield of the Wasteland. The envoy of the heavenly Tao. Outside the Gate of Ghosts lay a vast starry sky. In this vast starry sky was an ancient battlefield, filled with the breath of time, incredibly ancient. However, this was no ordinary battlefield. This battlefield was enormous, and from a distance, it looked like a wild continent floating in the cosmic starry sky. My God, this is really the battlefield of the wasteland. Only the strongest talents in history are qualified to step here. I never expected to have the chance to see it. Indeed, we have to thank Xuan for this. Upon seeing the vast battlefield suspended in the starry sky, nearly all the talents were elated. The battlefield of the wasteland is a place only the strongest talents can step into. In past years, the number of those who could step into this realm was no more than a handful. Yet this time, there were actually over 100 talents who had come here. However, everyone was well aware of the hidden secrets within. It was all because of Xuan, wasn't it? Is this the battlefield of the wasteland? Truly extraordinary. Looking at the vast continent in the starry sky, Xuan couldn't help but express his feelings. Boom! Just as Xuan was lost in thought, the entire starry sky suddenly trembled, as if influenced by some terrifying force. Chapter 186. Kill the Emperor Road Ruler. Seize the path to enlightenment. Boom, boom, boom. The battlefield of the wasteland had just opened when a battle erupted. Ahead, a talent had already engaged in combat with an Emperor Road Ruler. That Emperor Road Ruler was at the Great Saint level, but his physical body was incredibly strong, and his terrifying vitality was enough to shatter the heavens and earth. Soon, that talent fell into a disadvantage during the battle. Bang! The next moment, under the gaze of everyone, that talent was actually killed by a single punch from the Emperor Road Ruler. Hiss! Witnessing this scene, many talents couldn't help but gasp in shock. The Emperor Road Ruler is so terrifying. The Emperor Road Rulers are born from the Emperor Road, and they are the native beings here. The reason they're called Emperor Road Rulers represents their strength to crush other Emperor Road beings. Thus their dominance is only natural. Someone explained, "It seems that for those of us who have mixed in here, obtaining the Tao Seal is as difficult as climbing to the sky." A cultivator sighed. At this moment, he clearly realized an extremely severe problem. It is easy to get in here, but achieving results is quite difficult. Chapter 187. Leng Ruoli battles Xuan Beixian. Boom! Someone took action first, instantly wiping out a genius. The Dark Sun. At this moment, the Dark Sun was scanning the geniuses in the arena with a gloomy expression. His blood-red eyes seemed to be searching for the next prey, incredibly chilling. The guy was quick to strike. Xuan said expressionlessly, while also keeping an eye on him. "The Dark Sun dared to kill my brother." With an angry roar, another genius charged directly at the Dark Sun. At the same time, battles broke out among other geniuses. Boom, boom, boom. In the realm of the wild heaven battlefield, loud explosions shook the heavens and earth, deafening, as if stars were simultaneously shattering. Incredibly terrifying. The battle among the geniuses was magnificent yet extremely brutal. Ugh, I am not willing." As such cries echoed, geniuses continuously fell, turning into corpses on the wild heaven battlefield. "Why is no one coming to fight me?" In the void, Xuan looked gloomy, quietly staring at the ongoing battle. The battle was intense, but he felt as if he was being ignored, with no one coming to challenge him at all. Chapter 188. Su Xuan Take's Action. Crushing Xuan Beixian. Boom! Suddenly, the world fell silent, and Xuan's words struck the hearts of all geniuses like a divine thunder. Even if a quasi-emperor came, he would still be suppressed. Xuan, what a brazen statement. Xuan, such strong confidence. Not to mention anything else. Xuan's confidence is absolutely the strongest I've ever seen. Xuan is amazing. Despite Xuan's words reaching an extremely arrogant level, many geniuses still believed in him. After all, Xuan's record along the way is simply too dazzling. With such confidence, no wonder he can be so dominant. The Nine-Crowned King, Jian Wushuang, and Lin Feng all sighed in agreement. Since when did they no longer have the thought of competing with Xuan? In fact, Xuan had already become a synonym for invincibility in their hearts. Even a quasi-emperor could be suppressed. Haha, what a big mouth. Among the crowd, the Dark Sun's face was dark, glaring at Xuan. Even in the distant ancient times, even those taboo figures were far less arrogant than you. Where does your confidence come from? Chapter 189. I seek the Tao with all my heart. Please support me. In the heavens and earth, such miserable wails continuously echoed, sending chills down everyone's spines. Xuan's methods are too terrifying. In the future, don't provoke anyone. Just don't provoke Xuan. Xuan, how can you be even more ruthless than me? Seeing Xuan's ruthless methods, even the Dark Sun, who was known for being bloodthirsty and cruel, couldn't help but be startled. He had long considered refining Xuan. That way, he would leap to become the strongest genius of this generation. But now it seems he is not only inferior to Xuan in strength, but also in methods. If you don't hand over the inheritance, I can only refine you completely. Staring at the Mother Qi cauldron, Xuan's eyes narrowed slightly as he spoke coldly. As his voice fell, endless Mother Qi instantly enveloped Xuan Beixian's soul, refining the soul. This also meant that Xuan Beixian was about to completely disappear from this world. Xuan was truly going to erase all traces of him in this world. As time passed, the little figure that looked exactly like Xuan Beixian gradually shrank. Chapter 190. The Battle of Geniuses. Xuan watches the show. Xuan, should I give it to you? Suddenly, a soft yet somewhat shy voice rang in Xuan's ears. Xuan was taken aback. This voice isn't Leng Ruoli's? Xuan turned his head to look at Leng Ruoli, smiling with the corners of his mouth raised. Wife, are you trying to tell your parents that I bullied you when we go back? A hint of mockery appeared on Su Xian's face as he stared intently at Leng Ruoli. Leng Ruoli was momentarily stunned and took a while to react. Looking at Su Xian with a soft voice, "No, that's not it. I just didn't want to ruin your rules." Su Xian was a bit confused. Why does Leng Ruoli seem like a different person now? So accommodating to him. Although a well-behaved wife is more endearing, Su Xian still missed the old Leng Ruoli. Su Xian looked at Leng Ruoli and smiled as he spoke. "Ruoli, do we need these between us? What is mine is yours. As long as you want. I can give you my Dao seal." Su Xian's words were clearly exaggerated, but they indeed made Leng Ruoli smile brightly. Chapter 191. The Way of Heaven Cannot Bestow Blessings. Fate of the Void. In the wild heaven battlefield, there was a silence. Including Su Xian, 11 geniuses survived, standing tall in the starry sky. No surprises. The 11 geniuses were the strongest on the Emperor's Road. They had emerged from the brutal competition of the Emperor's Road and made it here. At this moment, the gaze of all 11 geniuses was tightly focused on the ancient figure in the central void. At this moment, all geniuses couldn't help but hold their breath, waiting for the Tao messenger to speak. "Everyone, the battle in the wild heaven battlefield is completely over." The next second, the Tao messenger truly spoke, his voice grand, like heavenly music echoing in the void. With the sound of the Tao messenger, the entire space instantly boiled. It's over. The wild heaven battlefield has truly ended. Not just the wild heaven battlefield, but the Emperor's Road has also ended. Next, it should be the blessing of the Tao, right? That is a great opportunity that can directly determine whether we can achieve the Tao in this lifetime. So exciting. All the years of accumulation were just for this moment. At this moment, the geniuses were all extremely excited. The end of the wild heaven battlefield means the blessing of the Tao. They have truly made it through. All the hardships they endured for their cultivation over the years have finally been rewarded. Chapter 192. Hitting a person when they're down. Resisting the heavenly thunder above the wild heaven battlefield, thunder roared and winds surged, creating a terrifying scene, completely different from the auspicious signs before. And all of this was because of Su Xian. The identity of the fate of the void has suddenly made Su Xian the target of everyone's criticism. Ha ha ha. I said, how could Su Xian be so strong? It turns out he is the fate of the void. Here it is. Isn't it a rejection by heaven and earth? In this life, how do you want to achieve the Tao? He, giving you the proof of Tao before, and you were useless. In the void, several sharp and piercing mocking voices sounded. The Dark Sun, the immortal fetus, and 3 other peerless talents whose names I can't recall. You all, dare to say another word? In the void, Su Xian stared expressionlessly at the 5. Su Xian, the fate of the void bearer. You are now rejected by heaven and earth. Su Xian, do you still not understand your situation? Have you seen the rolling heavenly thunder above the sky? They are here to strike you. Xuan, your era has passed. In this life, you are destined to be unable to achieve the Tao, only able to watch helplessly as we surpass you. Chapter 193. Heaven does not allow me, so I will defy heaven. Faced with a world-destroying thunder, Su Xian's expression darkened, and he spoke to Leng Ruoli. Seeing that Su Xian said this, Leng Ruoli finally left him and went aside, but the worry on her face did not diminish at all. Ha! This time the heavenly thunder is even more ferocious than the last time. This time, Su Xian is doomed. The Dark Sun laughed. This time, is Su Xian really going to fall? The 9-crowned king, Sword Wuxuang, and Lin Feng all felt a bit regretful. A generation of invincible talents is about to end in such a bleak manner. But in the next second, the expressions of all the talents present changed drastically, and the space fell into silence. Su Xian was glowing with brilliant golden light all over. Not only did he not avoid the terrifying heavenly thunder rushing towards him, but he also clenched his fists and soared into the clouds. What is Su Xian going to do? Face the world-destroying heavenly thunder directly? Have they gone mad? That is thunder that even quasi-emperors find difficult to withstand. In an instant, everyone was dumbfounded. Su Xian's actions were simply seeking his own death. It seems that Su Xian's mind must have been frightened, and he chose to deliver himself to death, the Dark Sun mocked. And in the next second, bathed in dazzling golden light, like an ancient war god, Su Xian actually swung his fist directly towards the world-destroying thunder. Chapter 194. Back to Dian, the heavenly thunder returns. In the blink of an eye, 3 days passed, and everything about the Imperial Road had been spread across the 3,000 realms by various talents. Regarding the final result of the Imperial Road, some forces were excited, while others were gloomy. The most significant news was about Xuan, invincible on the Imperial Road, but unable to achieve the Tao due to his identity as the Fate Voidbearer. Such a result caused countless cultivators in the 3,000 realms to discuss. Let that Xuan be so strong. Now it's good. The Fate Voidbearer. Don't even think about becoming an immortal. It's a luxury to even become an emperor. I said, how could the Dao Xian realm possibly produce such an invincible talent? It turns out he is the Fate Voidbearer. The Fate Voidbearer. The first taboo of the heavens, a physique that is not tolerated by heaven and earth. Not tolerated by heaven and earth. A generation of talents can only end in bleakness. An invincible myth has thus shattered. Regarding Xuan's current result, some mocked coldly, while others felt regret. However, in comparison, the feeling of regret outweighed the mockery. Suppressing everything, the first in the immortal ancient era, invincible on the Imperial Road, unparalleled in the world. How astonishingly talented that was. Simply shocking the ancients and illuminating the present. Yet such an invincible talent is ending in such a bleak manner. Chapter 195, Going Home. Xuan. Seeing Xuan's figure appear, the Dayan Holy Master was somewhat excited. Upon returning to the Holy Land, Xuan entered the Forbidden Zone and hadn't he even seen himself before he never came out again. It had been a while since the Dayan Holy Master had seen Xuan. After a long absence, the Dayan Holy Master noticed that Xuan seemed to have become more mature. The previous childishness had faded, and his facial contours were more defined. I'm fine, the Dayan Holy Master said. Heavenly thunder, dissipate now. In the void, the Dayan ancestor gazed at the rolling heavenly thunder above the sky and spoke faintly. You. Why should you? Above the sky, it seemed a figure manifested, staring intently at the Dayan ancestor below, asking. In the face of the question from the heavenly Tao, an ordinary person might have been scared silly. But the Dayan ancestor's expression remained calm, without a ripple, incredibly tranquil. Just because I am called Lu Qingtian, the Dayan ancestor spoke, his voice no longer gentle as before, but filled with an imposing majesty that dominated the heavens and earth. Lu Qingtian. As soon as these three words were uttered, the heavenly thunder above the sky instantly rolled back and dissipated. Chapter 196. The 18th Ancestor's Limit Approaches. Dad, Mom, second uncle. Third uncle, I'm back. At this moment, a voice that everyone was incredibly familiar with suddenly rang out in the Su family hall. Instantly, the space froze, and every heart of the Su family trembled. Xuan has returned. Once they came to their senses, the entire Su family hall erupted in cheers. Young Emperor. The young Emperor has returned. The young Emperor has returned from the Imperial Road. Hearing that voice which had echoed countless times in her dreams, Jiang Yu's eyes turned red. Looking outside the hall, there really was an incredibly young figure, carrying an extraordinary presence, slowly approaching. Xuan Ruoli. Su Yuntian excitedly slapped the table and stood up. Dad, Mom, your child has returned. Under the gaze of the Su family's people, Xuan held Leng Ruoli's hand and slowly walked into the hall. Xianer, you seem to have become tired. Gazing at the figure that she had been thinking of day and night, Jiang Yu was somewhat excited and immediately stood up from her seat, walking to Xuan and Leng Ruoli's side. Looking at Xuan's face that had completely lost its youthful innocence, Jiang Yu couldn't help but feel a pang in her heart. Chapter 197. About the Su family emperor. Boom! The words of the 18th ancestor struck Xuan's heart like a thunderbolt. No wonder Xuan suddenly realized. No wonder this time when he returned, the 18th ancestor did not come out to see him immediately. It turned out he had already reached his limit. After realizing this, Xuan's expression changed drastically. What? 18th ancestor, you are nearing your end? A wave of sourness surged to his heart, and Xuan suddenly felt lost. How could this be? In his memory, the 18th ancestor had always been in good health. How could he suddenly reach this point? Alas, Xiaoxian, this is very normal. After all, I am just a holy king. Having lived for so many years, it is indeed time to reach the end. Compared to Xuan's panic, the 18th ancestor himself was extraordinarily calm. It was as if he had long accepted this fact. I don't believe it. I don't believe the 18th ancestor will reach the end of his life so quickly. Xuan suddenly became extremely agitated and shouted. Su Xian felt a gentle tug on his arm from Leng Ruoli, her fair face showing a hint of worry. After spending quite some time with Su Xian, she had never seen him like this before. Chapter 198. Immortal Tomb. Beyond the 3,000 worlds lies a life-restraining zone, the Immortal Tomb. This is a mysterious ancient land, said to have once buried immortals. It is a place of great opportunities and transformations, but it also harbors great dangers and uncertainties. Throughout history, countless heroes have been drawn to the Immortal Tomb, but the vast majority have perished within. There was even a peerless genius who had just become an emperor. He entered and was never seen again. Is this the Immortal Tomb, one of the 7 life-restraining zones? In the midst of the silence, a voice suddenly broke through. Following it, 2 figures appeared. The man was handsome and regal, with eyes that sparkled with cold electricity, exuding an overwhelming aura of dominance. As if an ancient emperor had descended. The woman was breathtakingly beautiful, her ethereal grace resembling that of a fairy about to ascend to the heavens. Such a presence could only belong to Su Xian and Leng Ruoli. Within the Immortal Tomb, there are likely great dangers and uncertainties. Under the vast starry sky, Su Xian looked at Leng Ruoli and asked, "Ruoli, are you sure you want to take this risk with me?" Although he had promised to bring her into the Immortal Tomb, he still hoped she wouldn't follow him into danger. Chapter 199. Supreme of the Restricted Zone. As they ventured deeper, Su Xian's expression gradually turned grave. He noticed that shadowy figures were standing on each ancient tomb, staring intently at Su Xian and Leng Ruoli. Even more terrifying was the aura radiating from those figures, Imperial might. This meant that the weakest beings buried within the Immortal Tomb were at least semi-emperors. At that moment, thousands of figures were watching Su Xian and Leng Ruoli, their eyes deep and unfathomable, like an ocean that one could not penetrate. What was going on? It was tea like this before, Su Xian thought in astonishment. Su Xian, be careful, Leng Ruoli said, her brows slightly furrowed as she tightened her grip on his hand. I have a bad feeling about this. For Leng Ruoli, these semi-emperors and even emperors were nothing. She could potentially fight them using forbidden techniques. However, she distinctly sensed something amiss within the Immortal Tomb. Ruoli, what do you mean? Su Xian asked, looking at her. His wife had an extraordinary background and might discern something. I have a feeling that there is a supreme being controlling everything in the Immortal Tomb, she replied. Chapter 200. Slaying the Supreme of the Restricted Zone. Boom! 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 Explosive sounds reverberated. With the help of forbidden techniques to elevate her strength to that of a semi-emperor, Leng Ruoli, along with various divine abilities and treasures, was indeed able to battle against the supreme being of the restricted zone. However, as the battle wore on, she began to fall behind. Bang! In the end, Leng Ruoli was forced back by the supreme being of the restricted zone, crashing hard into the distance. Just when she thought she was about to fall painfully, she suddenly felt warmth. It was a warm embrace with a familiar aura. When Leng Ruoli turned to look, it was indeed Su Xian. Ruoli, are you all right? Su Xian asked softly, holding her gently. Mi fine. Looking at Su Xian's chiseled profile, Leng Ruoli was momentarily taken aback. 2 ignorant fools die. A cold voice rang out, accompanied by an unmatched fist light. Not good. Su Xian's heart tightened at this sight. Using the hand that held Leng Ruoli, he gently pulled her behind him, shielding her. After protecting Leng Ruoli, 2 swords suddenly materialized in the space before Su Xian. Chapter 201. The Black-Robed Emperor. To the end? Both Su Xian and Leng Ruoli were taken aback. What is happening? If powerful outsiders or contemporary geniuses have come, then there is no need to proceed further. The next moment, an immensely grand and melodious voice suddenly echoed throughout the space, captivating and overwhelming. That voice seemed to come from a supreme being of ancient times, so astonishing that it shook the entire space. Show yourself. Stop playing tricks. Such a voice could scare others, but it would never intimidate Su Xian. Throughout his life, he did not believe in ghosts or deities, only in himself. In his belief, he was invincible. If anything obstructed him, he would shatter it with a punch. If one punch wasn't enough, then 2. For ages, not a single being had dared to speak to him like that. The grand voice resounded again, echoing through the heavens and earth. What are you? If you have the ability, come out and fight. The voice was intimidating, but did not faze Su Xian. His expression remained calm as he shouted back. Boom! The next second, the space trembled violently, as if unable to bear a certain pressure. Soon after, a figure slowly emerged above the vast altar. Chapter 202. The Emperor of the Su family, Xuan. Boom! With a massive sound, the immortal tomb shook. In an instant, dust filled the air, and everything turned to nothingness, as if the heavens and earth were just beginning to form, evolving from chaos. Not dead? Under the terrifying energy fluctuations, Xuan looked at Leng Ruoli in confusion, only to see that she was equally perplexed, staring back at him. These two little ones are not something you can move. Suddenly, an even grander voice echoed, reverberating through the heavens and earth. Accompanying the voice was an overwhelming pressure, even more terrifying than that of the black-robed emperor. It was the aura of an invincible being of unmatched strength. Feeling the pressure in the world, Xuan remarked, that aura is pushing against the Grand Ancestor. Moreover, at the moment that figure appeared in the void, Xuan felt a call from his bloodline. It was a strange sensation. Although they were two people he had never met, they felt incredibly familiar. If nothing unexpected happens, that person must be the great emperor of my Su family's ancestors. A strong light suddenly burst forth from Xuan's eyes, his heart slightly stirred, feeling excited. The emperor of the Su family, remarkably talented, created the Emperor's Sutra, proposing a cultivation path of embodying oneself as the seed, truly a phenomenon of the past. Chapter 203. Exiting the immortal tomb, returning to the sacred land. To be frank, this path is not easy to walk, and it is filled with peril. Xuan gazed at Xuan and asked, "Are you sure you want to walk this path?" "I have no other choice. I can only pursue the Tao." Xuan's voice was incredibly firm. "On this path, I have never given up, and this time will be no different." "Ha ha! Xian, I knew I didn't misjudge you." Xuan suddenly burst into laughter. "That was many years ago, when the path to becoming an emperor had yet to open. My desperate desire to attain enlightenment led me to think of creating a path to enlightenment that did not rely on the heavenly Tao. However, due to various reasons later on, I was unable to succeed and ultimately walked the path of an emperor. That is the greatest regret of my life, Xian." Xuan looked at Xuan, his eyes shining with anticipation. "Since your determination is so firm, I will completely pass this path on to you. Hope you can make up for my regrets from back then. Over countless years, I have perfected this path. Now, it just needs someone as determined and talented as you to inherit it." Every word Xuan spoke was filled with regret and unwillingness. One could imagine how eager he had been to carve his own path back in the day. Chapter 204. Becoming a Seed. Ding. On the 57th day of marriage. Reward. 100 years of cultivation. Ding. On the 58th day of marriage. Reward. One of the 9 great heavenly books, the Book of Longevity. Ding. On the 59th day of marriage. Reward. Qilin Essence Blood. Just like that, 3 days passed in the blink of an eye. During these 3 days, Xuan indeed made considerable gains. With the help of the ancient Heavenly Emperor's Sutra, Xuan gathered many laws and orders around him. At this moment, Xuan was completely enveloped by endless chains of order, his body intertwined with myriad paths, making him look incredibly extraordinary, radiating a dazzling brilliance. Akin to the sun of the great Tao, this was observing the rules of the heavens and understanding the essence of the universe. However, this was not what Xuan wanted. It even contradicted his idea of becoming a seed. "What I want is not the myriad paths of the heavens, but the self. I want to seek inward, not outward." Xuan was naturally aware of this, which made him particularly restless. How should he use the myriad paths of the heavens to seek the Tao within? This was Xuan's confusion. To seek inward, should he try to find the corresponding Tao within his body that matched the myriad paths of the heavens? Suddenly, Xuan opened his deep, dark eyes. Chapter 205. Chaotic Heavenly Thunder. Boom, boom. In an instant, the entire Dian sacred land was enveloped by terrifying heavenly thunder. Damn it, how many times is this now? In these days, there's been heavenly thunder almost every day covering Dian. What the hell does this heavenly Tao mean? I think this heavenly Tao is simply an idiot. Even if it wants to strike, can't it do it all at once? Looking at the thunder in the sky, the faces of everyone in the Dian sacred land, whether disciples, elders, or the Holy Master, were all extremely gloomy. In recent days, heavenly thunder had basically descended upon Dian's sacred land once every day, causing great anxiety among the people. However, thankfully, the Holy Land had the Dian ancestor, who could easily dispel the heavenly thunder. But wait, this time the heavenly thunder seems different from before. Suddenly, a disciple of the Holy Land shouted, What's different? Is the heavenly thunder different? Wow, it really is different. Each bolt of the thunder in the sky was so powerful, like swirling thunder dragons. And there was even endless chaotic energy spreading out. Could it be chaotic heavenly thunder? After observing the heavenly thunder in the sky more closely, the Dian Holy Master's expression changed, unable to help but exclaim softly. Chapter 206, Forcefully Crossing the Thunder Tribulation. Boom. The conversation between the two struck the hearts of the disciples and elders of the Dian sacred land like a thunderclap. At this moment, they no longer needed to discuss it, because Xuan had truly achieved it. He had really broken free from the shackles imposed by the heavenly Tao. Xuan is amazing. The Holy Sun is amazing. This guy Xuan is truly awesome. In an instant, the voices of discussion among the disciples and elders of the Holy Land turned into earth-shattering shouts. Such shouts were even somewhat synchronized, deafening and echoing through the heavens and earth, igniting the blood of every person in the Dian sacred land. Boom! At that moment, the chaotic heavenly thunder above exploded with a sound that shook the world, then precisely locked onto Xuan and struck towards him. Xuan, do you need me to take action? The Dian ancestor looked at Xuan and asked with a smile. Ancestor, no need. I can handle it myself now. Xuan's calm voice echoed, restoring his previous tranquility and confidence. That's more like our Holy Sun, always so confident, as if he can push through everything and suppress all enemies whenever he takes action. Chapter 207, Meeting Leng Ruoli Xuan. How do you feel now? In the main hall of the Dian sacred land, the Holy Master of Dian smiled and asked Xuan, his tone light but cautious. Now, Xuan was powerful enough to kill him with a single punch. Not much feeling, just feel invincible. Xuan replied with a slight smile, not hiding his confidence. After becoming a seed, Xuan believed in himself even more, and that sense of invincibility was even stronger. Xuan's answer made the Holy Master of Dian twitch his mouth. This kid is so strong, ridiculously strong, but is he really that arrogant? However, the Holy Master was already accustomed to Xuan's personality and did not feel disgusted. Instead, he admired him immensely. Xuan, what are your plans next? The Holy Master of Dian asked. I'm planning to go home and take a look, and by the way, meet my wife, Xuan said with a smile. As soon as the words fell, Xuan disappeared from the Holy Master's hall. In the northern region, at the Nine Heavens Touching Palace, on a mountain rich in spiritual energy, a graceful figure, as ethereal as an ice mountain snow lotus, sat cross-legged. This figure was Leng Ruoli. Chapter 208, Entering the Quasi-Emperor. In the northern region, Su family. Shinner, you say you have broken free from the shackles of the heavenly Tao. You can still attain enlightenment without relying on the heavenly Tao. In the main hall of the Su family, Su Yuntian asked Xuan with immense excitement. Breaking away from the heavenly Tao. What does this concept mean? It's simply carving out a path of one's own. Unbelievable. It's simply unimaginable. Jiang Yu and the other members of the Su family also looked incredulous. To carve out one's own Tao. The significance contained in these few short words was immense. No less than pushing through the ages. Yes. Xuan smiled slightly. I succeeded. The small voice that fell into the ears of the Su family members was like a thunderclap, instantly igniting their excitement. As expected of the young emperor. Carving out his own path, such talent, it's simply crushing all the talents of ancient and modern times. They could hardly imagine what kind of height that was. In the not-so-distant future, my Su family will become the first family in the realms beyond the heavens. The Su family members praised Xuan without reservation. Good, great, wonderful. Shinner, you did so well. Su Yuntian laughed heartily, never having been this happy before. Shinner, you are our pride. Jiang Yu's eyes turned red in an instant, with crystal tears falling down. Chapter 209, Shopping and Heart-to-Heart Talk in a Closed Secret Chamber. Leng Ruoli opened her star-like eyes. At this moment, Leng Ruoli's aura was released without restraint, revealing that she was at the peak of the Saint King realm, on the verge of stepping into the quasi-emperor threshold. After days of cultivation, she had reached the pinnacle of the Saint King realm, and the next step was to break through to the Quasi-Emperor realm. A captivating smile appeared on Leng Ruoli's fair face as she softly murmured to herself. Breaking through the Quasi-Emperor realm requires a period of accumulation. One cannot be too hasty. As for why Xuan could break through so quickly, it was undoubtedly because of Xuan's special constitution, which allowed him to absorb the immense power contained in multiple immortal medicines without exploding. It's time to exit my closed-door cultivation. I wonder how far Xuan has come now, she thought as she walked out of the secret chamber. As soon as she opened the door, she was directly embraced by a pair of large hands. The sudden occurrence left Leng Ruoli completely unresponsive. Ruoli, a familiar voice rang in Leng Ruoli's ears. Bringing her thoughts back, Xuan made a soft sound like a mosquito buzzing. Chapter 210. The Path to Immortality appears. From that night on, a rift dozens of feet long appeared in the sky above the 3,000 realms, continuously expanding. The rift emanated immortal light, attracting many strong individuals from the 3,000 realms to study it, but most ended up bloodied there, turning into piles of bones. Some said that the rift was a sign of the opening of the path to immortality. Others claimed it was just an ordinary rift. However, what astonished countless powerful beings was that from this day forward, the spiritual energy in the world gradually became more intense, even richer than before the Imperial path opened. Meanwhile, many regions in the 3,000 realms exhibited strange changes. Some witnessed true dragons stepping out from the forbidden zones, soaring into the 9 heavens. Others saw ancient ferocious beasts awakening. Some observed immortal light enveloping the ancient peach trees, radiating colorful brilliance, and others saw the legendary 9-aperture divine stone trembling violently, with cracks appearing on its surface. As time passed, the rift had even spread to over 100 feet long, turning into a blood-soaked land, with holy bones covering the ground thickly, not knowing how many strong beings had perished there. Chapter 211. Heading to the immortal path rift before the rift formed by the opening of the path to immortality, numerous figures stood tall, all exuding terrifying auras. Among these individuals, the weakest was at the peak of the Saint King realm. It could be said that every figure here was capable of making several major realms tremble. Usually, these individuals rarely showed themselves, either because it wasn't their era or because there were no opportunities worth their attention. Yet at this moment, they were all gathered here, waiting for the path to immortality to open and to compete for the immortal fortunes that flowed out from the rift. There's so many strong beings. Yes, it's so dense that the rift can't even be seen. A voice from a young man and woman echoed in the void, followed by the appearance of 2 figures. The 2 figures, a man and a woman, had the man dressed in white, looking like a celestial being, and the woman in red, with an enchanting figure and unparalleled grace, resembling a queen. They looked like a pair of immortal lovers who had stepped out of a painting, exuding an aura of celestial energy. With their appearance, many strong beings changed their expression slightly. Such young prodigies dare to come here? Don't they fear death? Chapter 212. The Longevity Medicine. After a brief silence, a quasi-emperor stepped forward, addressing Xuan with respect. It's truly admirable that you have reached this level at such a young age. Where do you come from? This quasi-emperor was from the sacred land of Lingshu, and he actually referred to that young man as a fellow Taoist. Many strong beings were astonished, staring wide-eyed at Xuan. Hee, isn't this normal? Since you began your cultivation, you should have realized that in this world, seniority is nonsense. Only strength is respected. Only those with big fists have a voice. However, most strong beings were not particularly surprised by this. Amidst the focus of many powerful beings, Xuan, together with Leng Ruoli, directly bypassed the quasi-emperor and headed straight toward the rift ahead. Instantly, the space solidified and the quasi-emperor's mouth twitched slightly, his face darkening. This was the first time he had been treated this way by a contemporary prodigy. That fellow Taoist is quite extraordinary. Perhaps he can resolve my confusion. The figure in green observed Xuan's departing back and murmured to himself. At such an age, casually killing quasi-emperors, his level is much higher than mine. If I could communicate with Xuan, I might really gain something. Chapter 213. Everyone wants to compete for the longevity medicine. Don't let him retreat. A booming voice echoed, shaking the universe. The longevity medicine was an incredible opportunity that was hard to come by. How could the strong beings let it slip away just like that? In the next moment, dozens of hands reached out, instantly pulling the humanoid figure that the longevity medicine transformed into from the rift. It was an incredibly handsome man. Though called a man, he resembled a woman, so beautiful it was quite excessive. What do you want? The man, pulled out of the rift by the strong beings, looked terrified at the cultivators present, his feminine appearance giving him a pear blossom with rain-like feeling that made one feel pity. Longevity medicine. Quickly capture him. A loud shout echoed as several quasi-emperors simultaneously moved to suppress the man. The allure of the longevity medicine was simply too great for the strong beings. Therefore, they decided to act together, first capturing the longevity medicine and then discussing further. What do you want from me? Suddenly, a brilliant, dazzling, immortal light illuminated the world, reflecting everything around. This immortal light was so piercing that it made it impossible for anyone to open their eyes. Chapter 214. Xuan takes action, shocking all. Why are so many annoying guys coming again? The figure in green, engaged in battle, noticed the figures flying toward him and changed his expression, his mouth twitching slightly. He only wanted to make a friend with the young man and stepped in for him, but he didn't want to court death. However, it seemed he had no way out now. Since you are here, then let us fight. Facing the siege of several quasi-emperor-level strong beings, Leng Ruoli, however, showed no signs of fear, her expression still calm. Boom, boom, boom. In the starry sky, the battle intensified further, becoming more magnificent, with various divine abilities and treasures bursting forth in dazzling light, illuminating the heavens. Under such a battle, stars were continuously shattered. Soon, the nearby galaxy turned into a blank space, with no planets remaining. Surrender. You two are ultimately no match for so many of us. Surrender early, and perhaps you can save your lives. In the starry sky, a total of 17 quasi-emperors tightly surrounded Qingyi and Leng Ruoli, speaking coldly. Bang! The next moment, a huge explosion erupted in the starry sky. The quasi-emperor who just spoke suddenly spat blood. Chapter 215. Xuan's teachings, Great Tao Phenomena. Xuan, can we talk? At that moment, a sudden voice echoed in the space. Looking at the figure ahead, Xuan showed a look of confusion. I remember you. You helped me earlier. May I know who you are? My name is Qingyi. I'm your fan. Xuan was bewildered. What the hell? The other party seemed much older than him. How could he be a fan? Are you sure you're not mistaken? Xuan was somewhat incredulous. You just met me today, right? That's right. Qingyi nodded, but after witnessing Xuan's invincible demeanor, I became your fan. Qingyi looked at Xuan very seriously and said. Xuan smiled helplessly, looking at Qingyi, and asked straightforwardly, do you have something to say? I want to ask Xuan for clarification. Qingyi said, what do I get out of it? Xuan said directly. Hearing this, Qingyi was slightly taken aback, and after reacting, he smiled at Xuan. I'm willing to exchange a life-prolonging herb. A life-prolonging herb? Xuan's eyes lit up. Tell me more. Chapter 216. Qingyi follows. Great Tao Oath. Looking at the young figure in the void, many powerful beings showed expressions of astonishment, completely unable to believe it. But this is the truth. He really can break through. This is simply astonishing. I also want to listen to the teachings. Who knows, I might break through too. Excited voices rang out. These were quasi-emperors, peerless powerhouses standing at the pinnacle of the 3,000 realms. Yet at this moment, they genuinely wanted to listen to Xuan's teachings. However, it was clear that they had no opportunity now. Xuan's teachings had ended. With Xuan closing his mouth, various great Tao phenomena in the starry sky instantly dissipated. Is the teaching over just like that? The powerful beings who had entered a state of enlightenment while listening to Xuan's teachings regained consciousness, feeling somewhat disappointed. In the void, Xuan swept a calm glance at the gathered powerful beings, his expression unchanged, and then looked at Qingyi with a smile. Broke through? Xuan felt a bit gratified that he could help the other party. Yes, I must thank Xuan. No, Xuan brothers' teachings. Qingyi clasped his fists to Xuan. Chapter 217. Pressuring all powerhouses. A worm and a fish, what qualification do you have to touch my follower? At that moment, a cold voice rang out. Following that, a stunning fist light shone in the starry sky. Boom! A huge sound echoed, as if stars were shattering. Looking again at the starry sky were the figures of the golden dragon and the ancestral crocodile. They had already turned into streams of light and scattered. Suddenly, the space fell silent, not a single sound. Watching the ethereal figure in the starry sky, all the powerful beings were once again deeply shocked. Two unparalleled powerhouses, known as invincible under the emperors, were actually killed by that young man in the void with a single punch. What terrifying strength is this? The most critical part is that the youth is so young. No wonder. Even if the quasi-emperor Qingyi established a great Tao oath, he would follow that young man. As some realized, it turns out that the youth is simply too invincible. Here, I want to advise some people to be careful. Su Xian scanned the powerful beings present indifferently, speaking lightly, his voice echoing in the starry sky. As soon as he spoke, the surroundings fell silent, and everyone felt an extremely chilling aura, causing those with various thoughts to instantly extinguish their intentions. Chapter 218, Closed-Door Training. Qian Duo, come here, die. A cold shout rang out, and another peak quasi-emperor jumped out, appearing right in front of Qian Duo. Who are you? Qian Duo showed a wary expression and asked. I am your father. The strong man seemed very angry and started to berate Qian Duo. How can you curse? Can't you have a little quality like me? Qian Duo shouted at him. You dug up my ancestral grave and still want to talk to you nicely? You're dreaming. The cultivator became even angrier and directly attacked, suppressing Qian Duo. A terrifying palm print appeared in the starry sky, crashing down towards Qian Duo, threatening to destroy everything. Look, so rude. Can we have a proper chat? Qian Duo said disdainfully. The next moment, an ancient shield unexpectedly appeared in Qian Duo's hand. Boom! The shield exerted force, directly blocking the strong man's attack, and then charged towards the strong man. Bang! The strong man's pupils suddenly contracted, and before he could react, he was directly knocked away by the ancient shield. Bang! The strong man crashed into an ancient star in the infinite distance, and the powerful impact even pierced through the ancient star. Chapter 219, Breaking the Emperor, Annihilating Divine Thunder. Ding! On the 76th day of marriage. Reward, one of the 9 great celestial books, Tao Book. One of the 9 great celestial books, fully mastered, with a thought, all paths become void. Ding! On the 77th day of marriage. Reward 100 years of cultivation. Ding! On the 78th day of marriage. Reward a calming white lotus. Ding! On the 79th day of marriage. Reward an emperor weapon, Celestial King's burial cloth. Ding! On the 80th day of marriage. Reward 100 years of cultivation. Ding! On the 81st day of marriage. Reward a divine, forbidden domain. Boom! 7 days later. The 3,000 realms suddenly erupted with a shocking roar once again. This time, the brilliant immortal light was even more dazzling, almost illuminating the outer heavens. This time, the crack in the immortal path was larger, extending to over 10,000 zhang, and the immortal energy in the world became even denser. In an instant, in the starry sky, the vast immortal energy spread, and more powerful beings emerged, rushing to the crack in the immortal path, all vying for that mouthful of immortal energy. It seemed that as long as they absorbed that immortal energy, they could immediately enter the realm of enlightenment. On this day, a young man with crystal clear skin and flowing black hair opened his eyes. This person is Su Xian. The moment Su Xian opened his eyes, 2 beams of chaotic divine light suddenly shot out, sweeping across the heavens and the earth. Chapter 220, Shattering the Annihilation Divine Thunder. Feeling the overwhelming and majestic imperial might in the void, all the powerful beings present were stunned. For a moment, the space was dead silent. Not a single sound could be heard. At this moment, all the powerful beings were completely bewildered. Wasn't Su Xian a void of destiny? How could he possibly become an emperor? Su Xian became an emperor? How could this be possible? Heavenly Tao, did you make a mistake? Isn't the void of destiny supposed to be forbidden from becoming a Tao? A void of destiny becoming an emperor? Is this a dream or reality? How could such a thing happen in the world? Voices of doubt echoed throughout the starry sky. Some powerful beings were even trembling in fear. Before becoming an emperor, Su Xian was already that strong. After becoming an emperor, what height would Su Xian reach? There's no need to worry, even though Su Xian became an emperor. That is the annihilation divine thunder. All emperors in its presence are like ants, and will be instantly obliterated. Su Xian is no exception. The previously mentioned peak quasi-emperor finally reacted and said this. Shut your mouth. How can my big brother Xuan's strength be something you can speculate about? The young man in green coldly reprimanded that powerful being. Chapter 221. Congratulations to fellow Taoist Xuan for becoming an emperor. At this moment, the heavens were silent. Everything turned to nothingness. Only the astonished gazes of countless powerful beings remained. At this moment, all the powerful beings suddenly fell into a daze, unable to think at all. They originally thought that under the terrifying annihilation divine thunder, Xuan would definitely perish in the starry sky. But what they did not expect was that Su not only became an emperor, but also fully awakened the chaos divine demon body, shattering all the annihilation divine thunder with a single punch. Such a result was truly astonishing. Boom! Suddenly, another loud explosion in the starry sky pulled all the powerful beings' thoughts back. The strong ones reacted and looked towards the starry sky, where a rain of light was falling. A great emperor had fallen, the one who had previously fought with the young man in green. Originally, the two were locked in a fierce battle. But Xuan's performance caused that powerful being to be momentarily stunned in the void. It was precisely that moment that led to his instant annihilation by the young man in green. Big brother awesome! An extremely excited voice erupted in the starry sky. The young man in green appeared in front of Xuan and respectfully shouted, "Congratulations, big brother, on becoming an emperor." The young man's expression was very excited. Xuan's terror had completely solidified his previous thoughts. Following Xuan was the most correct decision he had ever made in his life. Chapter 222. Leng Ruoli becomes an emperor. Ding. On the 82nd day of marriage. Reward of 100 years of cultivation. Ding. On the 83rd day of marriage. Reward of a calm white lotus. Ding. On the 84th day of marriage. Reward of an imperial weapon, the human emperor's seal. Ding. On the 85th day of marriage. Reward of 100 years of cultivation. Ding. On the 86th day of marriage. Reward of the human emperor scripture. Ding. On the 87th day of marriage. Reward of 100 years of cultivation. Ding. On the 88th day of marriage. Reward of a calm white lotus. Time and cultivation is timeless. 7 days passed in the blink of an eye. During these 7 days, Xuan did not break through, but he had thoroughly solidified his emperor realm cultivation. Moreover, in these 7 days, Xuan also mastered all the divine abilities and techniques rewarded by the system. Among them, Xuan's favorite was the human emperor scripture. To Xuan's surprise, although the human emperor scripture did not specify a grade, it seemed even more terrifying than the emperor scripture. Furthermore, the human emperor scripture contained top-tier divine abilities such as the human emperor finger, human emperor fist, and human emperor palm, which were quite extraordinary. With a thought, the system panel appeared before him. Name, Xuan. Identity, young emperor of the Su family in the northern region. Holy son of the eastern wilderness, the Yin sacred land. Realm, first layer of emperor. Chapter 223, the annihilation of the feathered realm. Do you know which realm that guy just now came from? Xuan's voice echoed through the starry sky, reaching the ears of every powerful being present. No one responded. Those who knew, 3 immortal medicines. In the starry sky, Xuan spoke again. Hiss. Immediately, many powerful beings couldn't help but gasp in shock. Immortal medicines, to them, were incredibly precious treasures, and Xuan unexpectedly took out 3 at once. Truly my big brother, making a grand gesture, the young man in green praised. However, Xuan's generosity also darkened the faces of many powerful beings. They certainly knew that the reason Xuan could be so generous was precisely because it came from them. Fellow Taoist Xuan, I know. As soon as Xuan mentioned using 3 immortal medicines as a reward, a voice immediately rang out. Looking towards the source of the voice, it was an old man with gray hair, exuding an air of a great master. Fellow Taoist Xuan. The guy who ambushed just now is from the same era as me, and I actually have some connections with him. Once these words were spoken, the space fell silent, and everyone looked at the old man with strange expressions. You have connections, yet you betrayed him? Chapter 224. The path to immortality opens. In the vast universe, the 7 major life forbidden zones erupted with sacred light, and the supreme aura permeated, revealing itself. Supremoha. Just a trace of it made countless heroes in the world tremble in fear, almost prostrating themselves on the ground. Beyond the 3,000 worlds, the 7 major life forbidden zones all erupted with immortal light, which was astonishing. The 7 major life forbidden zones erupted simultaneously with such incredible immortal light. The path to immortality is truly about to open. A great struggle is about to arrive. In the 3,000 realms, countless powerful beings exclaimed in excitement. The 7 major life forbidden zones, independent of the 3,000 realms, not only have the supreme beings hidden, but also contain countless emperors who have sealed themselves there for endless ages, nearing the end of their lives. It can be said that the 7 major life forbidden zones are the most mysterious places in the entire 3,000 realms. Generally speaking, life forbidden zones never make any noise, remaining extremely silent, as if they do not exist at all. But all cultivators in the 3,000 realms know that once there is movement in the life forbidden zones, it must mean that something super important is about to happen. Now, with the 7 major life forbidden zones simultaneously erupting with such brilliant immortal light, it undoubtedly signifies to the cultivators of the 3,000 realms that the world is about to undergo a great change. Chapter 225. The bloodstained path to immortality. The fissures of the immortal path completely shattered, and endless immortal light illuminated the heavens, with overwhelming immortal energy surging. None of this is important. What matters is that the path to immortality has truly opened. Ahead, amidst the boundless immortal light, a dazzling ancient road appeared. On that road, light and rain danced, sparkling brilliantly, looking incredibly spectacular. At this moment, all the powerful figures gathered at the immortal path, even the supreme and the emperors, had arrived. It can be said that outside the immortal path, there isn't a single weakling. Almost all are stunning figures of an era, unparalleled strong beings. At this moment, these powerhouses are all filled with passionate blood, extremely excited, all staring intently at the immortal path, with surging battle intent boiling in their bodies. The immortal path, a lifelong pursuit, is right here at this moment. Charge! Countless powerhouses roared, extremely excited and thrilled. For this day, I have waited for 4 or 5 epochs. And now it has finally arrived. An emperor enveloped in immortal light said excitedly. This emperor was the Azure Emperor, who had achieved enlightenment countless ages ago. The Azure Emperor was originally an immortal herb, a celestial fetus, who reached this point through unparalleled talent. Chapter 226. Immortal. The immortal path is so dangerous. Some powerhouses trembled in fear. For the immortal path, he had waited a long time, but seeing such a brutal scene at this moment, he couldn't help but have thoughts of giving up. How can the immortal path be called the immortal path if it is not dangerous? What we want is this kind of danger, this sense of achievement after surviving tribulations. A powerhouse said passionately. It's easy for you to say, why don't you go first? Someone rebutted immediately. I think I'll just watch for now. That powerhouse was instantly silenced. Coward! The crowd of powerhouses scolded. After witnessing such a dangerous scene earlier, the powerhouses decided to withdraw from the immortal path, opting to think of a strategy before re-entering, lest they just end up giving their lives. Chaos Ancient, Buddha Emperor. Ancient Emperor, the immortal path is dangerous. Let's team up. In the starry sky, the Azure Emperor, wrapped in immortal light, said to several other supreme powerhouses, team up? After pondering for a moment, Chaos Ancient, Buddha Emperor, and Xuan Ancient Emperor nodded in agreement. Then, the Azure Emperor, Chaos Ancient Emperor, Buddha Emperor, and Xuan Ancient Emperor, the strongest beings who once suppressed an era, charged directly back into the immortal path. Chapter 227. Battle Immortal. We are unworthy. Who is worthy? The Azure Emperor, Chaos Ancient Emperor, Buddha Emperor, and Xuan Ancient Emperor shouted. As their voices fell, the auras of the 4 supreme powerhouses returned to their peak. Being among the strongest in countless ages, the 4 naturally possessed ultimate divine abilities and treasures, thus making it possible to achieve this. Once their auras returned to peak, various Imperial weapons emerged in their hands. Suddenly, a terrifying Imperial might enveloped the entire space in an instant. The Emperors wielding Imperial weapons at this moment truly displayed their peak combat power. The next second, the Azure Emperor and the others charged forward holding their Imperial weapons. Instantly, the terrifying power of the Supreme Emperors erupted on the immortal path. Mayflies shaking trees, laughably unaware of their own limits. An immortal spoke coldly, shaking the immortal path with his voice. Then, the immortal directly slapped down at the 4. Boom! Suddenly, on the immortal path, the earth trembled. as if the stars were collapsing. In a clash, the entire immortal path shook violently, erupting with a thunderous roar, as if it was about to explode. As the boundless, terrifying battle waves receded, the scene within emerged. On the ground, for bodies lay in a pool of blood, their auras extremely weak, on the brink of running out of energy. Chapter 228. Exterminate Immortals. On the immortal path, amidst a pile of corpses, Xuan stood there, expressionless, without any emotional fluctuations on his face. How is this possible? How could a newly ascended emperor have such terrifying combat power? Under the immortal light, the immortal looked incredulous. After the previous clash, Xuan had actually fought him to a standstill. This result was incredibly hard for him to accept. It must be known that after becoming an immortal, the spiritual energy in one's body would completely transform into immortal energy. After the transformation, the power unleashed is far beyond that of someone who has not yet ascended. It can be said that in front of an immortal, even 100 unparalleled emperors would have no resistance whatsoever. Yet, under such circumstances, Xuan actually fought him to a standstill with a first-tier emperor body. This was undeniably exaggerated. So what if you aren't immortal? Today I will bury you. A loud shout echoed on the immortal path. The next second, 4 Imperial swords suddenly appeared around Xuan. As the 4 Imperial swords emerged, a shocking killing intent instantly enveloped the entire space, as the sharp sword energy swept through, threatening to tear the space apart completely. Chapter 229. Everyone wants to follow Xuan. Ruoli, are you okay? Feeling the chilling aura in the space, Xuan was slightly startled and gently patted her back. Only then did Leng Ruoli come to her senses, breaking free from the previous state. When she came back to herself, she touched her forehead, and fine beads of sweat began to seep out of her skin. Recalling the earlier scene, Leng Ruoli couldn't help but feel a wave of fear. She almost lost her composure. It seems that those old immortals from the Forbidden Area have become my heart's demons. Only by completely eliminating them can I be free from it. Leng Ruoli frowned slightly, whispering to herself. Ruoli, are you thinking of some bad things from the past? Seeing Leng Ruoli's expression, Xuan guessed. Leng Ruoli nodded, indeed recalling some unpleasant memories. Ruoli, once we reach the immortal realm, tell me all about it in detail. Xuan looked at Leng Ruoli, speaking with utmost seriousness. I will definitely seek justice for all the grievances you suffered in the past. Upon hearing this, a warmth rose from Leng Ruoli's heart, causing her emotions to surge, and her eyes instantly became moist. Chapter 230. Dust and Labor Lock. Clear Path to Immortality. Xuan, my friend, I want to join too. Can you take me along? Suddenly, another voice rang out in the space. Xuan was taken aback. This voice seemed to come from outside the immortal path. Looking over, there truly was a plump figure hurriedly approaching. This figure, Xuan recognized, was Qian Duo, who had previously offered 3 immortal herbs to support Xuan's path to enlightenment. Qian Duo? Xuan instinctively called out the name. Oh, Xuan, you still remember me. I'm so touched. Qian Duo wiggled his plump body, filled with excitement as he walked towards Xuan. Xuan, can you take me along too? Qian Duo asked earnestly. Take you along? Xuan was slightly stunned. You came at this time. It seems you aren't too concerned about the immortal path. At this moment, the damned have all died, yet this guy has just arrived, clearly not taking the path to immortality seriously. Taoist Xuan, you misunderstood me again. I recently heard about an excellent burial site. No, a treasure site. Qian Duo smiled brightly at Xuan. I'm going there to search for treasures. Chapter 231. The Spear of Immortal Slaying. Again, slaying immortals. What as dust and toil are locked, the bright path sees the immortal actually mean? Unknowingly, an unknown amount of time has passed, but Xuan and the others still haven't figured out the meaning of this phrase. Or rather, they haven't comprehended the profound meaning of immortals. If you can't figure it out, just leave. It proves that there is still a certain distance between you and the immortals. In the void, the immortal shrouded in immortal light spoke again. Ding! On the 89th day of marriage, reward. Immortal King Artifact, Spear of Immortal Slaying. At this moment, a voice that made Xuan feel incredibly familiar suddenly echoed in his mind. Instantly, Xuan's eyes lit up. What the immortal's profound meaning is, I don't know, but that doesn't matter anymore. What's important is that from this moment on, no one could stop me. Suddenly, a voice, extremely indifferent, echoed in the space. As this voice sounded, the entire space fell into dead silence, as if time and space had instantaneously solidified. What do you mean? Do you still want to fight me? The immortal coldly shouted, a terrifying aura once again enveloping the entire space. Chapter 232. Entering the immortal realm, 7 immortals arrive. Ahead, the sky brightened, immortal energy permeated, and it was incredibly rich. This road should be nearing its end. The immortal realm is near. Not knowing how long they had walked, Xuan and the others finally saw hope and directly rushed forward. It turned out to be a door. Xian Duo exclaimed. Looking ahead, it indeed was a door. A jade door radiating brilliant immortal light. Could this be the legendary Immortal Ascension Gate? The moment they saw this door, Qing Di's eyes brightened, and he exclaimed, Immortal Ascension? Xuan looked at Qing Di. Senior Qing Di, do you know this door? I once saw records about the path to immortality left by someone in the life-restricting zone. According to the records, at the end of the path to immortality, there is such a door, and beyond this door is the immortal realm. Qing Di explained, his tone gradually becoming excited. The last step on the path to immortality. As long as we cross this door, we can ascend to the immortal realm. This door, how do we open it? Emperor Longu asked. I don't know. Qing Di shook his head. The records in the restricted zone did not describe it. Shall we force it open and give it a try? Chapter 233. About the immortal realm, kid. Do you know what you're saying? An immortal stared at Xuan, speaking coldly. Boom! The next moment, a loud explosion erupted in the heavens and earth. Looking towards the void, the immortal who had just spoken to Xuan was already bleeding out. Instantly, light rain fell, filling the sky. Hiss! Seeing such a scene, Qing Di and the others couldn't help but gasp. Xuan's strength was truly terrifying. It was as if you could never know where his limits were. You dare to slay an immortal? The remaining 6 immortals looked at Xuan's methods with disbelief, their expressions a mix of shock and anger. This young cultivator from the lower realm actually possesses such terrifying strength. Why wouldn't I dare? Xuan's lips curled slightly, revealing a cold smile. Today, none of you can escape. As he spoke, the heavens and earth fell silent again. Only Xuan's indifferent and arrogant voice echoed throughout. Arrogant? Today I must eradicate you. The 6 immortals immediately flew into a rage and simultaneously attacked, pressing down towards Xuan. Xuan, be careful. Big brother, be careful. Taoist Xuan, be careful. In that moment, Leng Ruoli and the others couldn't help but feel a chill of worry for Xuan in their hearts. Chapter 234. The Divine Phoenix Palace. The great era rises. The winds and clouds change. The Heavenly Emperor appears, and the ages reveal themselves. What does this mean? Xuan was puzzled. I suspect that a variable has appeared, which is why they have begun to prohibit lower realm cultivators from becoming immortals. After pondering for a moment, Leng Ruoli looked at Xuan, her eyes flickering as she expressed her thoughts on the prophecy. Xuan nodded, not saying much more. In fact, he had read something from Leng Ruoli's gaze. That variable referred to himself. However, this was not the time to delve into such unclear matters. Therefore, Xuan chose to remain silent. Next, where should we go? Qing Yi asked. How about we find an immortal sect to cultivate? Suddenly, Qian Duo proposed such a suggestion. Find an immortal sect to cultivate? Qing Di was slightly taken aback. As an innate Holy Spirit cultivated from the immortal medicine, Qing Di was self-taught in everything and had never actually entered a sect or holy land to cultivate. Therefore, at this moment, Qing Di indeed showed a hint of interest. I think that's feasible. We can first settle down in the immortal realm and then seek long-term development. At the very least, we should break through to true immortal, right? Emperor Longu also said. Chapter 235. Back to the Divine Phoenix Palace. Qiuyu. Don't you recognize me anymore? At this moment, Leng Ruoli's voice echoed in space, causing the woman in the void to instantly become dazed, petrified in place. The woman swayed gently, her red lips quivering. Why you are? For some reason, the woman in front of him gave him an incredibly familiar feeling. It was as if she was the Empress. But the Empress had fallen, right? And the woman in front of him didn't look anything like the Empress at all. What on earth is going on? Qiuyu, you followed me when you were 8 years old. You have a small cat birthmark on your left chest. When you were 18, you fell in love with a sword cultivator and wanted to elope with him. but later found out he was a scumbag. At 100 years old, you finally became an immortal, saying you would follow me forever. At 250 years old, you held my corpse and cried terribly. Leng Ruoli looked at the woman in the void, smiling as she recounted events only the two of them knew. As Leng Ruoli's voice continued to resonate, the woman's body trembled more and more violently, her eyes reddening, and ultimately, tears began to fall. Chapter 236. The Original True Solution. In the Divine Phoenix Palace. In a vast great hall, Leng Ruoli sat in a high position. Xuan sat beside her, and below were Qing Di and others, along with many powerful figures from the Divine Phoenix Palace. In the hall, there were many cultivators, but at this moment it was silent, all eyes focused on Leng Ruoli, waiting with excitement or anticipation for the Empress to speak. Everyone, during these years while I was absent, you have all worked hard. After a long silence, Leng Ruoli finally spoke. Empress, we have not worked hard. Empress, as long as you can return, everything is worth it. Empress, you have finally come back. Instantly, Leng Ruoli's calm words ignited the passion of many cultivators in the Divine Phoenix Palace. Although the Empress's cultivation is not what it used to be, and she hasn't even attained immortality yet, her aura, her majesty, and her dominating presence that looks down upon the world have not diminished at all, making them reminisce about the glorious years they fought alongside the Empress. During that time, the Empress rose to power at an astonishing speed, sweeping through the Eastern Victory Divine Continent, and then the entire immortal domain, becoming one of the strongest individuals. Chapter 237. Becoming Immortal. What is happening? Suddenly, all the cultivators in the Divine Phoenix Palace were shocked and looked up at the sky. There, celestial dew fell, divine springs surged from the ground. Purple chi rose from the east, and countless golden lotus flowers appeared out of thin air in the void. In an instant, various sacred phenomena enveloped the entire sky. This is a sign of becoming immortal. Someone has attained immortality. Becoming immortal can create such a commotion. Could it be that the Empress is becoming immortal once again? It doesn't seem like it. When the Empress became immortal, although it also attracted heavenly phenomena, it didn't seem as shocking as this. Who could it be, besides the Empress, who in our Divine Phoenix Palace possesses such talent? In the vast area of the Divine Phoenix Palace, many cultivators were excitedly discussing the sudden appearance of the immortal phenomena and speculating about it. Just then, a figure suddenly appeared in the void, causing many cultivators in the Divine Phoenix Palace to be taken aback. In the void, the Empress appeared. The Empress hasn't become immortal. So who has? Xuan has become immortal? In the void, Leng Ruoli was also surprised and looked towards the secret room where Xuan was located. Chapter 238. Challenge from the 10,000 Laws Sect? Boom! On this day, the entire Divine Phoenix Palace suddenly shook. Following that, an extremely cold voice echoed through the heavens and earth. The number one prodigy of the 10,000 Laws Sect, please enlighten us, Divine Phoenix Palace. This was a voice like a great bell, full of strength, with an air of dominance and confidence. Clearly, this was a provocation from another force. The emergence of this voice instantly darkened the faces of everyone in the Divine Phoenix Palace. The 10,000 Laws Sect, a force that once didn't even qualify to carry the shoes of the Divine Phoenix Palace, now dares to provoke us because they have a prodigy? A change came over the expression of an elder from the Divine Phoenix Palace, who looked with great disdain at the figures outside the protective barrier. There, a group of figures stood, the prodigies and elders of the 10,000 Laws Sect. The 10,000 Laws Sect was once a garbage force. During the peak period of the Divine Phoenix Palace, they even actively requested to become an affiliated force of the Divine Phoenix Palace. But with the fall of the Empress, the Divine Phoenix Palace retreated from the world to avoid disaster. This led to the Divine Phoenix Palace consuming its resources without replenishment, gradually becoming weak, with no more extraordinary talents emerging. Chapter 239. Xuan Take's Action. At first, the battle between Lin Qingying and Jiang Yifei was evenly matched. However, as time passed, the advantages of Jiang Yifei's Yuan spirit body began to show. His immortal energy was boundless, his magical power endless, and his aura showed no sign of waning. Not good. The advantages of the Yuan spirit body are being displayed. If he is not defeated instantly, he may become stronger with each passing moment. Seeing this scene, the expressions of the cultivators in the Divine Phoenix Palace changed. revealing their worries. Ha ha ha! Yifei's Yuan spirit body is among the top 10 of the 3,000 physiques. That's no joke. Endless immortal energy, endless magical power, enough to keep him invincible. In stark contrast to the worries of the Divine Phoenix Palace cultivators. The cultivators of the 10,000 Laws sect showed excitement on their faces as Jiang Yifei gained the upper hand in battle. You're no match for me. Even if your cultivation is lower than mine, it's difficult for you to win against me even in the same realm. Jiang Yifei stood in the void with his hands behind his back, surrounded by immortal energy, staring at Lin Qingying. So become my follower. With a loud shout, Jiang Yifei made another move, a large handprint directly suppressing Lin Qingying. Chapter 240. The foundation of the Divine Phoenix Palace destroys the strength of the 10,000 Laws sect. Under a rain of light, the world fell silent, and not a single person made a sound. At this moment, whether it was the Divine Phoenix Palace or the 10,000 Laws sect, all cultivators were dumbfounded, frozen in place, eyes wide open as if they had seen a ghost. Early true immortal stage, one strike to kill, annihilating peak true immortal. Is this really something that can happen in reality? It is known that above the true immortal stage, each small realm requires a cultivator to spend countless years to cross. It can be said that there are insurmountable chasms between each small realm, and the gap in combat power between each level is like heaven and earth. Therefore, even the most extraordinary genius, upon reaching the true immortal realm, can at most cross one or two small realms to defeat an opponent. Yet at this moment, the young man in the void has crossed nearly an entire major realm, killing his opponent with one strike. This really feels like a dream. It's too exaggerated. Gulping. Many people couldn't help but swallow hard as they looked at the young figure in the void. After a while, you killed Yifei? At this moment, the cultivators of the 10,000 Laws sect finally reacted from their extreme shock and instantly fell into a rage, shouting angrily at Xuan. Chapter 241. Leng Ruoli's past life in a quaint and antique pavilion. Xuan and Leng Ruoli were sitting and communicating. There were only the two of them, and it was quite quiet. Ruoli, it seems that the Divine Phoenix Palace is in imminent danger. Xuan rubbed the teacup, a hint of worry appearing on his face. Yes, the Divine Phoenix Palace is in imminent danger. Leng Ruoli sighed, wondering how the situation in the Central Land and the entire immortal domain is now. In this private space, Leng Ruoli also shed her proud and confident demeanor, resembling a little woman as she confided in Xuan. In fact, the pressure on Leng Ruoli in this life is not as great as in her past life, because with Xuan around, she felt an inexplicable sense of security. Ruoli, can you tell me about your growth process in your past life, including the specific structure of the immortal realm and the capabilities of those who ultimately led to your downfall? Taking a gentle sip of tea, Xuan gazed at Leng Ruoli through the tea mist, speaking softly. Xuan wanted to understand what level of strength was needed to take revenge for Leng Ruoli and to solve all her troubles. Chapter 242. Desperate Cultivation. True Immortal 9th Layer. In the secret room, Xuan sat cross-legged, taking out all the remaining immortal medicines, totaling over 100. Looking at the undying medicine that exuded a strong medicinal power, Xuan made up his mind and directly swallowed all the undying medicine in one go. If this cultivation method were seen by others in the immortal realm, they would definitely be shocked and think Xuan had gone mad. Over 100 plants of undying medicine contain such immense energy that not even a true immortal could withstand it, let alone explode a powerful immortal king. Yet, Xuan actually swallowed it all at once. This was truly astonishing. Boom! The moment Xuan swallowed the undying medicine, an incomparably vast force erupted within his body, rampaging like wild horses, flowing through Xuan's limbs and bones. It began to refine. With a loud shout, Xuan activated his profound technique and started to absorb the immense energy within him. Ding! On the 94th day of marriage, reward, 100 years of cultivation. Ding! On the 95th day of marriage, reward, one of the 9 heavenly books, the treasure book. Ding! On the 96th day of marriage, reward, immortal king's weapon, the immortal refining pot. Ding! On the 97th day of marriage, reward, great chaos thunder technique. Chapter 243. Xuan. Anyone can fight me. You are from the dark heavenly court, right? Leng Ruoli's indifferent voice rang out. Empress, How can a true immortal like you be called an empress by them? The leading man in the black robe did not directly answer Leng Ruoli's question, but instead countered with a question. Empress, did you not hear? Leng Ruoli's lips curled, clearly not intending to answer him seriously. Ha ha, since you want to know who I am, let me tell you. I am the branch lord of the dark heavenly court in the Eastern Victory divine continent. The black-robed man suddenly laughed wildly, revealing his identity with an air of confidence and arrogance. Nowadays, the dark heavenly court has become the strongest force in the immortal domain, overshadowing everything in the entire immortal domain. And as the branch lord of the dark heavenly court in the Eastern Victory divine continent, he undoubtedly held considerable status. A dog of the foreign realm, right? I see, Leng Ruoli said expressionlessly. I hate it when others call me a dog. The black-robed man became furious and directly attacked Leng Ruoli. Empress, are you someone you can touch? With a loud shout, the immortal king expert from the Phoenix Palace also immediately made a move. Boom! A tremendous sound echoed through heaven and earth, like an ancient star shattering, shaking the world. Chapter 244, Instant Kill of the Immortal King. Ha ha! Xuan, right? You're quite confident, huh? Since that's the case, let my talented subordinates play with you. Hearing Xuan's words, the black-robed man was overjoyed and smiled broadly. If a real fight broke out, the people he brought might not be a match for the powerful ones in the Phoenix Palace. But since the young man agreed to compete with his talented subordinates, he could regain some face. The talented ones from the Phoenix Palace said they wanted to compete with you. Who among you wants to try? The black-robed man scanned the talented individuals behind him and spoke. I can try. Almost instantly, a voice responded. It was an exceptionally tall figure, exuding a commanding aura that made him appear quite extraordinary. Su Feng, since you want to seek advice from the talented ones of the Phoenix Palace, then go ahead. The black-robed man said with a smile. Su Feng, he was familiar with at the initial stage of the Immortal King realm, not the strongest among his subordinates. However, in his view, using Su Feng to deal with Xuan was more than enough. After all, the gap between an immortal king and a true immortal is not insignificant. Xuan, the strongest talented one from the Phoenix Palace, please give me some pointers. Chapter 245 again, slaying the mid-stage Immortal King. The Immortal King fell silent, and after a long while, he remained silent. Among you, who want to fight that kid? The black-robed man looked at the powerful ones behind him and asked. Still silence. Dead silence, not a sound. After witnessing Xuan's true strength, none of the Immortal King experts wanted to take the initiative to fight Xuan. No one. The black-robed man's expression darkened. Clearly, he did not expect such a situation to arise. Whoever can slay that kid, I will give them 3 plants of longevity medicine. Seeing this, the black-robed man made a bold statement. Hiss! As soon as this was said, many cultivators couldn't help but gasp. Longevity medicine is a rare treasure in the entire immortal realm, quite difficult to find. Not only can it aid in cultivation, but it can also enhance the purity of immortal energy. Even some major forces can't produce 3 plants of longevity medicine at once. At this moment, the black-robed man actually offered 3 plants of longevity medicine to anyone who could slay Xuan, which was indeed a generous offer. I will fight him. As the saying goes, under heavy rewards, there will be brave men. After the black-robed man announced the reward of 3 plants of longevity medicine, a voice quickly rang out. Chapter 246, Destroying the Black-Robed Man, leaving the Phoenix Palace. How could you be strong to this extent? The black-robed man looked incredulous. There's nothing impossible. You're just too weak, and that's the truth. In response, Xuan said and on. Is there anyone else who wants to challenge me? Xuan looked playfully at the group of cultivators behind the black-robed man. Instantly, the space fell into dead silence, even quieter than before, completely devoid of any sound. No one responded. What a joke. Facing a being that could instantly kill a mid-stage immortal king. Was it that they didn't want to challenge him? It was that they simply didn't have the strength. Whoever can kill that kid, 3 plants of longevity medicine, I will keep my word. The black-robed man once again addressed the group of cultivators behind him, trying to ignite their fighting spirit with the promise of longevity medicine. But clearly, after witnessing Xuan's strength just now, this time, truly not a single person stood up. In fact, to avoid drawing the black-robed man's attention, the group of cultivators chose to lower their heads. Longevity medicine is indeed very precious, that's true. But life is even more precious. 5 plants, 5 plants of longevity medicine. If anyone can kill that kid, I will apply to the higher-ups for 5 plants of longevity medicine for you. Chapter 247, Penglai, Immortal Island. Where should I go? In the vast void, Xuan felt a bit lost. This time out, Xuan's main task was to search for cultivation resources, such as undying medicine and longevity medicine. Secondly, he wanted to understand the external situation. Finally, he hoped to find an opportunity to eliminate the 10,000 Methods sect and the Dark Heavenly Courts branch in the Eastern Victory Divine Continent. Based on these 3 objectives, Xuan decided to first check out the 10,000 Methods sect. After all, the current leader of the 10,000 Methods sect had already been killed, and they were in a state of being leaderless. In this situation, it might really be possible to directly eliminate the entire influence of the 10,000 Laws sect, and perhaps even gain some resources from them. According to the cultivators from the Divine Phoenix Palace, the 10,000 Laws sect has recently risen rapidly. Therefore, Xuan speculates that, in addition to receiving help from the Dark Heavenly Court, they likely obtained some great opportunities. It is precisely those opportunities that allowed the 10,000 Laws sect to become one of the strongest forces in the Eastern Victory Divine Continent in such a short time. With this thought, Xuan opened the map he obtained from the Divine Phoenix Palace and headed straight towards the direction of the 10,000 Laws sect. Both the Divine Phoenix Palace and the 10,000 Laws sect are located in the central region of the Eastern Victory Divine Continent, so they seem quite close. Chapter 248, Dark Heavenly Court, Gu Lingchen Boom. At this moment, the entire Penglai Immortal Island suddenly burst forth with an even stronger immortal light, illuminating the entire world. Incredibly brilliant and dazzling. Such a commotion, there is no doubt, a great opportunity must have emerged within Penglai Immortal Island. It is rumored that this opportunity is at least an Immortal King artifact, a longevity medicine-level treasure. If one can obtain it, one could definitely advance further. The Immortal Realm hasn't seen such an opportunity in a long time. The reason for this occurrence is unknown, but it doesn't matter. What matters is that I must compete for it. As the immortal light shone, the cultivators from various major forces became excited, looking towards the floating island ahead, their eyes igniting with fervor. The opportunity within Penglai Immortal Island is truly about to appear. Boom! In the next second, the heavens and earth suddenly shook. Then, an immortal bridge actually manifested out of thin air, rapidly extending towards the outside of the Immortal Island. Penglai Immortal Island is actively welcoming people. Indeed, there is a great opportunity. Not only a great opportunity, but there might even be peerless powerhouses or transcendent beings operating behind the scenes. Some powerful beings exclaimed, and this miraculous scene instantly caused everyone to erupt in excitement. Chapter 249, The Forbidden Heavenly Maiden versus Gu Lingchen. A great battle is about to break out. What should we do? Just watch. Let's see first. That Gu Lingchen is already an extraordinary prodigy. After joining the Dark Heavenly Court, his strength has reached an unknown height. It is hoped that the Heavenly Son and the Heavenly Prince can handle Gu Lingchen. Otherwise, we may be forced to get involved. The powerful immortal kings on the Immortal Bridge discussed among themselves. Boom! At this time, the battle in the void has already erupted. The Heavenly Son and the Heavenly Prince simultaneously attacked, suppressing Gu Lingchen. Both are mid-stage immortal kings, and the terrifying might they generated together could be described as earth-shattering. In an instant, the heavens and earth trembled, the space shattered inch by inch, and everything seemed on the verge of annihilation. The Heavenly Son and the Heavenly Prince are indeed the prodigy powerhouses that have long since risen. Although they are mid-stage immortal kings, when they strike together, their terrifying might is likely to rival late-stage immortal kings. Upon seeing the Heavenly Son and the Heavenly Prince attack simultaneously, aside from the Forbidden Heavenly Maiden, who remained indifferent, the other immortal king powerhouses could no longer maintain their calm. It is important to note that the gap between immortal king powerhouses is not trivial. Even in the same realm, weak immortal kings are like ants in front of those powerful immortal kings, with no ability to resist whatsoever. Chapter 250, Xuan takes action. Instant refinement. What? Even the Forbidden Heavenly Maiden cannot defeat Gu Lingchen after joining the Dark Heavenly Court. He has already reached such a height. Some powerhouses were shocked. Haha, what does it matter if he has strength? The Dark Heavenly Court is our greatest enemy in the immortal domain. His joining the dark heavenly court makes him a traitor to our immortal domain, which is despicable. Some powerhouses mocked. Shut up. The voices on the immortal bridge reached Gu Lingqian's ears, causing him to feel a chill and shout down below. Look, that dog is getting anxious. The powerful being, however, completely ignored Gu Lingqian's feelings and continued speaking to himself. Such words instantly infuriated Gu Lingqian, who immediately played a low note. Suddenly, countless blood-red petals rapidly surged towards the powerful being who insulted him. Not good. The powerful being's expression instantly changed, and he shouted that it was bad. Although he looked down on Gu Lingqian for siding with the dark heavenly court, Gu Lingqian's current strength was indeed very strong and not something a mere early-stage immortal king could handle. Under those truly terrifying blood-red petals, he feared he would be annihilated on the spot. At this moment, the first reaction of the other immortal king powerhouses was to quickly avoid. Chapter 251. Entering Penglai Immortal Island. By Zay, this fellow Taoist. Are you also a wielder of the Chongtong? Just then, a voice like a mountain spring suddenly rang in Su Xian's ears. Huh? Su Xian was slightly taken aback and turned to see a woman's figure reflected in his sight. Her beauty was flawless, dressed in a black skirt with white hair, exuding a blend of allure and purity. Yes, Su Xuan replied indifferently. He had no interest in her, merely glanced at her and then shifted his gaze to the immortal bridge, directly stepping towards it. Huh? At this moment, the forbidden heavenly maiden was stunned. It was her first time taking an interest in a man and initiating a conversation. Yet the other party merely glanced at her and hurriedly left. At this moment, the forbidden heavenly maiden couldn't help but doubt her own appearance. Haha, even the heavenly maiden has such moments. It has always been the forbidden heavenly maiden giving others the cold shoulder, even to us, and this is probably her first time being treated like this by a man. Right? Below, the heavenly sun and the heavenly prince couldn't help but laugh at this scene, instantly breaking free from the matter of Gu Lingqian. What are you two laughing at? Just then, the forbidden heavenly maiden's signature icy voice suddenly appeared in the ears of the heavenly sun and the heavenly prince, instantly silencing them. Chapter 252. The extermination sword array shocks everyone. If I defeat you, will you submit to me? At this moment, a calm and confident voice suddenly resonated in the space. With the emergence of this voice, the entire space fell silent once again. Whether it was by Zay or the heavenly sun, the heavenly prince, and others, all beings were momentarily petrified. After a long while, someone finally reacted, staring incredulously at the arrogant figure in the void, utterly astonished. The previous wielder of the Zhongtong actually made the divine beast by Zay submit to him? To say submit is actually to make by Zay his mount, right? Such a crazy idea could only be conceived by a wielder of the Zhongtong. Many immortal king powerhouses exclaimed in shock. That man is so arrogant. He just doesn't know if he's overestimating himself. If I assist him at a critical moment, perhaps he will be grateful to me. In the distance, the forbidden heavenly maiden quietly observed and muttered to herself. For some reason, she was particularly interested in Su Xian, which was a situation she had never experienced in many years. Could it be the attraction between wielders of the Zhongtong? In the void, Zay finally recovered from his shock, staring at Su Xian with disbelief. How did a true immortal like you get in here? Chapter 253. Subduing by Zay. Chi and Cave, are you really asking me, a true immortal, to submit to you and become your mount? At this moment, Bai Zay was shocked, staring at Su Xian in disbelief. The extermination sword array. In his memory, only that one person could compel submission. Su Xian remained expressionless, speaking calmly as he waved his sleeve, directing the extermination sword array towards Bai Zay's sword formation. Boom! The two sword formations clashed, unleashing a shockwave that could be described as world-destroying, seemingly ready to annihilate everything and reshape reality. In that instant, the Tao itself seemed to vanish, leaving nothing, the sky darkening and the earth shrouded in gloom. At this moment, all the celestial kings and powerful beings were taken aback. This young man was clearly just a true immortal, not even a celestial king. But the might of his battle instilled fear in them. Bang! The sword formations collided, and the results soon became apparent. Su Xian emerged victorious, while Bai Zay was struck down by the sword formation, tumbling to the ground. In a massive pit, Bai Zay transformed into a human form, a remarkably handsome young man. Cough, cough. After a few coughs, Bai Zhe got up, and what met his eyes was Su Xian's face. At this moment, in Bai Zhe's view, the young man was smiling at him. That demeanor, that arrogance, that confidence made Bai Zhe feel a moment of daze. Chapter 254. Entering Qi Yun Cave. Upon entering the cave, a vast space unfolded before them. Immortal energy swirled. Exotic flowers and strange herbs grew, and rare mystical beasts traversed, resembling a paradise within a paradise. However, the paths within the cave were not just one, but rather numerous and complex. Faced with such a situation, everyone was somewhat confused. With so many paths, which one should we take? Someone suggested, let's each choose a path. That makes sense. It depends on who has better luck, a fair competition. Another agreed. Perhaps all these routes eventually lead to the same place. Everyone concurred with this approach. However, after a long time, no one chose a route. What's going on? The answer was simple. They were waiting for Su Xian. From the previous battle, it was clear that although Su Xian was only at the true immortal level, his strength was undoubtedly the strongest among them, possessing many defiant means. Therefore, they all wanted to follow Su Xian, which would increase their chances of seizing opportunities. Naturally, Su Xian noticed their intentions but said nothing, casually choosing a route with Bai Zhe and walking in. Seeing this, several cultivators immediately followed suit. Chapter 255. Deep in the cave, let's keep moving. Su Xian glanced at everyone present and spoke calmly. At this moment, Su Xian truly resembled a supreme emperor, leading countless strong beings through the heavens, exuding authority and decisiveness. As his words fell, Su Xian led Bai Zhe forward. The others quickly followed, eager to cling to Su Xian's coattails. Simultaneously, their hearts held even more awe for him. At this moment, on other paths, some cultivators had already perished at the hands or within the bellies of the cave's creatures. However, there were also strong individuals who pushed through, heading deeper into the cave. The Heavenly Prince, the Heavenly Emperor, and the Forbidden Heavenly Maiden were such a formidable trio. On their path, there were only 3 of them, yet together they nearly overwhelmed everything. Our speed should be the fastest, right? I think so too. After all, our efficiency as a trio is extraordinarily high, the Heavenly Prince and the Heavenly Emperor remarked. Have you forgotten about Su Xian? He might have already reached the deepest part of the cave. At that moment, the Forbidden Heavenly Maiden said, Maiden, be honest with us. Do you have a crush on Su Xian? Chapter 256. The Ancient Peach Tree, are you all alright? The Forbidden Heavenly Maiden had already donned a purple armor, tightly wrapping around her body. She was frowning as she approached the Heavenly Prince and the Heavenly Emperor. No, we're fine. Nothing serious. The Heavenly Prince and the Heavenly Emperor's faces paled slightly, but both had techniques to quickly restore their physical condition. Soon, their states returned to normal, and they curiously approached the Ancient Peach Tree. The force earlier should have been the Ancient Peach Tree gaining its own consciousness, sensing the approaching aura. It would unleash power to expel intruders. Truly remarkable for an immortal tree, the Heavenly Prince remarked, his eyes flickering. Let's try to subdue the immortal tree together, suggested the Forbidden Heavenly Maiden. All right, let's make a joint effort. The Heavenly Prince and the Heavenly Emperor both nodded in agreement. They then spread out and simultaneously reached for the Ancient Peach Tree. How dare you act so recklessly? Just then, an overwhelmingly domineering female voice suddenly echoed through the space. Instantly, the Heavenly Prince, the Heavenly Emperor, and the Forbidden Heavenly Maiden were dumbfounded. What was happening? Chapter 257. Su Xian. The innate Holy Spirit, Su Xian, is here. Only he has the strength to subdue the girl. From a distance, the Forbidden Heavenly Maiden's eyes sparkled as she watched the young figure walking closer. Su Xian is here. He might really be able to subdue that girl. The eyes of the Heavenly Prince and the Heavenly Emperor also lit up. Su Xian's strength had been evident in the previous encounters, far surpassing his level. In the face of such a powerful innate Holy Spirit, perhaps only an even more formidable Su Xian could contend with her. We're not the first ones here. As Su Xian stepped into the deepest part of the cave, he noticed the Heavenly Prince and the others, somewhat surprised. Big brother, it seems we chose a longer path, Bai Zhe spoke beside Su Xian. Yeah, Su Xian nodded, looking toward the girl in the void. Little sister, you look quite cute. Can I touch your slightly chubby face? As Su Xian's voice resonated, the entire space fell silent, as if time itself had been instantaneously frozen by a great power. In that moment, Not only the others, but even the girl was taken aback, staring blankly at Xuan. Chapter 258. The innate Holy Spirit submits, moral coercion on Xuan. What's wrong, little sister? Didn't I say you can't do anything to me? A playful expression appeared on Xuan's face as he stared at the girl, smiling. So what? You can't do anything to me either. The girl coldly snorted, dismissing Xuan's words. Are you sure I can't do anything to you? Xuan looked at the girl, a strange smile appearing on his face. In an instant, the girl felt a wave of dangerous aura spreading. What's going on? How could I feel such an aura from an ant with true immortal cultivation? The girl was momentarily stunned, somewhat in disbelief. But in the next second, her expression completely changed. In the void, the young man stretched out his hand, raising it towards the sky, and then an incredibly divine celestial light pierced through the heavens, soaring into the 9 skies, seemingly reaching the boundless universe. In an instant, it felt as if some kind of anomaly occurred in the universe. A terrifying aura descended, instantly enveloping the entire space. What is this aura? The girl was completely unsettled. That aura made her feel a fear that came from the depths of her soul. It was a sensation she had never experienced before. Chapter 259. Chaotic space, but boom. The fist light suddenly brightened. Before the cultivator could say anything, he was directly killed with a punch. Instantly, the space froze, falling into dead silence. For a moment, everyone widened their eyes, feeling a chill in their hearts, but they no longer dared to utter a word. Do you still have matters to attend to? In the midst of the dead silence, Xuan spoke, his tone indifferent. If there's nothing, you may leave. As Xuan finished speaking, not a single person left. Xuan's gaze suddenly sharpened, and a pressure descended. Do you still have matters? And no, we don't. Xuan, since that's the case, we'll take our leave. This time, everyone truly felt intimidated, sensing the aura of death, and they began to leave one by one, watching the departing figures. Xuan's expression relaxed somewhat, but as his gaze flickered and landed on the 3 who remained, his expression turned stern again. Why are you not leaving? The remaining 3 were the Son of Heaven, the Heavenly Prince, and the Forbidden Heavenly Maiden. They still stayed in this space, showing no intention of leaving. Looking at the 3, Xuan slowly raised his hand, preparing to send them on their way. Chapter 260. Hongmeng Celestial Scripture, Hongmeng Purple Qi Beep. On the 103rd day of marriage, reward. Hongmeng Celestial Scripture, Hongmeng Celestial Scripture. Cultivate Hongmeng Qi, nurture innate ancestral Qi, remarkably profound, the root of heaven and earth. The king of all phenomena can evolve the universe and create endless wonders. Suddenly, the familiar system prompt echoed in Xuan's mind, causing him to be momentarily stunned. Hongmeng Celestial Scripture? Why is the system rewarding me with the Hongmeng Celestial Scripture? Xuan pondered over the golden characters flowing in his mind, feeling somewhat confused. Cultivate Hongmeng Purple Qi. Suddenly, Xuan's eyes lit up. Hongmeng Purple Qi. Could it be that the invisible gases in the endless chaos are Hongmeng Purple Qi? This astonishing thought emerged in Xuan's mind, causing him to tremble. Hongmeng Purple Qi. That a gas much older than celestial Qi. He had never heard of anyone cultivating with such Qi. However, during the chaotic period before the heavens opened, it seemed that there really was only Hongmeng Purple Qi in the universe. Perhaps there were indeed supreme beings who cultivated with Hongmeng Qi back then. Nevertheless, those times were far too distant, and no historical records would document them. Chapter 261. Mysterious Elder, the First of All Heavens. Passing down the teachings to Xuan. Wait for me? Upon hearing this, Xuan was once again stunned. Wait for what? I need a successor to continue walking the world in my stead. This time, the elder finally revealed his purpose. So, the person you chose is me? Xuan looked at the elder and asked. Correct. The elder replied. Why? Xuan asked. Haha. The elder did not directly answer Xuan, but instead laughed several times, leaving Xuan feeling confused. What does this mean? Fate's void, chaotic divine demon body, reincarnation eyes, supreme bones, reincarnation celestial bones, innate holy body Daoke. Condensing Hongmeng Purple Qi. Little child, you say someone with such talent cannot be the successor of this old man. Then who else can I find? The elder's voice sounded again, causing Xuan to be shocked, staring at the elder in disbelief. The elder could actually see through his background so thoroughly. Senior, who exactly are you? Su Xian, astonished, couldn't help but ask the elder's identity again. The past identity no longer matters, but if you truly want to know, I can only tell you that I am the first forbidden figure of all heavens from countless ages ago. Chapter 262, Threefold Celestial King. Leaving Penglai Immortal Island. Beep. On the 107th day of marriage. Reward, 100 years of cultivation. Beep. On the 108th day of marriage. Reward. Hongming, Celestial Seed. Beep. On the 109th day of marriage. Reward. Tranquil White Lotus. In the blink of an eye, 3 days had passed. After 3 days, Su Xian opened his eyes again, his entire aura reaching an unprecedented peak. Threefold Celestial King. With a wave of his hand, chaos surged, and Hongming enveloped the world. Su Xian gazed into the distance, feeling the unprecedented surge of power within him, somewhat dazed. He had been in this space for almost 7 days. In these 7 days, his strength had indeed undergone earth-shattering changes. Now, even when facing the lofty celestial sovereign, he might not be unable to fight. It's time to go out. Su Xian took a deep breath and said. Then, he walked towards the portal that had been floating in the void, stepping in. Instantly, the world changed, and a great power surged towards Su Xian. That feeling was as if he had traversed endless years in an instant, incredibly marvelous. Stepping into the portal, in the blink of an eye, Su Xian returned to the depths of the cave. Big brother. Just as Su Xian returned to the cave, a voice immediately rang in his ears. Chapter 263, Killing at the 10,000 Methods Gate. 10,000 Methods Gate, old dog, come out and die. The voice rolled like thunder, rumbling loudly. Who is it? How dare you insult my 10,000 Methods Gate like this? The Grand Elder of the 10,000 Methods Gate was first taken aback, then quickly transformed into rage, as one of the strongest forces in the Eastern Victory Divine Continent. How could anyone dare to be so arrogant and provoke them at their doorstep? At this moment, outside the 10,000 Methods Gate, 2 figures stood in the void. They were Su Xian and Bai Zhe. Not coming out, huh? In the void, a cruel smile appeared on Su Xian's face as he slightly curled his lips. The next second, Su Xian raised one hand, pointing it towards the sky. Instantly, a beam of light pierced through the heavens, shooting into the 9 skies, rising to the vast universe. In an instant, countless stars and powers converged, transforming into a stronger beam of light that shot down. At this moment, Su Xian did not hold back as he had on Penglai Immortal Island, unleashing that power ruthlessly without reservation. Boom! In an instant, all worlds became shadows. Everything was Shu, and the great Tao seemed to begin obliterated, the void shattered piece by piece. The barrier of the 10,000 Arma Gate also broke apart under that force. After shattering the barrier of the 10,000 Arma Gate, that force did not completely dissipate, but instead charged straight towards the many palaces of the 10,000 Arma Gate. Chapter 264, Annihilation of the 10,000 Arma Gate. Collect. A single word was uttered, and an incomparably terrifying Shili suddenly appeared in the Lang Shanhu, as if it wanted to swallow heaven and devour earth. In an instant, a nearby strong man for the 10,000 Arma Gate was directly sucked into the Lang Shanhu and was instantly refined. Not good. That kid is manipulating a Shanwang Qi, which we cannot contend with. Run. A strong man from the 10,000 Arma Gate suddenly shouted. In an instant, other strong men also reacted. At this moment, they no longer cared about Su Xian's life, nor did they care about the 10,000 Arma Gate, turning around to flee, wanting to escape this space. If the 10,000 Arma Gate is not destroyed today, I will no longer bear the surname Soil. Looking at the figures trying to escape, Su Xian let out a cold laugh, activated the Bing Tui, manipulated the Lang Shanhu, and unleashed a shocking Shili. Immediately, the elders of the 10,000 Arma Gate were sucked over by that force, entering the Lang Shanhu and being instantly refined. You're a demon, a complete demon. The remaining strong men of the 10,000 Arma Gate were terrified and shouted out, Hee, none of you will escape today. But Xuan did not care about their curses, instead watching their helplessness and despair with a mocking expression. Chapter 265, The Burning Silence Sword, Annihilating the Dark Heavenly Court's Strongmen. Today, you all do not need to leave. That cold voice echoed again. Then, the void shattered piece by piece, and 2 figures slowly stepped out from within. These 2 figures were undoubtedly Su Xian and Buddha. At this moment, the 2 of them fully unleashed their Qi Shi, overwhelming the Tan Di. With each step they took, the sense of oppression grew stronger. Who are you two? The leading man's expression changed, questioning the two. The one who will slay you. Xuan shouted loudly, and two beams of Hundun Shenguang shot out, sweeping across the Bahuang Luhe. Boom! A cultivator from the dark heavenly court was directly obliterated. Xingzishan take action, but was also unwilling to be outdone, immediately striking out with a punch, the overwhelming Shenggong shining, instantly erasing another cultivator from the dark heavenly court. Instantly, the remaining members of the dark heavenly court became completely unsettled. Those who dare to kill members of my dark heavenly court, come forth to die. The leading cultivator of the dark heavenly court shouted loudly, extending his hand. And a terrifyingly suffocating qi suddenly erupted in the Tandi. In his hand, a Shanwang qi appeared. It was a sword, a blood-red sword. Chapter 266, renowned in the Eastern Victory Divine Continent. Soon, the news of the two young men annihilating the 10,000 Arma Gate spread throughout the entire Eastern Victory Divine Continent, causing a sensation across the land. One of the strongest forces in the Eastern Victory Divine Continent, the 10,000 Arma Gate, was actually destroyed. Who is that person so terrifying? To annihilate the 10,000 Arma Gate, that person must at least be a Shanwang at the late stage. Which great figure has emerged? No, it is said to be two vigorous young men. What? How is that possible? Two young men can reach that level. What kind of extraordinary talents must they be? Instantly, countless discussions erupted throughout the Eastern Victory Divine Continent, all speculating about the identities of those two who could annihilate the 10,000 Dharma Gate. In the Sun Huanggong, in a closed cultivation room, Yi was sitting cross-legged, enveloped in Shangong, appearing extraordinarily divine. After days of hard cultivation and resources left from a previous life, Lily's cultivation had reached Zhen Shan Jithu Chengtan. This is an extremely fast cultivation speed, incredibly astonishing, even comparable to Vision's method of swallowing dozens of immortal medicines at once. Chapter 267, Killing at the Dark Heavenly Court S Branch. In an instant, all the strong men of the Dark Heavenly Court were stunned. Isn't this the Dark Heavenly Court? Who dares to cause trouble here? Don't they know that the Dark Heavenly Court is the ruler of the Shanyur now? This sudden scene startled many strong men of the Dark Heavenly Court, who then fell into a state of rage. Who dares to run wild in my Dark Heavenly Court territory? A strong man from the Dark Heavenly Court shouted loudly. Dark Heavenly Court? Today, I will annihilate the Dark Heavenly Court. A voice echoed through the Tandi, like thunder from the 9 heavens, shaking the ground. Immediately after, in the void, an incredibly young figure appeared, standing tall in the Tandi. It was a figure in white, with skin like jade, black hair flowing like a waterfall, floating gracefully, like a banished immortal descending to the mortal realm, or an emperor of heaven surveying the realms. Behind that young figure, there was also a creature stepping through the heavens, a divine beast blocking the sun, enveloped in holy light. Its body was pure white, with a lion's form, 2 horns on its head, a goat's beard, and a pair of gigantic wings that overshadowed the sky, like clouds hanging low. Such a young Shanwang strongman. And that mysterious being seemed like the divine Beastba to recorded in ancient history. Chapter 268, Annihilation of the Dark Heavenly Court Branch. Hiss. Looking at such a scene in the sky, the bodies of the Dark Heavenly Court's strongmen trembled even more violently. They had come this far, first competing with peers, then battling everywhere, and later joining the Dark Heavenly Court, but they had never seen such a cruel scene. Although they called themselves the Dark Heavenly Court at this moment, that young man seemed to be much darker than them. As time passed, the life force of that Dark Heavenly Court strongman gradually disappeared. In the end, only a dried-up corpse remained in the void. I will ask one last time. Does anyone have an answer to my question? If no one answers my question, the fate of all of you will be the same as his. Soshivan smiled as he looked down at the strongmen of the Dark Heavenly Court, speaking coldly. Suv's smile was radiant, but to the strongmen of the Dark Heavenly Court, it was bone-chilling. At this moment, they truly witnessed what a demon was, what darkness was. Still not speaking? Su Xuan held the Funji Jin, ready to send everyone on their way. I will speak. I will speak. Just as Zhu Shen was about to raise his sword, someone immediately spoke up. Chapter R by Liu Shujiu, returning to the Sun Huanggong. At this time, in the Sun Huanggong, upon receiving the news that the Dark Heavenly Court's branch in the Eastern Victory Divine Continent had been annihilated, the entire Shen erupted in a commotion, a cacophony of voices. The dark heavenly court's branch in the Eastern Victory Divine Continent was actually destroyed by someone. Ha ha ha. Truly a great relief. It is rumored that the person who dominates the dark heavenly court is one of the two young men who previously destroyed the 10,000 Methods sect. One of them is incredibly young, full of vitality, as if a deity has descended. I feel that this must be our emperor. Based on this description, it is most likely the emperor. After all, who else in the entire Eastern Victory Divine Continent is that young yet possesses such astonishing strength? If this spreads quickly throughout the Divine Phoenix Palace, every cultivator there will know. It hasn't been long, and my elder brother has already reached that level. It's truly astonishing. Upon hearing the news, Qingyi was extremely excited. Now, through his own efforts and the cultivation resources of the Divine Phoenix Palace, he has already become an immortal. Just a moment ago, he was deeply engrossed in closed-door cultivation in the training room. Upon hearing this news, he immediately exited his seclusion and rushed outside, filled with excitement. I might not believe it for others, but for Taoist Xuan, I have no doubt at all. Chapter 270. Traitor? 2 hours later, Xuan and Leng Ruoli walked out of the room. Xuan felt refreshed, while Leng Ruoli's cheeks were slightly flushed, somewhat complaining to Xuan about why he was so forceful. In response, Xuan merely smiled faintly. With the chaos, divine demon body, supreme bone, and various innate holy body traits, it would be impossible not to be vigorous. Stepping out of the room, they entered a small courtyard. Simple, ancient, and serene, it suited Leng Ruoli's temperament perfectly. In the courtyard, Xuan then remembered the serious matter he wanted to discuss with Leng Ruoli. He looked at her and paused. Ruoli, have you ever suspected that some people in our Divine Phoenix Palace have ulterior motives? Suddenly, Xuan spoke up. Upon hearing this, Leng Ruoli was taken aback for a moment before realizing. She stared at Xuan and lowered her voice. Xuan, are you saying that there are traitors in our Divine Phoenix Palace? Yes, Xuan nodded, affirming her suspicion. Who? Leng Ruoli's expression darkened as she looked at Xuan. Most of the people in the Divine Phoenix Palace were once my subordinates, and I truly hadn't suspected them much. Chapter 271. Cultivation. Xuan. During my earlier probing, I found that the elder seems to really have a problem. In the closed attic, Leng Ruoli said to Xuan. Oh. Xuan looked at Leng Ruoli. I don't know him well, so I can't see it. What problem do you think there is? The Grand Elder used to call me Ruoli, but now he refers to me as Empress. Just now, when our eyes met, he clearly flinched for a moment. That shouldn't be happening to him. Leng Ruoli recalled the scene from just now, her expression serious. If what you say is true, the Grand Elder may not have betrayed us. Perhaps he has been replaced. Xuan said solemnly. Leng Ruoli nodded. I think so too. Even if someone were to betray us, their habitual behavior generally wouldn't change. Yet the Grand Elder's performance just now felt like he was meeting me for the first time, like a stranger. Baisha, keep a close watch on the Grand Elder. Xuan looked at Bai Zhe beside him. Xuan trusted Bai Zhe relatively well. After all, this guy had once followed the Heavenly Emperor, which showed his loyalty. Chapter 272. Learning the Qin. Although my cultivation hasn't broken through, my mastery of the primordial Qi has become even more refined. Not only did I gain a new phenomenon, but I also obtained a Celestial King instrument. Xuan muttered to himself, his eyes suddenly brightening. Right, I also obtained a Celestial King instrument. He thought to take it out and have a look. With a thought, a Celestial King instrument appeared in the void. It was a guqin made of jade and heavenly silk, radiating a soft white light, floating in the air with a divine aura. The moment Xuan saw the Fushi Qin, 8 characters instantly flashed in his mind. Control the hearts of men. Manipulate the universe. This Fushi Qin seems extraordinary. Xuan's eyes flickered. However, as he gazed at the Fushi Qin in the void, another question sprang to his mind. I can't play the guqin at all. Does that mean I can only watch this Fushi Qin and can't use it? Can't play. What to do then? Just learn it. With a thought, Xuan's body directly vanished from his spot. The space shifted, and the next second, Xuan appeared in Leng Ruoli's training room. Sensing the unusual spatial fluctuations, Leng Ruoli was startled, opening her starry eyes and finding Xuan stepping out of the void, momentarily stunned. Chapter 273. 6 Desires. Demonic melody. The moment the ancient guqin appeared, Leng Ruoli was instantly stunned. The guqin's typical appearance made her instinctively blurt out its name. Fushi Qin. That was the artifact of the human Emperor Fuxi from endless ages ago. At its peak, it was definitely an existence of Celestial Emperor level. Although the Guqin before her now only emanated the aura of a Celestial King instrument, Leng Ruoli knew that this was merely due to the Guqin being damaged. Once repaired, it could return to its former glory. Ruoli, do you recognize this Guqin? Seeing Leng Ruoli's reaction, Xuan was also taken aback. This Guqin is the artifact of the human Emperor Fuxi from endless ages ago. At that time, it was a Celestial Emperor instrument. Leng Ruoli gazed intently at the ancient Guqin in the void, exclaiming in awe, Celestial Emperor instrument? Upon hearing this, Xuan was also stunned. He initially thought that the Fuxi Qin rewarded by the system was merely a Celestial King instrument, which was already astonishing. He didn't expect that at its peak. It was actually a Celestial Emperor level weapon. Celestial Emperor instrument. That is definitely a legendary treasure. Looking through the river of time, few can be found. And now, a once Celestial Emperor instrument is right before my eyes. Chapter 274. Xuan's Past Life? Xuan. Just as life and death hung in the balance, a series of urgent voices suddenly rang in Xuan's ears. The voices were hurried, revealing the concern contained within. For Xuan, these voices were like a lifeline, pulling him out of a state of near madness, where he even contemplated death. In an instant, the scenery before Xuan changed. The bloody, brutal battlefield was gone, replaced by a warm peach orchard. At this moment, Leng Ruoli was close to Xuan, watching him with a face full of worry. Xuan, are you all right? Leng Ruoli furrowed her brows, her eyes sparkling with concern as she softly asked Xuan. Xuan was still somewhat dazed, staring at Leng Ruoli, feeling as if he had just awakened from a dream. Xuan, what is your heart demon that can make you so obsessed, nearly losing your mind? Leng Ruoli asked. Xuan was very surprised to fall into the heart demon, as it shouldn't be the case according to his nature. Is that my heart demon? Xuan felt a bit dazed. The scene in the picture was clearly a doomsday scenario he had never experienced before. Chapter 275. The Qingdao Immortal Sutra, Achieving Great Success in One Day. Ding. On the 113th day of marriage. Reward. Immortal Qingdao Sutra. Immortal Qingdao Sutra. Qingdao Immortal Sutra. Entering the Tao through the zither. The sound Tao connects to the divine. In the peach forest, Xuan practiced the zither in peace, having forgotten the passage of time. As time flowed, a familiar voice suddenly echoed in Xuan's mind. It was the system's notification sound. Immortal Qingdao Sutra? Entering the Tao through the zither. The sound Tao connects to the divine. A look of surprise appeared on Xuan's face. It turned out that there was also an Immortal Sutra for the zither. Xuan felt a bit excited and began to cultivate the Immortal Qingdao Sutra. Due to previous improvements in his comprehension, talent, and physique by the primordial qi, Xuan found it effortless to cultivate this Immortal Qingdao Sutra, mastering it completely in just half a day. Then, Xuan picked up the Fuxi zither again, placed his hands on the strings, and gently plucked them, starting to play once more. Instantly, notes seemed to carry a certain immortal power, resonating in the void. The space trembled, and the heavens responded. The lingering sound was endless. At this moment, the peach blossom forest seemed to transform into a giant sound Tao formation. As long as one entered the peach blossom forest, they would be trapped by the formation and unable to escape. What is going on? Chapter 276. The Truth. A quarter of an hour later. Tap, tap, tap. The quiet divine Phoenix Palace finally had footsteps echoing. A woman dressed in white, looking kind and benevolent, slowly walked into the palace. The woman was the Grand Elder of the Divine Phoenix Palace, by Ruobing. Seeing the woman arrive, Leng Ruoli quickly adjusted her attitude, recalling Xuan's earlier words, to pretend to talk to her about the current situation of the Divine Phoenix Palace. Elder Bai, you have arrived. Leng Ruoli warmly walked down from her seat to greet her. Palace Master, what do you need me for? Bai Ruobing also responded warmly, her tone respectful, immediately asking Leng Ruoli if she had any instructions. Elder Bai, in recent days, I have been focused on my cultivation and am not very clear about the current situation of the Divine Phoenix Palace. Could you tell me about it? Leng Ruoli said with a smile. Upon hearing this, Bai Ruobing was slightly taken aback, then nodded, all right. Palace Master, last time you and the Emperor asked me to pay attention to the cultivation issues of the young disciples of the Divine Phoenix Palace. so I've been guiding them in their cultivation recently. Currently, the younger generation of our Divine Phoenix Palace is almost on the verge of breaking into the Immortal King realm. Additionally, I have noticed that the barrier of our Divine Phoenix Palace seems to be less secure than before. Chapter 277. Bairuobing's identity a quarter of an hour later. Bairuobing regained consciousness and opened her eyes. What is the situation? When Bairuobing woke up and saw her surroundings, her expression changed dramatically. At this moment, she was tightly bound by several chains in a closed, dark space, sealed off from the outside world. Where is this? Bairuobing shouted with a dark face, channeling her immortal energy to try to break free, but soon realized that these chains were Immortal King artifacts and could not be broken. Has this situation been discovered? But how is that possible? I disguised myself so well. In the closed, dark space, Bairuobing had a gloomy expression, roaring loudly, her angry voice echoing throughout the space. He yelled by, "How do you like my immortal binding lock?" Just as Bairuobing felt confused, angry, and helpless, a light and airy voice suddenly echoed in the space. Then, the space rippled, and three figures appeared. It was Xuan, Leng Ruoli, and Bai Zhe. Palace Master, Emperor, what do you mean by this? I, Bairuobing, have devoted myself to the Divine Phoenix Palace for all these years, and you treat me like this? Chapter 278. Battle with the Immortal Sovereign. The appearance of the Immortal Sovereign in the Divine Phoenix Palace shocked all the cultivators present, their faces filled with astonishment. What is that? A shadow. It was a man with the cultivation of an Immortal Sovereign. What? An Immortal Sovereign? Although our Divine Phoenix Palace has Immortal Sovereigns, aren't they all in seclusion? How could one suddenly appear? No, he is not from the Divine Phoenix Palace. The strong ones from our Divine Phoenix Palace do not have this kind of aura. His aura is more like that of someone from the Dark Heavenly Court. What? A person from the Dark Heavenly Court? How could someone from the Dark Heavenly Court appear in our Divine Phoenix Palace? The sudden appearance of the man in black robes in the Divine Phoenix Palace left all the cultivators shocked and bewildered. Some figures had even appeared in the sky, attempting to block the man. Who are you? The Divine Phoenix Palace is not a place you can enter at will. An elder appeared in the path the man was trying to escape from the Divine Phoenix Palace, blocking him and shouting at him. What an ant! Dare to block me? D. The man coldly shouted, fully releasing the aura of an Immortal Sovereign, pressing down on that elder. Chapter 279. Immortal Sovereign? Instant Refinement. Xuan, you are just a small cultivator who has just arrived in the Immortal Realm. How can you be so strong? How can your 1 month be comparable to my 10,000 years? The man was roaring in extreme anger. In the past, he had felt despair when encountering talents much stronger than himself, which led him to seek greater power by joining the Dark Heavenly Court. Now, the feeling of helplessness brought to him by Xuan was even stronger than back then. This made the man truly feel a sense of despair that he could not shake off. Is hard work really worthless in the face of talent? So much nonsense. In response to the man's question, Xuan's face showed not a hint of emotional fluctuation. He had no desire to answer such a stupid question at all. An Immortal Sovereign, after refinement, should yield quite a bit of origin, right? Xuan muttered to himself. The next second, a refining Immortal Pot appeared in Xuan's hand. The refining Immortal Pot, an Immortal King artifact. How do you have such an immortal weapon? At the moment the refining Immortal Pot appeared, the man's pupils suddenly constricted in disbelief. At the same time, a wave of fear of death instantly surged in the man's heart. What do you want to do? Chapter 280. Crazy Cultivation. Dark Heavenly Court Expert Approaches. Returning to the cultivation room, Xuan took a deep breath, suppressing the pressure in his heart, and began to cultivate. With a wave of his sleeve, the ancient peach tree floated directly in the void. Immortal energy immediately filled the entire space, extremely rich, rendering the entire cultivation room extraordinarily mystical. Gazing at the ancient peach tree enveloped in celestial light, Xuan's eyes flashed with a glimmer, and he directly plucked 5 peaches, swallowing them whole. TSK, Xuan, aren't you afraid of being directly stuffed to death by such intense cultivation? At that moment, an incredibly surprised female voice echoed in the space. It was the spirit of the ancient peach tree. She had already found Xuan's cultivation method absurd before, but this time it was even more exaggerated, directly consuming 5 longevity herbs. It should be noted that, generally, even a powerful immortal king can only accommodate the energy of one longevity herb within their body. This illustrates just how exaggerated Su Xian's cultivation method was. In my life, I, Su Xian, have no need to explain my actions to others, Su Xian said expressionlessly, and then began to sit cross-legged and closed his eyes to refine the vast power within him. Boom! The immense power unleashed by the 5 longevity herbs surged through Su Xian's body, washing over his limbs and bones like waves, making him feel the overflow of power for the first time. Chapter 281, Yi Fuyao, who gave you the guts to insult my sister-in-law? The voice of the figure in the black robe had just sounded when an endless roar of anger suddenly erupted in the heavens and earth. In the void, a white figure flashed by. Boom! A celestial lord from the dark heaven was directly blasted down from the sky. In the void, a figure in white stood tall. It was Bai Zhe. However, at this moment, Bai Zhe was no longer the immortal king at the late stage, but had become an immortal lord. That's right. Bai Zhe had broken through to the immortal lord. No, it shouldn't be said that he broke through, but rather that he recovered. After all, Bai Zhe had been a powerful immortal lord a long, long time ago. Bai Zhe. Leng Ruoli was also slightly taken aback, a smile appearing on her face. Su Xian's brother was quite good. He could stand up for her. This sudden change, however, caused the remaining 6 immortal lords from the dark heaven to change their expressions. Filled with astonishment, in the current divine Phoenix Palace, there was actually such a powerful being. Who are you? It seems the divine Phoenix Palace has no one like you. A black-robed powerhouse, questioned Bai Zhe. Dare to insult my sister-in-law? You scum. I am your father. Bai Zhe shouted coldly, stepping into the sky once more, charging towards the remaining 6 immortal lords of the dark heaven. Chapter 282, Forbidden Techniques from Other Realms. Half-step, immortal emperor spirit descends. This woman is extraordinary. Let us all attack together and eliminate her. In the sky above, the remaining 5 powerhouses of the dark heaven instantly reached a consensus, launching an attack together to suppress Yi Fuyao and directly eliminate her. Fuyao, be careful. Leng Ruoli reminded from below. Fuyao, go for it. We all believe in you. Qian Duo shouted excitedly. Want to kill me? You are not worthy. Yi Fuyao shouted coldly, her whole body radiating holy brilliance, like a queen looking down upon the world. Even when facing the joint attack of 5 powerhouses from the dark heaven, she showed no fear, using her divine abilities to directly confront the dark heaven powerhouses. Boom! In an instant, the sky above was filled with intertwining runes. Surging magical power shattered space, as if the very Tao was about to be obliterated. This was a battle at the immortal lord level, incredibly terrifying. If it occurred below, the divine Phoenix Palace would likely have been obliterated by the terrifying aftermath of the battle. Boom! Boom! The battle between Yi Fuyao and the 5 dark heaven powerhouses continued for quite some time, causing the heavens to collapse and everything to dim. Bang! Bang! Figures were smashed down from the sky, heavily struck down. Chapter 283, Qian Duo, Spirit Treasure, Celestial Lord. Empress, do you still remember me? The dark figure spoke, his voice like a thunderous bell, shaking the universe. Don't recognize you. Who are you? Leng Ruoli was taken aback, but truly had no impression of the figure in the sky. Hee, you saw me when you killed my kin from the other realm. The dark figure in the sky opened its blood-red eyes, like 2 crimson lanterns, staring intently at Leng Ruoli below. That gaze seemed as if it wanted to tear Leng Ruoli apart. So what? You invaded the immortal domain from the other realm, harming my people. Is it not justifiable for me to kill your kind? Leng Ruoli retorted coldly. Even when facing such a powerful being, she felt no fear. After all, she had once been a true immortal emperor, far stronger than this guy before her. How? Today I will bury the entire divine Phoenix Palace along with them. The dark figure roared, a massive hand reaching out, covering the sky and blocking the sun, grasping towards Leng Ruoli below. As the hand stretched out, the entire space was shrouded, winds rising and clouds swirling, as if everything was about to be obliterated. If you want to touch the Empress, you must pass my test first. Chapter 284, Spirit Treasure, Celestial Lord versus Peak, Immortal Lord. I really didn't expect that Qian Duo would actually be the reincarnation of a powerful being from the ancient heaven court. Who could have guessed? That little chubby guy usually looks so silly and even likes to dig up graves. Yet he is such an identity, Their battle is incredibly terrifying. Even the aftermath could probably kill me. The astonishing and earth-shattering battle left all the cultivators of the Divine Phoenix Palace in awe. However, it seemed that due to Qian Duoduo's body being too weak to bear much of the energy from his previous life as the Spirit Treasure Celestial Lord, it significantly reduced the Spirit Treasure Celestial Lord's combat power, making his movements not as agile. Yet despite this, the Spirit Treasure Celestial Lord still did not fall behind the Dark Heaven powerhouses, and the two fought fiercely in the sky. Even if you are the Spirit Treasure Celestial Lord of the Ancient Heaven Court, so what? You still can't defeat me. The Dark Heaven powerhouse shouted coldly, his icy voice echoing through the heavens. If it weren't for this body, I could kill you with a single strike. The Spirit Treasure Celestial Lord replied coldly. Boom! The battle continued for quite some time, and it was still not over. It had already shattered the heavens and earth and obliterated the Tao. Chapter 285, Xuan appears. So what if the Spirit Treasure Celestial Lord exists? What does it matter if the Ancient Heaven Court's powers are involved? They still fell at our hands. Today, not only will the Divine Phoenix Palace be destroyed, but your so-called Spirit Treasure Celestial Lord will also fall. The two Dark Heaven powerhouses shouted coldly. Rumble. As their voices fell, their auras instantly enveloped the entire world, and they jointly launched an attack towards the Spirit Treasure Celestial Lord to suppress him. Damn it, if I were my prime, these two would be nothing but ants. But now, I'm being suppressed by them. The Spirit Treasure Celestial Lord felt the heart-pounding aura of the two Dark Heaven powerhouses, his expression extremely grave. Yet he felt helpless. Boom! A tremendous sound erupted between heaven and earth, as if an ancient star had exploded, shaking the very fabric of reality. Has Lingbao Tianzuan fallen? At this moment, all the cultivators in the Divine Phoenix Palace are extremely tense, their hearts in their throats. If Lingbao Tianzuan has fallen, then it will be their turn next. Lingbao Tianzuan has not fallen. That is the Emperor. Yes, that astonishing fist light must be the Emperor. Chapter 286, Great Battle. You have the blood of my dark heavenly court people on your hands, and you will pay for it with your life. Two strong warriors from the dark heavenly court shouted coldly. In the next second, the two of them attacked together. An endless stream of black death energy howling out from their bodies, surging towards Xuan like a tidal wave. At the same time, their figures flashed, attacking Xuan simultaneously, intending to obliterate him on the spot. In the void, at the peak of the immortal sovereign realm, Xuan's black hair moved without wind, his eyes cold and sharp. Today, I will use your blood to sacrifice the sword. Xuan's voice roared like thunder, reverberating through the heavens and the earth. Then, without the slightest fear, Xuan held his immortal sword and charged towards the two strong warriors of the Dark Heavenly Court. Big brother, will we win? Xuan, will you still push through everything like before? The Emperor, the hope of the entire palace. At this moment, the expressions of the cultivators in the Divine Phoenix Palace were extremely serious, all focused on the situation in the void, not daring to miss a single moment. Xuan, be careful. On the ground, Leng Ruoli's face was also extremely serious, her red lips tightly pressed, her eyes filled with worry. Chapter 287, Annihilating the Dark Heavenly Court's Immortal Emperor's Spirit. Not good, Ron. At this moment, the two strong warriors from the Dark Heavenly Court were completely panicked, their faces filled with terror. They clearly felt the terrifying power that was enough to annihilate them. Boom! That power completely descended. In an instant, the heavens and the earth shattered. Everything was engulfed by that power, and nothing remained. The Great Star Technique descended upon this world, instantly annihilating the two strong warriors of the Dark Heavenly Court. Although it was not their true bodies, just their spirits, it was still astonishing. The shockwave from the power, after erasing the spirits of the Dark Heavenly Court warriors, also overturned the people of the Divine Phoenix Palace. Fortunately, it only overturned them. It did not injure anyone. Wow, what a powerful force! Someone exclaimed, getting up and gasping for breath, feeling a sense of relief after surviving a calamity. Sorry about that, everyone. Seeing the cultivators of the Divine Phoenix Palace being overturned by his own power, Xuan scratched his head a bit awkwardly. Ha ha ha, it's fine. Emperor, you are our great hero of the Divine Phoenix Palace. If it weren't for you, we would have fallen long ago. How can we stand here now? Chapter 288, The Arrival of the Immortal Emperor, the End of the Divine Phoenix. The scene shifted, and everyone arrived at the back mountain of the divine Phoenix Palace. Here, among the mountains, immortal birds and spirit beasts leaped about. In the mist, occasional immortal cranes could be seen. This place was filled with towering ancient trees and exotic flowers and plants, very secluded. Upon reaching the deepest part of the back mountain of the divine Phoenix Palace, Leng Ruoli made a hand sign and stepped on the ground. Boom! The entire space trembled violently. A golden light shone brightly, dazzling and brilliant, as if a great sun had appeared. When the golden light faded, what emerged before everyone's eyes was a massive formation radiating golden light. Under the sunlight, the walls of the formation reflected even more brilliant golden light, with streams of immortal energy swirling within the formation. Empress, you really are thoughtful. Yi Fuyao supported the unconscious Lingbao, Tianzuan, her eyes sparkling, praising Leng Ruoli. I was also thinking ahead. If it weren't for the barrier of the divine Phoenix Palace being destroyed and facing a great calamity, I wouldn't have activated this formation. Leng Ruoli sighed and said, Everyone, step on it. Once the formation starts, we can leave. Leng Ruoli then looked at the cultivators of the divine Phoenix Palace and said, Upon hearing this, the cultivators of the divine Phoenix Palace stepped onto the formation one after another. Chapter 289, Leng Ruoli Sacrifice. Songfeng, if it were back in the day, you wouldn't even know how many times you would have died. Seeing the immortal sovereign of the divine Phoenix Palace being killed, Leng Ruoli was unprecedentedly furious. Her eyes turning red, unable to control her emotions, she shouted at Songfeng. The previous immortal sovereign had been with her for an unknown amount of time, loyal to her, and was one of the pillars of the divine Phoenix Palace. And now he was brutally killed right in front of her, making Leng Ruoli feel once again the helplessness, despair, and powerlessness of facing strong opponents when she was weak in her past life. That feeling was really unbearable, piercing her heart. Empress, you know that was back in the day. The you now, in front of me, is just a waste, just an ant that can be easily crushed. Do you understand? Songfeng coldly rebuked Leng Ruoli, his words icy and piercing. Divine Phoenix Empress, I didn't expect that after so many years, I would see you again. Tell me, how should I punish you to wash away the shame I suffered back then? Songfeng stood in the void, enveloped in pitch-black death energy, like a demon god crawling out of hell, staring at Leng Ruoli with blood-red eyes, speaking coldly. Chapter 290, Up to the blue sky and down to the yellow springs. I must see you again. Is it worth it? Leng Ruoli smiled, not looking at Songfeng, but instead at Xuan. In the past, I focused solely on the Tao, investing all my energy in cultivation, fighting for myself, for the divine Phoenix Palace, and for the immortal domain. But in the end, I found myself numb, unable to feel the meaning of being alive. But now, my life feels incredibly vibrant and real because of you, Xuan. You have given me a new life. As long as you can survive, then everything is worth it. Leng Ruoli looked deeply at Xuan through her hazy vision, speaking one word at a time, resonating in the heavens and the earth, shaking everyone present, especially Xuan's heart. I have given Leng Ruoli the meaning of life. It turns out, I am so important to Leng Ruoli. Ruoli, my life is also brilliant because of you, dazzling because of you. To me, you are everything. I cannot lose you. Xuan's tears streamed down his face as he reached out, wanting to grasp Leng Ruoli's gradually fading body. But when Xuan's body touched Leng Ruoli's body, he went straight through. Ruoli. Chapter 291, Departure. Emperor, with the Empress dead, we have no hope of living. You take everyone and leave. We will clear the way for you. At this moment, a powerful voice suddenly echoed in the space, sounding like a great bell. It was the immortal sovereigns of the divine Phoenix Palace, a total of over 10 of them. At this moment, after throwing down a sentence, they all simultaneously soared into the sky, intending to withstand the Celestial Emperor with the power of Celestial Lords, to buy time for everyone to escape. How laughable. Just a bunch of Celestial Lords. How could they stop me? Songfeng sneered, looking down at everything, watching the 10 Celestial Lords of the divine Phoenix Palace as if they were mere ants. We have followed the Empress to battle all our lives. And now, leaving a spark for the divine Phoenix Palace, we can die without regrets. Ha ha ha. It's only death. What is there to fear? The 10 Celestial Lords of the divine Phoenix Palace shouted loudly, filled with bravado. At this moment, they raised their aura to the extreme, unleashing all their lifelong skills. various divine abilities bursting forth with brilliant light, illuminating the entire world. Elders. Xuan stood up, his eyes reddening, unable to bear looking at the scene above. Xuan knew that even if the Celestial Lords were strong, they could not possibly contend with the Celestial Emperor. Chapter 292. The City of Sin. 2 hours passed. Xuan led the group from the Divine Phoenix Palace through the endless wilderness, moving slowly, not in a hurry. One reason was that they truly did not know where to go, and the other was that everyone needed to sort through their thoughts. The fall of the Empress and the destruction of the Divine Phoenix Palace were devastating news for everyone, a pain they had never experienced before. This also cast everyone into an incredibly deep sense of oppression, making it hard for them to emerge from it for a long time. Therefore, in such times, acting blindly would only lead to confusion. Your white hair looks quite good. Suddenly, a gentle voice rang in Xuan's ear, causing him to pause slightly. Sister Fuyao. Xuan looked beside him and saw a figure walking alongside him. It was Yi Fuyao. At this moment, she too was shrouded in a sense of oppression. But she still smiled as she looked at Xuan. Xuan, your hair has turned white. The pressure in your heart must be great. Yi Fuyao's tone was filled with concern for Xuan. Sister Fuyao, I'm fine. Xuan forced a bitter smile, shaking his head, sorrow rising in his heart. Not knowing where to start. Your hair doesn't lie. Chapter 293. The roadblocker of the sky was a deep red, bloodlight spread everywhere. Above the city gate, the four-character City of Sin exuded a fierce aura, rushing towards Xuan and the others. Qingyi exclaimed, Brother, this City of Sin seems to have some secrets. City of Sin? Is this city filled with evil? The Azure Emperor was puzzled. The remaining dozens of cultivators from the Divine Phoenix Palace looked equally confused. No waities. In response, Xuan said expressionlessly, I actually want to see just how evil this City of Sin is. Xuan's calmness and confidence gave the others some strength, dispelling the worries in their hearts. Right? What is there to fear? As long as the Emperor is here, unless a celestial emperor from another realm descends, everything else is not to be feared. Let's go into the city. Xuan spoke. Immediately, Xuan led the group toward the city gate. Who are you? Do you know the rules on the road? Just as Xuan and the others approached the city gate, a cold voice suddenly rang out in the space. Ahead, a cultivator walked out from within the city. He was tall, with a rugged face sporting a thick beard, and a terrifying scar on his left cheek that was over 10 centimeters long. Chapter 294. The turmoil outside the city. What about the head? It must have been severed by Xuan. Suddenly, Zhang San felt something was wrong. It seemed that something was rolling toward his feet. Zhang San looked down and focused. Gulp. Zhang San's expression changed drastically, his throat rolling as he couldn't help but swallow a mouthful of saliva, because what was at his feet was actually a severed head. Damn! Zhang San was shocked, kicking the head away. At the same time, the look in Zhang San's eyes when he looked at Xuan was filled with intense wariness. Zhang San, right? At this moment, Xuan also happened to look over, locking eyes with Zhang San. Gulp. When facing Xuan, Zhang San couldn't help but swallow a few more mouthfuls of saliva. Xuan's eyes were like a deep abyss, sending a chill down one's spine. But how could a mere celestial king possess such strength? How could there be such an oppressive feeling? Zhang San was truly shocked, feeling a chill run straight up his spine. The pressure from the young man was something he had never felt even from a new city lord, who was known for his cruelty. Zhang San, come here. Chapter 295. The arrival at the city lord's mansion. It was me who killed him. What is your problem? At this moment, an extremely indifferent young voice suddenly echoed in the space. Everyone was startled. Such a tone. Who is this? Who dared to be so arrogant after killing the people of the city lord's mansion? When everyone turned to look at the young man who spoke, they were once again taken aback. In their view stood a white-haired young man. Though his hair was white, he looked incredibly young, with vibrant energy. What astonished everyone even more was that the young man's aura had already reached the peak of the Celestial King. At less than 50 years of age, he had broken through to the peak of the Celestial King. Such cultivation talent they had never seen or heard of before, leaving them feeling a bit numb. Is there really such a peerless genius in this world? You killed him? In an instant, all the figures in the void turned to look at Xuan, their voices icy, as if a superior was judging a subordinate. When they saw Xuan, they were also surprised by how young he was to have reached such a level, but they quickly regained their composure, their expressions darkening. All of them were celestial lords, exuding an aura that enveloped the heavens and earth, instilling fear. Chapter 296. The pet tyrant of the divine pulse upon entering the city of sin. Xuan truly felt the disorder and chaos of this city. He saw that on the wide streets, there were beings from various races gathered, selling all sorts of things, some selling celestial herbs, some selling spirit medicines, some selling fierce beasts, and even some selling human pets. Heavenly spirit grass, heavenly spirit grass. 1 stalk refreshes the mind, 2 stalks banish fatigue, 3 stalks grant immortality. Passing by, take a look from the angel race. Our pets are not only beautiful, but also incredibly obedient. 9 other beast, 9 other beast. Pure ancient bloodline, grow up to rival a celestial king. Spring and autumn cicada. Spring and autumn cicada. Refining, it has a chance to reverse the river of time. On the streets, various shouts rang out, creating quite a lively scene. As Xuan led dozens of people into the city, they instantly attracted a lot of attention. Handsome guy, want to take a look at our pets? They are very obedient and can do anything for you. A petite little girl with 2 braided pigtails and a cute appearance walked up to Xuan to talk to him. Xuan was taken aback. Was this adorable little girl selling people as pets? Chapter 297. The corpse young master, he is from the Xiangxi corpse driving sect. Someone recognized the identity of the man and exclaimed in surprise. In the endless wilderness, countless races coexist, and the Xiangxi corpse driving sect is a force within this vast land. Though not a superpower, it is certainly not small. The Xiangxi corpse driving sect primarily focuses on refining immortal corpses. Moreover, they not only practice on the dead but also on the living. Therefore, various beings are somewhat disdainful of them, yet they also keep their distance, not daring to provoke them. So it's the corpse young master. The man selling people as pets also recognized the youth's identity and smiled, saying, since the corpse young master has spoken, for 1,000,000 immortal crystals wouldn't be too much. Let's just consider it making a friend. The tone of the man selling people as pets had a hint of flattery as he spoke with a smile. Then it's a deal. A smile appeared on the pale face of the corpse young master as he replied. Hiss. The corpse young master's smile was even more chilling, making people feel a shiver run down their spines. Alas, that emperor's divine vein was bought by the corpse young master. Unless something unexpected happens, it will undoubtedly be refined into an immortal corpse. It's a bit of pity. Sigh. There's nothing we can do. That price is indeed too high for us. Only the heirs of such large forces have the financial power to buy it. Chapter 298. Are you the heavenly emperor? Dao friend, do you still want this emperor's divine vein? The man selling people as pets finally reacted, his voice trembling a bit as he quietly asked Xuan. Xuan turned to look at the man, his gaze as cold as ever. Dao friend, if you really want it, 3,000,000 immortal crystals will do, the man stammered. Just a single glance made the man feel a shiver from deep within his soul, causing his voice to tremble even more. In fact, he didn't even need Xuan to exchange it for longevity medicine. He lowered the price of the emperor's divine vein to 3,000,000 immortal crystals. This is strength. Earlier, that old man insisted on a price, but with the arrival of the corpse young master, he lowered it to millions, and now facing this white-haired youth, he has dropped the price to 3,000,000. This is the reality. In this world, the strong are respected. In this city of sin, it is even more so. When the strong become angry, rivers of blood flow, while the weak are like grass, easily slaughtered. Seeing the man selling people as pets lower the price again, everyone was shocked and gasped in amazement. At this moment, they gained a new understanding of the phrase the strong are respected. Chapter 299. Instant kill of the corpse driving sect's Grand Elder. Immortal corpses. It's me. Xuan spoke calmly, without a trace of panic. It's you? Do you know that the corpse young master comes from our Xiangxi corpse driving sect? He is the strongest heir in our sect for thousands of generations. The hope of our entire sect. Now that he has been killed by you, tell me, how do you want to die today? Xuan's response caused the figures in the void to immediately reveal themselves, and the leader shouted coldly at Xuan. I don't think I'll die here today. On the contrary, if you insist on challenging me, I don't mind sending you on your way. Facing more than a dozen mid-stage immortal sovereigns, Xuan remained incredibly calm, not showing the slightest emotional fluctuation on his face, and felt an immense calmness within. Even though those more than a dozen mid-stage immortal sovereigns were indeed powerful within the city of sin, in front of him, they were still merely like ants. Ha ha ha. I have been the Grand Elder of the corpse-driving sect for so many years and have never seen someone as arrogant as you. I don't know where you come from, but to reach the peak of the Immortal King at such a young age is indeed remarkable. Chapter 300. Eradicating the Strong of the Corpse-Driving Sect. Sending you on your way. Looking at the 10 immortal corpses rushing towards him, Xuan remained incredibly calm, not showing any sign of emotional fluctuation. It wasn't until the terrifying aura of the immortal corpses approached him that Xuan gently raised his hand. With a punch, an astonishing light erupted like a tide, instantly engulfing everything. Boom! A deafening explosion suddenly rang out between heaven and earth, and the terrifying aftermath spread, tearing the space apart in an instant. What a terrifying punch. Did the white-haired youth win? Many onlookers were shocked by Xuan's punch, their faces showing expressions of astonishment as they curiously murmured. As the aftermath dissipated and the light faded, the scene was finally revealed, and everyone truly saw the result of the battle. They saw that the immortal corpses, which had previously emitted an overwhelming aura, were now scattered on the ground. Some missing arms, others missing thighs, and some even missing heads. In short, under Xuan's punch, the 10 immortal corpses had been completely destroyed. What? The immortal corpses were actually destroyed? How could you be so strong? Chapter 301. Annihilating hundreds of strong from the City Lord's mansion. General, should we catch a few beauties to take back today? A soldier in armor behind General Yu asked with a lewd smile. Hee, if the City Lord needs them, then the more, the better. If we encounter a few, we'll catch them. General Yu, riding a white horse, smiled wickedly, exuding an air of arrogance. As the general appointed by the City Lord to manage the order of the City of Sin, General Yu was not only handsome, but also possessed strength far exceeding his peers. He reached the mid-stage of a mortal sovereign in less than 1,000 years, truly embodying a spirited youth. With his demeanor, he couldn't help but be arrogant, although his style offended many and was disliked by many. Most people were still envious of General Yu. Suddenly, General Yu, galloping on his white horse, narrowed his eyes and stopped. General, did you find target? A soldier asked in confusion upon seeing General Yu stop. Not only did I find a target, but I also found a little brat looking for death. General Yu replied with a darkened expression. Upon hearing this, the soldiers behind General Yu were slightly stunned as they looked ahead. They saw a group of people blocking the street, and even upon seeing them, they showed no intention of retreating. Chapter 302. Annihilating General Yu. You, an immortal king. How could you be so strong? Looking at the rain of light falling from the sky, General Yu couldn't believe it and questioned Xuan with a soul-shaking inquiry. Nothing is impossible, it's just that you can't do it. Instantly killing hundreds of cultivators from the City Lord's mansion, Xuan's expression remained calm, his eyes as deep and dark as 2 moons in a quiet pond. How many years have you been cultivating? Given your age, it's absolutely impossible for you to reach such heights. General Yu questioned Xuan. In his perception, Xuan's vitality was exuberant, full of life, and incredibly young. So much so that he couldn't believe it. Less than 20 years. Xuan spoke calmly, his expression unchanged. Boom! In an instant, Xuan's words exploded like a thunderclap in the hearts of everyone present. Not yet 20 years. To reach such a shocking height in less than 20 years. This seems a bit too exaggerated, doesn't it? In their understanding, even the most extraordinary genius would need at least 500 years to achieve the realm of a mortal king. Could it be that he is not the Heavenly Emperor? But to reach this point in less than 20 years. Who else in this vast world besides the Heavenly Emperor could possess such talent? So, is he the reincarnation of the Heavenly Emperor? Chapter 303. Entering the Immortal Treasure Pavilion following Zhang San, it didn't take long for Xuan to bring the people from the Divine Phoenix Palace to a building. This was an immensely large hall, resembling a castle, decorated lavishly in gold and splendor. Even from a distance, one could feel a sense of grandeur and luxury approaching. Above the hall, the 3 characters' Immortal Treasure Pavilion danced like dragons and phoenixes, shining with a dazzling golden light under the sunlight, extremely eye-catching, almost blinding. It could be said to be quite impressive. Is this the Immortal Treasure Pavilion? What a grand sight! Qing exclaimed. It is indeed extraordinary, with a sense of grandeur. Qing Di and others agreed. Zhang San, did you say the master of this Immortal Treasure Pavilion is from Qingqiu? Xuan turned to Zhang San and asked to confirm. That's right, Zhang Xin nodded. The Immortal Treasure Pavilion was indeed founded by Qing Qiu, and its branch in the city of Sin also has a master from Qing Qiu. Can you take us to meet that master? Su Xian suddenly asked. Zhang San scratched his head awkwardly, looking at Su Xian. Sir, I must admit, although I am a frequent visitor to the Immortal Treasure Pavilion, it is still quite difficult to meet that master. Chapter 304. The Auction at the Immortal Treasure Pavilion. Inside the Immortal Treasure Pavilion, a woman was very excited, staring at Su Xian, her eyes shining with intense light, because she might soon be able to complete a transaction for a longevity medicine. This made her quite exhilarated. At the same time, the woman was secretly speculating about the identity of the white-haired young man before her. If this white-haired young man could really produce a longevity medicine, it would be enough to prove that his identity is definitely extraordinary, very likely a descendant of the most top-tier forces in the immortal realm. After all, only their people could reach the realm of Immortal King at such a young age, and only they could produce treasures like longevity medicine. It is indeed real. Su Xian looked at the woman and said casually, "Young master, can you show it to me?" The woman asked, a bit excited but still somewhat skeptical. "Sure." Su Xuan nodded. In the next second, Su Xian extended his hand and grabbed at the void. Suddenly, brilliant immortal light burst forth, and an intense medicinal fragrance filled the entire space. In the void, a fruit radiating immortal light appeared out of nowhere, and it was indeed the longevity medicine. Instantly, a look of shock appeared on the woman's face. Such a rich medicinal fragrance. Could it really be the longevity medicine? Chapter 305. The auction begins at the Immortal Treasure Pavilion, in the auction venue. In a VIP room, Su Xian, Yi Fuyao, Bai Zhe, Qing Yi, Qing Di, and many others from the Divine Phoenix Palace were inside. This was the room arranged for Su Xian by the earlier woman, resplendent and magnificent. As for the other members of the Divine Phoenix Palace, they were arranged by the woman to a specific resting area. At this moment, the VIP room where Su Xian was located was silent, almost devoid of sound, as everyone was quietly observing the characters at the auction. Big brother, looking at this situation, our longevity medicine is definitely going to fetch a good price. Qing, he said excitedly. Yes. It seems like almost everyone is eager to compete for Taoist Su Xian's longevity medicine. Qing Di also said, slightly excited. The auction at the Immortal Treasure Pavilion is indeed extraordinary. Such a large auction venue has so many immortal lords, Bai Zhe remarked. No worries. Su Xian's expression remained calm, looking outside the VIP room with a distant gaze. Just watch. We must not forget our purpose of meeting the master of the Immortal Pavilion. Fuyao, you mentioned you know the female emperor of Qing Qiu. Do you know the master of the Immortal Treasure Pavilion? Chapter 306. The Forbidden Heavenly Maiden? The Nine Heavens Rainbow Skirt. Next up was the second auction item. It was a book, a celestial book radiating with miraculous immortal light. This book is called the Spirit Control Book, which records a secret technique for the soul, similar to the soul-searching technique, but with even more effects, even capable of controlling others' consciousness. The starting bid is 500,000 immortal crystals. On the auction stage, Lin Qingyue spoke again, her voice echoing through the space. The Spirit Control Book? It seems useless. This Spirit Control Book, just like the previous universe map, sounds impressive, but in reality, it doesn't have much use. Yes, after all, how could a powerful person allow you to control their soul? The cultivators from various forces below the auction stage were discussing, but most felt that the Spirit Control Book was not worth acquiring. For me, the Spirit Control Book is indeed not very useful. I have the 6 Desires Immortal Melody, which is sufficient to achieve its effects. Su Xian muttered to himself in the VIP room. 500,000 immortal crystals. However, despite this, shortly after Lin Qingyue's voice rang out, a loud voice emerged from the auction venue. Chapter 307. Auction Competition Everyone. This Nine Heavens Rainbow Skirt has a starting bid of 2 million immortal crystals. Lin Qingyue surveyed the entire auction venue and spoke, her voice echoing through the space. Suddenly, the space froze, and many people were taken aback. Such a skirt, with a starting bid so unprecedentedly high, 2 million immortal crystals. Just as everyone was in shock, a loud voice rang out in the space like a bell. The owner of this voice was undoubtedly Yu Yi from the Demon God Temple. To win the heart of the Qing Qiu princess, he was determined to obtain the Nine Heavens Rainbow Skirt. This voice came from the VIP room. That aura belonged to the strongest descendant of the demon god temple, also known as the number one genius of the endless wilderness, Yu Yi. As Yu Ye's voice rang out, it immediately sparked a heated discussion, with some even revealing Yu Ye's identity. What? It's actually Yu Yi? He also came to this auction? Hearing the name Yu Yi, many people from various forces were startled. Yu Yi, that is a big shot. Having cultivated for 1,000 years and already breaking through to the late stage of a mortal lord, known as the number one genius of the endless wilderness. Chapter 308, Astronomical Numbers. 8 million immortal crystals. Amidst the clamor, a loud voice exploded in the space. Yu Yi began to get fierce, directly raising the auction price from 500,000 immortal crystals to 8 million immortal crystals. He wants everyone to know that his identity as the number one prodigy of the endless wilderness cannot be provoked by anyone. Hiss, 8 million celestial crystals. How terrifying. 8 million celestial crystals. That's an astronomical figure, astonishing indeed. No wonder he is the number one prodigy of the endless wilderness. No wonder he is the heir of the demon god palace. He can actually spend 8 million celestial crystals to buy a rainbow dress. 8 million celestial crystals has reached such an astonishing number. Would that previous young man still choose to raise the bid? Probably not, right? If he bids again, it would reach 10 million celestial crystals. Buying a piece of clothing for 10 million celestial crystals? ISNT, that just being a fool? The discussions in the auction hall became even more intense, sweeping across everything like a tide. Most people felt that Xuan would not choose to continue bidding. After all, if he kept going, he would completely be a fool and completely offend Yu Yi. But unfortunately, the next voice instantly changed their expressions, realizing they were wrong. Chapter 309. The sensation caused by the longevity herb. Young Master Yu Yi no longer competed with the young man, but it should not be seen as a compromise. Indeed, perhaps young Master Yi simply did not want to compete with that young man in the auction hall. However, amidst the intense discussion, someone said 20 million celestial crystals. First time. At this time, Lin Xingyue's voice rang out. No one called out. 20 million celestial crystals. Second time. Still, no one called out. Such a price had already far exceeded the original value of the 9 Heavens rainbow dress, so naturally no one would bid again. 20 million celestial crystals. Third time. Sold. With the word sold, Xuan successfully bid for the 9 Heavens rainbow dress, and the competition for it temporarily came to a halt. Soon, the staff of the Xianbao Pavilion brought up the next auction item. It was a sword, a celestial sword that shimmered with golden light and exuded an aura of royalty, looking quite extraordinary. This is the Imperial sword, a slightly damaged celestial king weapon. The starting bid is 1 million celestial crystals. Lin Xingyue introduced to everyone. However, the response was lukewarm, and not many people showed interest in this sword. Chapter 310, Bidding. Damn it, that kid again. He competed with me for the 9 Heavens rainbow dress before, and now he wants to compete with me for the longevity herb. It's really damn annoying. In the VIP room, Yu Yi heard Xuan's voice, and his expression immediately became gloomy, muttering to himself. How did someone raise the price of the longevity herb to 15 million celestial crystals so quickly? In the VIP room where Long Yingying was, her expression changed. It seems that to bid for this longevity herb, a considerable price must be paid. But for her father, for the dragon cave of the 10,000 domains. Long Yingying gritted her silver teeth and then sent out a voice. 20 million celestial crystals. Boom. 20 million celestial crystals. This number struck the hearts of everyone in the auction hall like a thunderclap, instantly leaving many people dumbfounded. Who is it? How could they directly raise the price to 20 million celestial crystals? Someone exclaimed in surprise. To be able to produce 20 million celestial crystals at once. They must be someone from a superpower. Someone speculated. In an instant, nearly everyone in the auction hall turned their gaze toward the VIP room from which the voice came, guessing who the person inside could be. That voice was from Long Yingying of the Dragon Cave of the 10,000 Domains. In the VIP room, Yu Yi recognized Long Yingying's identity, and a gleam flashed in his eyes, but it quickly disappeared. Chapter 311, Conflict. Kid, who exactly are you? Can you really take out that many celestial crystals? Suddenly, a cold voice rang out in the auction hall, coming from the VIP room of Yu Yi. At this moment, in the VIP room, Yu Yi was staring gloomily at Xuan outside, his lips moving as he coldly spoke. Yes. That young man may call out boldly, but does he really have that many celestial crystals? Young Master Yi questioned, and many people from various forces nodded in agreement. Perhaps that kid was just making a random bid and would end up not being able to take out so many celestial crystals. With Yi speaking up, many forces echoed. At this moment, it was a good opportunity to establish connections. Whether I can take out that many celestial crystals has nothing to do with you. I want to bid, can you control that? In response to Yu Ye's doubt, Xuan in the VIP room showed no signs of emotion, and his cold voice rang out in the auction hall. That young man is so arrogant, daring to speak to young Master Yu like that. With such confidence. What is his identity? Everyone in the auction hall was shocked by Xuan's boldness in confronting Yu directly. Is there really such a bold young man in the Endless Wilderness? Chapter 3:12. Escalation of conflict. The young man competing with young Master Yu is actually a Zhongtongzhe, dual pupil user. The dual pupils open the heavens. There has never been a defeat in a mortal realm. Truly an invincible physique. Not only is he a dual pupil user, but he is also an exceptionally young one with vigorous blood. Seeing the result of the battle, everyone in the auction hall was stunned. The young man actually matched Yu evenly. It must be known that Yu is the heir of one of the strongest forces in the Endless Wilderness, the Demon God Palace, with unparalleled talent. Having cultivated for 1,000 years, and his cultivation level nearing the late stage of the Celestial Sovereign, even known as the #1 prodigy of the Endless Wilderness. And now, a young man who hasn't even reached 60 years of age is actually standing toe-to-toe with Yu. Doesn't this indicate that a prodigy even more terrifying than Yu has emerged and is rising against the heavens? The second dual pupil user in the world is undoubtedly Xuan. In a corner of the auction hall, the forbidden heavenly maiden's eyes flickered as she muttered to herself. Boom! In the next moment, the void shattered and a figure descended from it, looking down at everyone. It was Yu. Kid, have the guts to face me. Chapter 3:13. Killing Yu. Terrifying sword light engulfed everything, shocking everyone in the auction hall. Damn, what terrifying sword energy. Who won? Fortunately, I had just covered my body with divine power. Otherwise, I would probably have been directly obliterated by that overflowing sword energy. Are you telling me this is the kind of strength a celestial king can possess? Voices of astonishment echoed. Bang! And in the next second, everyone knew the result of the battle. A figure suddenly smashed down from the void, landing on the ground and kicking up a cloud of dust. That figure was Yu. And in the void, Xuan's figure remained standing there, expressionless, calm, with white hair gently fluttering. Wow! In an instant, everyone was stunned, staring at the arrogant figure in the void with disbelief. At that moment, everyone in the auction hall had their eyes wide open, some with their mouths agape, while others had completely lost the ability to think. No one expected that the outcome of this battle would be like this. It should be known that Yu is one of the strongest forces in the Endless Wilderness, a descendant of the Demon God Palace, with unparalleled talent. Known as the top genius of the Endless Wilderness. Chapter 3:14. Auction ends. You dare to kill the young master? The Demon God Palace will not let you go. At this moment, an extremely angry voice suddenly rang out. It was a woman with a beautiful face and a hot figure, exuding a mature charm, clearly skilled in playing instruments. That was indeed the woman who had been with Yu before, Yu Zhu. Yu Zhu is Yu's personal maid. Having followed Yu since childhood and witnessed her growth, holding a deep admiration for Yu, while also maintaining a good, ambiguous relationship with her, often studying human physiology together. Now, seeing Yu being killed by Xuan, Yu Zhu first fell into a state of disbelief and shock. And only after a moment did she react, rushing out to scream at Xuan. Upon hearing this voice, Xuan also noticed Yu Zhu, his eyes narrowing. In the next second, 2 beams of chaotic divine light shot out, instantly taking Yu Zhu's life. This woman was truly foolish to dare to stand out. Xuan smirked, his expression indifferent. Now he was colder than ever, killing without blinking. Witnessing Xuan's ruthless methods, the entire auction hall fell into a dead silence. Not a sound to be heard, a pin drop could be heard. Chapter 3:15. Reunion with a close friend Xinhua. It has been a long time since we last met. In an instant, a voice filled with various complex emotions came, followed by the breaking of the void as a figure stepped out from the air. Sister Fuyao, it's really you. Seeing that familiar face, Lin Qingyue's pupils suddenly contracted, and a strong look of surprise appeared on her face, as if she couldn't react for a while. Although Lin Qingyue had sensed Yi Fuyao's aura long ago, seeing that familiar face in person still made her heart tremble involuntarily. Yi Fuyao is her close friend. Many years ago, they fought side by side. Since the fall of the Phoenix Empress, the Phoenix Palace had been targeted by the Dark Heavenly Court, and they hadn't seen each other for many years. Qingyue, it's me. After many years of reunion with her close friend, Yi Fuyao felt a rush of emotions. Her eyes slightly moist and filled with haze. In the next moment, the two embraced each other. The space was quiet, everything unspoken. Watching Yi Fuyao and Lin Qingyue embrace, Su Xian felt slightly moved, the emotions of meeting a close friend after so many years also slightly affecting him. Chapter 316. Long Yingying's fear of Su Xian. Thank you for the compliment, Sister Qingyue. Su Xian smiled. Hey, big brother, we finally have a place to go. Behind Su Xian, several figures appeared, namely Bai Zhe, Qing Yi, and others. At this moment, Qing Yi was extremely excited, saying, I said, since you are with me, I won't let you suffer. Wait for me a while. I will let the Phoenix Palace reappear in the immortal realm as an emperor. Su Xian smiled, his tone filled with confidence. That confidence shocked everyone present, especially Lin Qingyue and Long Yingying, who had just interacted with Su Xian. They could clearly see a figure of dominance and might in Su Xian's tone. That aura astonished them. How could this young man have such strong confidence? Moreover, his confidence felt completely natural, as if it was something he inherently possessed. Su Xian's spirit was impressive. Lin Qingyue looked at Su Xian with her beautiful eyes, the light flickering within them, filled with admiration. This was the first time she admired a young man so much. The husband of the Phoenix Empress, the emperor of the Phoenix Palace. Su Xian was so confident that he was even more so than what they said about their father when he was young. Chapter 317. Pretending to be a partner? Upon hearing this question, a shadow suddenly passed over Long Yingying's fair face. She stopped, hesitated for a moment, and then spoke. Yes, the current dragon cave of 10,000 domains has fallen into chaos. Many people are trying to force my father to step down. I don't even know how my father is doing now. Mentioning her father and the current situation of the dragon cave, Long Yingying's voice became choked. Her eyes, slightly moist, enveloped in haze. Once, Long Yingying was one of the most noble figures in the endless wilderness, as the daughter of the Dragon Emperor. She possessed supreme bloodline, exceptional talent, and various resources. But now, Long Yingying had almost lost everything. Without the protection of the Dragon Emperor, she had lost privileges, the tilt of resources, and was even targeted by some factions. This situation was something Long Yingying had never imagined before, let alone experienced personally. Now, speaking of it, a wave of bitterness surged in her heart. Yingying, is it safe for you to go back alone this time? Lin Qingyue looked at Long Yingying with concern. Chapter 318. The city lord of the city of Sin arrives? If nothing unexpected happens, he should be here to look for me. Su Xian nodded, his tone indifferent, his eyes deep as abysses, chaotic energy surging and swirling, seeing through the void to the scene outside the immortal treasure pavilion. Then, Su Xian's figure flashed and directly disappeared from the spot. Seeing this, everyone followed. At this time, outside the immortal treasure pavilion, a dark figure cloaked in black stood high in the sky, coldly staring at the immortal treasure pavilion. Behind him were over 100 figures standing tall, each releasing a terrifying aura that enveloped the heavens and earth, looking like dark clouds pressing down on the city, causing chills. Because of this scene, the area that should have been bustling with people around the immortal treasure pavilion became completely deserted, everyone having dispersed, watching the scene from a distance. It is the new city lord of the city of Sin. What is he doing at the immortal treasure pavilion? If nothing unexpected happens, he is here to hunt down a young man. Oh, what do you mean by that? Earlier today, a white-haired young man not only killed the General Yu of the City Lord's mansion, but also slaughtered over 100 soldiers from the City Lord's mansion. According to reliable sources, that white-haired young man has now entered the immortal treasure pavilion. Chapter 319. City Lord of the City of Sin? Slay. Haha, what a waste. Only able to hide behind a woman. The City Lord of the City of Sin, seeing this, chose not to respond to Lin Qingyue, but instead directed his ire at Su Xian, coldly mocking him. You want to be my opponent in a battle. Just then, Su Xian's voice rang out, calm and confident. Su Xian stepped out slowly from behind Lin Qingyue. facing the city lord of the city of sin without any fear. Just a dog from another realm. I can kill you as easily as killing a chicken. As soon as Xuan's words were spoken, the entire space instantly fell into a dead silence, with not a sound to be heard. Many cultivators and members of the Immortal Treasure Pavilion, watching from a distance, gasped at Xuan's words. Many of them knew that the new lord of the city of sin was from another realm. After all, he radiated a black death aura that did not belong to the immortal realm or the endless wilderness. However, due to the terrifying and unfathomable strength of the Lord, no one dared to speak the truth. At this moment, Xuan boldly stated the harsh reality and directly mocked him as one would a chicken. Chapter 320. Heading to the Dragon Cave of 10,000 Domains. After Xuan slayed the Lord of the City of Sin, the space regained its silence, and everything dissipated, leaving only the stunned crowd, especially the cultivators from the City of Sin watching from afar, who had heard that this new lord was unfathomably powerful and ruthless. Yet now, he had so easily died at the hands of the young man, which was truly shocking. Xuan, the husband of the Divine Empress, the Emperor of the Phoenix Palace, was indeed formidable. Given him some time, he would definitely rise to dominate the entire immortal realm. Seeing Xuan's performance, Lin Xingyue's face was filled with a mix of shock, joy, and admiration. At this moment, she finally understood why Xuan could become the husband of the legendary Divine Empress. It turned out that he was even more astonishing than the Phoenix Empress of the past. Long Yingying was so shocked she could hardly speak, her fair face wide-eyed in disbelief. Previously, when Xuan killed Yu Yi, she had already recognized his power. But now it seemed that this was far from Xuan's true strength. His actual capability was enough to slay a late-stage immortal sovereign. Chapter 321. Slaying Ao Yi. Entering the Dragon Cave of 10,000 Domains. Just as Long Yingying's expression turned serious, a brilliant sword light suddenly illuminated the heavens. A sword chi tore through the void, rushing toward the sky at high speed. Bam! In an instant, Ao Yi's body was directly obliterated by a single sword, turning into countless specks of light and dissipating. This sudden sword not only caught the several minor dragon men behind Ao Yi off guard, but even Long Yingying was taken aback. Xuan, your sword is so fast. After a moment of silence, Long Yingying managed to squeeze out this sentence. This was the same guy you just told me was the enemy. Xuan smiled and replied. Long Yingying thought for a moment, and it seemed that was indeed the case. But Xuan's sword was still a bit too fast, wasn't it? They hadn't even figured out the situation in the Dragon Cave of 10,000 Domains. And Xuan had already killed the heir of the second Elder's lineage. Didn't that directly declare war? Don't worry. As long as there are no immortal Emperor-level experts in your Dragon Cave of 10,000 Domains, I am invincible here, with nothing to fear. Xuan noticed Long Yingying's worries and smiled as he said this. At this moment, pure sunlight poured down, perfectly illuminating Xuan, making Long Yingying gaze at him with a hint of infatuation. Chapter 322. Elders of the Dragon Cave of 10,000 Domains. Conflict erupts. Ao Yi, that waste was killed by me. At that moment, Xuan spoke up, his tone cold. He stood tall, his gaze sharp, his whole body resembling a divine sword about to unsheath, radiating an unstoppable sharpness. Suswandi Mankal. Even in the face of the second elder of the Dragon Cave of 10,000 Domains, his expression unchanged, showing no fear. Kid, you say Ao Yi was killed by you? Who are you? Do you want to die for daring to kill someone from my lineage in the Dragon Cave of 10,000 Domains? The second elder's face darkened upon hearing this, exuding a terrifying chill and murderous intent that almost froze the space. Xuan, the second elder, is a late-stage immortal sovereign. You need to be cautious. Feeling the heart-pounding chill and murderous intent, Long Yingying's expression changed, and she secretly transmitted a warning to Xuan. Don't worry, I said. As long as there are no immortal Emperor-level experts in your Dragon Cave of 10,000 Domains, I am invincible, with nothing to fear. Xuan lightly smiled and replied to Long Yingying. Hearing this, Long Yingying no longer said anything but quietly stood beside Xuan. At this moment, Xuan spoke up. Chapter 323. Killing the Elders of the Dragon Cave of 10,000 Domains. An old dog gave birth to a worthless offspring. You think you can rely on your age? Don't you want to die? Just then, a cold voice suddenly rang out, startling everyone present. This young man with long ying was so bold, but in the next second, they understood why Xuan was so brave. A shocking punch light suddenly illuminated the space, instantly engulfing everything. Boom! Xuan's punch collided with the third elder of the Dragon Cave of 10,000 domains, erupting with an earth-shattering roar, creating terrifying battle waves that overturned everything around them. This was undoubtedly an extremely terrifying punch, as if it wanted to shatter the six paths and break the cycle. Bang! A sound of impact echoed as the third elder of the Dragon Cave of 10,000 domains was sent flying by Xuan's punch, crashing heavily into a cloud of dust, creating a large pit in the ground. In an instant, the space fell silent, as if frozen in time. Seeing this result, everyone was dumbfounded. Longlinger's eyes were wide open in disbelief. The second elder of the Dragon Cave of 10,000 domains looked shocked, and the others appeared as if they had seen a ghost. Chapter 3:24. The Dragon Emperor Palace. And you all, after slaying the third elder of the Dragon Cave of 10,000 domains with a sword, Xuan turned to look at the figures in the void. They were all immortal sovereigns who had arrived together with the third elder. Not good. Run. After witnessing Xuan's terrifying prowess, the immortal sovereigns of the Dragon Cave of 10,000 domains in the void could no longer maintain their composure. Under Xuan's gaze, they felt a chill running down their spines. That feeling was even suffocating. Thus they instinctively wanted to escape, transforming into streaks of light and rushing towards the Dragon Cave of 10,000 domains. Since you've come, there is no need to leave. A cold voice echoed behind them, and a sword light followed closely, instantly cutting through the void and reaching behind them. Bang! 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 Several explosions sounded as all the immortal sovereigns were slain by Xuan, turning into a rain of light and dissipating. Ying, how should we deal with this guy? After killing several immortal sovereigns of the Dragon Cave of 10,000 domains, Xuan looked at Long Ying and pointed at Long Ling. Long Ying, upon hearing Xuan ask for her opinion, revealed a radiant smile, not even expecting that such a cold-blooded killing god would actually seek her input. Chapter 3:25. Battle with the Grand Elder of the 10,000 Domain Dragon Cave. Ha ha ha. After 1,000 years of plotting, Dragon Emperor, today is your day of death. At this moment, an extremely cold and eerie scream suddenly echoed throughout the heavens and the earth. In the void where celestial crystals fell like raindrops, several figures stepped out from the void, and one of them, surprisingly, was Xuan, who rushed towards the enormous celestial crystal enveloping the Dragon Emperor, directly attempting to shatter it and erase the Dragon Emperor within. Upon seeing these people, Xuan instantly recognized their identities. They were definitely the elders of the 10,000 Domain Dragon Cave, who had united to force the Dragon Emperor. Xuan, say my father. At this time, Long Ying's desperate scream suddenly rang in Xuan's ears, making him snap back to reality. Xuan immediately used one of the 9 secrets, the Linzi secret, along with one of the 9 great heavenly books, the Kong book, to maximize his speed, breaking through the void and appearing right in front of the elders of the 10,000 Domain Dragon Cave to block them. Meanwhile, the enormous celestial crystal containing the Dragon Emperor continued to fall towards the ground. Seeing this, Long Ying felt anxious, and her figure instantly vanished from her location, appearing beneath the enormous celestial crystal. In an instant, she radiated brilliant celestial light and an overwhelming true dragon aura, using her divine power to condense a gigantic hand in the void to catch the celestial crystal, allowing it to land steadily. Chapter 3:26. Dragon Emperor. Xuan slaughters the 10,000 Domain Dragon Cave. Chaos energy and primordial energy. Double pupils and chaos divine demon body. Kid, who exactly are you? Upon witnessing Xuan's revealed trump cards, the Grand Elder of the 10,000 Domain Dragon Cave was incredibly shocked, a look of disbelief appearing on his face. Such talent, even throughout the entire history of the Immortal Realm, he had never heard of. Not even the invincible Heavenly Emperor from countless ages ago could compare. Such talent made the Grand Elder of the 10,000 Domain Dragon Cave harbor thoughts of wanting to recruit him. Kid, I give you 2 choices. First, join my 10,000 Domain Dragon Cave, where you can enjoy endless resources, and I can also betroth Ying to you. After my passing, You can inherit the position of Dragon Emperor and become the master of the 10,000 domain Dragon Cave. Second, I will kill you. Now you choose. Remember, you only have one chance. If you choose wrong, you know what your fate will be. The Grand Elder of the 10,000 domain Dragon Cave, feeling a fondness for talent, spoke to Xuan, his tone no longer as icy as before, but rather softer. After all, who wouldn't he be tempted by such an extraordinary genius like Xuan? If he could recruit him, the 10,000 domain Dragon Cave would surely rise to the top of the endless wilderness, and even the entire immortal realm. Chapter 327, Dragon Emperor, what a terrifying youth. The Dragon Emperor, who was originally preparing to help Xuan, was momentarily stunned upon witnessing this scene. At this moment, he truly observed Xuan. When he sensed Xuan's age, he was taken aback again. An immortal sovereign under 100 years? The title of immortal sovereign in the vast immortal realm is not particularly remarkable. Many can reach this level. However, an immortal sovereign under 100 years was unheard of. Throughout the entire history of the immortal realm, no second example could be found. Is there really such an extraordinary genius in this world? The Dragon Emperor's eyes flashed with golden light as he couldn't help but exclaim, Ying, can you now tell me who this young man named Xuan is? The Dragon Emperor looked at Leng Ruoli, his eyes shining with curiosity. Xuan. Leng Ruoli gazed at the proud figure in the sky. Pondering for a while before speaking, Xuan is the husband of the Divine Phoenix Empress, the Emperor of the Divine Phoenix Palace. As she said this, a sense of regret suddenly rose in Leng Ruoli's heart, as if she regretted not having met Xuan earlier. Chapter 328, Acknowledgement of the True Dragon Source. Xuan. Leng Ruoli felt a surge of fear towards Xuan in her heart, her voice trembling as she hurried to explain. Ha ha ha, good. Just as Leng Ruoli was about to speak, Xuan interrupted her with a laugh. Since Leng Ruoli had already spoken, Xuan naturally couldn't directly destroy the 10,000 domain Dragon Cave, so he had to build a good relationship with the Dragon Emperor. This was within Xuan's acceptable range, and it was no harm done. By the way, friend Xuan, I have a question I would like to ask you. Would you mind answering? Suddenly, the Dragon Emperor asked. What question? Xuan's expression slightly tightened. Friend Xuan, could you tell me how you managed to win the Divine Phoenix Empress? In my impression, she is an incredibly proud woman. The Dragon Emperor looked at Xuan, tentatively asking. In fact, the Dragon Emperor initially didn't want to ask this question, as it involved privacy. But he was truly curious, so he still inquired. When the Dragon Emperor posed this question, Leng Ruoli immediately looked over as well, her face reflecting the same curiosity. Legend has it that the Divine Phoenix Empress is a flower atop a high mountain, almost devoid of human emotion except for the greater good of the world. Chapter 329, Old Friends? In the core area of the underground palace of the 10,000 domain Dragon Cave, there was a secret chamber. This chamber was supported by more than 10 dragon pillars. The dragon pillars were engraved with 5-clawed golden dragons. These 5-clawed golden dragons appeared lifelike, radiating golden light, with a faint dragon might emanating from them, giving a sense of soul-deep trepidation, as if facing a true 5-clawed golden dragon. In the center of this secret chamber lay a piece of celestial gold, about the size of a bed, quietly resting there. The celestial gold emitted an incredibly brilliant golden celestial light, dazzling to the point where one could hardly open their eyes. This was the source of the true dragon. The vast dragon might was emanating from within, spreading and diffusing throughout the heavens and the earth. Is this the true dragon's source? Suddenly, a voice echoed in this silent area. Then, space shattered, and a tall figure slowly walked out. This figure was none other than Xuan. The Dragon Emperor informed Xuan of the exact location of the true dragon source. Thus, Xuan was able to easily find it. Upon arriving here, Xuan's eyes brightened slightly as he looked at the true dragon source ahead, curiously stepping forward. As he got closer, Xuan could feel the vast dragon might within the celestial gold. Chapter 330, Fusion of the complete true dragon source. Then, the entire true dragon source suddenly erupted with a brilliance far more dazzling than before. The golden celestial light surged like a tide, instantly sweeping through the entire secret chamber. The whole underground palace, and then the entire 10,000 domain dragon cave, even spreading outward beyond the 10,000 domain dragon cave. In an instant, endless golden celestial light enveloped the entire area where the 10,000 domain dragon cave was located, forming an incredibly massive barrier that shrouded everything within the 10,000 domain dragon cave. Such a scene caused all the cultivators of the 10,000 domain dragon cave to be thrown into a frenzy. Wow, such brilliant golden celestial light, what happened? Between heaven and earth, there's an immense and magnificent dragon might, the essence of the true dragon and the purest true dragon bloodline. In such an environment, I feel that my cultivation speed is at least 10 times faster than usual. Oh my God, could it be that someone is about to completely merge with the essence of the true dragon? In the attic, the Dragon Emperor and Leng Ruoli naturally witnessed this spectacular sight, their faces filled with shock. Dad, what has Xuan done? Why is he able to provoke such an astonishing phenomenon? Moreover, the overwhelming dragon might in the world is something I have never felt before. Chapter 331, Breaking Through. Beep. On the 119th day of marriage, reward. Immortal sovereign artifact. Great Luo, sword embryo. Beep. On the 120th day of marriage, reward. Sky slaying technique. Beep. On the 120th day of marriage, reward. Power of belief. On the 121st day of marriage, reward. Tao Heart Demon Seed Technique. On the 122nd day of marriage, reward. Reflecting the heavens. In the dragon cave of the 10,000 domains, Xuan was crazily absorbing the power of the true dragon essence. After 5 days of cultivation, Xuan had almost completely merged with the power of the true dragon essence, and had already cultivated the true dragon body and true dragon law. The 5-clawed golden dragon manifestations around him had transformed from 1 into now over 100. This terrifying phenomenon enveloped Xuan, making him look like an unparalleled emperor, filled with majesty, dominating the world. During these 5 days of cultivation, Xuan also received many rewards from the system, the first being the Great Luo sword embryo. Although called an immortal sovereign artifact, it was a broken sword. What does this represent? It means that as long as the Great Luo sword embryo can be repaired, it can definitely reach the level of an immortal emperor artifact. As for the sky slaying technique, it is a killing sword technique, similar to the grass character sword technique. Chapter 332. Tian Beast Mountain S. Tian Yao comes to propose ha 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 ha. Xuan, since that's the case, I won't call you a fellow Taoist anymore. I'll just call you Brother Xuan. Brother Xuan, I like straightforward people like you. Before you have fully grown up, if there is anything you need from me, I will definitely go through fire and water for you. The Dragon Emperor laughed heartily, utterly carefree. Seeing her father so cheerful, Leng Ruoli couldn't help but show a radiant smile. It had been a long time since she had seen her father so relaxed. Then I will respectfully obey, Brother Dragon Emperor. Xuan also smiled. Brother Xuan, where are you going next? When will you leave? If there's nothing urgent, why not stay in my 10,000 domains dragon cave? You can completely treat this place as your home. Suddenly, the Dragon Emperor asked Xuan. Xuan paused upon hearing this, thought for a moment, and replied, Brother Dragon Emperor, I appreciate your kindness, but I plan to go to Qingqiu next to cultivate for a while. Qingqiu? If you have important matters, then go ahead. I will let Ying accompany you. The Dragon Emperor said, looking towards Leng Ruoli. Chapter 333. Conflict arises, Xuan appears. Get lost. Just then, Leng Ruoli spat out a cold word, instantly silencing Tian Yao. After listening to Tian Yao's lengthy monologue, Leng Ruoli had lost her patience, looking at him coldly. Young master of Tian Beast Mountain, I have told you several times that I have no interest in you at all. If you don't leave now, don't blame me for taking action. Leng Ruoli's voice was icy, exuding a bone-chilling coldness that nearly froze the space around them. Ruoli, my sincerity is recognized by heaven and earth. Why can't you see it? Tian Yao howled towards Leng Ruoli. Get lost. Leng Ruoli frowned tightly, reiterating the word with even colder tones. Ruoli, this is a matter agreed upon between your 10,000 domains dragon cave and our Tian Beast Mountain. Are you going to go back on your word? Seeing Leng Ruoli's cold demeanor, Tian Yao's face also darkened, speaking to her in a cold tone that carried a hint of threat. They did indeed negotiate with your Tian Beast Mountain, but are they still here now? Leng Ruoli laughed, a teasing look appearing on her face, as she coldly replied to Tian Yao. At her words, Tian Yao and the group of elders from Tian Beast Mountain behind him were left dumbfounded. Chapter 334. The Might of Xuan. Who are you? Upon seeing such a young, immortal sovereign powerhouse, Tian Yao's body trembled uncontrollably, his face changing drastically. Tian Yao had cultivated for 800 years to break through to the mid-stage of a mortal sovereign and in the endless wilderness. He was already a top talent, ranking among the top 3. But at this moment, seeing Xuan, he felt as small as an ant, insignificant as dust. Although he had yet to make a move, Xuan gave Tian Yao the impression of an unapproachable, insurmountable, chaotic, divine mountain, bringing him an endless sense of oppression. In front of Xuan, Tian Yao didn't even have the slightest thought of wanting to fight. He had no doubt that if he made a move, he would be instantly wiped out by Xuan, just like the 2 elders from Tian Beast Mountain before him. Me? Xuan raised the corner of his mouth, a teasing smile appearing on his face, looking at Tian Yao with indifference. I should be considered a guest of the 10,000 Domains Dragon Cave. A guest of the 10,000 Domains Dragon Cave? Upon hearing this response, the faces of everyone from Tian Beast Mountain showed confusion. A guest of the 10,000 Domains Dragon Cave could be so terrifying? Since you're a guest, are you sure you want to intervene in the grievances between Tian Beast Mountain and the 10,000 Domains Dragon Cave? Chapter 335. Heading to Qingqiu, Xuan. You have truly reached the pinnacle of the world now. After witnessing Xuan scare off the remaining powerful figures of Tian Beast Mountain with just a glare, Leng Ruoli felt a mix of shock and admiration. Looking at Xuan's carefree figure, her eyes sparkling, softly murmuring to herself, "Now that the matter is settled, Ying, take me to Qingqiu." Just as Leng Ruoli was still in a daze, Xuan suddenly appeared beside her, speaking softly. "Okay." Xuan's voice pulled Leng Ruoli back to reality, and she nodded in agreement. "Let us go. If you're in a hurry, we can set off right now." A brilliant smile appeared on Leng Ruoli's fair face as she said to Xuan, "Don't you want to say goodbye to the Dragon Emperor?" Xuan asked. "No need. He has long found me annoying. My going out for a walk is just in line with his wishes." Leng Ruoli laughed, crescent moon-like. "All right, Xuan nodded." Immediately, the 2 shattered space and left the 10,000 Domains Dragon Cave, heading towards Qingqiu. Sigh, this little girl, Ying really speaks without thinking. What did I ever find her annoying? I see she just wants to be with Xuan. Chapter 336. The Curiosity of the Qingqiu Empress towards Xuan, my master? Bai Zhe smiled, looking at the Qingqiu Empress, paused for a moment, and said, "My master can be invincible with just his fists, pushing through the past, present, and future." When Bai Zhe spoke, the entire space seemed to freeze, enveloped in silence. His words shocked Lin Qingyue, the queen of Qingqiu, and the people from the Divine Phoenix Palace. To be invincible with just a pair of fists to sweep through the past, present, and future, what kind of terrifying existence could that be? However, while the queen of Qingqiu and Lin Qingyue were astonished by the identity of such a terrifying being, the people from the Divine Phoenix Palace were surprised that Bai Zhe was not referring to Xuan. Is Xuan really that powerful? What are you talking about? The queen of Qingqiu asked curiously. He is the Heavenly Emperor, and today is Xuan. Upon hearing this, the queen of Qingqiu was stunned. The Heavenly Emperor? Xuan? The first was the invincible Heavenly Emperor from endless ages ago, and the second was the husband of the Divine Phoenix Palace S-Queen that Lin Qingyue had mentioned. I acknowledged the Heavenly Emperor, but is the Xuan you mentioned really that powerful? The queen of Qingqiu questioned. She had only heard of Xuan's name from Lin Qingyue, knowing that he was indeed a strong prodigy. But could he really compare to the Heavenly Emperor? Chapter 337. Arriving at Qingqiu. Outside Qingqiu, 2 figures appeared. One was graceful and ethereal. The other had flowing white hair and a cold demeanor. These 2 were, of course, Xuan and Leng Ruoli. So this is Qingqiu? It truly is mysterious. Standing amidst a veil of fairy mist, Xuan gazed at the hazy, indistinct scenery within Qingqiu and sighed. If it weren't for Leng Ruoli leading the way, Xuan might not have found this place on his own. Xuan, let us wait a moment. When I call out, Ampai, you will come out. Leng Ruoli said softly to Xuan. Xuan nodded, still looking curiously at the unclear sights within Qingqiu. Hey, who is this Ampai you mentioned? Suddenly, Xuan realized this question and asked. Ampai is the queen of Qingqiu, who governs Qingqiu. Leng Ruoli answered with a smile. Queen of Qingqiu? Upon hearing this, Xuan's eyes lit up. So the Queen of Qingqiu is named by Yi. Ying, you're here. Just then, a gentle and slightly enchanting voice suddenly resonated from a void, echoing through the heavens and the earth. Chapter 338, Promise. Fighting Spirit Rising. Hearing those familiar voices, Su Xian was taken aback and looked towards the direction of the sound, where he saw familiar figures. It was Bai Zhe, Qing Yi, the Qing Emperor, and others. Seeing these familiar figures and sensing their increased cultivation, a radiant smile spread across Su Xian's face. Everyone, it's been a long time, Su Xian said with a smile. Big brother, you've been in the Dragon Cavern of the 10,000 domains for 5 or 6 days. Are you all right? Bai Zhe was the first to speak, his words filled with concern. Although he had immense faith in Su Xian, believing he could rise in the shortest time and lead everyone to conquer the immortal realm, he still worried for him. Big brother, you finally came to Qingqiu. We've been worried about you these days, Qing Yi said, his eyes brimming with tears. Dao friend Su Xian, you finally arrived. The Qing Emperor and others were very excited. Emperor, we've been waiting for you. Emperor, your cultivation is at the late stage of immortal sovereign. Wow, late stage of immortal sovereign. Emperor, what have you experienced to break through so quickly? Chapter 339, Endless Wilderness. Chaos is about to erupt after a long while. Everyone dispersed to cultivate. After leaving the main hall, Su Xian was headed to the cultivation chamber arranged for him by the Queen of Qingqiu. Just then, he seemed to remember something and suddenly turned around. He saw a graceful figure quietly watching him from behind. Dressed in a blue fairy gown, with hair cascading over her shoulders, lively and clever, it was Leng Ruoli. Ying, what do you plan to do next? Return to the Dragon Cavern of the 10,000 domains? Su Xian asked. Leng Ruoli smiled, her eyes curving, and walked over to Su Xian, softly saying, since I've come out, I don't want to go back so soon. I plan to stay in Qingqiu for a while. That's good too. After a while, I can send you back, Su Xian replied seriously. Leng Ruoli came to Qingqiu to guide him, so he naturally wanted to ensure her safety. Leng Ruoli nodded obediently as she stood in front of Su Xian. However, this demeanor raised questions in Su Xian's mind. Why had this girl become so well-behaved? That's fine. Ying, you can stay in Qingqiu. It's nice to have you as company. Just then, a melodious voice echoed, carrying a hint of allure. It was none other than the Queen of Qingqiu. Chapter 340, Cultivation Phenomenon Shocks Qingqiu. Half a day later, within the cultivation chamber where Su Xian was located in Qingqiu. Here, chaotic and primordial energies surged, intertwining and merging. The chaotic seed, green lotus, the immortal king descending from the 9 heavens, green light illuminating the sky, the yin-yang life and death diagram, the great floating pagoda, and the true dragon coiling. Various phenomena made Su Xian appear like a child of the great Tao. The cultivation chamber was serene, and Su Xian had his eyes tightly closed, absorbing the vast and rich immortal energy in the space. This time, Su Xian swallowed all the remaining longevity and immortality medicines in one gulp, wanting to see how far he could go by exhausting all his resources. Boom, boom, boom. The incredibly violent immortal energy coursed through Su Xian's limbs and bones, repeatedly cleansing his body as if it wanted to reshape him once again. In the realm of immortal sovereign, each breakthrough required countless resources and time to accumulate. Therefore, this time's cultivation did not go as smoothly as before, where he could break through in one go. Nevertheless, Su Xian was not anxious and chose to take his time. After all, Qingqiu was certainly a safe place for a short time, without concerns for life and death. Even if there were problems, Su Xian believed that with the strength of the Queen of Qingqiu, it would be enough to handle them. Chapter 341, Breakthrough, Peak of Immortal Sovereign. Outside Su Xian's cultivation chamber, there was a commotion as many people were shocked by the words of the Queen of Qingqiu. The fact that such astonishing phenomena could be summoned through cultivation made everyone realize that the person in the cultivation chamber was extraordinary. However, only after hearing the Queen of Qingqiu's words did they realize they had underestimated the monstrous talent of the person within. Everyone, focus on your cultivation. This world is vast. There are people beyond people and heavens beyond heavens. You may be considered geniuses in Qingqiu, but in the outside world, you might still return to mediocrity, overshadowed by those ancient prodigies. I know you may feel a bit dissatisfied, But what I want to tell you is that the one in the cultivation chamber has already broken through to the late stage of a mortal sovereign before reaching 60 years of age. With these words, the Queen of Qingqiu wore a faint smile, scanning the crowd as she spoke. Boom! The words of the Qingqiu Empress struck the hearts of many Qingqiu cultivators like a heavy hammer, causing everyone's expressions to change dramatically. What? Breaking through to the late stage of a mortal sovereign in less than 60 years is so exaggerated? A young immortal sovereign at this level is simply unheard of. Even if you turn over the entire history of the immortal realm, you won't find a second one. This is astonishing. Chapter 342. The shock of the crowd. Let's go out and take a look. I wonder how everyone has been cultivating. Su Xian's thoughts reached outside the cultivation room, and then his body suddenly disappeared from the cultivation room, appearing in the outside world. Big brother, you've come out. Su Xian, my friend. Emperor. At the moment Su Xian stepped out of the cultivation room, a series of extremely excited voices suddenly rang out in the space. Soon after, familiar figures appeared: Bai Zhe, Qing Yi, Qing Di, and Ba Huang. Su Xian's gaze swept over the faces, stopping on Ba Huang. Feeling the other party's cultivation level, Su Xian's eyes narrowed, and a slight ripple appeared on his face. Ba Huang, have you recovered your memory? Your cultivation has risen so quickly. Su Xian looked at Ba Huang and asked. In his perception, Ba Huang's cultivation had already reached the mid-stage of a mortal sovereign. According to Su Xian's memory, 7 days ago, Ba Huang's cultivation was still at the late stage of a mortal king. In just 7 days, he had reached such a height. This speed of cultivation is difficult to achieve even for Su Xian, who can infinitely absorb the power of longevity medicine. Therefore, Su Xian speculated that Ba Huang's memory had been restored, and his rise in realm was proof of that. Chapter 343. Trouble in the Myriad Domain Dragon Cave? The Fall of the Dragon Emperor? So it turns out that she is the little princess of Qingqiu, the daughter of the Qingqiu Empress. No wonder she is so beautiful, just like the Empress. After learning about Bai Shuer's identity, he smiled and said. Hearing Su Xian say this, Bai Shuer's face suddenly flushed, turning a rosy color like the evening glow on the horizon. This was the first time Bai Shuer had lost her composure in front of a man. It should be known that Bai Shuer is the daughter of the Qingqiu Empress, a little princess who has received countless compliments and pursuits from men since childhood. She had long been accustomed to such flattery. But when Su Xian said these words, Bai Shuer still reacted like an inexperienced girl, her heart racing. Seeing that he had made Bai Shuer shy with just one sentence, Su Xian couldn't help but smile awkwardly and looked at the Qingqiu Empress. Empress, I said that once I rise, Qingqiu will become a superpower in the immortal realm. I haven't forgotten. I believe you, Su Xian. The Qingqiu Empress's flawless, crystal-clear cheeks broke into a radiant smile, instantly dimming the colors of the heavens and earth. Su Xian's ability to break through to the peak of a mortal sovereign in such a short time also proved his immense potential. Chapter 344. Changes in the Myriad Domain Dragon Cave. Myriad Domain Dragon Cave. At this moment, above the sky where the Myriad Domain Dragon Cave is located, a pitch-black abyss stretched endlessly, with endless black death energy surging from it like a tide, enveloping the entire area where the Myriad Domain Dragon Cave is located in darkness. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. In the heavens and earth, the winds rose and clouds surged, with waves of demonic winds, and the endless black death energy rendered this area incredibly eerie. Beneath the pitch-black abyss, a group of black-robed figures stood in the void, their pairs of crimson eyes staring straight at the scene inside the Myriad Domain Dragon Cave. Behind this group of black-robed figures, there was actually a group of Dao-robed cultivators, including Tian Huang, Yao Long, Baihu, Xian Wu, and Fishmen, all elite figures from various powers in the endless wilderness. However, upon closer inspection, one would find that all of their gazes exhibited a crimson hue and were incredibly hollow, as if they were puppets on strings. Clearly, they had been controlled and lost their consciousness. Indeed, the black-robed figures had already swept through the entire endless wilderness, annihilating those that should be destroyed and subduing those that should be captured, ultimately forming such a terrifying army. Chapter 345. The Dragon Emperor Battles San Yu Boom. The Dragon Emperor, being at the peak of a mortal sovereign, half a step into the immortal emperor realm, was naturally not comparable to this group of puppets. With one punch, he directly annihilated over 100 puppets, turning them into a rain of light. Dragon Emperor, killing a group of puppets is nothing impressive. Your opponent is me. A loud shout came, and Song Yu stepped forward, directly pulling the Dragon Emperor into the nine heavens with immortal emperor power, intending to turn the nine heavens into a world-shattering battlefield. You all run. If you don't run now, our myriad domain dragon cave will be completely destroyed. Hurry. Go to Qingxiu. Find Xuan. Protecting Ying. Su Xian will take revenge for me. In the nine heavens, the barrier formed by Song Yu tightly trapped the Dragon Emperor, preventing his escape, while the Dragon Emperor shouted down at the cultivators of the myriad domain dragon cave. His voice was like thunder, resonating through heaven and earth, filled with sorrow, echoing continuously and deeply piercing the hearts of the cultivators in the myriad domain dragon cave. Dragon Emperor, you have treated us well. We did not betray you when we were at the lowest point of the myriad domain dragon cave. And we will not leave now. Dragon Emperor, we are not leaving. We will share the same fate with the myriad domain dragon cave. Dragon Emperor, what does it matter if we die? It's just the soul scattering, leaving no trace behind. What we fear more is having a guilty conscience. Chapter 346. Su Xian arrives. What is this? Upon seeing the black jade bottle continuously spewing out black death energy, the Dragon Emperor sensed something was wrong and instinctively tried to dodge, but the next second he realized he couldn't move at all. He had already been trapped by Song Yu. Instantly, the Dragon Emperor's pupils constricted, and his expression changed dramatically as a bad premonition surged in his heart. Dragon Emperor, this is the dark origin of my foreign realm. Now you can feel it and get ready to become my new puppet. Song Yu continued to sneer, his voice cold, like whispers from the underworld. I don't want to become a puppet. The Dragon Emperor was infected by the dark origin, his body undergoing a transformation. Even as the true dragon golden light erupted from his body to resist the evil entity, it was of no use. He was about to become a puppet without self-awareness. At this moment, he felt powerless, roaring with a hoarse voice, yet still shaking the heavens. Foreign scum, don't touch the Dragon Emperor. Seeing this, a cultivator from the myriad domain dragon cave's eyes instantly welled up, and with a roar, he charged toward Song Yu to stop his actions. Let go of the Dragon Emperor. One person rushed toward Song Yu, and others quickly followed, all shouting angrily and rebuking Song Yu. Chapter 347. Eradicating the black-robed cultivators from the foreign realm. Confronting the immortal emperor. Dragon Emperor brother, it's me. I brought Ying back. Su Xian stepped forward, approaching the Dragon Emperor. Seeing his appearance, his expression became even more serious, but he still softly replied to the Dragon Emperor. Ying, where is she? The golden light erupted, and the Dragon Emperor transformed into human form, regaining his former appearance, apart from his disheveled hair. He was no longer in the same disheveled state as before. Dad, I'm here, I'll come back. Long Ying walked up to the Dragon Emperor, knelt before him, and hugged him, quietly sobbing. Cough, cough, cough. Ying, I'm very happy to see you again, but you really shouldn't have come back, the Dragon Emperor said, his voice a bit choked after coughing a few times. Dad, Su Xian has already broken through to the peak of the immortal sovereign and is not afraid of the immortal emperor. He can solve all of this, so don't worry. Long Ying's eyes glistened with tears that slowly slid down her fair cheeks, dripping onto the ground. Su Xian has already broken through to the peak of the immortal sovereign? Is this true? Chapter 348. Slaying Song Yu. You are just an immortal sovereign. No matter how strong you are, how could you possibly defeat me? Stop pretending. I'll send you on your way. Song Yu, as an immortal emperor, quickly adjusted himself and coldly glared at Su Xian, shouting, with a cold voice. Song Yu was the first to strike. He swung the immortal sword in his hand, slicing at Su Xian with a sword strike, unleashing a terrifying sword energy that stirred up a violent spatial storm, as if it wanted to obliterate everything. In an instant, the world trembled, and everything seemed to be on the verge of annihilation. An immortal emperor is nothing more than this. Looking at the terrifying sword energy approaching him, Su Xian remained incredibly calm, showing no expression, as if he were an invincible heavenly emperor, looking down on everything. As the sword energy drew near, a smile appeared at the corner of Su Xian's mouth, and he gently raised his hand. A brilliant light shimmered in the void. It was a 3-foot sword embryo, somewhat rough, as if it hadn't been polished into shape. The sword embryo had not been unsealed, but it exuded an extremely sharp sword energy, swirling and tearing through the void. This sword embryo was indeed the system reward Xuan had obtained, the Great Luo sword embryo. Although the sword embryo had not been unsealed, it was still categorized as an immortal sovereign artifact, allowing one to imagine its peak state. Definitely a terrifying divine weapon capable of tearing apart the universe. Chapter 349, Reckoning Thoughts. Xuan, then I will stay here with Father. You go back first. At this moment, Leng Ruoli spoke softly. Okay. Xuan nodded, indicating his understanding. However, you must pay attention to safety. The endless wilds are not what they used to be. They're filled with dangers everywhere, and people from other domains may arrive at any time. Xuan cautioned the two. Leng Ruoli gently nodded, her gaze towards Xuan filled with tenderness. Don't worry, Xuan, although I'm not very useful. It's still no problem below the Immortal Emperor level. The Dragon Emperor smiled and said, Then I will return to Qingqiu first. You two come as soon as possible. Once everything is ready, I will begin my actions. Xuan said, his gaze suddenly becoming serious, a sharp edge piercing the heavens. Xuan, do you mean you're going to start reckoning with the Dark Heavenly Court and the other domains? Hearing Xuan's words, the Dragon Emperor instantly became excited, his eyes burning. The other domains destroyed the 10,000 domains Dragon Cave, and the relationship with the Dragon Emperor is one of life and death. If Xuan really wants to reckon, then the Dragon Emperor must join. That's right, it's indeed time to reckon. Even if I can't immediately invade the other domains, I must eradicate the Dark Heavenly Court and restore peace to the Immortal Domain and the Endless Wilds. Chapter 350. Everyone follows. Ling Bao awakens half a day later. Qingqiu, in the star-picking tower within the palace. In a large palace, Xuan, the Qingqiu Empress by Shuai, by Zhe, Qing-yi, and important figures of the Ba Huang were all present. Everyone sat on either side, their eyes shining brightly. They had just listened to Xuan's thoughts and became very excited, especially the cultivators from the Divine Phoenix Palace, who were filled with fervor. The enmity of the Divine Phoenix Palace, the enmity of the Empress, could finally be avenged. Xuan, if you're truly determined, Qingqiu is willing to unconditionally support any of your actions. In the silent space, the Qingqiu Empress spoke with an extremely serious tone. This decision was not made lightly by the Qingqiu Empress, but was said after careful consideration. Initially, the Qingqiu Empress was still pondering. But after hearing Xuan say that he had forcefully eradicated an immortal emperor in the 10,000 domains Dragon Cave, the Qingqiu Empress made the decision to fully support Xuan. Although this decision was somewhat risky, the Qingqiu Empress chose to trust Xuan. After all, Xuan's performance in recent days had been truly extraordinary. In just a few days, he had risen from the late stage of the Immortal Sovereign to the peak of the Immortal Sovereign, reaching heights that would take others tens of thousands of years to achieve. Chapter 351. The Earth of the Sky Burial, Master of Reincarnation Ling Bao, you can get up now. Xuan gently spoke, slowly walking forward to help Ling Bao, Tianzuan up. Since you know my identity, will you still be willing to follow me in this lifetime? After helping Ling Bao Tianzuan up, Xuan asked, Heavenly Emperor, I have gone through reincarnation just to find you. I want another chance to follow you. As long as it's you, I am willing to do anything. With Xuan's support, Ling Bao Tianzuan's eyes slightly glistened with tears. Facing Xuan's question, Ling Bao Tianzuan did not hesitate at all and spoke earnestly and seriously. Good. Seeing Ling Bao Tianzuan like this, Xuan felt a surge of emotion and nodded repeatedly. Ling Bao, I am going to do something next to attack the Dark Heavenly Court and eradicate the other domains. Will you be willing to be my vanguard? Xuan looked at Ling Bao Tianzuan, smiling as he asked. Without hesitation, Ling Bao Tianzuan replied without the slightest hesitation. Heavenly Emperor, just like before, wherever you go, I will follow. Wherever you point, I will strike without retreat, even if it means death. Ling Bao Tianzuan looked at Xuan firmly and said, Ling Bao, I'm honored to have such a talent following me. Chapter 352. Entering the Earth of the Sky Burial. The Earth of the Sky Burial is a super forbidden area in the immortal realm, filled with unknown dangers. Emperor, are you sure we are going to enter it? Standing at the entrance of the Earth of the Sky Burial, Ling Bao Tianzuan looked serious and asked Xuan again. Ling Bao, since you know my past life comes from the heavens and the earth, you need not ask such questions. No one can stop me, not even the heavens. It's just a hell. What is there to fear? How can it block me? Su Xian turned to look at Ling Bao Tianzuan, speaking dan, his voice filled with confidence in himself. This was not mindless confidence, but a deep understanding of oneself, unafraid of everything in this world, looking down on the world with confidence. Heavenly Emperor, I understand. Ling Bao Tianzuan nodded gently, a bittersweet smile appearing on his face, as if he were mocking himself. Yes. Why has my courage diminished with the passage of time? One must know, in the past, he followed the Heavenly Emperor, full of vigor, determined to overturn everything as an ambitious youth. Let's go. Enter the earth of the sky burial. Su Xian spoke, his voice dan. As soon as Su Xian's words fell, he had already headed into the Santian burial grounds. Chapter 353. The Realm of Yomi. Who are you? Why have you entered the Realm of Yomi? Just as Su Xian and the Ling Bao Tianzuan set foot in the area of the Santian burial, an extremely cold voice suddenly echoed in their ears. This voice was haunting, making one feel a chill just by listening to it. Hearing this abrupt voice, Su Xian and Ling Bao Tianzuan were slightly startled and looked ahead, where they saw a figure in black standing not far from them. The figure in black was a man with snow-white skin, even whiter than some women, enveloped in a thick, icy aura, looking somewhat eerie and intimidating. Although there was a strange aura around the man, Su Xian and Ling Bao Tianzuan felt no fear. After all, he was just a minor immortal king, easily dealt with. The Realm of Yomi? Are you saying that this area we are in is called the Realm of Yomi? Upon hearing the man's words, Su Xian's eyes brightened as he fixed his gaze on the man and asked, So what? My Realm of Yomi forbids outsiders from entering. Let alone you are not from the burial grounds, right? The man said coldly. So, do you have any questions? Upon hearing this, Ling Bao Tianzuan's expression turned unfriendly, coldly staring at the man and retorting. Chapter 354. Yomi Mountain, Longevity Herb. Inheritance Tomb. Yomi Mountain is located in an edge area of the Realm of Yomi, and it is the largest treasure land in the Realm of Yomi, where opportunities abound. However, as time passed, the opportunities in Yomi Mountain were not as plentiful as they once were. Nevertheless, it still attracted many prodigies from the Realm of Yomi and other realms. Because the most precious opportunity in Yomi Mountain is the Inheritance Tomb located in its deepest part. It is said that countless eons ago, a being from the burial grounds accidentally entered there and obtained the inheritance of a super powerful being, subsequently rising to prominence and ultimately reaching the pinnacle of the Santian burial grounds, becoming one of the most powerful burial emperors in history. Recently, Yomi Mountain has begun to bustle again. This is because beings from the burial grounds sense the aura of the longevity herb within Yomi Mountain. The longevity herb is a supreme treasure of the entire immortal realm. It is no different in the Santian burial grounds, quickly attracting prodigies from the realm of Yomi and other realms. At this moment, Yomi Mountain is shrouded in darkness, extending far into the distance. A thick, sinister aura swirls and rolls through the mountains. Outside Yomi Mountain, a group of beings from the burial grounds stood in the void, confronting each other. Chapter 355. Inside Yomi Mountain, 9 orifices. Yin-yang fruit. Yomi python. Inside Yomi Mountain, auspicious energy rises, divine clouds weave, and immortal energy lingers. Such a scene should resemble an otherworldly paradise. However, that is not the case, because the immortal light here is pitch black, exuding a strange and ominous aura. Among them, there are strange cliffs and bizarre rocks, showcasing the spiritual essence of heaven and earth. At this moment, figures began to appear in this void. First was Yomi Z and his followers, followed by Little Yama King, Black Rose, and their followers. Such a powerful Tao rhythm and such rich medicinal fragrance must be the longevity herb, the Inheritance Tomb. Entering Yomi Mountain, Yomi Z's heart was even more excited, a radiant smile appearing on his face. If he could obtain the longevity herb and the opportunities within the Inheritance Tomb, he would surely become the strongest prodigy of this generation in the Santian burial grounds. Sigh, this time coming to the realm of Yomi was the right choice. If I can obtain the longevity herb and the opportunities within the Inheritance Tomb, I will definitely be able to rise further, suppress Huang Quan Shengzi, and even unify the Santian burial grounds in the future. Little Yama King also became excited, his eyes shining with bright red immortal light. Chapter 356. Su Xian's move. Killing the Yomi Python. Conquering Yomi Z. Damn it, there is no way out, then let us fight. Yomi Z looked at his followers behind him, His aura suddenly surged to its peak, fully unleashed, and he hurled a punch at the Yomi python. In an instant, a terrifying fist light engulfed the space. Boom! A violent roar erupted in the space, shaking as if it were about to collapse, raising dust all around. Bang! With another loud bang, a figure was directly sent flying. It was Yomi Z. My lord! Seeing Yomi Z being knocked away by the Yomi python, the followers behind him panicked, their faces changing drastically, their already pale faces turning even paler, and their bodies trembling uncontrollably. This 9 orifices yin-yang fruit has been nurtured by me, prepared for my breakthrough. How dare you lay hands on it? Today, none of you will escape. It's just right for me to feast. The Yomi python raised its head, looking down on everyone in the realm of Yomi, its voice cold and echoing through the space, sending chills down one's spine. Hearing that cold voice, Yomi Z's followers trembled even more violently, their faces filled with horror. Chapter 357, Deepest Part of the Cave. 9 Nether War Emperor. The deepest part of the cave was a vast, dim space filled with an extremely dense, sinister aura. The walls around were engraved with ancient patterns, their meanings unclear, mysterious, and eerie. In the center of this space, there stood a purple-black immortal herb, emitting a faint glow resembling a purple lamp, quietly standing there. It was none other than the longevity herb, the 9 Nether dark grass. It should be the deepest part of Yomi Mountain, right? In the silent space, a voice suddenly rang out. Following that, a figure slowly emerged from a cave nearby. This figure wore blood-red immortal robes, enveloped in a rich red immortal light, looking incredibly vibrant, as if stepping out from a sea of blood. It was Little Yama King. Little Yama King chose the nearest route, and with his formidable strength, he was the first to reach the deepest part of the cave. Upon entering here, Little Yama King looked around and finally fixed his gaze on the center of the space, where the 9 Nether dark grass was located. Such a rich aura of Yomi. This must be the legendary 9 Nether dark grass. Chapter 358, Submit or Die. Peak of a Mortal Sovereign. Feeling the boundless, terrifying aura emanating from the 9 Nether War Emperor, both Little Yama King and Black Rose's pupils constricted, their faces changing drastically. Such cultivation is enough to rival the burial emperors of the 5 domains, or even surpass them. Do you have any questions now? The 9 Nether War Emperor spoke coldly again. And no, covered by the terrifying pressure of the 9 Nether War Emperor, Little Yama King's body trembled, and he immediately stated his position. And no questions. War Emperor Senior, we will leave now. The Black Rose quickly spoke. After finishing, the Little Yama King and the Black Rose prepared to escape this space. Go, and tell the burial emperors that the 9 Nether War Emperor has returned, and they should be ready for reckoning. The voice of the 9 Nether War Emperor echoed, filled with dominance, resonating throughout the space. Then, the 9 Nether War Emperor flickered and appeared in front of the 9 Nether dark grass, looking at it with deep eyes. A smile appeared on his weathered face. After lying dormant for 10,000 years, I've finally waited for the chance to consume the 9 Nether dark grass and enter the inheritance tomb. I can finally take revenge for the grievances of the past. Chapter 359, Subduing the 9 Nether War Emperor. Silence. A deathly stillness. After the violent explosion, the entire space, the whole of the Nether Mountain, suddenly fell into complete silence. From a distance, the Nether Mountain looked like a forbidden place shrouded in darkness, devoid of any vitality. Deep within the Nether Mountain, in the deepest cave, everyone held their breath, staring intently at the scene, wanting to know the final outcome. Chaos Divine Demon Body, dual pupils, innate holy body Dao. Who on earth are you? How can you be so terrifying? In the silence, a hoarse voice, trembling with fear, suddenly rang out in the space, like the last words of a dying person. The aftermath of the battle completely faded, and the scene in the arena fully revealed itself, leaving the Nether Child, Little Yama King, Black Rose, and other beings present in shock, their faces filled with intense disbelief. There in the arena, the white-haired youth stood tall, quietly standing there, his white hair gently swaying in the wind, his expression indifferent, calmly looking ahead. In front of the white-haired youth, the 9 Nether War Emperor lay on the ground, his body shattered, having lost an arm, as if completely pinned to the earth by an iron nail, unable to move, only able to widen his eyes in disbelief, staring at the white-haired youth. Chapter 360, Subduing the Nether Child. My lord, Can I cultivate this celestial scripture? At this moment, a voice suddenly rang in Xuan's ear. Xuan was slightly taken aback and turned to look at the person speaking, a hint of surprise flashing in his eyes. Nether child, do you also want to submit to me? Xuan looked at the nether child, a smile curling at the corners of his mouth, revealing a teasing expression. Wasn't this guy previously quite arrogant? What made him change his mind? My lord, I now deeply realize that following my father and cultivating in this nether realm, I can indeed have a decent future, but if I follow you, it might be even broader. The nether child looked at Xuan, respectfully speaking, his tone extremely serious. In fact, the nether child had this idea before, and now seeing the 9 Nether War Emperors submit to Xuan, he couldn't help but want to pursue a better future. You heard what I said earlier. This celestial scripture can indeed help you advance, but it will also make you completely submit to me. You will have to do whatever I say, Xuan said calmly. Staying in this nether realm, in this Tian burial ground, I cannot see the outside world. I will always be like a frog at the bottom of a well. It might be better to try. Perhaps I can see a broader sky. Chapter 361. Entering the inheritance tomb after a whirlwind, Xuan, Lingbao, Tianzuan, 9 Nether War Emperor, and Nether Child appeared in an unfamiliar scene. There were continuous mountains here, towering steeply, soaring into the clouds. The group was situated in the center of this realm, and ahead stood an ancient palace, exuding endless nether chi, filling the air. This palace was indeed large, rather than calling it a tomb. It was more like an ancient ruin. Is this the legendary inheritance tomb? The nether child exclaimed in surprise. He had heard his father mention this inheritance tomb, which contained terrifying great opportunities that could truly allow one to rise against the heavens. Now he had actually seen this legendary inheritance tomb, which made the nether child suddenly excited. The inheritance tomb had opened once 10,000 years ago, allowing a cultivator to accidentally enter it, from which they rose to prominence, becoming one of the strongest in the Tian burial ground. Now it had finally opened again, gazing at the majestic tomb before him. The 9 Nether War Emperor also became excited, his murky eyes bursting with intense light, full of spirit. Chapter 362. Main Tomb, Spirit-Eating Rat. 9 Nether Emperor, the main tomb, was located in the core area of the palace, containing the most elite inheritance, thus shrouded by an even more vast pressure. However, this level of pressure posed no threat to Xuan and Lingbao Tianzuan. The two quickly arrived at the core area of the inheritance tomb and saw the main tomb located there. Just as Xuan and Lingbao Tianzuan entered the main tomb area, a black figure suddenly pounced towards them with great speed. What is this? A black rat? Xuan's gaze sharpened, his expression slightly shifting. Heavenly Emperor, this is a guardian beast of the tomb. Some top-tier powerful beings leave them as guardians after their death. Lingbao Tianzuan explained to Xuan. Now I see. Xuan nodded, his figure flickering as he dodged the attack of the guardian beast. At this moment, Xuan also saw the true appearance of the guardian beast, which was actually a large rat with red eyes. The red-eyed rat, having missed its attack, glared at Xuan and Lingbao Tianzuan with its blood-red eyes, releasing a terrifying aura that enveloped the space. To become a guardian beast of a top-tier powerful being, such a creature must be extraordinary, and its strength should not be underestimated. Chapter 363. Main Tomb, Black Coffin, Small World. In the main tomb area, it was silent. After the phantom of the 9 Nether Emperor completely dissipated, the spirit-eating rat seemed to collapse, slumping to the ground, tears streaming from its eyes, devoid of any desire to live. Oh, master, so many years have passed, finally seeing you again. Why did you leave me so quickly? The spirit-eating rat cried, its eyes red, voice choked with deep sorrow. Little Black, from now on, just follow me. I will never let you guard the tomb for me, Xuan said softly, feeling slightly moved. Hearing this, the spirit-eating rat cried even harder, tears pouring down like rain. This made both Xuan and Lingbao Tianzuan feel a sense of helplessness. But they could only wait for the spirit-eating rat to finish crying. After a long time, the spirit-eating rat finally regained its composure, stood up from the ground, and stared at Xuan. Since Master has allowed me to follow you, then I will follow you. I hope you won't have such a day, the spirit-eating rat said, its body glowing with a ghostly light, transforming into a humanoid figure, a small man with dark skin. The man had thieving eyebrows and rat-like eyes. Looking just like a rat, which made people unable to suppress their laughter. Little Black, why does this appearance of yours give off such a strong feeling of theft? Chapter 364. 2 more main tombs. Opportunities everywhere. With this coffin, I can keep important people by my side, no longer experiencing the regret of separation in life and death. Looking at the pitch-black coffin before him, Xuan murmured softly. Then, with a wave of his hand, Xuan directly stored the black coffin away. Little Black, take us to the next main tomb, Xuan said. Okay. Little Black nodded and led Xuan, the supreme treasure of the spirit, to another tomb. This tomb was filled with a majestic Tao rhythm that piqued Xuan's curiosity. Upon entering, Xuan's eyes instantly brightened. It turned out that this tomb contained a treasure trove of celestial weapons, artifacts, and other precious items, each one a supreme treasure. Every single one of these treasures could cause a bloodbath if taken out. So many good things. This is truly a bountiful harvest, Xuan exclaimed, unable to contain his astonishment as he scanned the treasures. He wondered how the 9 Nether Emperor had acquired such treasures, suspecting that the 9 Nether Emperor was not as simple as he seemed, but it was impossible to find out now. Xuan waved his hand and stored all the treasures away. Afterward, he had Little Black open the door to the last main tomb. Chapter 365. The Emperor of the Underworld Burial outside the Underworld Mountain. The mountain was once again shrouded in rich underworld energy, plain and unadorned, resembling an ordinary mountain. Underworld child, take me to meet your father. I have some questions for him. Outside the mountain, Xuan looked at the underworld child and said, My lord, follow me. The underworld child nodded in agreement. Now, he had completely acknowledged Xuan, who possessed terrifying strength and could offer him benefits that allowed him to reach heights he could not before. My lord, are you going to meet the Underworld Burial Emperor? At this moment, the 9 Nether Battle Emperor suddenly spoke, a fierce light flashing in his murky eyes. Yes, what's wrong? Xuan noticed something was off with the 9 Nether Battle Emperor and asked him, My lord, if you're going to meet the Underworld Burial Emperor, I fear I cannot accompany you because I have enmity with the Underworld Burial Emperor, a grudge that cannot be shared. The 9 Nether Battle Emperor said, his voice hoarse and a chill emanating from him. 100,000 years ago, the 9 Nether Battle Emperor emerged with extraordinary talent. Known as the first prodigy of the Songtian burial earth, but he fell in a secret realm, besieged by prodigies of the 5 domains. Those prodigies later mostly became the burial emperors of the 5 domains. Chapter 366. The 5 domains grand competition, heading to the Yellow Spring domain, fellow Taoist. Are you going to the Yellow Spring domain next? The Underworld Burial Emperor asked. That's right, Xuan nodded. Father, my lord is going to the Yellow Spring domain. I want to go with him, the Underworld child said. You were meant to go anyway, the Underworld Burial Emperor said softly to the Underworld child, then turned to Xuan, his eyes flashing with brightness. Fellow Taoist, it just so happens that the 5 domains grand competition is taking place. The Underworld child and I are going to the Yellow Spring domain, so you should come with us. Sure, Xuan nodded but asked, what is the 5 domains grand competition? The 5 domains grand competition is a contest held every 100 years in the Songtian burial earth. In simple terms, it allows the young prodigies of the 5 domains to compete and rank themselves, determining the allocation of resources and status among the 5 domains thereafter. The Underworld Burial Emperor explained, gazing at Xuan. Fellow Taoist, may I ask you for a favor? After explaining the 5 domains grand competition, the Underworld Burial Emperor asked again. Xuan instantly understood the Underworld Burial Emperor's intention. You want me to help the Underworld domain secure first place in the 5 domains grand competition? Chapter 367. The Yellow Spring Battlefield. Arrival of the domains. 2 hours later, Xuan and the others arrived at the Yellow Spring domain, reaching the venue for the 5 domains grand competition. This place was called the Yellow Spring Battlefield, vast like a legendary strongman's dojo. Here, the space was permeated with an incredibly rich yellow spring power, similar to the dense underworld energy in the Underworld domain. I met the Underworld Burial Emperor. Just as Xuan and the others appeared on the Yellow Spring Battlefield, a voice suddenly rang out. Xuan looked up to see a cultivator from the Yellow Spring domain, enveloped in yellow spring power, approaching with several other cultivators. This person had been arranged by the Yellow Spring Burial Emperor to receive the cultivators from the 5 domains. Underworld Burial Emperor. Are these the prodigies your Underworld domain has brought this time? The leading cultivator from the Yellow Spring domain quickly arrived in front of Xuan and the others. gazing at the Underworld Burial Emperor and asking. Due to the Underworld Burial Emperor's status, the tone of the Yellow Spring cultivator carried a hint of respect. As he spoke, he glanced at the group behind the Underworld Burial Emperor, casually scanning them. Suddenly, the gaze of the Yellow Spring cultivator sharpened, locking onto Xuan and not moving away. Chapter 368. The Yellow Spring Burial Emperor, the Yellow Spring Holy Son? Who is that white-haired youth from the Underworld domain? I've never seen him before, but his aura is so profound that even I cannot see through it. Upon seeing Xuan, the Shura Holy Son instantly became unsettled, his previous arrogance vanishing, his pupils shrinking in disbelief. He could sense that Xuan was very young, with an astonishingly strong vitality, but he could not see through Xuan's cultivation level. So young, with such terrifying vitality and a cultivation level I cannot fathom. If he is not a being from the Tsangtian burial earth, who is he? The Shura Holy Son felt puzzled, experiencing a sense of ethereality and ambiguity that he had never encountered even with the first prodigy of the Tsangtian burial earth. The Yellow Spring Holy Son. Burial Emperor, what cultivation level does that white-haired youth possess? Can you tell? The Shura Holy Son quietly asked the Shura Burial Emperor. Peak Immortal Sovereign, Half-Step Immortal Emperor. The Shura Burial Emperor had noticed Xuan the moment he appeared in this space, deeply shocked by Xuan's cultivation level. And only after the Shura Holy Son inquired did he respond. What? Peak Immortal Sovereign, Half-Step Immortal Emperor. Chapter 369. The competition begins. Abnormalities in the first round, everyone. Before the 5 domains grand competition officially begins, I will explain the rules as usual. The rules of our 5 domains grand competition are simple and straightforward. In the first round, you will face the assault of beings from the Yellow Spring domain. Those who survive will advance to the second round. The second round will determine the final rankings through decisive battles. And the last ones remaining on the Yellow Spring battlefield will be the champions of the competition, with rankings determined accordingly. The Yellow Spring Burial Emperor stood in the void, casually surveying the cultivators from the 5 domains as he recounted the rules of the grand competition. We understand. The cultivators from the 5 domains shouted, Yellow Spring Burial Emperor. You may begin. Let us start. In this round of the 5 domains grand competition, each domain sent 10 outstanding individuals to participate, totaling 50 people. At this moment, everyone except Xuan was extremely excited, their fighting spirit boiling and soaring to the heavens. All right, let us begin. With a loud shout from the Huangquan Burial Emperor that shook the heavens and the earth, the 5 domains grand competition officially commenced. The prodigies stepped onto the Huangquan battlefield, facing each other in the void, waiting for the emergence of beings from the Huangquan domain. Boom! In the next second, a tremendous explosion erupted in the void, sounding like a great star shattering, its power reaching unprecedented heights. Chapter 370. The shock of Huangquan Burial Emperor at Xuan. The sky darkened, and a thick haze of gunpowder spread through the air. On the Huangquan battlefield, boom! With a loud bang, the great battle began. In an instant, the prodigies from the 5 domains launched their attacks simultaneously, unleashing various divine abilities and treasures. Immediately, the battlefield was filled with intertwining runes, surging magic, and dazzling lights. The battle between the prodigies and the ancient fierce beasts was truly spectacular. In the arena, the Huangquan Saint and the Azura Sun fought fiercely, exchanging blows with the ancient fierce beasts. The Yomi Child, Little Yin Luo King, Rakshasa Saintess, and the Black Rose herself barely managed to contend with the ancient fierce beasts using their various inherited methods. However, for some cultivators who had only achieved initial stages of Immortal Sovereign and came to participate in the 5 domains grand competition, this was nothing short of a nightmare. Faced with the bloodthirsty, physically formidable ancient fierce beasts, they had no power to resist and were quickly torn apart, turning into blood mist and falling on the spot. Damn it! How could the first round of the 5 domains grand competition be these terrifying ancient fierce beasts? How can I contend against this? I am unwilling to fall like this. Damn it! That Huangquan Burial Emperor is such an idiot. Does he not know how to organize a competition? Chapter 371. Xuan takes action, shocking the entire arena. Boom. The moment the Yomi Child called for help from Xuan, an earth-shattering explosion suddenly erupted on the Huangquan battlefield, as if a great star had shattered, its might reaching the extreme. As this explosion sounded, All eyes on the Huangquan battlefield turned towards the Yomi child. There stood a white-haired youth. If I'm not mistaken, did that white-haired youth just kill 3 ancient fierce beasts with one punch? Seeing the scene with the Yomi child, both the onlooking cultivators from the 5 domains and the remaining prodigies were suddenly taken aback, their faces filled with disbelief. The Yomi child, who had just been besieged by 3 ancient fierce beasts, was now completely unharmed, standing there safely. In front of him, however, stood a figure. That figure had white hair and a graceful posture, yet his demeanor was filled with the aura of someone looking down upon the world, as if a celestial being had descended or an emperor surveying the heavens. Who is that? I can't even see through his cultivation. I don't know, but in the 5 domains, I've never heard of such a figure. Could he be a prodigy who has recently emerged? Chapter 372, Second Round. Each with their own thoughts know, truly worthy of being the master. Behind Xuan, the Yomi child had the clearest view, seeing Xuan slay hundreds of ancient fierce beasts with one sword strike. This made the Yomi child's scalp tingle in horror. Who exactly is that white-haired youth? He is terrifying to such an extent, slaying hundreds of ancient fierce beasts with one sword. At this moment, the Huangquan saint also looked dumbfounded, staring blankly at Xuan in the distance, his face filled with disbelief. In his perception, Xuan was far too young, not even reaching 60 years of age. Yet he couldn't even see through the other's cultivation. Now, seeing the other's strength, he was shocked to the point of feeling numb. If I am a #1 prodigy of the Tsang Tian burial soil, what does that white-haired youth count as? The #1 prodigy of all ages? In an instant, a sense of defeat surged in the Huangquan saint's heart. This was the first time he had been so thoroughly crushed by someone of his age, or rather, by a junior. There truly are such defiant figures in the world. The Azura's son, a prodigy on the same level as the Huangquan saint, was also dumbfounded, utterly amazed. This anomaly is truly an anomaly. If such a terrifying prodigy cannot be utilized, he must be eliminated. Chapter 373. Slaying the Huangquan saint. What? Is it really like that? The cultivators from the 4 domains, upon seeing the truth, had their pupils shrink and their faces change dramatically, but after being warned, they did not dare to speak further, only remaining silent. The outer area of the Huangquan battlefield was already surrounded by cultivators from the Huangquan domain. It seemed the Huangquan burial emperor was truly going to make a move against us. Including the Yomi burial emperor, several burial emperors also realized this, and their expressions became even more serious. In an instant, all 4 domain burial emperors regretted participating in the 5 domains grand competition. But when they looked towards the Huangquan burial emperor, they did not dare to say anything, their faces filled with apprehension, only able to remain silent. It seems that coming to the Huangquan domain with Xuan was the right choice. Without him, we would probably not be able to leave today. But with Xuan here, everything is still uncertain. At this moment, the Yomi burial emperor looked towards Xuan on the Huangquan battlefield, thinking to himself. Previously, the Yomi burial emperor could not fully trust Xuan, but at this moment, in this situation, not trusting Xuan was no longer an option. Only Xuan's mysterious unknown could give him a glimmer of hope. Boom! At this time, another earth-shattering explosion erupted on the Huangquan battlefield, shaking the heavens and the earth like an ancient star exploding. Chapter 374. Confronting the Huangquan burial emperor. After a while, the white-haired youth slashed the Huangquan saint with one sword, leaving not even a bone behind. The strongest attack of the Huangquan saint was actually no match for a casual sword strike from the white-haired youth. How strong is he? It's too shocking. The white-haired youth is too terrifying. The onlooking cultivators gradually began to react, erupting in exclamations. Master, so powerful. The Yomi child looked at Xuan's back, sighing. This was already the 2nd time Xuan had pulled him back from the brink of death. This also solidified his determination to follow Xuan. You dare to kill my Huangquan domain saint? A cold voice exploded through the heavens. Immediately after, a massive hand tore through the void, descending upon Xuan like a dark cloud. It was the Huangquan burial emperor making his move. He could not accept that the Huangquan saint had been slain by Xuan with one sword, and instantly fell into a state of fury, no longer caring about anything else. It's over. The Huangquan burial emperor has made his move. Master, what do we do? That palm was overwhelming, its might terrifying, causing the Yomi child's pupils to suddenly contract. his face turning pale and his body trembling. Chapter 375. Killing the Huangquan Burial Emperor. You brat. You truly do not know the heights of heaven and depths of the earth. After hearing Su Xian's extremely arrogant words, the Huangquan Burial Emperor was slightly stunned for a moment, then quickly reacted, his anger surging as he shouted at Su Xian. The roar echoed, and the Huangquan Burial Emperor flashed, directly appearing near Su Xian, and struck out with a palm at him. In an instant, terrifying Huangquan power surged like a tide, enveloping the entire world and sweeping down towards Su Xian. What terrifying energy fluctuations! The Huangquan Burial Emperor was using all his strength. The immortal emperor was enraged, and this place would turn into a battlefield of unparalleled ferocity. Run. Get out of here. Run. In an instant, the top talents and cultivators from the 4 domains all changed their expressions drastically, shouting loudly and frantically fleeing towards the Huangquan battlefield. But they soon realized they had been completely surrounded by the strong from the Huangquan domain, and even this vast world had been sealed off, forming a closed space. Want to leave? Dream on. The group of immortal sovereigns from the Huangquan domain appeared outside the Huangquan battlefield, blocking the path of the 4 domain cultivators and top talents, making it impossible for them to escape this realm. Chapter 376. From now on, the Tsangtian burial land is under my rule. Silence. A deathly stillness. Time and space froze. Everything was frozen. Until after a while. Wow. The white-haired youth really killed the Huangquan Battle Emperor by himself. The Huangquan Burial Emperor is dead. Even his soul has been erased by that youth. The white-haired youth is terrifying, unimaginable. The cultivators from the 4 domains reacted, their eyes burning as they looked at Su Xian's tall figure in the Huangquan battlefield, erupting in excited shouts. Su Xian really killed the Huangquan Burial Emperor. The Nether Burial Emperor was extremely excited, overjoyed. That white-haired youth is too terrifying. So young yet possesses such cultivation and such astonishing combat power, actually slashing down an immortal emperor at the immortal sovereign level. The Shura Burial Emperor, Rakshasa Burial, and Yinluo Battle Emperor were also extremely excited upon seeing this result, completely forgetting their identities and dignity, shouting out loud. The master really killed the immortal emperor. The Juyo Battle Emperor was first shocked, then became exceptionally excited. At this moment, he truly realized how correct it was to follow Su Xian. He is even stronger than my previous master. Xiao He was shocked to the point of having goosebumps, murmuring to himself. Chapter 377. Huangquan Tomb. Too terrifying. That sense of oppression is simply suffocating. The means of Master Su Xian are beyond our imagination. If we betray him, we will probably be erased like this. In the silence, the cultivators from the 4 domains firmly resolved in their hearts to follow Su Xian and never betray him. Good. I have both tested the power of my words and achieved my goal. Observing the attitude of the 4 domain cultivators, Su Xian smiled slightly, speaking softly to himself. Su Xian understood very well that a combination of grace and power is the way to use people. Previously, he had indeed helped the 4 domain cultivators and saved their lives, giving them a favor that made them willing to submit to him. But that was not enough. It might only be temporary. He must also intimidate them with his authority. Moreover, even so, Su Xian still felt it was not secure and prepared to teach them the Dao Heart Demon Seed technique afterward. By teaching the Dao Heart Demon Seed technique to the 4 domain cultivators after they practiced it, Su Xian would be able to completely control the power of the Tsangtian burial land. This way, when fighting in other realms later, Su Xian could gain an additional force. Furthermore, having the other realm cultivators follow him would allow Su Xian to gather the power of belief and increase his strength, achieving 2 goals with 1 move. Chapter 378. The Ancient Beings. Soon, the aura of time dissipated, and Su Xian and Ling Bao Tianzuan truly entered the Huangquan tomb. Looking around, it was as if Su Xian and Ling Bao Tianzuan had just entered the Tsangtian burial land, with countless white bones covering the ground, emitting a ghostly white light. Coupled with the dead silence of the environment, it felt like a forbidden place, making one feel a penetrating chill upon entering. The skeletal remains paved the Huangquan tomb, all of which were once unparalleled top talents. Su Xian scanned the surroundings and found that many of the bones emitted a faint glow, having not faded even after the passage of time, prompting a sigh. Time is like a knife. Even if one is a stunning talent unable to transcend, they will still perish in the cycle of epochs, ultimately turning into a handful of yellow earth. Ling Bao Tianzuan also sighed. Upon entering here, the aura of reincarnation seemed to intensify. Let us take a look inside. Su Xian used his Zhongtong, heavy pupil, to gaze into the depths of the Huangquan tomb, speaking softly. All right. Ling Bao Tianzuan nodded, following Su Xian into the Huangquan tomb. The Huangquan tomb is a forbidden area. Outsiders are not allowed to enter. Just as Su Xian and Ling Bao Tianzuan were about to delve deeper into the Huangquan tomb, a cold, eerie voice suddenly echoed in the dead silence of the space. Chapter 379. Killing Ancient Beings Entering the Huangquan Tomb. Bang, bang, bang. The sounds of the zither and flute clashed, and explosions erupted one after another, shaking the heavens and the earth. This terrifying noise continued until the ancient being abruptly spat out a mouthful of old blood, his face turning pale. Who are you at the pinnacle of the zither path? How can such a being exist in the outside world? The ancient being stared at Su Xian, his hunched body trembling, a rich expression of terror on his face. Su Xian smiled faintly, putting away his emotions, and looked at the ancient being. Since you cannot send me on my way, then I must send you on yours. You. The ancient being's lips moved, wanted to say something, but clearly there was no opportunity left. Suddenly, two beams of chaotic divine light shot out violently, continuously enlarging in the ancient being's pupils, instantly engulfing his body. In an instant, the world fell silent, and this space returned to its dead silence. Ling Bao, let us continue deeper. Su Xian looked towards the depths of the Huangquan tomb, speaking to Ling Bao Tianzuan. All right. Ling Bao Tianzuan then reacted, gently nodding, and looked at Su Xian, asking, Your Majesty, why haven't I seen you display this zither path before? Chapter 380. Juicy Tianwang. In a flash, the flow of time stretched for 1,000 years, and countless epochs passed in a single thought. The heavens cannot bury, the earth cannot extinguish. I have returned after an unknown number of years. As those two hands reached out, an incomparably melodious and eerie voice echoed throughout the Huangquan tomb, hauntingly penetrating. At this moment, Su Xian and Ling Bao Tianzuan were completely bewildered. What the hell is going on? Such overbearing words. Who is he? At this moment, besides fear, Su Xian was also filled with curiosity. How could there be two unfamiliar auras in this Huangquan tomb? Who are you? In the next second, a ghostly voice seemed to cross the endless river of time, reaching the present, echoing in this space for a long time. Then, everything erupted with dazzling brilliance, divine light overflowing, and a blood-red radiance burst forth, illuminating the entire Yellow Springs tomb, incredibly eye-catching. Under the focused gazes of Su Xian and Ling Bao Tianzuan, a blood-red figure slowly crawled up from the ground, first its head, then its torso, and finally its legs. The moment that voice appeared, a terrifying aura surged out like a tide, enveloping the entire space. Chapter 381. Battle of the Same Realm. Kid, you are extraordinary. No wonder you dare to call yourself the Heavenly Emperor. But merely saying this is far from enough. After a brief shock, the Nine Deaths' Heavenly Emperor regained his composure, staring at Su Xian, and spoke in a deep tone. As his words fell, the Nine Deaths' Heavenly Emperor reached out again, extending his hands and gently gripping the void. In an instant, blood-red immortal light erupted, and blood flames surged up, boundless and endless, quickly spreading and soon dyeing the entire sky red, forming a sea of blood. Then, the blood flames rapidly gathered, instantly condensing into a gigantic blood hand that obscured the sky and pressed down toward Su Xian. In an instant, the heavens and earth trembled, winds rose, and a chilling aura filled the entire space. The Nine Deaths' Heavenly Emperor, having achieved Tao with the Blood Emperor body, was indeed domineering. Such blood flames were even more terrifying than the divine fire of Ruoli. The overwhelming sense of oppression enveloped the world, causing even Su Xian's calm expression to show slight fluctuations. However, it was merely a slight fluctuation. It did not instill any sense of fear in Su Xian, who remained composed. Su Xian believed in himself, revered himself, and firmly believed that he would not lose to anyone in the battle of the same realm, even to the Nine Deaths' Heavenly Emperor. Chapter 382. Victory. Boom. Boom. The explosive sounds shook the small world continuously, lasting for a while, nearly shattering the entire small world. Dim and lifeless. Mountains were uprooted, lakes were filled, the heavens and earth lost their color, and the sun and moon lost their light. This was an astonishing super battle. If anyone could see it, they would surely be amazed. Because the energy erupted from two peak immortal venerables was enough to crush an immortal emperor. As the battle wore on, the Nine Deaths' heavenly emperor felt increasingly strained, his complexion paling considerably. Boom! After another clash, the Nine Deaths' heavenly emperor's body retreated tens of thousands of meters in the void, gazing at Xuan from across the endless void. The Nine Deaths' heavenly emperor's heart was already in turmoil. This kid truly is the heavenly emperor of future generations. His strength is terrifying, comparable to a late-stage immortal emperor despite not being one himself. The Nine Deaths' heavenly emperor thought in shock. Such a formidable Xuan reminded the Nine Deaths' heavenly emperor of his childhood, but the result of the comparison was that, at the same age and cultivation level, he was far inferior to this white-haired youth. It is no wonder that the Nine Deaths' heavenly emperor had never encountered such an opponent in the same realm. Chapter 383. The Nine Deaths' heavenly emperor joins, regarding the Lord of Reincarnation. Ha ha ha, Xuan, the heavenly emperor of future generations, you are too modest. In the same realm, you are indeed much stronger than me. Hearing Xuan's words, the Nine Deaths' heavenly emperor's face broke into a radiant smile. Although the Nine Deaths' heavenly emperor was very proud and reluctant to admit he was inferior to others, he spoke so candidly in front of Xuan. At this moment, Lingbao Tianzuan was also taken aback. For the Nine Deaths' heavenly emperor to acknowledge that another person was stronger than himself was enough to infer Xuan's remarkable performance in the small world. By the way, Xuan, I haven't asked you yet, who is this? The Nine Deaths' heavenly emperor looked at Lingbao Tianzuan and inquired. He is Lingbao Tianzuan, my brother, who fought alongside me. Xuan replied immediately. Ha ha, that's right. I am the brother of the heavenly emperor. Lingbao Tianzuan smiled brilliantly at Xuan's words, agreeing. I see. The Nine Deaths' heavenly emperor nodded, then paused before looking at the two and asking, by the way, which era are you from? How could a genius like Xuan be born? Which era? Xuan was a bit confused. He didn't know either. The heavenly emperor rose after the ancient times. Just like you, suppressing an era. Chapter 384. Finally meeting the Lord of Reincarnation, merging with the reincarnation immortal body. At the deepest part of the Yellow Springs tomb, it was serene, the sky dim, and various rich Tao auras permeated the air. Clearly, many supreme beings were buried here. The reincarnation aura here is so strong. It seems the Lord of Reincarnation is indeed here. A smile appeared on Xuan's face. Yes, such a magnificent reincarnation aura could probably only be emitted by the legendary Lord of Reincarnation, Lingbao Tianzuan also said. Ahead is that guy's burial site. Let me take you there, the Nine Deaths' heavenly emperor said in a lowered voice to Xuan. All right, Xuan nodded. Soon, under the guidance of the Nine Deaths' heavenly emperor, Xuan and Lingbao Tianzuan arrived at a large grave. This grave was very large, exuding an incomparably ancient aura, clearly having undergone countless years of washing. However, unlike other graves, this large grave had no tombstone. It looked like a raised mound of earth, quietly standing there. Upon arriving here, Xuan could feel the reincarnation aura swirling around him, and his heart began to stir. Meeting the Lord of Reincarnation might really help him restore his memories of the past life. At that time, even if he couldn't improve his cultivation, he could sort out the past events. Chapter 385. 9 Turns Reincarnation Bracelet, the Truth of the Past Life. After a long time, the reincarnation immortal light in the space dissipated like the retreating tide, and the incredibly rich life and death reincarnation power completely merged into Xuan's body, perfectly integrating with him. At this moment, Xuan, dressed in white, with white hair flowing, slowly opened his deep, abyss-like eyes. In that moment, Xuan seemed to have undergone a rebirth. Although he did not break through in cultivation, his strength had greatly improved. The reincarnation immortal body complemented my original reincarnation immortal bone, not only making my physique more perfect, but even reconstructing my reincarnation immortal bone. A look of joy shone in Xuan's eyes as he murmured to himself, Xuan, is it? You are quite remarkable. I appreciate you very much. I wish to pass on the Tao of reincarnation to you. Would you be willing to accept? At this moment, the Lord of Reincarnation spoke, addressing Xuan. Pass on the Tao of reincarnation to me? Xuan was slightly taken aback at first, then immediately nodded. If the senior is willing to teach, I of course will be willing to accept. A radiant smile appeared on Xuan's face. Xuan did not care why the other party suddenly said this, whether it was because he valued his potential or for any other reason. All of this was within Xuan's control. Good. I truly did not expect that after endless years, I would still receive a disciple with a reincarnation immortal body. Chapter 386. 9 turns reincarnation disc. It turns out that I have known Ruoli for a long time. It was I who gave Ruoli another chance at life. With the sacrifice of the Heavenly Emperor, the scene ended, and everything came to a halt. Xuan also awakened. After waking up, Xuan felt as if he had returned from a dream, experiencing a sense of disconnection from reality. Hey, the Heavenly Emperor has moved. The Ling Bao Heavenly Sovereign observed Xuan's trembling eyelashes and felt a surge of excitement. The 9 turns reincarnation, imbued with the profound meanings of life and death, was enough to remind him of his past life. However, he wondered if he could make further progress through his insights into his past life. The Lord of Reincarnation had been closely watching Xuan and softly said as he saw him about to awaken, Xuan's talent is unmatched in ancient times. Even I cannot compare to him. He should be able to. The 9 Deaths Heavenly Emperor's eyes flickered with red light as he smiled and said, in one life. He rose. In one life, he was invincible, achieving the status of Heavenly Emperor, commanding the ages. My past life was unparalleled. Xuan slowly opened his eyes, stood up, and let out a long sigh. At this moment, his mind was somewhat chaotic as the vast memories of his past life flickered like scenes from a movie. In just half a day, Xuan felt as if he had experienced countless cycles of reincarnation. Yet, the trials of time did not diminish his spirit. Instead, it grew stronger, and his edge became even sharper. Chapter 387. The Heavenly Emperor's Tribulation. The Heavenly Emperor, such an unattainable realm, yet someone has stepped into it. Who is he? The Shura Burial Emperor's eyes sparkled with surprise. The Shura Burial Emperor was one of the top talents in the Tsang Tian burial land. Yet after cultivating for thousands of years, he still had not stepped into the Heavenly Emperor realm, even feeling at one point that such a realm was beyond his reach. At this moment, seeing someone about to achieve the Heavenly Emperor status before him, he could not help but feel envious. In the Tsang Tian burial land, we all know that no one can achieve the Heavenly Emperor status out of thin air. I think there is only one person. The Yuming Burial Emperor's gaze was bright as he muttered to himself. It is the adult. Yumingzi immediately understood his father's meaning and exclaimed. As soon as this was said, the entire space erupted, and countless beings of the burial land were stunned into silence. Among them, some had witnessed the great competition of the 5 domains and knew of Xuan's strength. Others had heard of Xuan's deeds and were equally shocked, realizing that he was an incredibly young superpowerhouse. His youth was astonishing, not even a mere 60 years. Yet he could slay a Heavenly Emperor and make the burial emperors of the 4 domains submit and follow him, giving everyone, whether they had seen Xuan or not, a leader. Chapter 388. Breaking the Heavenly Emperor. The Lord of Reincarnation passes down the teachings. Boom! In the Tsang Tian burial land, violent thunder roared, carrying a terrifying might and containing the power to annihilate the world, striking directly at Xuan, intending to kill him instantly. For a moment, many beings of the burial land broke out in a cold sweat for Xuan. In their perception, that thunder was exceedingly terrifying. Just one bolt was enough to kill any heavenly sovereign. Just the first bolt of thunder made me feel an overwhelming, desperate aura of death, thought the Yuming Burial Emperor. Such a terrifying tribulation of thunder. Even the Heavenly Emperor's tribulation back in the day was not this terrifying. This first bolt could probably kill a low-level Heavenly Emperor. The Ling Bao Heavenly Sovereign was also shocked and sighed. It must be that Xuan's talent is too monstrous, causing the Tao to have some reservations. The 9 Deaths Heavenly Emperor speculated. Generally, the intensity of the heavenly thunder varies from person to person. The higher a cultivator's talent, the stronger the heavenly thunder they face. And Xuan's talent had reached an unparalleled level in ancient times, so this heavenly thunder must also be terrifyingly unique. The heavenly thunder was fearsome and could potentially kill top talents outright, but if one could survive it, it would also be a great opportunity for them. For someone as terrifying as Xuan, I have no worries about him being unable to withstand this heavenly thunder. Chapter 389, Leaving the Burial Land. Song Feng appears in Qingxiu after receiving the vast memory inheritance from the Lord of Reincarnation. Xuan felt a slight excitement in his heart, closed his eyes, and began to study. An hour later, boom, Xuan's body suddenly erupted with a strong, chaotic reincarnation, celestial light. And the 9 turns reincarnation disk beneath his feet floated autonomously, radiating an incredibly rich power of reincarnation. Xuan had truly stepped onto the path of reincarnation. No wonder he is even more terrifying than that old guy, the 9 Deaths Heavenly Emperor. No wonder he was able to condense the 9 turns reincarnation disk even before stepping onto the path of reincarnation. Such talent is truly unimaginable. Seeing Xuan step onto the path of reincarnation in such a short time, the Lord of Reincarnation couldn't help but sigh, reflecting on his own early years. He had started researching reincarnation and took 100 years to barely get started. But that was already considered exceptionally talented in the realm of reincarnation. Yet Xuan, in just 1 hour, had gone from nothing to truly stepping onto the path of reincarnation. In comparison, it made the Lord of Reincarnation question his own life. Now, I should be considered to have truly stepped onto the path of reincarnation, right? Xuan opened his eyes, his chaotic light flickering, and raised a hand, slightly curling his palm. Instantly, a ball of reincarnation, celestial light, appeared in Xuan's palm. Chapter 390. The Danger of Qingxiu. The previous chapter added 2,000 words. Boom! The heavens and earth trembled, the space shattered, and the Qingxiu Empress's celestial tower was forced back, emitting a dazzling celestial light before quickly shrinking back to palm-sized and returning to the Qingxiu Empress's hand. So strong. Just during their first encounter, the Qingxiu Empress's pupils constricted and waves surged in her heart, thinking to herself. The Qingxiu Empress stared at Song Feng in confusion, unable to understand why the other party, seemingly of similar cultivation, was even stronger than herself. It seems that the foreign realm has indeed received some kind of mysterious powers baptism. The Qingxiu Empress thought to herself. Qingxiu Empress, your appearance greatly pleases me. In my opinion, since you are not my opponent, why not directly submit to me and become my plaything? I can spare your life and leave a way out for Qingxiu. Song Feng, enveloped in black death energy, leered at the Qingxiu Empress and spoke coldly. Dare to insult me, seeking death. The Qingxiu Empress's expression turned extremely cold, her voice icy as she launched another attack toward Song Feng. One could see the Qingxiu Empress radiating brilliant blue celestial energy. With a flick of her sleeve, waves of celestial light shot toward Song Feng. Chapter 391. Xuan returns. What use is it for you two to come back? Song Feng, hearing the 2 voices, halted his pursuit of the Qingxiu Empress and looked at the 2, sneering. Just 2 more ants, you will still be wiped out. Song Feng spoke with a disdainful expression, looking down at the 2, and after mocking them, he suddenly launched a swift attack, aiming at the 2. He couldn't catch the Qingxiu Empress, but could he not kill these 2? Song Feng extended his hand, condensing a giant hand that obscured the sky and blocked the sun in the void, quickly grasping towards the 2. Not good. Upon seeing this scene, the Queen of Qingxiu also stopped in her tracks, her expression changing. She wanted to intervene to stop Song Feng, but it was clearly too late. The giant hand captured Yi Fuyao and Bai Zhe, who hadn't had time to react. I don't even know how you dare to come back. Song Feng, dressed in a black robe, floated in the air like a god of death reaping lives standing tall in the void. He extended one hand, clenching in the space. Simultaneously, the giant hand that had confined Yi Fuyao and Bai Zhe also tightened its grip. Ugh. Chapter 392. The Might of the Heavenly Emperor, torturing Song Feng. Kid, what kind of method did you use to break through to the immortal Emperor realm in such a short time? Song Feng was gazed down upon by Xuan, his body trembling under Xuan's terrifying pressure. He widened his eyes, unable to believe that the young man who had been like an ant before him, easily crushable, could reach the immortal Emperor realm in such a short time. And even that pressure was more terrifying than his. Song Feng, 30 years in the east, 30 years in the west. When you forced Ruoli to sacrifice, when you destroyed the Divine Phoenix Palace, did you ever think you would face such an end? Xuan's eyes, like abysses, coldly looked down at Song Feng, questioning him in a cold voice. At this moment, the entire space froze. Not a sound could be heard. All the foreign cultivators were terrified into immobility by Xuan's pressure. Song Feng's face turned pale, so scared that he couldn't speak, constantly swallowing saliva. Emperor, why waste words with him? Just kill him. The cultivators of the Divine Phoenix Palace shouted in rage, their eyes bloodshot. They had witnessed their empress die before them, causing their faith to nearly collapse. Chapter 393. Erasing Foreign Cultivators, Preparing to Settle Accounts. I am the Heavenly Emperor, mastering the cycle of reincarnation. Now using the power of the Nine turns reincarnation to imprison you for all eternity. Xuan's voice resounded once more, rumbling through heaven and earth. Ugh, Then, within the immortal refining pot, heart-wrenching screams filled with despair and immense pain echoed. As soon as Xuan spoke, Songfeng's primordial spirit was shattered into countless pieces, like particles suspended in the immortal refining pot, but not disintegrated, rather existing in that form. This pain was 1,000 times more intense than splitting a person's body into 10,000 pieces. It was a pain that came from the depths of the soul. The primordial spirit existing in this form would never be able to gather again, nor could it dissipate, and would forever exist in this form until eternity. This means that Song Feng would forever live in darkness and silence, unable to dissipate, eternally barred from reincarnation. What a cruel method. The Queen of Qingqiu saw through Xuan's technique and murmured softly, "What have you done to Lord Song Feng?" At this moment, a foreign cultivator shouted in terror. Didn't I say it before? I merely made him die and vanish, eternally barred from reincarnation. Chapter 394. The Shock of Everyone. The Dark Heavenly Court. Heavenly Emperor. The name of the Heavenly Emperor, like thunder, resounded throughout the distant horizon, reaching this space of Qingqiu. At this moment, the Queen of Qingqiu, Qingdi, the Qingqiu cultivators, and everyone present widened their eyes, their hearts filled with shock. The army composed of millions of beings above the immortal king level was actually shouting Xuan's name. They were Xuan's subordinates. This was simply astonishing. Xuan, are they your subordinates? The Queen of Qingqiu asked knowingly, wanting to hear. Xuan admitted himself. Indeed, Xuan nodded slightly. They are beings from the sky burial ground, and they are indeed my subordinates now. Boom! As soon as Xuan's calm words were spoken, everyone felt as if struck by lightning, their faces filled with disbelief. The sky burial ground is a forbidden area independent of the immortal domain, the foreign domain, and the endless wilderness, famously saying that the living should not enter, filled with mystery and unknown dangers. So many immortal kings and above cultivators. The Emperor has gathered all the cultivators from the sky burial ground as subordinates, right? This is too astonishing, simply unfathomable. No wonder he is the Heavenly Emperor. Wherever he goes, he commands respect and makes people willingly follow. Chapter 395. Dugu Qiubai's failed calculation. The arrival of the Dragon Emperor. A bunch of useless trash. Dugu Qiubai snorted coldly, causing everyone to instantly lower their heads, not daring to meet his gaze, their bodies trembling. It seems that only I can calculate this. Dugu Qiubai murmured softly, his voice echoing as if from the depths of the underworld. He then spread his hands, condensing a pitch-black light mass in the void. Dugu Qiubai reached out and brushed over the light mass. The next second, the light mass burst forth with brilliance, releasing overwhelming Black Death energy. Looking again at the light mass, a scene suddenly appeared. In the image, a young man with white hair stood tall in the void. In front of him, a figure was kneeling. It was none other than Song Feng. Who is this white-haired young man? How can he be so young yet have reached the immortal emperor realm, forcing Song Feng to kneel? Dugu Qiubai's face revealed a rare look of shock as he murmured to himself. Then, as the scene shifted, the white-haired young man spoke a single sentence, causing Song Feng's body to explode into millions of pieces, his spirit captured and directly imprisoned within a treasure. Although Song Feng was not solid, he was still a genuine immortal emperor, yet he was so easily dealt with by that white-haired young man. It was indeed a strange matter. Chapter 396. The Arrival of Xiaozi. Dragon Emperor Ingyin Goen Seeing the two in this state, Xuan couldn't help but smile and spoke softly. Oh. The Dragon Emperor and Leng Ruoli finally reacted, but their eyes still held deep shock and astonishment towards Xuan. In just a few days, Xuan had truly stepped into the legendary immortal emperor realm. Xuan, little brother, you really are a freak. The Dragon Emperor couldn't help but exclaim again. He had been cultivating for tens of thousands of years and still hadn't taken that step, while Xuan had surpassed him in just a short period. This immense gap made even the Dragon Emperor feel somewhat bewildered. You'll also soon take that step, Dragon Emperor. Xuan smiled slightly and said to the Dragon Emperor, I hope so. The Dragon Emperor also smiled, looking at Leng Ruoli. Let's go in. Leng Ruoli nodded, and the two followed Xuan into the Qingqiu realm. Qingqiu Star-Picking Tower. The Empress of Qingqiu, Yi Fuyao, the Nine Deaths Emperor, the Spiritual Treasure Heavenly Sovereign, Bai Zhe, the Overlord, Xiao He, and the four great burial emperors are all here. They gazed expectantly at the Star-Picking Tower, waiting for Xuan to return with the Dragon Emperor. Chapter 397. The Decay of the Immortal Domain. Returned to the Divine Phoenix Palace. Once everything was ready, the group set off. A chaotic road spread out from the Qingqiu realm, extending directly from the endless wilderness to the immortal domain, stretching for billions of miles, crossing infinite distances. On this chaotic road, Xuan, the Nine Deaths Emperor, the Empress of Qingqiu, and Xiaozi stood at the forefront, all of them being immortal emperors. Just their presence was enough to instill fear in countless beings along the way. Behind Xuan and the others were the Spiritual Treasure Heavenly Sovereign, Bai Zhe, Xiao He, the Nine Battle Emperor, and the four great burial emperors, all peak immortal sovereigns on the verge of reaching the immortal emperor realm. Following them were millions of beings from the Divine Phoenix Palace, Qingqiu, and the Santian burial grounds. On the chaotic road, this grand procession moved forward towards the immortal domain, stirring up endless waves wherever they passed. What the hell? What's going on? A team so terrifying has emerged from the Qingqiu realm, with the weakest among them being immortal kings. Where are they headed? This direction, if nothing goes wrong, should be towards the immortal domain. This team includes the Dragon Emperor, the Empress of Qingqiu, and 3 other immortal emperors. They are truly terrifying. Their alliance likely has only one goal: to eliminate the Dark Heavenly Court. Chapter 398. The Central Land of the Divine Continent. The ethereal sacred land. After a long silence, Xuan slowly stood up from the stone chair, took a final glance at this space, and then left. Let's go towards the central land of the Divine Continent. Xuan appeared on the chaotic road and spoke to the crowd. Everyone nodded, and this massive team set off once again, leaving this place and heading towards the central land of the Divine Continent. The mighty procession swept forward, and wherever they passed, any foreign cultivators they encountered were wiped out in an instant. Meanwhile, the immortal realm cultivators who saw this team were equally shocked, their scalps tingling. This team was truly enormous, with powerful beings like clouds, sweeping away everything in their path, unstoppable. The central land of the Divine Continent is the most prosperous region in the immortal domain, with major forces occupying it, countless strong individuals and talents rising together. But now, this once flourishing vast area has turned desolate like the endless wilderness. As far as the eye can see, major forces have been erased, leaving behind a scene of ruins. Apart from the remnants of broken walls, there are only scattered corpses. Such a sight is truly desolate. We've arrived at the central land of the Divine Continent. Xuan looked at the region ahead and sighed softly. The most prosperous area of the immortal domain has now become like this. It is indeed sad and lamentable. Chapter 399. Xuan makes his move, instantly defeats the abyss. Without this incident, I really wouldn't have seen what kind of goods you all are. It's truly pathetic. For the sake of survival, you've given up your dignity and your bloodline, becoming a dog for the enemy. The ethereal sacred master scolded the betrayers sharply. Ethereal sacred master. Look, aren't they more sensible than you? So, have you decided to stick to your own views? The abyss looked at the ethereal sacred master with a mocking expression and said coldly, a bunch of spineless individuals. It's truly shameful to be in your company. The ethereal sacred master still showed no signs of compromise, snorting coldly and looking at the abyss. I still stand by my previous words. To completely annihilate the ethereal sacred land, you must step over my corpse. The ethereal sacred master's voice was firm, unwavering, and his eyes were filled with determination. No matter what, he could not compromise with the foreign realm. Better to stand and die than to kneel and live. Ha ha ha. Old man, you really are stubborn. Suddenly, the abyss laughed, his ghostly voice echoing through the heavens, resonating continuously. Then, the abyss turned to the group of ethereal sacred land cultivators behind the ethereal sacred master. Those of you who have different thoughts from him, step forward and stand with me. Chapter 400. The central area of the central land of the divine continent. Are you really the heavenly emperor? The ethereal sacred master gazed at the tall figure ahead, whispering softly. Ethereal sacred master, wait a moment. I will talk to you later. Xuan's eyes glowed with chaotic energy as he looked towards the ruins formed by the distant towering mountain. For now, I will deal with this group of ants. Abyss die. As soon as this sentence was uttered, a violent force pierced through the heavens and earth, crashing down towards the ground from the ruins formed by the distant mountain. Boom! The abyss's aura was instantly erased, vanishing completely. What terrifying power! Seeing such a shocking scene, the foreign cultivators in the void widened their eyes, feeling a wave of death enveloping them, a chill rising in their backs. Cold sweat trickling down. They wanted to escape, but to their horror, they found their bodies had been locked by some force, unable to move. Even their cultivation had completely disappeared. At this moment, the immortal realm cultivators who had betrayed the ethereal sacred land also stared wide-eyed, filled with terror. They had thought they made the right choice and felt smug about it. But the situation changed in an instant, doing a complete 180, plunging them into despair. Chapter 401. The Dark Heavenly Court. In the central land of the divine continent, in the core area within the dark heavenly court, in the endless darkness, inside a grand hall, Dugu Chiobai's divine sense covered billions of miles, almost enveloping the entire central land of the divine continent. Therefore, as soon as Xuan and the others stepped into the central land of the divine continent, Dugu Chiobai was informed of this news. Sitting in a high position, Dugu Chiobai's gaze was deep and eerie, like a true chaotic demon god, exuding an incredibly terrifying, oppressive aura. That waste from the abyss was actually wiped out by that kid. With a crunch, Dugu Chiobai directly crushed the immortal treasure in his hand, his expression extremely gloomy. My lord, didn't you say that kid is suspicious? Is it possible that he is the heavenly emperor from endless ages ago? A black-robed cultivator below asked, his face filled with dread. In endless ages past, the heavenly emperor was truly glorious, dominating the universe and suppressing the heavens. He was a true invincible being. Even after countless ages, those two words still carry a sense of oppression that comes from the depths of the soul. A young brat dares to call himself the heavenly emperor. Who does he think he is? Dugu Chiobai snorted coldly and shouted, if he is the heavenly emperor, then I am the reincarnation of an ancient demon god. Chapter 402. The three immortal emperors of the dark heavenly court boom, in front of Xuan and the others. Three terrifying auras capable of annihilating everything emanated from the boundless darkness. Soon after, three figures appeared. One was wrapped in pitch-black flames, another resembled a ghostly shadow, and the last radiated an unsettling chill of 1,000-year-old ice. The aura of the three individuals was unmistakably that of immortal emperors. Moreover, they were not ordinary immortal emperors. Their presence was even more terrifying than that of the Qingqiu Empress. Behind the three of them stood a similarly large force, almost blending into the darkness, exuding an incredibly dense black death energy that devoured the heavens and the earth. You brat, it's you who dares to call yourself the Heavenly Emperor? How dare you arrogantly claim the title of Heavenly Emperor? Who gave you the courage? You are unaware of the vastness of heaven and earth. Three hoarse shouts echoed, all directed at Xuan. You three wish to stop me? Xuan remained unmoved, not a ripple of emotion crossing his face. Quietly watching the three with a mocking smile, as if observing a clown, he spoke lightly. Kneel now and apologize to us three, and we may leave you with a trace of your primordial spirit in this world. Otherwise, today you shall die, your soul scattered, never to reincarnate. Chapter 403. The Unmatched Duel. Boom! The two immortal emperor powerhouses, Ghost Shadow and Cold Frost, simultaneously launched their attacks, with endless black death energy wildly surging from their bodies. In the sky, Countless ghostly figures gathered, the vast emptiness freezing over, an overwhelming might, truly capable of destroying the heavens and the earth. In the next moment, those thousands of ghostly figures and endless ice crystals rushed towards Xuan, aiming to seal him off. The wailing of the ghostly figures seemed to come from the depths of the underworld, haunting and filled with a seductive power that left many cultivators on Xuan's side in a daze. But Xuan was remarkably calm, with no emotional fluctuations on his face, quietly watching the ghostly figures rushing towards him and the crashing ice crystals. At that moment, everyone's gaze was focused on Xuan, their expressions serious, yet without excessive worry. Everyone knew Xuan's strength was unparalleled. Although the two immortal emperors of the Dark Heavenly Court were at the late stage of immortal emperor, they likely wouldn't stir up much trouble. Xuan slowly moved. In his hand appeared a rusty sword embryo. With a fierce swing, a brilliant sword light erupted in the heavens and earth. An infinite sword energy, like a vast river spilling down, directly cleaved towards Ghost Shadow and Cold Frost. Chapter 404. Battle against the Unmatched. I am the Heavenly Emperor. This heavenly court is mine. Will you send me on my way? Facing the lofty and condescending Dugu Qiubai, Xuan remained unfazed and uttered these words. Xuan's voice wasn't loud, but it rang out like thunder, instantly darkening Dugu Qiubai's face as if it could drip water. In an instant, the world fell silent, and time and space seemed to freeze. I will make you pay a heavy and painful price for your arrogance, Dugu Qiubai said, his eyes shimmering with ghostly light. Fixed on Xuan, speaking softly. You could try, Xuan replied expressionlessly. Kill for me. Dugu Qiubai was completely enraged by Xuan's arrogant attitude and shouted to the countless otherworldly beings behind him. Swish, swish, swish. Instantly, shadowy figures in black robes surged towards Xuan like ghosts. Those otherworldly beings, wrapped in thick black death energy, stepped out from the boundless darkness, coming in an endless stream as if they were inexhaustible. Having not experienced this battle along the way, they finally had the chance to stretch their muscles. Chapter 405. Slaying Dugu Qiubai. The first clash between Xuan and Dugu Qiubai stirred up such massive waves that the entire Central Land shook. All the battling cultivators stopped, intently watching the clash between the two supreme figures in the void. Crack! Following a tremendous explosion, the heavens and earth suddenly echoed with a crisp sound akin to shattering glass. The immortal Emperor Cauldron controlled by Dugu Qiubai was directly smashed to pieces by Xuan with a single punch. Dugu Qiubai's expression changed drastically, no longer carrying the disdain and mockery from before, but instead became extremely serious, even showing a hint of panic. That cauldron was something he had spent 10,000 years forging. A single strike from it could obliterate an immortal emperor's physical body. And now, it had been shattered by that white-haired youth across from him. This was simply too exaggerated. What kind of terrifying power was that? Are you really the Heavenly Emperor? Dugu Qiubai's eyes widened, his ghostly fire-like gaze flickering rapidly, filled with shock. Use whatever means you have. Otherwise, you won't have a chance. Xuan ignored Dugu Qiubai's foolish question and looked at him coldly, speaking indifferently. Chapter 406. Heavenly soldiers and generals, how is this possible? How can you be so strong? Even if you were the Heavenly Emperor, you shouldn't be this strong. Your sword Tao contains various origins of heaven and earth, including chaos, annihilation, reincarnation, and other terrifying comprehensions of supreme paths that even an immortal emperor cannot achieve. Dugu Qiubai shouted at Xuan, his features twisted. Rest easy on your journey. Xuan's expressionless face moved his lips, coldly uttering 4 words. Boom! The next moment, Dugu Qiubai's body was directly shattered in half, exploding from head to toe. In an instant, endless black death energy spread out from his body, submerging everything, and a pitch-black primordial spirit silently shot out, fleeing at an incredible speed. Still trying to run now? Xuan sneered, extending a hand to slowly tighten his grip. In the heavens and earth, a great hand's law form condensed and directly captured that primordial spirit, tightly clutching it in his grasp. Xuan looked down from above at Dugu Qiubai's primordial spirit, a mocking smile appearing on his face, just as Dugu Qiubai had looked at him before, as if he were observing an ant. Dugu Qiubai, do you have anything else to say now? Chapter 407. the first divine general of the heavenly court, Ning Ying. Looking at the phantoms formed by the consciousness of the heavenly soldiers and generals, Su Xian's heart trembled violently, a mix of various emotions swirling within him. Heavenly Emperor, I really want to see you again. Where are you? At that moment, a ghostly weeping voice suddenly echoed from the depths of the dark heavenly court, booming like thunder in Su Xian's ears. Hearing that voice, Su Xian's heart shook violently. Ning Ying. It's Ning Ying. The figure corresponding to that voice appeared in Su Xian's mind. That person was one of his most loyal followers and the first divine general of the heavenly court. Ning Ying. Ning Ying had followed him from a very early time, even before he had risen to prominence. Back then, Su Xian was just a small character. But Ning Ying had closely followed him and never left. After countless battles, Su Xian became the heavenly emperor, and Ning Ying became the first divine general of the heavenly court. In my memory, he was a young man with a white horse and a silver spear. He wielded a white silver spear, sweeping across the world with great elegance. I want to see him, Su Xian shouted. Then, Su Xian's figure directly disappeared from the spot and appeared deep within the dark heavenly court. Chapter 408. Underground Palace. Dark origin. It wasn't until half a day later that Su Xian left the central palace. Not because he had run out of things to say to Ning Ying, but because Ning Ying had completely vanished. Stepping out of the central palace doors, Su Xian released his divine sense, probing the entire underground of the dark heavenly court. Sure enough, moments later, Su Xian sensed an immensely powerful dark force. He knew that this was the ultimate root of the calamity that had eroded the heavenly court, turning it into the dark heavenly court. Dare to place the dark origin from another realm within my heavenly court? I will erase you completely in the future, Su Xian said solemnly. Then, Su Xian tore through the void and stepped inside. The next second, he appeared in the underground palace of the dark heavenly court. The underground palace of the dark heavenly court was crafted from another realm. It was pitch black, devoid of any light, filled with terrifying dark energy. A true forbidden zone of darkness. Upon entering the underground palace, Su Xian's body radiated light, illuminating the surroundings. As he used the celestial light to see the sights here, his heart trembled involuntarily. All around, there were piles of white bones and various strange flowers and plants growing, but they all appeared black, having been eroded by the dark power present. Chapter 409. The Creator of Calamities? Bang! In the quiet chamber, a violent roar suddenly erupted. In an instant, boundless black death energy surged out from the crystal like a tidal wave, overwhelming everything with its dark energy. In Su Xian's eyes, a figure slowly coalesced, becoming clearer from the void. It was an old man, with hair and beard entirely white, appearing quite ugly and fierce. Yet, the aura he emanated was extremely terrifying, surpassing even the immortal emperor realm. Feeling the aura from the old man, Su Xian was deeply shocked. How could such a terrifying being exist here? Fortunately, this old man was merely a remnant body. Though his aura was strong, it was unstable. This made Su Xian feel less anxious and instead calmly observe the old man. Who are you? He, young heavenly emperor, I remember you. One day, during the great calamity of all realms, I will come to settle accounts with you. The old man fixed his gaze on Su Xian, his lips moving, bloodlight radiating from his eyes. After leaving these two sentences, he completely vanished from the space, leaving no trace behind. Su Xian expanded his divine sense, searching all around, but he could no longer sense the old man's aura, not even a trace. Chapter 410. Other Realm, the Yin Ancestor, and Leng Ruoli. Half a day later, the heavenly court was still surrounded by countless cultivators. Among these cultivators were members of Su Xian's team, as well as those from other realms and the endless wilderness. They all wanted to come and observe the heavenly court. However, there were simply too many people, nearly filling the entire core area of the central continent. This also meant that everyone had to queue to enter the heavenly court. Nevertheless, even so, countless people willingly waited just to catch a glimpse of the legendary heavenly court. Looking around, everyone's faces were glowing with radiant smiles. It was a smile they had not shown for a long time, coming from the heart. The dark heavenly court had been erased. The heavenly court had returned to the celestial domain, and peace was restored. This was a monumental event that had not occurred for several epochs, making everyone extremely excited. With the help of countless cultivators, the heavenly court also returned to its original appearance. The broken palaces were repaired, dust was cleansed and bones were removed. In short, the entire heavenly court was rejuvenated, just as it had been when Xuan began its construction in his previous life. Everywhere, brilliant golden celestial light shone, dazzling beyond measure, and a profound aura of the Tao permeated the surroundings. Chapter 4:11. Creation Celestial Boat. On the 132nd day of marriage, reward. Creation Celestial Boat. Creation Celestial Boat, controlled by divine sense, can tear through space to go anywhere. In the heavenly court, in the heavenly emperor palace, within Xuan's training chamber. The familiar system reward notification echoed in Xuan's mind, startling him from his meditative state. Slowly, he opened his eyes, a hint of confusion flashing across them. Creation Celestial Boat? What kind of good thing is that? Xuan murmured to himself. He wanted to see what the newly awarded Creation Celestial Boat could do. So he stepped out of the training chamber and went outside the heavenly court, into the vast void near the southern heaven gate. The heavenly court was quite large, and in order to accommodate everyone, some expansions had been made. Thus, the current heavenly court almost occupied the entire core area of the central continent. In the boundless void, Xuan focused his thoughts, summoned the Creation Celestial Boat. Boom! As soon as Xuan's voice rang out, the heavens and earth shook violently, the entire space trembling intensely. Then, in the vast void, celestial light burst forth, dazzling to the point where one could hardly open their eyes. Following that, a massive celestial boat slowly manifested, appearing in the endless void. Chapter 4:12. Divine Spirit Valley offending the Su family in the Daoxian realm, northern domain, Su family. Outside the Su family, a figure was intently gazing at the sky, with slightly red eyes, seemingly in a daze, yet also in thought. This was an extraordinarily beautiful woman, with long flowing hair and flawless features. She was the wife of the Su family, and also Xuan's mother, Jiangyu. Beware, ever since Xianer left the 3,000 realms for the immortal realm, you have been dazed here every day, forgetting to eat and drink. I know you miss Xianer, but you must also take care of your health. At this moment, a gentle voice suddenly rang in Jiangyu's ear. A tall man had unknowingly stood behind her. The man was Xuan's father, Su Yuntian. Su Yuntian was not old, in the prime of his life, with vibrant energy, but he had already gained a few strands of white hair at his temples. The immortal realm is not like the 3,000 realms. I wonder how Xianer is doing there. Will he suffer hardships? Will he feel unfulfilled? Will he get separated from Ruoli? Jiangyu wore a worried expression, gazing at the sky with deep concern. Xuan was her heart's desire, now that she couldn't see him every day, and knowing he was in the mysterious and unknown immortal realm. How could she not worry? Chapter 4:13. The Su family in despair. Boom. 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 In the northern domain Su family, a series of continuous explosions echoed through the heavens and earth. In the void, the master of divine Spirit Valley, Feng Yun, ruthlessly harvested the lives of the Su family's cultivators. Although the Su family is recognized as the #1 power in the Daoxian realm, their hard power is indeed insufficient, and they have no ability to fight back against the deeply rooted divine Spirit Valley, resulting in the fall of the cultivators one after another. Ha ha ha! Today, let the Su family become famous in the Daoxian realm. As my divine Spirit Valley aims to be the first, the storm was already bloodthirsty and shouted excitedly. After erasing the Su family, my divine Spirit Valley can truly unify the Daoxian realm, becoming the strongest force in the Daoxian realm, unbeatable by anyone. How dare the scum of divine Spirit Valley kill my Su family members? You must be seeking death. At this moment, a cold voice suddenly came from the forbidden area of the Su family. Immediately afterward, an old figure stepped out, moving quickly, and the next moment appeared in front of the Su family members. It was the 18th ancestor of the Su family, Su Xuanji. With the help of the immortal medicine given by Su Quan, Su Xuanji successfully stepped into the quasi-emperor realm. Now, he has further broken through to the peak of the quasi-emperor realm, waiting for a chance to take the final step and achieve the status of a great emperor. Chapter 4:14. Su Xian returns, shocking the divine Spirit Valley cultivators. What is happening? It feels like my body is being controlled by some terrifying power, and even my cultivation has disappeared. In an instant, the Valley Master of Divine Spirit Valley turned pale, trembling uncontrollably, shrouded by a breath of death. This aura has surpassed the limits of this world. It is too terrifying. It is a power we cannot comprehend. Who is it? Who has arrived? This aura should not appear in the 3,000 realms. It is too powerful, even surpassing immortals. The faces of several quasi-emperors from Divine Spirit Valley also changed drastically, going from excitement to extreme pallor, feeling a heart-wrenching sensation from the depths of their souls. This is a feeling they have never experienced before, not even from the hidden immortal in the depths of their Divine Spirit Valley. This aura made them tremble all over, their bodies quickly turning icy, their faces extremely pale. This is Xuan's aura. Upon sensing the suddenly appearing, terrifying aura, Jiang Yu and Su Yuntian both shivered, their eyes instantly moistening, staring intently at the heavens where the aura came from. Xuan has returned. Tears rolled down Jiang Yu's crystalline cheeks. Her voice choked. Chapter 415. The Immortal King Expert of Divine Spirit Valley? Then just go die. Su Xian looked down coldly at the Valley Master Feng Yun of Divine Spirit Valley, his lips moving slightly as he coldly uttered a few words. Then, Su Xian raised his hand. In an instant, a surging power spread throughout the heavens and earth, every strand of it capable of destroying this great domain. Su Xian, if you dare to kill me, my Divine Spirit Valley will never let you go. At this moment, the Valley Master Feng Yun's body trembled violently, suddenly shouting at Su Xian. "Ha, what a joke! What is your Divine Spirit Valley? I have never even heard of it. Do you think you can threaten me?" Su Xian remained calm, not stirring a single ripple, looking at Feng Yun below as if he were observing an ant, completely disregarding him. "Su Xian, my Divine Spirit Valley has an Immortal King Expert. If you kill me, you and your entire Su family will face annihilation." Feng Yun shouted again at Su Xian. To save his life, he revealed the greatest secret of Divine Spirit Valley. Indeed, the reason Divine Spirit Valley chose to emerge after tens of thousands of years and became the greatest power in Zhongzhou in such a short time is not only due to its profound foundation, but also because of one crucial reason. Chapter 416. Ascend to Divine Spirit Valley. With a swirl of the heavens and earth, Su Xian directly brought Feng Yun from the north-central region to Zhongzhou. What kind of method is this? Ripping apart the void? But it can't be that terrifying, can it? It almost instantaneously crossed billions of miles of mountains and rivers. Gazing at the scene before him, Feng Yun was utterly shocked, feeling his scalp tingle at Su Xian's terrifying means. In just a thought, crossing billions of miles of mountains and rivers, what kind of terror is this? Let's go. Take me to Divine Spirit Valley. Let me meet the backing you mentioned. Su Xian's expression was calm, still speaking indifferently. Feng Yun was horrified but dared not show it, only nodding in affirmation. Yet at this moment, he already felt something was off. He was contemplating whether his actions would truly harm the entire Divine Spirit Valley. Divine Spirit Valley. Divine Spirit Valley is a very mysterious place. Few people know who resides within it, and few know what its origins are. Yet this force, after hiding for tens of thousands of years, emerged again and directly became the #1 power in Zhongzhou, overshadowing the Heavenly God Academy. All of this made the various forces in Zhongzhou somewhat dissatisfied, but they could only accept it. Chapter 417. The Immortal King of Divine Spirit Valley is terrified. It was our fault for offending the Su family, but can you show mercy and spare us these mortals? A great emperor of Divine Spirit Valley looked at Su Xian, sensing the terrifying aura on him, suppressing the fear in his heart, and asked in a deep voice, "What do you think? Xuan tortiv?" Then there's nothing to discuss. Another great emperor of Divine Spirit Valley confirmed with Su Xian again. "Hurry up and let your Divine Spirit Valley's backing come out. Otherwise, after today, Divine Spirit Valley will forever disappear from the world." Su Xian spoke coldly, without a trace of emotion. If he didn't want to play with these little ants, Su Xian would have already begun a massacre. Why would he waste words on them here? "My lord, please come out to support our Divine Spirit Valley. My lord, this brat says he must kill you. He has insulted you without a shred of respect." The next moment, two great emperors quickly distanced themselves from Su Xian and shouted towards the depths of Divine Spirit Valley. "Is that so? Then I want to see which little beast dares to be so arrogant." A deep voice roared from the depths of Divine Spirit Valley, echoing through the heavens and earth, shaking the sky and earth. Chapter 418. Suppressing Divine Spirit Valley. "He, to be my follower? Do you know that with your strength, I wouldn't even let you guard my door?" Xuan looked coldly at the immortal king expert before him, saying ice-cold words. Is there really no way to salvage this? The immortal king trembled even more violently, looking at Xuan with a face full of despair. At this moment, he really wanted to slaughter everyone in Divine Spirit Valley. How could these beasts have led him to this? Xuan did not speak, his eyes narrowing. Instantly, a chaotic divine light shot out violently. Bang! The immortal king, revered as a deity by all cultivators in Divine Spirit Valley, was directly obliterated by Xuan. How is this possible? The Lord was killed with a single glare from that brat. The Lord is an immortal king expert, yet he was so easily slain before that brat. What kind of strength does that brat possess? Seeing such a result, all the cultivators of Divine Spirit Valley were utterly dumbfounded, their bodies trembling uncontrollably. In just an instant, a deep chill surged from their hearts, rushing up their spines to the top of their heads, freezing their bodies in place. Even the powerful immortal kings were no match for Xuan. How could they stand chance? Chapter 419. Major forces from the Daoxian realm arrive half an hour later. The master of the Ta Ching Palace in the northern region led the disciples of the Ta Ching Palace to pay their respects to the young emperor of the Su family. The master of the 10,000 Beast Palace in the northern region led the disciples of the 10,000 Beast Palace to pay their respects to the young emperor of the Su family. The master of the 100 Flowers Valley in the northern region led the disciples of the 100 Flowers Valley to pay their respects to the young emperor of the Su family. An hour later, the master of the Dian Holy Land led the disciples of the Dian Holy Land to pay their respects to the young emperor of the Su family. The master of the Zifu Holy Land led the disciples of the Zifu Holy Land to pay their respects to the young emperor of the Su family. The master of the Yao Guang Holy Land led the disciples of the Yao Guang Holy Land to pay their respects to the young emperor of the Su family. 2 hours later, the Heavenly God Academy of the Central Continent led the disciples of the Heavenly God Academy to pay their respects to the young emperor of the Su family. The Yuhua Divine Dynasty of the Central Continent led the disciples of the Yuhua Divine Dynasty to pay their respects to the young emperor of the Su family. The Xiandian of the Central Continent led the disciples of the Xiandian to pay their respects to the young emperor of the Su family. In just 2 short hours, all the major forces of the Daoxian realm had gathered outside the Su family in the northern region, respectfully calling out towards the Su family. At this moment, they all clasped their hands in salute, their expressions filled with utmost respect, not daring to show any sign of negligence. Ha ha! It's been a long time since the Su family has been this lively. Chapter 420. Xuan's promise, so that's it. Xianer truly has a good heart. Seeing the major forces like this, Su Yuntian couldn't help but sigh. His son seemed to be born for the throne, with an ability to win people's hearts that was always so strong. Xianer, this is to ensure the Su family thrives forever. Jiang Yu's face broke into a radiant smile as she softly muttered to herself, looking at her son's tall figure, feeling immensely comforted. More than a decade ago, Xuan was still a little kid, but now he had fully grown up, becoming a man who shields the entire family from the storm and bears all burdens. This rapid transformation made Jiang feel both proud of her son and regretful for not being able to enjoy more time together. Xiaoxian really is thoughtful. Su Xuanji also sighed softly, gently stroking the few strands of white hair on his chin. Everyone, I hope you can protect the Su family well in my absence. I have a temper. If I see the Su family gone, I fear I would rage, and whether the entire Daoxian realm could still exist would be a question. Chapter 421. The entire family ascends. After chatting with the master of the Dian Holy Land and Lin Ruoli, Xuan sent off the visitors from the 2 great forces. Thus, only the members of the Su family remained in the Su residence. Looking at the familiar faces of the Su family, a wave of bitterness surged in Xuan's heart once again. If he hadn't returned late, so many of the Su family members wouldn't have fallen. It's a pity that there are no chances for a redo. He could only accept it. I seem to have not made any real contributions to the family. Xuan sighed softly. The next moment, he waved his hand. Instantly, celestial light burst forth, and items began to appear in the Su family residence. Those items all radiated dazzling celestial light, and the moment they appeared, a majestic fragrance of medicinal herbs and the essence of the Tao surged forth, enveloping the entire Su family like a tide. In an instant, the entire Su family was shrouded in celestial light, resembling a paradise outside the world. What a rich medicinal fragrance! Is this the longevity medicine that is said to exist only in the celestial realm? There were also many celestial artifacts, the overwhelming pressure far exceeding that of Imperial weapons. Chapter 422. Settling the Su family members. Everyone, we have arrived. Su Xian's voice rang in the ears of the Su family members, causing those who had their eyes closed to suddenly open them, eagerly looking ahead. What they saw were towering celestial palaces floating in the void, vast in area, even larger than the entire northern region. And in front of where they appeared, there stood an incredibly tall celestial gate, exuding a terrifying pressure. Is this the place where Xianna lives in the celestial realm? It looks so spectacular. Jiang Yu gazed at the scene in front of her, unable to help but gasp in surprise. This magnificent palace was built from celestial gold. Even a small fragment would be worth a fortune in the 3,000 realms. Su Yintian looked at the grand celestial palaces ahead and couldn't help but exclaim. Such a celestial palace, the identity of the residents, must surely be extraordinary. It seemed Xiao Xian really didn't exaggerate. Su Xuanji looked ahead, his eyes slightly moist, marveling at Su Xian's current strength. The Heavenly Emperor has returned. Welcome the Heavenly Emperor back to the Heavenly Court. Before the Su family members could react, a series of thunderous roars suddenly erupted throughout the heavens and earth, resounding powerfully and shaking the ground. Chapter 423. Little Fate Technique. Ding. On the 133rd day of marriage, reward of 100 years of cultivation. Time flew by, and soon it was the next day. On this day, Su Xian chose not to cultivate, but instead took Su Yuntian, Jiang Yu, and the members of the Su family to tour the Heavenly Court and the core area of the central continent outside the Heavenly Court. Throughout the day, Su Xian chatted with Su Yuntian, Jiang Yu, and the 18 ancestors, sharing some of his experiences. However, he avoided the heavier topics, only mentioning his gains and not revealing too much about the hardships he had endured. Despite this, Jiang Yu and Su Yuntian could still imagine the hidden struggles behind Su Xian's achievements. Yet, they did not confront him, only feeling proud of him. The core area of the central continent was bustling with activity, in stark contrast to the desolation it had experienced during the invasion of foreign lands. On the streets, in the dynasties, and within the Holy Lands, everything had recovered significantly. Although it couldn't compare to the tranquility and beauty before the invasion, it was stable nonetheless. Indeed, this was the most prosperous region of the entire celestial realm, truly impressive. As Su Xian led the Su family through the most prosperous areas of the celestial realm, everyone couldn't help but express their admiration. Chapter 424. Departing. Final settlement. In the midst of countless rehearsals and troop deployments, a day passed in the blink of an eye. Boom, boom, boom. As the first rays of dawn pierced the sky and fell upon the earth, outside the Heavenly Court, the sound of war drums suddenly erupted, shaking the heavens and the earth, and continuously reverberating throughout the entire central continent. In an instant, the entire central land of Shenzhou was in an uproar. Everyone was staring towards the Heavenly Court, knowing that the Heavenly Court was about to embark on a journey to settle accounts with the foreign realms. The Heavenly Court was really going to settle accounts with the foreign realms. The chaos of several epochs was truly about to come to an end. It's a pity that I'm not strong enough. Otherwise, I would definitely join the Emperor's team to head to the foreign realms and participate in that great battle. In central land Shenzhou, many people felt their eyes welling up the moment they heard the war drums, filled with excitement, and roared loudly. Outside the Heavenly Court, at the location of the southern Heavenly Gate, there stood a giant celestial tree, blooming with dazzling celestial light. At this moment, Su Xian appeared here. At this moment, Su Xian's expression was more serious than ever, gazing at the massive army following him, and his heart could not help but feel a violent tremor. Chapter 425. North Jilu Continent, broken blade at the end of the world, shattered troops. Is this the border of the Great Wall that has protected the celestial realm for thousands of years, leading millions of troops to the end of North Jilu? Su Xian looked at the Great Wall recorded in history and couldn't help but feel a sense of awe. According to historical records, this border of the Great Wall is called Broken Blade at the end of the world, constructed by the human Emperor Xianyuan using the power of the 9 heaven stars. Built with stars and stained with the blood of countless strong beings from both the celestial realm and the foreign realms. It can be said that this Great Wall was not only built from stars, but also forged from the bones of numerous strong beings for both realms. This Great Wall has a long history, enough to make every celestial cultivator who comes here and sees it stand in respect. Xuan looked ahead at the Great Wall border, where a magnificent and towering structure extended for tens of millions of miles. The border was long, from the sky. It looked like a dormant giant dragon. Although it was already broken and withered, it still gave a tremendous shock to people. The human emperor, Xuan, forged this Great Wall, protecting the celestial realm for thousands of years, yet it was still breached by the foreign realms, turning into a broken land. What a pity. The celestial treasure master also couldn't help but let out a sigh upon seeing this Great Wall. Chapter 426. Strong Beings from the Foreign Realms. Li. Everyone, you are the heroes of the celestial realm. Thank you for your hard work before. Next, just leave everything to me. Xuan looked at the 1,000-strong team dragging their broken bodies, deeply gazing at them, his lips moving as he said to them very seriously, "Emperor, we believe in you." The former team members felt their eyes wet the moment they heard Xuan speak, softly responding to him. Yet, that single sentence seemed to have drained their last bit of blood and energy. They began to fall one by one, their bodies glowing faintly with celestial light, flickering. At first, the celestial light gathered together, still somewhat brilliant. But soon, the celestial light gradually weakened, like a lantern, then like a candle, and finally like a firefly, until it completely vanished. The celestial light points dissipated, drifting towards the desolate sky above, never to be seen again. Watching the scene, Xuan and the cultivators of the heavenly court felt a sense of desolation and fell into silence. After a brief silence, Xuan regained his emotions. However, his eyes became even more resolute. Xuan looked at the border Great Wall ahead, turned around, and said to the millions of cultivators behind him, Chapter 427. The Outbreak of War, Xuan versus Li. The war between the heavenly court and the foreign realms erupted. Various paths and laws manifested, intersecting and colliding. Boom! The heavens and earth shook. The great Tao was obliterated, and everything turned into nothingness. Just the aftermath of the battle instantly flattened the entire Great Wall border, even affecting the North Jiulu continent, making it tremble as if it were about to collapse. Seeing this scene, Xuan waved his hand. A beam of celestial light burst forth, suddenly forming a massive barrier across the entire North Jiulu continent, isolating those aftershocks to protect countless lives within the continent. In this battle, Xuan's opponent was naturally Li. Xuan fixed his gaze on Li, his eyes instantly turning red. This guy was the one who killed the Heavenly Court's first divine general, Ning Ying. Seeing this person, memories of Ning Ying rushed into Xuan's mind like a movie, making the anger in his heart surge violently, filling his entire chest. In the next moment, Xuan soared into the sky, facing Li directly, his aura fully unleashed without any reservations. At the same time, behind Xuan, the 6 great emperors' phenomena appeared. The 9 wheels of reincarnation manifested beneath his feet, and hundreds of 5-clawed golden dragons surrounded him, along with a tidal wave of chaotic energy and primordial energy surging forth. Chapter 428. Suppression. Kid, you are stronger than I imagined. In their first clash, Li and Xuan were evenly matched, both still standing in the void without moving. This excited the cultivators of the foreign realms. It is rumored that the emperor easily annihilated Lord Dugu Qiubai. Now it seems he is not that strong after all. Indeed, rumors are just rumors. The emperor will still be defeated by Lord Li. The victor of this battle, will definitely be from our foreign realms. The celestial realm still wants to resist? No chance. The cultivators of the foreign realms became excited, erupting with cold laughter. I really don't know what these guys are excited about. The emperor merely glared at them. Once the emperor truly makes a move, these rascals will behave. In the celestial realm, cultivators couldn't help but laugh at this scene, looking at the foreign realm cultivators as if they were clowns. Oh really? But you are much weaker than I imagined. After the collision, Xuan's smile became even brighter as he looked at Li. His calm and indifferent voice rang out. Just now, I didn't even use a layer of my power, yet you still couldn't shake me. Next, I will use some strength. Chapter 429. Exterminating Li. I must say, when the confident and firm words of the celestial treasure master came out, All the cultivators of the heavenly court felt much more at ease, their expressions softening, no longer so heavy. The Emperor will win. The Emperor will definitely win. The cultivators of the heavenly court shouted in unison, their voices shaking the 9 heavens, filled with confidence. Amidst these shouts, Xuan and Guoli clashed again. Xuan's hand also produced a sword embryo, although the sword embryo was not sharp and was rusty. The fierce sword energy that seemed to cut through the 9 heavens made everyone's hearts skip a beat. They knew that the worn sword embryo in Xuan's hand was definitely not as simple as it appeared. A broken sword embryo wants to contend with me? Guoli saw the sword embryo that appeared in Xuan's hand and sneered disdainfully. He immediately took action, wielding the death god's trident with great force, directly charging towards Xuan. In an instant, the winds and clouds surged in the 9 heavens, endless time and space shattered, and the earth and sky trembled violently. It seemed that everything was about to be obliterated in an instant. Lord Guoli wielding the death goddess trident. How could that kid possibly survive? Chapter 430, destroying 1,000,000 cultivators from the other world, the transcender from the upper warehouse. Outside the northern continent, the vast border area had fallen into complete silence. The bodies of millions of otherworldly cultivators trembled as they looked at Xuan in terror, shrouded by a deathly aura. At this moment, they were utterly panicked, racking their brains for a way to survive. Heavenly Emperor, we are merely puppets following the orders of our master. Can you let us go? Soon. Many otherworldly cultivators could no longer bear the oppressive aura of despair and trembled as they pleaded with Xuan. Let you go? A strange smile appeared on Xuan's face. Do you think that's possible? As soon as Xuan spoke, a chilling sensation engulfed the bodies of millions of otherworldly cultivators, causing them to tremble even more violently. Their faces changed drastically. Fear etched across their features as they looked at Xuan. Heavenly Emperor, we can take you into the other world. We only ask for a chance to live. Ridiculous. Do I need you to take me in? Xuan replied with a smile, his voice incredibly cold. After saying this, Xuan turned to the celestial cultivators. Everyone, it is they who have stirred up chaos in the entire celestial realm, causing suffering and death to many of your compatriots. Chapter 431, entering the other world, the Demon God Academy, the great competition in the other world. It was pitch black, devoid of light, and everywhere was shrouded in endless black death energy, resembling a land of eternal night. Everything here appeared somewhat eerie. Immortal trees and herbs had been tainted by dark forces, turning pitch black and exuding a flavor and aura distinctly different from the celestial realm. Upon entering, Xuan radiated immortal light to see normally. Everyone, the other world is fraught with danger. Please be cautious. Xuan walked at the forefront along a chaotic road leading into the other world, turning back to remind the celestial cultivators behind him. We know, Heavenly Emperor. Voices responded to Xuan. They followed closely behind him, gazing at that not-so-broad back, feeling an unparalleled sense of security. It was as if, as long as that figure was there, they would fear nothing even if the sky were to fall. Upon truly entering the other world, Xuan began to survey the scenery, discovering that the land of the other world was even more vast than the celestial realm, stretching endlessly. And this was merely one state of the other world. Sigh, I miscalculated. I should have left someone behind to explain the distribution pattern of the other world to us. Chapter 432. The Great Competition begins. The mysterious young man in black now announced that the great competition for talents officially begins, with the voice of the Dean of the Demon God Academy ringing out. The entire academy erupted in excitement. The cultivators surrounding the Demon God Arena were so thrilled they danced and cheered, making gestures that resembled ghosts. Swish! In an instant, countless figures stepped onto the Demon God Arena, numbering over 100,000. With so many talented individuals, if the Demon God Arena were not large enough, it would probably not be able to accommodate their battles. Can we add one more person to this competition? At that moment, an incredibly abrupt voice echoed through the space. This voice was faint and light, yet it clearly reached the ears of all the otherworldly cultivators, causing them to startle. However, when they looked around, they could not see the figure that had spoken, deepening their confusion. Even the Dean of the Demon God Academy, a significant figure, was taken aback at this moment. He released his divine sense, and caught a glimpse of a trace of aura in the void, looking towards a certain spot in astonishment, asking, "Who are you?" "I come from an unnamed place in the other world, just a nameless loose cultivator. Hearing that the Demon God Academy is holding a great competition for talents. I came here to compete with the talents of the same era." Chapter 433, Revealing Strength. Otherworldly cultivators shocked that kid isn't even releasing his aura. What does this mean? Does he really want to bury himself? The Dean of the Demon God Academy also noticed Su Xian's unusual behavior, feeling somewhat puzzled, muttering to himself, "Kid, playing tricks? I'll send you on your way. Kid, let me see what strength you have to dare to request entry into this final competition." At this moment, many otherworldly talents were indeed fixated on Su Xian, collectively pointing their spears at him. Faced with these taunts and doubts, Su Xian remained unmoved, not releasing even a trace of aura, and not even blinking an eye, seemingly not placing them in his sights at all. Seeking death. Su Xian's demeanor successfully enraged many otherworldly talents. They were all the most extraordinary figures of this generation. How could they tolerate being so disregarded by an unknown kid? They immediately erupted in fury and directly attacked Su Xian. In an instant, over 100 otherworldly talents launched their attacks simultaneously, the brilliance of their divine abilities slightly illuminating the entire Demon God Arena. The Demon God Arena trembled slightly. Seeing this scene, the otherworldly cultivators watching also took the opportunity to mock Su Xian once again. Chapter 434. The end of the competition, targeted. Boom, boom, boom. On the Demon God Arena, 100,000 otherworldly talents were continuously battling, unleashing thunderous roars that shook the entire arena violently, as if it were about to collapse. In such battles, many otherworldly talents fell, leaving fewer and fewer on the Demon God Arena. In the end, only 100 talents remained on the Demon God Arena. All of them were top figures from various otherworldly races, carrying the hopes of their people. Therefore, although the number of people on the Demon God Arena was significantly reduced, the thick smoke lingering in the air grew denser, and 100 terrifying auras filled the arena, enveloping the space with boundless terror. At this point, Su Xian still showed no intention of taking action, quietly standing at a distance, continuing to observe. However, if one were to look closely, they would see that Su Xian had closed his eyes. After familiarizing himself with the various paths and laws of the otherworldly talents, Su Xian lost interest and chose to close his eyes, waiting for the final outcome of this battle. Due to the terrifying power Su Xian had previously displayed, neither the talents on the Demon God Arena nor the otherworldly cultivators watching dared to say anything further. Chapter 435. Su Xian takes action. Otherworldly talents Dao, Heart, Shattered 7. Why not all attack together? At this moment, a light and indifferent voice suddenly echoed above the Demon God Arena, causing the entire world to tremble. This voice naturally came from Su Xian, who remained expressionless, standing calmly in the center of the Demon God Arena, lightly scanning the 10 individuals. Upon hearing Su Xian's earlier words, the faces of everyone present changed, filled with disbelief. Some even doubted whether they had misheard. But Su Xian's next words made them immediately realize they had heard correctly. "You all, come at me together." Su Xian's gaze was cold as he casually looked over the 10 proud talents on the Demon God Arena and spoke softly. Su Xian's voice was not loud, but rang clearly in the ears of every foreign cultivator present. Suddenly, all the foreign cultivators were dumbfounded. What is that kid saying? He wants all 10 talented individuals to attack him at the same time? What is he trying to do? How could he make such an arrogant demand? Does he have that kind of strength? Among those 10, there are several of the strongest talent from major continents, including Yin Wuxin, Imo Wudao, and Gue Zong. Any one of them could potentially stand at the pinnacle of the foreign realm. And that kid actually wants all 10 to attack him at once. Could this be a mistake? Chapter 436. The recruitment of the Dean of the Demon God Academy. Dean, it's time to announce the results. A calm voice sounded on the Demon God Arena. Su Xian looked towards the Dean of the Demon God Academy. The Dean of the Demon God Academy, upon hearing this voice, exchanged a glance with Su Xian in the void, and after a moment of silence, he nodded. "What is your name?" The Dean of the Demon God Academy asked Su Xian. "Xian." Su Xian's lips moved, uttering a single word. "Xian?" The Dean of the Demon God Academy repeated, somewhat astonished, seemingly puzzled as to why Su Xian's name was only one character long. But he did not ask further and instead scanned the entire Demon God Arena. Everyone, The results of this grand competition have been announced. The first place in the competition, the seed of the immortal king, is that young man in the void, Xuan. The dean of the Demon God Academy's voice was grand as the sound of heaven, resonating deafeningly throughout the Demon God Academy and echoing in the region where the Demon God Academy was located, even spreading across the entire continent. With such an announcement, all beings from the foreign realm across the continent heard it and turned their gazes towards the direction of the Demon God Academy, filling many hearts with immense confusion. First place in the competition, seed of the immortal king, Xuan? Who is that? I have never heard of him. Chapter 437, Refusal. Crushing the Dean of the Demon God Academy. What did you say? The Dean of the Demon God Academy looked at Xuan in shock, utterly incredulous. He had offered such generous conditions for Xuan to join the Demon God Academy, yet Xuan still rejected him? Xuan, you mean you refuse? The Dean of the Demon God Academy stared at Xuan, his expression one of disbelief, confirming with him again. That's right, I refuse. Xuan's expression showed no signs of change as he calmly replied, gazing at the Dean of the Demon God Academy. Wow! Instantly, a single statement stirred up 1,000 waves. Whether it was the 10 foreign talents defeated by Xuan or the million onlookers, all were staring at Xuan in shock, their expression strange. The Dean of the Demon God Academy had offered such generous conditions, which could almost propel him to the heavens. This was something many foreign talents would covet. Yet Xuan had so casually given it up. Is he out his mind? Can you give me a reason? The Dean of the Demon God Academy looked at Xuan, still somewhat stunned, and after a while, he asked, There is no reason. Xuan shook his head. If I had to give a reason, it would be. Chapter 438, Bloodbath at the Demon God Academy. The Dean kneels. The heavenly court has really come to our foreign realm. How could this happen? There was no news. It's over. This time it's all over. There are 5 celestial emperors in that team. Inside the Demon God Academy, 1,000,000 cultivators saw that massive team and instantly panicked, all staring wide-eyed, first in disbelief and then quickly turning to terror. They knew very well that this terrifying team could sweep across their entire continent and was utterly unresistible. Next, it was likely that the Demon God Academy would completely descend into a hellish battlefield. Heavenly Emperor! Heavenly Emperor! Heavenly Emperor! A series of thunderous shouts erupted, all calling out Xuan's name. These shouts were filled with passion, echoing throughout the entire Demon God Academy and resonating across the heavens and earth, leaving 1,000,000 foreign cultivators with their scalps numb from shock. Kill everyone except that old guy. Xuan pointed at the Dean of the Demon God Academy and shouted at the army of millions of cultivators. Understood, Heavenly Emperor. Kill. Instantly, the army of 10 million cultivators from the heavenly court erupted in a series of thunderous roars, passionate and earth-shattering. Chapter 439, The Foreign Realm Structure, Ghost Spirit Continent. Immortal King Dean, I never said I wanted to kill you. I just wanted to ask you some questions about the foreign realm. Xuan looked at the Dean of the Demon God Academy, who was kneeling before him, with a radiant smile on his face. What does the Heavenly Emperor want to know? The Dean of the Demon God Academy was very reluctant to answer any questions from Xuan, but the deep-seated fear made his attitude extremely respectful as he inquired. Tell me about the structure of the foreign realm. Xuan looked down at the Dean of the Demon God Academy, who was kneeling before him, and spoke lightly. The structure of the foreign realm. The Dean of the Demon God Academy hesitated for a moment, seemingly pondering something, and did not answer for a long time. Boom! The next second, a more terrifying pressure suddenly descended upon the head of the Dean of the Demon God Academy. Instantly, he felt an overwhelming sense of despair and death, causing his entire body to tremble even more violently. Don't kill me, I will tell you. The Dean of the Demon God Academy trembled. Speak. Xuan's tone remained indifferent, with a chilling aura spreading through the heavens and earth, making one feel as if they had fallen into an ice cave. Chapter 440. Killing into the core area of Ghost Spirit Continent. This is the core area of Ghost Spirit Continent, right? Outside the core area of Ghost Spirit Continent, a chaotic great road extended for billions of miles, leading directly here. On the chaotic great road, Xuan stood at the forefront, using his divine sense to scan the core area of Ghost Spirit Continent. Xuan discovered that this was an expansive region, almost as large as the entire Eastern Victory Divine Continent. Looking out, it was pitch black, filled with endless black death energy and eerie ghostly aura. giving a sense of heart-stopping dread from deep within the soul. But such things were nothing in front of Su Xian and would not cause him the slightest emotional fluctuation. Due to Su Xian's presence, the millions of troops behind him were just as calm. As long as they saw Su Xian, they felt a sense of security in their hearts, as if nothing that happened was to be feared. They have arrived. In the core area of the Ghost Spirit Great State, within a pitch-black palace, the undying King Gui Ming sensed the aura from outside the core area, and his body trembled violently, a chill suddenly rushing to the top of his head. "My lord, the Heavenly Emperor has arrived." The ghostly beings below were momentarily flustered, their voices trembling slightly. Chapter 441. Slay Gui Ming. Sweep the Ghost Spirit Great State. Heavenly Emperor, can I make my move now? The Nine Deaths' Heavenly Sovereign looked at Su Xian and inquired. This scene left Gui Ming and all the foreign cultivators in the Ghost Spirit Great State stunned. Although the Nine Deaths' Heavenly Sovereign did not reveal the slightest aura, they could tell that he was an incredibly terrifying figure. And such a terrifying figure actually wanted to ask Su Xian for his opinion. This made all the foreign cultivators' trepidation towards Su Xian even deeper. "My lord, these ants do not require your intervention." Su Xian also looked at the Heavenly Sovereign, smiling and shaking his head. As soon as Su Xian spoke these words, the entire world suddenly fell silent. Not a single sound was heard. Many among them, even Gui Ming, twitched their mouths, unsure of what to say. Gui Ming still did not understand Su Xian's true strength, only knowing that he was terrifying enough to slay the Dean of the Demon God Academy. Now, Su Xian's attitude left him even more uncertain about his true capabilities. "My lord, what should we do now?" A powerful, ghostly being behind Gui Ming secretly transmitted a message to him. Kill him for me." Gui Ming received that transmission and suddenly shouted at the group of ghostly beings behind him. Chapter 442. Kill into the Demon Abyss Great State. Heavenly Emperor, it's all taken care of. Where shall we go now? The Ling Bao Heavenly Sovereign appeared beside Su Xian, respectfully inquiring. Su Xian looked across the entire Ghost Spirit Great State and found that there were no more foreign cultivators. A faint smile appeared on his face. "Next, we will sweep the 7 great states of the foreign realm." Su Xian's calm words echoed through the heavens and earth, causing every heavenly court cultivator's heart to tremble. Becoming incredibly excited, sweep the 7 great states of the foreign realm. This would nearly erase the entire foreign realm. Understood, Heavenly Emperor. Understood, Heavenly Emperor. Understood, Heavenly Emperor. Thunderous roars resounded through the heavens and earth, astonishing and earth-shattering. Then, this massive army swept towards the other 6 great states outside the Ghost Spirit Great State. At the same time, news of the Heavenly Emperor leading millions of troops into the foreign realm to annihilate the Ghost Spirit Great State spread rapidly throughout the entire foreign realm, shaking the 6 great states and causing everyone to feel anxious. In an instant, in the 6 states of the foreign realm, countless beings became panicked, with some foreign cultivators even finding places to hide. In the Demon Abyss Great State, which was closest to the Ghost Spirit Great State, countless foreign cultivators became restless, each person's expression extremely serious. Chapter 443. The Great Demon. Boom, boom, boom. Bang, bang, bang. Violent rumbling sounds erupted in the core area of the Demon Abyss Great State, as foreign cultivators were ruthlessly erased. This space ultimately became a place of silence, without a single sound. One of the 7 great states of the foreign realm, the Demon Abyss Great State, was bloodily washed within half a day before Su Xian's army. "Heavenly Emperor, it's done." The voice of the Ling Bao Heavenly Sovereign sounded in Su Xian's ears. "Very good." Su Xian nodded, looking towards the core area of the Demon Abyss Great State. Like the Ghost Spirit Great State, its core area was also shrouded in a layer of barrier. The barrier was filled with swirling black death energy and purple demonic energy, resembling a thick shield tightly wrapping the core area of the Demon Abyss Great State. Su Xian looked at the barrier before him and slowly extended his hand. Boom! The massive barrier was shattered by Su Xian's punch. Instantly, endless black death energy and purple demonic energy surged away like a tide, returning to a dark palace in the core area. Su Xian opened his heavy pupils and gazed there. Suddenly, he saw through space, directly locking onto that location. In an instant, Su Xian knew the details of the strong beings in the Demon Abyss Great State. Chapter 444. The Demon-Slaying Staff kill the great demon. Punish the three immortal emperors. In the sky, the body of the great demon overshadowed the sun, overwhelming demonic energy enveloping the entire space, causing the core area of the demon abyss great state to tremble faintly. The strength of the great demon was truly terrifying. 300,000 years ago, he had already reached the peak of the immortal emperor realm, and today, he was even more unfathomable, likely on the verge of transcending. What a terrifying aura! Many cultivators of the heavenly court looked serious, a trace of fear arising in their hearts. Meanwhile, the foreign cultivators were excitedly cheering, as if they had already seen victory. Heavenly Emperor, I have heard of you. You are a very strong existence. But why do you only have the cultivation of the mid-immortal emperor now? The great demon loomed in the sky, looking down at Xuan from above, speaking in a deep voice. In an instant, a terrifying pressure slammed down towards Xuan. At that moment, even the heavenly court cultivators who viewed Xuan as their faith and believed in him without doubt felt a wave of concern. However, when they looked at Xuan, that concern quietly faded away. Facing the great demon, Xuan remained calm, his face as tranquil as an ancient well, not stirring the slightest ripple. You are truly ugly. With such an appearance, you should stay hidden and not scare people. Chapter 445. Kill into the Other Shore Great State. In the foreign realm, the Other Shore Great State. The Other Shore Great State is a large state between the Demon Abyss Great State and the core area of the foreign realm, and it is also the closest large state to the Demon Abyss Great State. At this moment, at the edge of this continent, a roar came from a distant place, shaking the heavens and earth. Heavenly Emperor, magnificent! Heavenly Emperor, magnificent! Heavenly Emperor, magnificent! What is going on? All were shouts calling the name of the Heavenly Emperor. Could it be that the Demon Abyss Great State has also fallen? It seems so. My God! After endless years, the reincarnation of the Heavenly Emperor has become so terrifying, sweeping through an entire great state of our foreign realm in such a short time. Alas, after the Heavenly Emperor cleanses the Demon Abyss Great State, he will likely come to our Other Shore Great State. It's over, let's run quickly. The Ghost Spirit Continent and the Demon Abyss Continent are no match for the Heavenly Emperor-led Heavenly Court. Our Beyond Continent is probably also difficult to contend with them. In the border areas of the Beyond Continent, many beings from other realms heard the earth-shattering roars, their hearts trembled, and they guessed the outcome of the Demon Abyss Continent, leading them to flee towards the center of the Beyond Continent. Chapter 446, Granny of the Beyond. Boom, boom, boom. The army swept through the Beyond Continent, leaving no grass growing in every place. All living beings were completely eradicated. Soon, the Grand Army marched into the core area of the Beyond Continent. Upon arriving here, Xuan felt a powerful aura of reincarnation and was slightly surprised. The ruler of the Beyond Continent cultivates the path of reincarnation. Xuan's eyes narrowed as he looked into the Beyond Continent, muttering to himself, such a rich power of reincarnation. The Beyond Continent is indeed related to the reincarnation of the Beyond. The Ling Bao, Heavenly Sovereign, was also very surprised and said softly, "You must know that the path of reincarnation is one of the most mysterious paths among the 3,000 great paths. Those who walk this path, aside from external resources, also need absolute talent for the path of reincarnation themselves. Throughout history, very few cultivators have been able to walk this path, and in this foreign realm, someone has actually stepped onto the path of reincarnation and cultivated it to a terrifying level, which is truly admirable. And after Xuan led this army of millions to approach the core area of the Beyond Continent, the cultivators in the core area of the Beyond Continent were in an uproar. Their faces changed dramatically. They had heard that the army led by Xuan had swept through the Ghost Spirit Continent and the Demon Abyss Continent in a very short time. Chapter 447. Kill Granny of the Beyond. Are you the Heavenly Emperor from countless years ago? A faint female voice came from afar, ringing in Xuan's ears. The figure of Granny of the Beyond was rapidly approaching Xuan and had appeared not far from the void corresponding to Xuan. Behind her, figures were rushing towards him. First were 6 immortal emperors, followed by countless immortal sovereigns. Seeing such a luxurious lineup, even Xuan couldn't help but be shocked, secretly sighing that it was indeed a state close to the core area of the foreign realm, and its strength was much stronger than the previous Ghost Spirit Continent and Demon Abyss Continent. It should be noted that even among the army of millions he led, there were only 5 immortal emperors. Yet in this foreign continent, there were actually 6 immortal emperors. This was truly shocking. No wonder the foreign realm could easily invade the immortal realm and the endless wilderness. Seeing the opponent's lineup, Ling Bao, Heavenly Sovereign, Yi Fuyao, Qingxiu Empress, Dragon Emperor by Zhe, and other heavenly court cultivators also sighed inwardly, feeling somewhat astonished. Even the entire immortal realm didn't have so many immortal emperors, yet in a foreign continent, there were actually 6 immortal emperors. Chapter 448, Source of Reincarnation. Who won? After a long silence, someone asked this question. Then, everyone's thoughts were completely pulled back. Looking at the sky, the reincarnation celestial light had completely faded, leaving only one figure standing there. Upon closer observation, that figure was incredibly tall, dressed in white, with white hair, dancing without wind, and it was Xuan, the Heavenly Emperor. That is the Heavenly Emperor, the Heavenly Emperor one. Haha, what about Granny of the Beyond? What about the powerful beings from countless years ago? What about cultivating the path of reincarnation? In front of heaven and earth, they're still crushed. Heaven and earth have won. Our heavenly court has achieved a great victory. In the next moment, the heavens erupted with continuous, thunderous roars, all extremely excited, shaking the entire world and echoing endlessly. At this moment, the army of millions from the heavenly court was overwhelmed with excitement, some even shedding tears of joy. The Beyond Continent, that is the strongest among the 7 continents of the foreign realm, and the immortal king of this continent was still obliterated by the Heavenly Emperor. This also meant that the Heavenly Emperor already possessed the strength to sweep through the entire foreign realm. This also meant that this time, the Heavenly Court would have a great chance of winning. Chapter 449, Fusion of the Source of Reincarnation. In the Beyond Palace, at the deepest part of the Underground Palace. This is a dark space, also the source of most of the black dead energy in the entire Beyond Continent. Even the chaotic celestial light radiating from Xuan could not completely disperse the black dead energy here, still leaving some in the space. Xuan appeared here, looking ahead with the power of his Zhongtong. In his line of sight, there were 2 light clusters suspended in the not too high or low void. One of the light clusters was pitch black like ink, while the other was radiating crystalline celestial light, which was indeed the source of darkness and the source of reincarnation. Seeing the source of darkness, Xuan frowned slightly and waved his hand to erase it. The moment Xuan erased the source of darkness, the entire underground palace seemed to brighten a few degrees, no longer so dim, becoming luminous. At this moment, Xuan then looked at the other light ring in the void. Approaching that light cluster, Xuan's smile grew even more intense. Such rich power of reincarnation. This must be the source of reincarnation for sure, Xuan said to himself with a smile. Then, Xuan slowly reached out his hand to grasp that light cluster. Swish! To Xuan's surprise, that source of reincarnation light cluster seemed to have its own consciousness, and at the moment Xuan's hand came down, it suddenly flickered and escaped from Xuan's grasp. Chapter 450, Completion of the Reincarnation Path. In the foreign realm, within the core area, inside the Dark Palace. 5 beings wrapped in pitch-black dead energy, their auras strong, all at the peak of immortal emperors, even more terrifying than Granny of the Beyond, stood in the hall, looking at each other, somewhat at a loss. They were the masters in the eyes of all the cultivators of the 7 continents of the foreign realm. The great changes in the foreign realm could be said to have originated from them. It can be said that the invasion of the foreign realm into the immortal realm was also at their behest. Usually, these few were the supreme gods of the foreign realm, enjoying the worship of billions of beings from the foreign realm, high above. But at this moment, they were staring solemnly at the scene floating above the hall. There was a large mirror radiating dim celestial light, quietly suspended there. And in that mirror appeared the images of the heavenly court people. There were Ling Bao, Heavenly Sovereign, by Zhe, Qingxiu Empress, Dragon Emperor, 9 Deaths Heavenly Sovereign, Zaya Yozi, and Miao Miao Saint Lord. It seems we have still underestimated the strength of the second incarnation of the Heavenly Emperor. Yes, indeed underestimated. We thought he would at most kill his way to the Beyond Continent, but we didn't expect he could actually sweep through the entire Beyond Continent. Not even Granny of the Beyond could stop him. Chapter 451, Failure to Revive, Leng Ruoli. The Heavenly Emperor. It is the Heavenly Emperor. The Heavenly Emperor has stepped out from the Beyond Palace. as Su Xian just stepped out of the reincarnation hall and appeared in the outside world. The countless armies of the heavenly court erupted in excitement. The heavenly emperor's aura had already reached the late stage of the immortal emperor. The Qingqiu empress gazed at the tall figure in the void, her beautiful eyes shining with brilliance. When she sensed the cultivation aura emanating from Su Xian, she couldn't help but exclaim in amazement. How long has it been? Su Xian had actually broken through from the mid-stage to the late stage of the immortal emperor. Indeed, it was astonishing. Such a speed of breakthrough has only been achievable by the heavenly emperor throughout endless years under heaven. The Ling Bao heavenly sovereign, Bai Zhe, and other subordinates of the heavenly court all smiled brightly, expressing their admiration for Su Xian. It was just about cultivation, nothing more. The heavenly emperor had truly perfected the cultivation of the reincarnation Tao. At this moment, an excited voice rang out, startling everyone in the heavenly court, as they all widened their eyes and stared at Su Xian. Heavenly Emperor, have you really perfected the reincarnation Tao? Yi Fuyao exclaimed, her voice trembling with excitement, a bright smile on her face. Chapter 452. The ancient heavenly court warriors reappear. After a while, how could it be? How could Ruoli not be revived? I don't believe it. I want to try again. Under the illumination of immortal light, Su Xian's hair scattered, his eye sockets still red, and he shouted loudly, raising his aura to its peak, wanted to once again call forth the gate of life and death reincarnation. The countless armies of the heavenly court, seeing Su Xian's appearance, felt a twist in their hearts and softly called out to the heavenly emperor, but they said nothing else, only watching Su Xian from afar. Boom! The gate of life and death reincarnation reappeared, and that red, unparalleled, beautiful figure emerged once more. When that red figure appeared, Su Xian's heart shook violently again. Ruoli, I will definitely bring you back. This time, Su Xian focused intently on that red figure, gripping the immortal lotus of the other shore tightly, crazily operating the power of reincarnation, wanting that figure to step out from the gate of life and death reincarnation and truly meet him. However, no matter how Su Xian operated the reincarnation, that red figure could never truly step out of the gate of life and death reincarnation, only gazing at Su Xian deeply from the other side of the gate. A few seconds later, that red figure once again dissipated, and the heavenly gate collapsed as well. The vast void fell silent once more. Chapter 453. Breaking into the core area of the other realm, the final reckoning. Rumble, rumble, rumble. The war drums beat. The heavens trembled, and a chaotic avenue extended from the other shore continent, piercing through endless void and reaching the core area of the other realm. The core area of the other realm is the center of the 7 continents of the other realm, and it is also the place where countless practitioners from the other realm refer to as the existence of the Lord. Here, it is pitch black, devoid of heavenly light. A completely dark land filled with taboos and ominousness, giving a sense of heart palpitation that comes from the depths of the soul. Is this the source of all chaos? The core of the other realm? The chaotic avenue extended here, slightly illuminating this world, while Su Xian stood at the forefront of the chaotic avenue, using his divine sense to probe inside, immediately locking onto 5 peak, immortal emperor-level beings. They should be the lords mentioned by those practitioners from the other realm earlier, right? Su Xian looked at the scene within the core area of the other realm and whispered to himself. At the same time, a strong killing intent was released from Su Xian, the chill of the killing intent making the people of the heavenly court feel a bit creeped out. Heavenly Emperor, you should let me take action this time. Chapter 454. The Great War begins. Boom! In the void, a destructive power suddenly erupted and quickly condensed, crashing towards the Lingbao heavenly sovereign, Baoang, and Ningying. This power was extremely terrifying, engulfing everything, tearing apart the endless void. And just a single pressure was enough to shatter a great star. When this power appeared, many practitioners of the heavenly court showed a serious expression, feeling a thread of worry for Lingbao heavenly sovereign and the others. If this power truly hit the 3 of them, they would probably die instantly, unable to leave even a trace of their souls in the world. Before the heavenly emperor could speak, a cold voice rang out. Were you 3? How dare you speak to us like this? At the same time this power appeared in the heavens, such an indifferent voice echoed. Not good. Lingbao heavenly sovereign, Baoang. and Ning Ying felt a jolt in their hearts when they sensed that power, but their faces showed no fear. Their expressions remained resolute. We, the soldiers of the heavenly court, are not something you can move. At that moment, a voice like a divine decree echoed through the heavens and earth. As soon as this voice appeared, the terrifying power in the void was instantly erased, leaving no trace, as if it had never existed. Chapter 455. The Great War. Shaking the immortal realm. In the core area of the other realm, before the great battle truly began, the heavens and earth trembled, the void shattered, and everything seemed to be turning into nothingness. In the sky above, the millions of soldiers led by Xuan were surrounded by powerful beings from the other realms. A battle intent rising to the skies, enveloping thousands of miles of mountains and rivers. Fight! As Xuan's lips moved, a single word was spoken, and the final reckoning truly began. Boom, boom, boom. Bang, bang, bang. The great battle erupted, and the practitioners of the heavenly court and the other realm unleashed their own methods. Various divine abilities and treasures erupted with brilliant, immortal light, crashing together like surging tides in the vast sky above. Such a battle was incredibly terrifying and spectacular, already deserving to be called the strongest battle in the immortal realm in endless ages. As this battle broke out, the battlefield continued to expand, quickly exceeding the entire scope of the core area of the other realm. Rumble. In an instant, the heavens and earth exploded. The avenues were obliterated, and the terrifying aftermath of the battle spread like layers of tides, extending even to several great continents outside the core area of the other realm. Under such a battle, the core area of the other realm suddenly became the main stage for Xuan, the 9 Deaths Heavenly Sovereign, and the 5 Supreme Immortal Emperors of the other realm. Chapter 456. Killing the 5 Supreme Immortal Emperors of the other realm. In the core area of the other realm, rumble. The terrifying noise created by the clash between Xuan, the 9 Deaths Heavenly Sovereign, and the 5 Immortal Emperors of the other realm caused the space of this world to continuously shatter and reshape. The entire world was trembling, and the avenues were being obliterated. The practitioners of the heavenly court and the other realm, to avoid this battle, had already fled to other great continents of the other realm, lest they be obliterated by the aftermath of the terrifying battle. The world returned to calm. The great battle was over. Who won? Did the Heavenly Emperor win? I don't know, but I guess the Heavenly Emperor must have won. On the continents of the other realm, the practitioners of the heavenly court and the other realm stopped their hands, looking toward the direction of the core area of the other shore continent as the world returned to calm, their eyes flickering with anticipation. The foreign monks hope that a few great figures from the foreign realm can slay the Heavenly Emperor, while the celestial monks hope that the Heavenly Emperor can erase the powerful foreign immortal emperors. The world fell silent. Who won in the end? Someone asked again, filled with urgency. The Heavenly Emperor won. In the void, the Heavenly Treasure Master gazed towards the core area of the foreign realm, speaking calmly, yet with a radiant smile on his face. Yes, the Heavenly Emperor won, and the darkness of the foreign realm began to dissipate. Chapter 457. The Transcender of the Foreign Realm? Ah, I am unwilling to fall like this. Damn it, why hasn't our great figure from the foreign realm appeared? Does he really want to watch us be erased? No, I don't want to die. Across the foreign realm, countless monks were howling at the sky. They were in immense pain, yet helpless, filled with despair. Bang, bang, bang. Their bodies began to explode, one after another, continuously like firecrackers, with the sound of explosions ringing out in every corner of the foreign realm. Ha ha ha. Now, the foreign scraps know the pain of reckoning, right? Scream louder. The louder you scream, the more excited we become. The celestial monks, hearing the cries of the foreign monks, felt an indescribable pleasure in their hearts and laughed loudly. Heavenly Emperor, while I am away, you dare to harm my foreign beings? Do you seek death? But at that moment, an icy and hoarse voice suddenly echoed from nowhere. This voice was incredibly deep, like a roar from hell, filled with anger, making one involuntarily feel a chill. This voice is terrifying. Who is he? Chapter 458. The Terror of the Transcender. The Transcender? It seems that the foreign realm is far from as simple as imagined. Above the sky of the core area of the foreign realm, Xuan opened his eyes, using his Zhongtong, power to gaze into the unknown outside the foreign realm, murmuring softly to himself, For beings at the immortal emperor level, no matter how far they have progressed, Xuan could handle them with ease, even disregarding them entirely. But facing transcendent beings, Xuan truly felt a sense of uncertainty. After all, transcendence cannot be viewed with normal reasoning. It possesses unimaginable power, capable of reversing the flow of time and annihilating all living beings in an instant. Heavenly Emperor, pay the price for your actions. Another voice rang out, like the roar of a demon god, shaking the entire immortal realm. Then, in the unknown outside the foreign realm, that figure took a step forward. In an instant, time and space shifted, and that figure appeared in the core area of the foreign realm, facing Xuan. I never expected that there would be a transcender like you in the foreign realm. At this moment, Xuan also saw the true appearance of the other party. It was a gaunt man, resembling a skeleton devoid of flesh. Chapter 459, The Sorrow of the Nine Deaths, Heavenly Emperor. Run, we must escape. We cannot all die here. The soldiers of the celestial realm shouted as they rushed towards the large hole created by the Nine Deaths, Heavenly Emperor, to escape. But just as the celestial monks were about to escape through that hole, the gaunt man plunged them into despair once again. The gaunt man's figure flashed, and the next moment he appeared in front of the large hole, blocking all the celestial monks trying to escape. He coldly looked down at these fleeing beings, a mocking smile appearing on his face, as if he were gazing at dying ants. This smile made the million celestial monks feel a chill in their hearts, a wave of cold rushing up, sensing a despair that came from the depths of their souls. Not good. Seeing this scene, Xuan's heart trembled, secretly calling it bad. At this moment, if the gaunt man acted, the millions of celestial monks would all be wiped out in an instant. Boom! At that moment, a deafening roar suddenly exploded in the heavens and the earth. Violent power surged, dazzling light burst forth, and the gaunt man was unexpectedly struck by a punch from the Nine Deaths, Heavenly Emperor. Chapter 460, Xuan's me, I'm back. Heavenly Emperor, your swordsmanship is good, but it is still nothing in the face of transcendental power. Just as the millions of celestial soldiers thought they saw hope, a cold and eerie voice rang out beneath that brilliant sword light. The sword light swept across the heavens, annihilating everything, but in front of the transcendent man. It seemed to have no effect at all. After one sword strike, the gaunt man still stood quietly in the void, his expression calm, his body intact. Not even a shred of his robe torn, as if he had not been affected by that sword at all. What? How could this be? The Heavenly Emperor's extremely terrifying sword did not inflict the slightest harm on that guy. Someone in the celestial realm whispered in horror. It seems that the power of the Transcender is even more terrifying than we imagined. It can even be immune to attacks below transcendence, reaching an invincible state, making defeat impossible. At this moment, the Heavenly Treasure Master saw some clues, his face extremely grave, murmuring to himself. What? Does that mean that even the Heavenly Emperor cannot kill that guy? The immortal realm will surely become the dominion of the foreign realm? Chapter 461, Unadorned, The True Demon. Xuan, it's me. I'm back. In the vast void, amidst endless darkness, a soft and somewhat choked voice echoed, reverberating through the heavens and the earth. Boom! In an instant, the monks of the Divine Phoenix Palace and Xuan felt as if struck by lightning, their hearts shaking violently. Ruoli, I knew it. I knew you were still alive. Xuan shouted, his voice excited and trembling, as if he wanted to shout out all the longing he had felt over the days. Empress! Yi Fu Yao and the other monks from the Divine Phoenix Palace also shouted in excitement. Their empress was not dead. She was still alive. Moreover, from the power just now, they already knew that the current Divine Phoenix Empress was different from before, at least having recovered her immortal emperor cultivation. Boom! The void trembled. Two pure immortal lights burst forth, and two figures slowly emerged in the void. Ruoli. Xuan stared intently at the two immortal lights, his eyes shimmering with intense anticipation. A few seconds later, the two figures finally truly emerged. One was dressed in green, with an exquisite appearance and unmatched grace, surrounded by an aura of dominance. The other wore a red immortal dress, with a flawless appearance and graceful demeanor, seeming like a fairy untouched by the mortal world, exuding an ethereal aura, yet still retaining her stunning beauty. Chapter 462, Unadorned is a false transcender? Unadorned, I actually admire you a bit. For your own purposes, you spare no means, abandoning everything, even cruelly killing your loved ones and benefactors, to become your stepping stone. But don't you think this way of achieving the Tao is too beastly? The cold gaze of the Grandmaster of Dian fixed on Jun Mo Xie as he coldly questioned him. Enough with the nonsense. If you can't kill me, then I'll kill you. Jun Mo Xie snorted coldly, unleashing a terrifying dark power that surged like a raging ocean toward the Grandmaster of Dian. Grandmaster, be careful. This guy has transcended. His strength is terrifying and unfathomable, Xuan warned in a low voice, his pupils constricting and his expression grave. Xuan, don't worry. The Grandmaster is not that simple. At that moment, the gentle voice of Leng Ruoli echoed in Xuan's ears, causing a shock in his heart. Indeed, he once thought that the Grandmaster of Dian was merely the most outstanding genius of the 3,000 realms, who had made a name for himself by killing in the immortal realm, but he never expected that the Grandmaster possessed such terrifying means, capable of reviving Leng Ruoli and restoring her cultivation to the heights of her previous life. Chapter 463, Annihilation Demon Dragon / Roar. A deafening roar erupted from the map in Jun Mo Xie's hand, shaking the entire world and reverberating throughout the immortal realm. In an instant, the hearts of millions of soldiers in the heavenly court trembled, feeling an incomparably terrifying pressure. Annihilation Demon Dragon, come forth. Yunmo Si shouted coldly, gently tapping the map in the void. Roar. The next second, a massive figure that obscured the sky emerged from the map, coiling in the heavens and radiating terrifying demonic energy. It was a demon dragon, frighteningly large, nearly occupying half of the core area of the foreign realm sky, its dragon eyes looking down on all beings. Those eyes glowed with a dark light, like two purple moons, giving an incredibly eerie feeling that made one's heart race. The moment the demon dragon appeared in this world, a terrifying aura suddenly spread throughout the realm. The demon dragon was actually a being at the peak of the immortal emperor level, having touched the realm of transcendence. Annihilation Demon Dragon, kill that woman. Jun Mo Xie glared at the Grandmaster of Dian and shouted at the demon dragon. As you command, my lord. The demon dragon seemed to completely obey Jun Mo Xie's orders, doing whatever he commanded. Chapter 464, Another Anomaly. Within the foreign realm, the dark power had receded significantly, no longer resembling an abyss, but rather filled with various immortal lights shining within. At this moment, Xuan, Leng Ruoli, the millions of soldiers from the heavenly court, and the Grandmaster of Dian were all coldly staring at Jun Mo Xie, watching him howling at the sky, appearing almost mad. Jun Mo Xie, it's too late for you to regret now. The Grandmaster of Dian spoke coldly, showing no sympathy. Because of you, the immortal realm has experienced chaos for countless epochs, endless years of suffering for living beings. Today, it's time for you to repay this debt. The Grandmaster of Dian said indifferently, mobilizing a mysterious power that rapidly moved toward Jun Mo Xie. Although Jun Mo Xie had transcended, he was not truly invincible. His body trembled in the face of the Grandmaster's power. A sense of death enveloped him. This was an aura he hadn't felt for countless years. For so long, Jun Mo Xie had acted as a chess player, plotting against others, scheming across the heavens, planning for eternity, rarely facing any real danger that could threaten him. Especially after encountering the beings of the upper realm and undergoing the baptism of that dark power, he had already gained the strength to crush the entire immortal realm. Chapter 465, Primordial. Jun Mo Xie, you waste, come back and merge with me, become my nourishment. The previously cold and echoing voice resounded again in the world, like a forbidden language of demons, causing countless people to shiver. The moment that voice echoed, Jun Mo Xie vanished from the void. I don't want to die. I'm not willing. Cries of despair from Jun Mo Xie echoed through the heavens and earth, growing weaker until they completely disappeared. After that, the dark power in the world suddenly surged even more violently, like a rushing river, sweeping through the entire immortal realm, turning it into a place of utter darkness. Boom! The entire immortal realm trembled, as if it were about to collapse. What to do? Is there nothing we can do but wait to die? Many cultivators in the heavenly court felt a wave of despair once again, whispering, in the face of that power, we are like dust, utterly powerless. Some sighed, feeling immensely dejected. Chapter 466. Primordial takes action, suppresses transcendence. Primordial, you actually didn't die. You survived to this era. When Primordial appeared in the sky, the hunchbacked old man trembled violently, his expression changing, seemingly shocked and astonished. The transcendent being from the upper realm actually recognized the elder Primordial. Hearing the old man's words, Xuan felt puzzled. So it seems, did elder Primordial once visit the upper realm? If I hadn't wiped out your upper realm, how could I possibly have perished? Primordial turned around completely, revealing his true form to all beings. He was a mighty man, with eyebrows like swords and eyes deep as the sea. Standing there, he overshadowed the sun, moon, and stars. His presence in the world made him seem like the sovereign of the entire realm, looking down upon all beings. Primordial, it really is you. The hunchbacked old man exclaimed in shock. Who else could it be? Back in the day, when I attacked the upper realm, I let you live. Consider yourself lucky. Today, I shall take your life. Primordial roared, his aura erupting, revealing his transcendence. In an instant, brilliant, immortal light shot into the sky, illuminating the entire immortal realm and dispelling the darkness, making the sky bright once more. It was at this moment that the beings of the foreign realm, the immortal domain, and the endless wilderness all roared in excitement. Chapter 467. Returning to the heavenly court. In the foreign realm, Primordial, your current strength is indeed terrifying. The Grand Master of Dian looked at the figure in the sky and sighed with a smile. Empress of Heaven, I owe my success today to you. Primordial laughed heartily in the void, coming to the side of the Grand Master of Dian. If it weren't for you at that time, reshaping my body with your own cultivation, I might not have achieved today. You don't need to thank me. The Grand Master of Dian smiled. Back then, we both predicted the great calamity of the heavens after countless years. I helped you merely because your talent is better than mine, and you have more hope of stopping this calamity. Empress of Heaven, no matter what, I owe you a huge favor. Primordial smiled brightly, saying thus, It's a pity that I cannot stop the coming great calamity. I do not have such talent. Primordial paused, his expression becoming grave. However, Wuxia turned his gaze towards Xuan. Now that the one who can end the great calamity of the heavens has appeared, although he is not fully matured yet, it is not far off. Seeing that Wuxia's gaze was focused on him, Xuan naturally understood Wuxia's meaning. Chapter 468. The Joy of the Immortal Realm. Universal celebration in the immortal domain, central land of Shenzhou. At this moment, central land of Shenzhou was bustling, as if it were boiling. Everyone stood in the void, all looking in the direction where the chaotic Dao extended. They knew that the Heavenly Emperor had returned. The Heavenly Emperor had eliminated the foreign realms and returned victorious. Do not stop me. I want to welcome my son at the forefront. At this moment, an excited roar rang out across the heavens and earth, causing countless cultivators of the immortal realm in central land of Shenzhou to instinctively clear a path. Su Yuntian, accompanied by Jiangyu, Su Xuanji, and the members of the Su family, stepped onto the heavenly dome, slowly approaching the chaotic Dao. This group had low cultivation, barely breaking through to true immortal. Yet no one dared to obstruct them, all respectfully making way for them. Because from that excited roar just now, they could clearly understand that this group should be the main family of the Heavenly Emperor. Ha ha! Lil Xian is finally coming back. Su Xuanji's excited voice shook the heavens. Xian'er returns in triumph. This is a great, joyous event. Let's celebrate. A radiant smile appeared on Jiangyu's face as she fixed her gaze on the direction where the chaotic Dao extended. Chapter 469. The Transcendent Scripture. On the 137th day after marriage, reward of 1,000 years of cultivation. On the 138th day after marriage, reward of the Taichu Divine Secret. Hongmeng Divine Secret. Supreme Transcendent Scripture, using the power of Taichu to forge an indestructible body and create an immortal soul. Eternal unity, everlasting immortality. On the 139th day after marriage, reward of the Great Dream Immortal Scripture. Great Dream Immortal Scripture. Immortal Emperor's Law, isolating the mundane. A dream lasting 10,000 years. 3 days later, the various factions of cultivators in the heavenly court dispersed, and Xuan returned to his cultivation. During these 3 days, Xuan continued to receive rewards from the system. These rewards could be considered great fortunes. giving Xuan some confidence for the upcoming great calamity of the heavens. Sitting cross-legged in the training room, Xuan introspected. His entire being was surrounded by chaotic and Hongmeng energy, looking incredibly mysterious. In the past 2 days, the Taichu Divine Secret and the Great Dream Immortal Scripture rewarded by the system were both supreme laws. With these 2 laws, perhaps, I can truly stand out in the upcoming great calamity of the heavens and protect this world for all beings. Xuan opened his eyes, his gaze flickering with chaotic divine light, softly murmuring to himself. He had just studied the Creation Divine Secret and the Great Dream Immortal Scripture, discovering that the Creation Divine Secret was a true transcendent scripture, far more terrifying than all the various laws he had practiced before. Chapter 470. Leaving the heavenly court as soon as he touched the memories transmitted to him by Wuxia, Xuan eagerly projected them in his mind. In the images, there was a vast area surrounded by great stars, but there were no living beings, not even a hint of life, incredibly desolate and dead. In the center of that area, there was an extraordinarily large ruin rising up, like a massive and towering divine mountain, standing in the deepest part of the universe, resembling a stabilizing needle in the starry sky. The ruin was enveloped in endless sacred immortal light, filled with mysterious and supernatural aura, making even Wuxia, who was at the peak of the immortal emperor realm at that time, unable to see the scene within. Is this the source of the universe? It truly is extraordinary, with great mysteries hidden within. As those memories emerged in his mind, Xuan couldn't help but let out a sigh. Xuan, since you have made up your mind, then take care. After transmitting the memory about the source of the place to Xuan, Wuxia smiled and patted Xuan's shoulder. Xuan, be careful in everything. Before you return, we will guard the heavenly court and protect the immortal realm for you. The Grand Master Dain also smiled and said to Xuan. Chapter 471. The source of the place leaving the heavenly court, Xuan completely concealed his aura, transforming into a mortal as he wandered through the vast cosmic starry sky. In the cosmic starry sky, infinite star regions stretched infinitely. Looking around, it was boundless, and even Xuan couldn't help but feel a sense of his own insignificance. However, with the cultivation of an immortal emperor and various spatial divine techniques, Xuan reached the depths of the universe in half a day. In the depths of the universe, it was desolate, and there was no breath of life here. Looking around, many great stars revolved, incredibly spectacular. When Xuan set foot here, he immediately felt a sense of desolation wash over him. There were many great stars revolving here, yet Xuan sensed not a hint of life, as if this were a forbidden zone of the universe. Gazing ahead, Xuan's heart trembled. There really was a massive ruin rising up, extending to an unknown height, resembling a towering divine mountain, standing in the deepest part of this cosmic starry sky. Moreover, there was endless immortal light blooming outside the massive ruin, enveloping the entire ruin, making it incredibly dazzling. If it weren't for Xuan having the heavy pupil, he might not even have been able to see a glimpse of the scene within that massive ruin. Chapter 472. The transcendence of the source of the place as the barrier shattered and the immortal light bloomed. A terrifying power surged out from within the barrier, suddenly sweeping towards Xuan outside the barrier. Xuan's white hair flew, wrapping himself in chaotic energy and Hongmeng energy, stabilizing himself in place without being pushed back by that power. When that power dissipated, Xuan finally saw the true appearance of this source of the place. It was an incredibly ancient ruin, with a strong aura of time rushing towards him. Looking inside, Xuan discovered that the outer part of this ruin consisted of some remnants of walls, while the inside was well preserved, with towering and magnificent palaces standing within, all enveloped in immortal light, giving a sense of immense sanctity. The power of Taichu is finally about to be found. Xuan's heart surged with excitement, and he stepped into the ruin in the void. However, when Xuan truly entered the ruin, his heart couldn't help but tremble fiercely. He saw that wherever his gaze landed, there were actually countless white bones covering the ground, mixed with those remnants of walls scattered chaotically on the ground. Those white bones emitted a faint crystalline glow, with various runes flickering with immortal light. Chapter 473. Forced into a dead end? Minor fate technique. In the cosmic starry sky, Xuan stood silently in the void, his white hair dancing. After a long silence, A chaotic divine light suddenly burst forth from within Xuan. I cannot give up. This is my only chance. Only by entering the source land. Only by obtaining the primordial power. Only by stepping into transcendence can I have the strength to confront the calamity of the heavens and protect those around me. Xuan murmured softly, making up his mind. With this thought, Xuan took a step forward and returned to the source land once more. Kid, I thought you would leave, but I didn't expect you to dare come back. As soon as Xuan returned, the ethereal voice echoed from the depths of the source land, resonating throughout the universe. Today, I must enter the source land. If you want to stop me, then come. Xuan's eyes shone with chaotic divine light, his aura rising to its peak as he shouted towards the depths of the source land. Kid, just now I spared you because you were still a remarkable person. Since you dare to come back, I won't give you that chance again. A voice sounded, and the figure from before appeared again, slowly rising from the depths of the source land into the void. Chapter 474. Entering the source land, primordial power, in the deepest part of the universe. After a moment of endless brilliance erupted, it fell silent again, returning to a state of deathly stillness, with not a sound to be heard. In the end, I have won. A light, somewhat hoarse voice echoed in the silent universe. In the void, Xuan stood quietly, his face extremely pale, and even the vigorous blood within him had withered away. Aside from his youthful appearance, he looked like an old man nearing the end of his days. As for the man from earlier, he had been erased by Xuan. This little fate technique almost sent me away. Xuan looked inward and discovered that his current state was at its worst. His blood was withered, and his life force was very weak, almost on the brink of falling. Yet a smile soon appeared on Xuan's face. As long as he could enter the source land and gain that primordial power, all of this would be insignificant. After all, as long as he could transcend, his lifespan would be infinite. As for his blood, it could be restored to its peak through cultivation and external assistance. Now that it had come to this, even if this path could not be traversed, it had to be crossed. Chapter 475. The early arrival of the heavenly calamity Ding. On the 141st day of marriage, reward of 1,000 years of cultivation. Ding. On the 142nd day of marriage, reward of the source of the sword. Ding. On the 143rd day of marriage, reward of the great destiny technique. In the blink of an eye, 3 days had passed. After 3 days, in the deepest part of the cosmic starry sky in the source land, Xuan slowly opened his eyes. Instantly, 2 beams of chaotic divine light shot out, sweeping across the 6 directions and 8 desolations. Various images appeared around Xuan, surrounded by chaotic energy, primordial energy, and the primordial power. This made Xuan's aura reach an unprecedented peak. With the aid of the primordial divine art, the great dream, immortal sutra, and the nearly infinite primordial power of this small world, Xuan had stepped into the peak of the immortal emperor realm in just 3 days, already touching the realm of transcendence. And soon he would truly take that step and achieve transcendence. Xuan opened his eyes, his white hair floating without wind, and an overwhelming imperial pressure radiated from him. Just sitting there, he exuded an intense sense of oppression. Xuan stood up, feeling his unprecedented immense power, and a radiant smile appeared on his face. Chapter 476. Despair in the heavens. The heavenly court holds firm at the heavenly court outside the southern heaven gate. The primordial and the grandmaster of the yin gathered all the soldiers of the heavenly court here. At this moment, everyone turned their gaze towards the primordial and the grandmaster of the yin. Everyone, I have gathered you to inform you of something. The primordial spoke, his voice like a great bell, rumbling and echoing throughout the central land and even into the immortal realm. As this voice spread, all beings in the immortal realm turned their eyes towards the direction of the heavenly court in the central land. Soon, scenes of the heavenly court appeared before them. Undoubtedly, this was the primordial's doing. He wanted the entire immortal realm to hear his speech. What does the great figure in the heavenly court want to say to us? The entire immortal realm buzzed with excitement, countless eyes fixed on the scenes before them, sparkling with anticipation. Darkness once again engulfed the immortal realm, bringing suffering to all beings. At such a time, if anyone could bring hope to the immortal realm, it would definitely be the heavenly court. Everyone, I regret to inform you of this news. The calamity of the heavens is coming. A darker era than the previous rule of the foreign realms has arrived. Chapter 477. The decay of all heavens boom. Boom, boom. Throughout the immortal realm, and even in the myriad realms, there were violent rumblings and explosions that shook the heavens and earth, terrifying to the extreme. Darkness invaded. The myriad realms fell, and countless beings struggled to survive in the darkness. This was the greatest catastrophe that had occurred in the myriad realms for countless ages. In this calamity, no one could escape. Everyone was pulled into it. As the calamity approached, the myriad realms faced collapse, and no one could avoid it. Everyone was destined to die. Such profound tribulation was truly difficult to endure. This is the darkest era. Can no one truly put an end to it? In the myriad realms, countless beings were crying out, lamenting, and praying, hoping to see a glimmer of light in the darkness. But ideals are beautiful, and reality is harsh. No one could save them in the face of darkness. This led to countless beings falling, bleeding, and perishing in this great calamity every moment in the myriad realms. In an instant, the land of the myriad realms was soaked in blood, and the corpses of various beings piled up like mountains. Such a tragic scene spread to every corner of the myriad realms, turning the countless worlds into a hellscape shrouded in darkness. Chapter 478. The Return of the Heavenly Emperor? Is this? Xuan has returned? The Grand Master of Da Yin looked ahead in surprise at the now clear heavens and earth, murmuring to himself. At that moment, he truly felt Xuan's power, though it was vague, but he still managed to catch it. Xuan, is that you? The Grand Master of Da Yin looked at the void ahead, tentatively asking, his voice echoing in the vast, silent heavens. Yes, it is me. Within the holy land of the Yin, the statue erected for Xuan seemed to come alive in an instant, a brilliant, immortal light flashing in its eyes. Responding to the Grand Master of the Yin, are you really Xuan? The Grand Master of the Yin, seeing this scene, was shocked and asked in disbelief. Holy Lord, I am Xuan, but I am currently unable to descend in my true form to the Daoxian realm and can only meet you in this way. The voice responded again to the great Da Yin Holy Lord. Xuan, what exactly is this terrifying dark turmoil? Where are you? Can this dark turmoil come to an end? The great Da Yin Holy Lord gazed deeply at the statue, his eyes red, and asked several questions in a trembling voice. Holy Lord, I have come late. I'm sorry. When I return, I will personally bring all of this to an end. Chapter 479. The Transcendent of the Upper Realm appears. All realms fall into despair again in the blink of an eye. 3 more days passed. Countless dark beings have been eradicated by the soldiers of the heavenly court and Xuan Estao spirit. The entire myriad realms regained some peace. But good times were short-lived. It seemed that the upper realm had learned of Xuan's appearance and accelerated the dark invasion of the myriad realms. After the upper realm hastened the dark invasion, the dark power that seeped in from who knows where became even more powerful, corrupting more dark beings and causing the oldest creatures within the forbidden zones to awaken. Among these beings, there were even those at the level of immortal emperors. They were already at the end of their lives, about to perish, but after being eroded by the dark power, their lifespans were extended, and their combat abilities became even more terrifying. In an instant, the myriad realms fell into chaos once again. This time, even Xuan's Dao spirit seemed somewhat powerless, unable to eradicate them instantly as before, but had to engage in battles with them. This plunged the myriad realms into even deeper despair. Why? Why has this dark turmoil become increasingly terrifying? If this continues, we will all be eroded by that dark power. Chapter 480. Xuan returns to end it. The Heavenly Emperor will definitely return, to turn the tide and sweep you away. The return of the Heavenly Emperor will surely put an end to this great calamity of the myriad realms. You all should not be so arrogant. Before the Heavenly Emperor, you are nothing. Roars echoed loudly, not only in the immortal realm, but throughout the myriad realms. These voices were incredibly resonant, passionate, containing a power of faith. Ridiculous. We have been planning and accumulating for this great calamity for millions of years. How could it be broken by a single person? Above the celestial dome of the immortal realm, those transcendent beings spoke again, their voices cold as if one had fallen into an ice cave. They were very confident and assured of their plans. Boom! At that moment, the entire myriad realms roared, and countless immortal lights rose from the bodies of those still alive in the myriad realms, soaring into the universe. These immortal lights were initially very weak, scattered like stars. but quickly became immensely large and dazzling under the gathering of countless beings, soon covering the entire myriad realms and making the entire universe extraordinarily radiant. In an instant, the myriad realms and endless star fields shone with immortal light, like countless suns emitting intense brilliance simultaneously.